Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. I support Egotra. Don't stop me. Comments, honestly, the chemistry between the two is good. He can't see it unless he's close. Yes, Egostic is Stardust. It's been so long since Egostic called Stardust. I met Stardust this time. What are you talking about? So, when did Egostic call out Stardust himself instead of meeting him? The reason why Egostic X Stardust are doomed. From the fans' point of view, villain X hero converges to zero chance of realization if you look at Stardust personality. It's justice. That's why it's opposite to the Egostic, and yet, the reason why we were involved was because Egostic consistently pointed out Stardust, called Stardust, and mentioned Stardust since the beginning of his promotions at some point. Egostic started not to give Stardust a break, so when it's hard to tie it up. The Golden Sun, Elektra, appears the closeness of being tied to a coalition in the same villain-ex-villain weirdly friendly attitude that we showed in the last video. I can't help but abandon Stardust immediately and get involved with Elektra. So, did you understand? Ego Star Union. Check out of the room in the fan cafe, please. This place is now occupied by the Egotra Union. Comments, yes, I can't lose the Ego Star. I broke my head during the train attack, really? I didn't see Egostic taking care of Stardust when Stardust collapsed right after the train attack. Frame Ego Star still has hope. Stardust cut. She almost threw her phone at the moment, took a deep breath and regained her senses. Yeah, it's not something to be so angry about. Why does she want to get involved with Egostic in the first place? And it's none of her business whether or not Egostic is tied up. But why is it annoying? I don't like it. When she saw Egostic hugging Elektra tightly in a princess style, she felt uncomfortable without realizing it. The front page photo of the newspaper also shows only Egostic and Elektra close-up, and Stardust was edited out. It's annoying to see them two being so close. With such a displeased look, she sat still for a long time and read down her new phone. Suddenly, she thought to herself, why am I feeling so annoyed? She settled down again. Okay. She's forgotten that she's been covered by irritating moods in the first place. Why is she so uncomfortable? She wrapped her head around her and began to think. Yes, the more she thinks about it, the more she gets more annoyed. But why am I in such a bad mood? Egostic, it's none of her business. So she thought about Egostic. Egostic. Villain appeared after some time when she felt like she had adapted to her work after she had just become a hero. It was Egostic. He was different from other villains who smashed the city or simply took hostages and demanded money and valuables. He showed only the killing of other villains from the beginning, and in the beginning, there was a saying that he was a dark hero, but later, due to his terror, such words fell into his mouth. And his first terror? Then he pinpointed Stardust himself. No, come to think of it, even before that, Stardust herself had been singled out, through the message he left after killing the villain. And in the next terrorist attack, he pointed to himself. As if for granted there, when she was about to expose her face, she knew how to show up and help. In the next attack, she even contacted herself and said she believed, completing him. At the end, he even threw himself to save her. Yeah. So far, Egostic has always pointed to Stardust whenever something happens, and he's always next to her at the scene of the incident. After thinking so much, she suddenly realized. Just as Egostic always cares about her among many heroes, she was also the most concerned about only Egostic out of many villains. Okay, come to think of it, her hero's life has reached a stage where it is difficult to discuss without Egostic without her knowing it. She didn't even remember what she did as a hero before meeting Egostic anymore. If one villain comes out, she just puts them in jail, and if another villain comes out, put them in. That's how she used to live. But Egostic. He's been around for a long time. The villain runs away every time with the overwhelmingly mobile ability of teleportation and continues to cause terrorism again. And yet there are no casualties, there are other villains removed. There are a lot of secrets that people sometimes save for strange reasons. A guy who's always pointed at himself, tied up with himself. Stardust, who unknowingly recalled him, realized. Now she can't imagine a life without an Egostic. Egostic causes an incident, then calls her out, and then she gets so used to chasing him in front of her. Before she knows it, she can't imagine a life without him. Yeah, come to think of it, Egostic has always called her out. Even when he killed those villains, then only 3 terror attacks. But after that, he didn't call her out. Yeah. Bridge Terror, to be exact. At that time, she couldn't come to interact with him. Didn't they meet at another time? It wasn't that he pointed her out himself, it was all by chance, by circumstances. He didn't call her Stardust himself. Yeah, from a certain point, he didn't look for Stardust. When she glanced down at her phone thinking so, the writing caught her eye. Stardust is just a pushover. It was just an early aggro propellant. If you look here, there's a saying that Egoistic fell into Stardust, and Egoistic fell in love with Stardust. What kind of person is that? In his early days, Egoistic was an A-class hero in charge of Seoul, so he tried to increase his presence by engaging him, nothing more, nothing less. It's clear from the fact that there's no mention of Stardust recently, he just used it for business and dumped her. I don't think he'll ever point to Stardust for another terrorist attack actually. He didn't call Stardust since the plane attack. Stardust is just Enzo. Ego will be living well, biting and sucking with Elektra in the back. All the attention he gave to Stardust in the past is on Elektra. Ego Star Union, good job, haha. After reading that far, she finally threw away her cell phone. What does he know? Egoistic called her out personally during the plane attack and even risked his life to save her underground. He always communicated with her where they couldn't see. When she thought that far, she suddenly realized. Yeah, the reason why I felt bad seeing them both. So far, when it comes to Egoistic, I've always been involved with him. It was because suddenly another useless woman stepped in between the two for no reason. Egoistic once told himself that she was his arch energy, and now she agrees with him, like it or not. Her greatest enemy, her arch enemy, is Egoistic, and the relationship between him and her, the two of them, must end without anyone else involved. Before she knew it, her head was cold again, and she woke up to pick up her cell phone that was quietly thrown at the bedside. Yeah, anyway. Egoistic obviously asked her to see him soon. She can deal with it again then. And Elektra, she needs to get rid of that girl as soon as possible. She made up her mind. Duck, what? What's wrong with you all of a sudden? No, I suddenly feel a bit strange. Looking at Choi Sehi touching her arms as if she had goosebumps, I tilted my head. Interesting, I had a hard time like you last time. What is it? Is everyone lacking vitality these days? Chapter 79. Paving stone for the future. After the Elektra debut and the proclamation of the creation of the Villain Union, I decided to rest for a while again. The advantage of the job is that you can take a few weeks off on your own. Well, I am actually just waiting for the main event of the original. I was having such peaceful days anyway. I can't watch entertainment news these days. A leisurely day when I was playing a game on TV in the living room with Seo-yoon, I heard Choi Sehi's voice from behind. Why can't you see it? Ha. Because this comes out every time you go in. She sits on the sofa and shows me her cell phone. On the screen she showed, there was a very dreary article called Egoistic X Elektra's Presenceful Chemistry Collection. Zip, Dylan. In front of you, oh, arg. FYI, I died in the game while looking at them. It's a manga game. If you turn your eyes a little, it's game over. What is game over? Ha, what did you see? Show me too. While Seo-yoon was looking at Choi Sehi's phone, I spoke to Choi Sehi. Don't worry too much. People who don't know well are going to turn it around anyway. No, still, it's on the main page, don't you care? Choi Sehi looked down at me with a complex face. Me, come to think of it, I was really surprised when I first heard about my dating scandal with Stardust. I even thought about blowing up the broadcasting station. But well, right now. You get used to it if you keep watching it. That's very helpful. When I was avoiding Choi Sehi's gaze looking at me awkwardly, Seo-yoon next to me said slightly, "No. I was the one who stayed next to you the longest in the first place, but why is Sehi the only one who knows? Because you were in the back and Choi Sehi was standing in front of the camera with me. Don't even bring up the camera. Do you know how embarrassed I was to act in front of them? I'm Elektra. I almost bit my tongue when I said this. But I think you've been enjoying it since midterm too, me. Ha. That's ridiculous." She closed her mouth and turned her head with a slightly red face, as if she had been stabbed by my sharp words. And Seo-yoon murmured behind me too, I want to do terrorism well. It's still a peaceful day. But our Ego Squad? No, should I say Ego Stream now? Our Ego Stream members don't just play. When we work, we do things for real. Seo-yoon and Subin are busy making Ego Stream homepages. What kind of macro are you going to use? I'm not sure what it means. Hayeol and Chayoon are studying hard. Chayoon especially expressed his ambition to help me by joining the association when he grew up. I'm so proud of him. Choi Sehi is still training to control her ability. I was now standing in the middle of downtown Seoul. A street lined with old buildings that can be seen anywhere in Seoul. I entered a small red brick building among them. Inside a shabby building that's about to collapse. Coming inside, I went straight down the stairs to the basement, a dark and shabby underground. It was a normal-looking underground road. The difference is, no matter how much you go down, the stairs are endless. Okay, I muttered like that for no reason. It should be here, right? I was going down the stairs as if there was no problem. I hit the side wall with my foot by surprise. Come here, at the same time, walls that are torn down like sand. And beyond that wall, there was a long corridor. I came to the right place. The antique stone corridor, which contrasts with the shabby building before, is subtly covered by green candles. I walked confidently in this place, where a little moss caught in it, creating a more mysterious atmosphere. No, it's been ages, but why are they still using candles? If I could, I'd like to put all the LEDs on. We need to industrialize it. As I walked with such wild thoughts, all of a sudden, the end of the corridor. And in front of it, there was a black door. It was an antique obsidian door full of fine decorations, but that's none of my business. Whether it's a wooden door, an obsidian door, or an automatic door, everything made to open is the same. So I opened the door confidently. When I opened the door, what I saw was a slightly spacious room that shone softly with green candles. Passing through one frame or another and a pot of something seething, I strode into a place with a light green curtain. From black hats to black shoes to capes. Before I know it, I'm already in my ego suit. Actually, I think she'll see through me pretty well, just in case. What I can see as I walk through the veil is a small round table, and on top of that, the crystal ball, and there was a woman facing me. Hello, she nodded quietly as I greeted her. Covering her face with a dark green robe to the tip of her head, she was a villain, a vine witch, who was immediately given an S-class as soon as her identity was revealed to the association. When I sat down, she finally spoke up. It's my first time seeing you, so what brings you here? Yes, I just want to make a request. Yeah, the reason I found her is to make a request. I took out 2 leather notebooks that I had packed in advance. One is my diary and the other is a note I haven't written yet. Please spell these 2 with a seal. When is the deadline? Both until I die. I said that and took something else out of my arms. Dozens of colorful jewels in a small box. When I put the box on the table, she nodded and took a note from me. Then she starts singing in a low voice. When she put her hands on my notebook and murmured, both books began to glow light green. After such a short period of time, the light went out. Soon after, she handed me 2 notes as if it was done. When I received both books again and looked at them, I saw a magical pattern of light green that had never been on the outside. Now no one but the owner will be able to open or peek at the contents in a compulsory way. Thank you, witch. I stood up thanking her. Since I got my things done, I should go. After that, I walked the veil again and went outside. I was walking to the door, but then heard a sudden word from behind. You're on a tough road. Her voice, passing by, gave me a slight pause, at her words as if they were penetrating my everything. My footsteps slowed down naturally. As expected, she recognizes it at once. How should I answer? Okay, because it's a path that someone has to walk on. Cheer up. She briefly supports my answer. Did the Vine Witch ever say that in the original? I think it's the first time someone has ever said something to cheer up on me like that. I quietly closed the door and walked in the hallway. It's a tough road. I grinned at the words. If it wasn't hard, I didn't even start in the first place. Back home, I looked at the 2 open notes. One is my diary. Now, as Choi Sehi also lives with us now, as the chance that I'll get caught gets bigger, I already got it sealed. My goal and everything is written here, so I'm in big trouble if I get caught. And the other one is the new notebook I bought. I'm planning to fill in the contents as well. I'll do this later. After roughly finishing my work, I went into the Stardust Fan Cafe, the largest hero fan cafe in Korea that I made myself. Stardust Union, Stardust Fan Cafe. When I see the cafe growing day by day, I feel proud for no reason. The flaw is that compared to my fan cafe Mango Union, the number of people is less than half. Does it make sense that a villain has a bigger fan cafe than a hero? I feel sorry for those who can't see the charm of Stardust. I complained, then went to manage the cafe. Stardust picture save, Stardust praising all right. Stardust love scandal delete. Stardust and Egoistic go well together? Let's leave this alone. As I was managing one by one, I paused a little when I saw the title of one post. I heard from an acquaintance of the association that there was Egoistic in the basement. It was deleted immediately and blocked the author of the post. You knew too much. Having done so, I thought again about the Han Yun group, the enemies of Seo Yoon and Subin, a conglomerate that was conducting secret experiments, and Kim Sunwoo and those researchers who ran away. Looking at the calendar, yeah, it'll be soon. It's finally over. Okay. This time, it is time to completely destroy the Han Yun group, the middle boss of the original and the living impoverished maker. I got up from my seat. From now on, I'm going to get ready for the broadcast, and I'm going to make plans. And this time, let's call out Stardust. It's not because I recently saw on my fan cafe that Egostic seems to have abandoned Stardust. Never. Chapter 80, The Fall of Mankind. If you think about it, this is a rotten world. I thought that as I looked down at the cities out of the window. On the surface, it looks normal. Countless people busily moving through tall buildings. It seems as if there is no difference from the world I lived in my previous life. However, the reality is very different, mainly in the ghastly way. For now, basically, sometimes people who awaken their superpowers are born, but they wouldn't know it if this superpower is just so-so. But since only the strong bastards come out, that's the real problem. Stardust could destroy dozens of buildings if she wanted to. The same goes for the others. In other countries, it's even worse. It can be said that almost every country suffers a crisis of destruction every month. Of course, thanks to the balance of the world, it's somehow still evolving thanks to the fact that most heroes are stronger than most villains. In other words, countries couldn't manage themselves properly without heroes. Because of that, the influence of the government is greatly reduced compared to the association. The president is also a little paranoid. Are villains the only problem? They're not the only thing. As you can see from Han Yun Group, large companies are just crazy. The secret experiment is a basic thing. Even their rival, Usung Enterprise, also controls the Republic of Korea from behind by pressuring the government and associations. They must be earnestly trying to eat Korea after the collapse of Han Yun Group. Well, it's more profitable for me. If that's the case, I just have to control one thing, Lee Seola. Anyway, here's what I'm trying to say. That this world is not normal. People with superpowers are causing terrorism, the government is not acting and companies are controlling them. Even there is a god in the underworld and it's just a mess. I miss the peaceful old world. I keep looking out the window. You know what's even funnier? This is considered very peaceful. Stronger villains are going to appear, and the world's going to get more and more chaotic, and Stardust alone, she'll have to deal with it all. Duin, what the hell are you looking at? Nothing, let's go now. As Seo Yoon's words pulled me out of my thoughts, I turned my head around. All right. Eventually, I'll be one who will stop all of this. The comic world that I fell into, Stardust, is divided into 4 phases at random by fans. The first phase develops the story about Stardust, growth, and her daily life. It's the current time and the most peaceful time. And the second phase unfolds in earnest after the Han Yun Group incident. From this point on, villains with more and more powerful abilities will start to pop out. And it's an event that fans have named the beginning of Phase 2, and which nailed down that this universe was actually rotten. The Han Yun Group's invasion of Seoul. More people dying compared to the previous Behemoth crisis, Stardust suffering from helplessness and remorse for not being able to stop it, associations and governments seizing up, and a Seoul on fire. A terrible incident in which the whole Korea was destroyed to the point where people start to mock what the heroes could have done until now. Downtown turning to hell. Collapsed buildings and humans. Burning forest. But those things I already know that it's going to happen. Han Yun Group, you're ducked. A thrilling revenge play toward heroes in the original, a heroic oxidation. There's no such thing, Sunwoo. Muahaha. Doin, you can't do this in a crowded place. Doin, does he do this often? Doin, on the way down the observation deck, I let out an evil laugh without realizing it, and the team is judging me. It's all for your good. You only laugh like that when you come up with something evil. Seo Yoon, who has been watching me for a long time, muttered next to me with an unhappy expression. What do you mean by evil? I'm trying to save humanity, and it's so unfair that I am feeling frustrated. Of course, it would be nerve-wracking for the members of Han Yun Group, which is led by Kim Sunwoo. Han Yun Group. The nation's top conglomerate was plotting to dominate the country behind that friendly image that they always show. They, who were secretly conducting illegal and inhumane human experiments and monster creation, were caught in the Behemoth incident. As a result, the company collapsed. The chairman and other senior executives fled the country, but the researchers who conducted the experiment led by Dr. Kim Sunwoo failed to escape. In the original comic, Kim Sunwoo stole Behemoth and fought with Stardust, but he eventually lost and ran away. Eventually, the employees, led by him, realize that they are doomed, and since they are all going to die, they plan to make a big explosion and die together. That's the Han Yoon Group's invasion of Seoul, and the way they chose to turn Seoul into a sea of fire was using the giant weapon. So, what you mean is in the near future, Han Yoon Group will invade Seoul with a giant robot at night with their frantic last-ditch effort? It's not a robot, it's a weapon, but anyway. Yes, ego-based conference room. Seo-yoon, Subin, Choi Sehi, the one who just joined, and Ha-yeol. With everyone gathering together, I brought up the topic. What exactly is the giant weapon you're talking about? A giant weapon as big as a mountain, it feels like an octopus, and its body is made of hemispheres with long steel limbs attached to it. Wait. Choi Sehi, who was listening to me, stopped talking and asked me with an expression of absurdity. A giant weapon will invade Seoul soon? How do you know that? I literally know everything. I mean, what the Choi Sehi looked at me with her eyes widened as she was bewildered, but I just smiled. A man with a lot of secrets is attractive. Probably. Anyway, our plan is to take the giant weapon. That how? What do you mean how? We'll just teleport to the control room, beat up all those brats, and we'll manipulate them, that's it. That easy? What's so hard about it? Just as humans die when their brains die, if we remove the cockpit, the giant weapon will be over. But wouldn't they know and prepare for that in advance? Of course, they must have done it. To be exact, they've prepared Shadow Walker who can teleport anywhere during nighttime only. From Behemoth, it was just coated with a substance against the darkness to prevent him from coming. Let's explain this, Choi Sehi, who seems to doubt it. What about you? Are you going to teleport? Me. Of course, I wouldn't even consider it. That, because I am not a hero and I am only a villain? Oh, she made a silly popping sound as if she had only just realized it. Gosh, who the hell do you think I am? Dylan, but is the machine that powerful? Can't we just fire a few bombs? We can't. I shook my head. It's not just a weapon. In the original comic, it's overwhelming in size to the point where the readers say, that can't be stopped, and it's a phenomenal object that can't be blocked no matter what you shoot at it, with whatever it's made of. They don't call it the final boss in the first phase of the original for nothing. I guess it's pretty overwhelming. All of those things that Stardust have faced so far are no match to it. The ultimate one. Even Stardust gave up in the end. After explaining to everyone how strong, overwhelming, and phenomenal this thing is, I ended up with one sentence. And that, oh, I was just going to gulp. I made an evil smile without realizing it. Right. What was my goal in this world? To give Stardust a bearable hardship. And this, by no means, is not something she can handle. If that's the case, shouldn't I be able to convert it into a manageable hardship myself? Maybe it will happen within this week, so let's all prepare in advance. Especially Choi Sehi, you go with me? I told them so and then made a plan. A golden opportunity for Stardust to grow and to put an end to Han Yoon Group. In particular, Kim Sunwoo and other members of Han Yoon Group. I wonder what kind of expression they'll have on their faces when the last shot that they prepared goes completely ruined. Muhahahaha. Somewhere deep in the countryside. Han Yoon Group's secret base, Sector C in the middle of the underground where the end was unknown. Countless people were busy moving. Everyone looked so ill because they were all skin and bones, and they were so dirty that you might have wondered if they couldn't even wash up. Only their eyes are burning with deadly venom. While they were moving so busily in white gowns, a man was heading somewhere across them. He looks the oldest of them, the most exhausted of them all. A man whose eyes are burning with deadly venom the most. He was the general manager of the Behemoth project of Han Yoon Group, the one who was left by the board members and has to remain in Korea. Dr. Kim Sunwoo. He spat out words at the researcher who was busy following him. So, did you finish the final inspection? Yes, sir, all we have to do now is attack. Let me check it. He arrived at the place. An enormous empty hall that looks like a giant city turned vertically and was put underground. And the place is fully occupied with something. The length is quite several times the height of a skyscraper, and the width is like a huge mountain. The last masterpiece created by Han Yoon Group that they grind their last flame to destroy, make things collapse, and cause chaos. The project is called Octopass, a weapon designed for destruction. Yeah, finally, we made it. After seeing it, Kim Sunwoo gritted his teeth and murmured. Then, he couldn't control his excitement and shouted at all the employees on the spot. All employees, listen! The destructive volume fills the large auditorium. The researcher next to him hurriedly set up the microphone next to him, and his voice went out throughout the facility. His voice echoed underground. How much have we sacrificed so far for the sake of Han Yun Group and for the development of the nation? The people only blame us for our commitment to a better world. What the hell have they done for this country? How oppressive they are, and now even trying to purge us, who have tried to create a new history of mankind through evolution. We don't need this rotten country anymore. Now, the last thing that we have to do is to drown this city in the sea of fire with our own hands. Tomorrow, he spat out the last word, chewing with burning eyes, we will destroy Seoul. At the end of his speech, cheers, sympathy, and a sea of fire. Extinction, anger. Standing in all that noise, he closed his eyes quietly. That's right. Tomorrow, Seoul will finally realize what the end of the world is in his grasp. So, what's your plan to rob that weapon? Go to their lair and hit that brat who manipulates it using monkey spanner. That's it, then it's ours. It's that easy? Yes. It's easy, right? Chapter 81, Seoul, the Sea of Flame. Seoul. The big city with sun shines on the ground seemed no different than usual. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. A normal city that's always expected to be similar. Except for several events, it has always been a consistent city, although sometimes terrorists and monsters pop out. It's hard to expect it to stay the same in 10 years, but it seems like it's going to be this peaceful until next week. Therefore, no one expected anything. No one can believe that the end of their daily life will come so suddenly. A common ground, a person who looks at the view from the rooftop, among the tall buildings. He was the first to notice this anomaly. It was the same scenery as usual. Tall buildings, then a mountain range that looks blurry against a dark background, and something huge next to it. Something that anyone who was staring blankly probably would have never known. However, that keen person would have figured it out quickly. Oh, duck, what's that? One side of downtown Seoul, far away by the side of the mountain range. Something huge was standing, looking down at the city. A gray body with a semicircular head on a cylinder, two long steel legs, and long arms that are also made of steel. Something that looks like a mechanical weapon as a whole, something that cannot be believed to be in front of this city. People, rubbing their eyes, wondering if they're seeing something wrong. It began to approach the city center, smashing the ground. Smash, smash each step that it takes while approaching. It makes the ground shaking and Mother Earth crying. Just like what can be seen in a movie, it was approaching and crushing everything at its feet. Only then, people noticed the unexpected. Everyone on its way, stopping everything they were doing and starting to run away. The peaceful city began to be in chaos in no time. Boom, soon, it came to the center of the city without any restraint. It stands tall in the middle of buildings with a tremendous sense of pressure. Where the giant weapon's legs were already laid, the asphalt floor was all smashed. At the front, countless people were screaming and running away. The sound of crackling cars, the sound of people screaming. Everyone in the city came to their senses and was trying to get away from it as soon as possible. It was just standing in front, doing nothing yet, making the city center paralyzed. Standing still, looking down at the chaos it created. Finally, a voice began to be heard. You dogs of the government and the association, a voice resonates throughout the city in a truly loud decibel. It sounds as if iron is being scratched, as if there's a noise, and that's why it's even creepier. The voice was echoing from the giant weapon. You petty old humankind who stopped us from developing to the new humanity. You useless and retard parasites who couldn't accept the evolution and innovation. Your narrow-minded and selfish ways of thinking have destroyed our Han Yun, which opened up a new horizon for Korea. Be prepared to be destroyed, you people who have destroyed everything. Someone seemed to be catching their breath for a while. It's much clearer and louder than before, declared as if he was informing. Today, Seoul, including the government and association, it'll end you guys right here. Everyone in this city. No one will survive, and it was his last word. The huge thing started to move. Boom, at the same time, the thing swung its arms and just smashed the buildings in front of it. The skyscraper, which seemed to remain in place decades later, was broken in half. From there, the weapon began to destroy the city recklessly. A lot of buildings were built during the decades of industrialization. In its hands, it began to implode immediately. Boom! Like a catastrophe that no one can stop, like a mythical being that destroys every building in front of its eyes, surrounding it. Within a few minutes, it had already destroyed the city and finally caught up with the fleeing people. Oh, please let me live, mommy. Soon the people were running away. Under the shadow that covers them, they collapsed without realizing it. Oh, no matter how hard you run away, you can't run away now. So this is the end, in front of such frightened people. At a point where he can kill hundreds or thousands at once with just one more step. He said again for the last time, "Goodbye. Just blame the incompetent association, go to hell, humans." So it ripped the building next to it with its arms like pulling out a radish. Soon, the outer wall was torn apart and the arm was pointed toward the place where the people gathered. People finally gave up, they closed their eyes. Suddenly, the giant weapon began to flinch. People had given up and were closing their eyes waiting for their imminent death, but suddenly they felt something strange and opened their eyes again. It was flinching while still holding its arm up. Then suddenly, an unidentified scream began to be heard from the weapon. "What the? You, arg arg," the researcher, euk. The noise of something breaking, someone screaming and shattering. And then the sound of something getting beaten up. And again, silence. The city suddenly became calm again. When the speakers of the weapons that were ringing all over the place stopped, the city became quiet as if nothing happened. There, where only intermittent cries of people were heard, the huge weapons stopped in the same posture as before, swinging the building, like a statue. T-tuk bigi? Tien, Korean earthen pot ah. I hit the guy in the control room with a wrench. The man fell out of his wits. What the hell is he doing? Die. The researchers nearby came at me. I shouted at Choi Sehi behind me. "Sehi Chu, 1,000,000 volts. Here you go." Yap, Choi Sehi shot out electricity at them. Hanyun Group's young men shudder and fall down. And at the end, there was Dr. Kim Sunwoo, who leaned back against the wall at the end of the control room. "Hello, Dr. Kim Sunwoo. Nice to meet you, I'm Egostic." I greeted him with a smile. Kim Sunwoo, he is the final boss of the first phase and the enemy of Seoyun and Subin. This is the first time I saw him in person. He looked more grumpy, more pathetic than I thought. "Yes, you, why would you do this? Aren't you the villain?" "Me, I'm a villain. I was resting well at home and a cool robot suddenly appeared, and if I don't take it away, can I call myself a villain?" "What do you think you're doing?" "You idiot, you're blocking the evolution of the new human race." "Haha, I don't know what the massacres of Seoul have to do with evolution. An old man." I laughed, then lowered my voice and opened my mouth. "Don't be a jerk and shut up, you senile lunatic." "What, Yawu brat? Sehi, shoot." "Okay." Sehi in the back fired an electric shot at Kim Sunwoo, who was running with his eyes turned upside down. After kicking the fallen man on the ground, I kept them in our ego basement. Just like that, the control room is now empty. It's just me and Choi Sehi. Muahahahahahahaha. And I laughed like a madman without realizing it. Ha. Hey, what's wrong with you? Ignoring Choi Sehi, who was looking at me with worried eyes, I laughed like crazy for a long time. I mean, it's kind of funny. The final boss of a phase, the trigger that makes the Republic of Korea anarchy, kills tens of thousands of people and turns Stardust, life into a waste in earnest, just turned out to be in vain. It's so easy to handle him. Haha, I, who slightly wiped away the tears that came out of laughing so hard, looked around. A clean white wall, covered with dozens of electronic displays. Looking outside from the control room. In this place overlooking thousands of shivering people, I quietly approached the steering wheel. Their last masterpiece, made by Hanyun Group with everything they've done. Without restraint, a city can be completely destroyed and all the shocks endure, which is simply a symbol of high-tech science. This huge weapon really touches the heart of a man. Now, shall we try to control it? There's a lot to do. I'm definitely going to drag this to fight Stardust. Let's make Bile-dust grow strong. Before that, shall we reassure the trembling people over there? Aha! I turned on the microphone and opened my mouth. Let's start the show. As such. Before attacking the citizens, the huge weapon suddenly stopped. After a while, it moved again. Then, a voice suddenly comes out. People were surprised for a moment at the brighter, more cheerful voice than before. And before they could go mad and figure out what was going on, voices continued to reverberate from the giant weapon. "Hello, everyone. Greetings, everyone. It's Egostic, all right. All of a sudden, really all of a sudden. A name that no one had expected suddenly came out. His words continue to come out while people are in turmoil. Hanyun Group's members made something really cool. Anyway, he continued with a slight smile on his face. That's why I am taking it. This is mine now. That was a really unexpected meant. Chapter 82. Real Steel, the Korean Association of Superpowers, the Hero Association in short. The operational control room there in Seoul was now in the mood of a mourner's house. Yeah. So it was made by those Han Yun Group's brats. Where is it now? We are currently attacking structures in the abandoned factory area outside the Seoul metropolitan area. The men on that side have been evacuated, and no casualties have been caught so far. How far has the evacuation of citizens progressed in the city center? Most of the people got to the outskirts, but the pace of that weapon's entry is fast, so it's going to catch up soon. There are no casualties yet, as the B-level heroes have helped the rest of us, but at some point, all right, Stardust, where's she again? She said she's flying at full speed now, but it's probably going to take a while because it's a distance from here. I see. The president of the association took a look closer at the monitor. The giant, octopus-like robot moved forward, crushing the outskirts of the city. There seemed to be nothing to stop that. No, there was only one. Is it ready yet? It's still being set up, sir. If you shoot it, all nearby cities and citizens can get caught up. The decision is made by the president, not me, so it's no use telling me. Don't forget that missiles are government authority. I see, but you might have to make some sacrifices to prevent further damage. If Stardust can knock that down, yes. It'd be great, but what do you think the winning rate is? I don't know how long she can endure if she deals with that current thing at full power, but if she fights in the middle of the city like now, she has to limit her strength so that other people don't get involved. I think it's going to be hard. Damn it. As expected, can we reach Icicle? She's currently out of touch. Maybe she can't be reached or she's ignoring it intentionally. Damn it. It's obvious that the chairman went hiding because it was dangerous. He's not helpful at all, the president of the association said with a mixed look. The huge weapon that has now reached the center of the city where almost everyone is gathered. Looking at it on the verge of attacking people, the association's people couldn't do anything. They just sit helplessly, feeling deep despair. So all hope is gone, right before the carnage. Suddenly, it stopped working. With only one scream, the moment all the staff in the association are going out of their minds in a sudden situation. A little later, a sudden voice from the giant weapon. It was unlike before. It sounds too bright and too cheerful. Hello, everyone. Greetings, everyone. It's Egostic. Egostic? The association's employees' heads were buffered. Why the hell is he there? He continued speaking when the situation suddenly became a little fishy. As if it was so natural, from the giant weapon his voice came out. Hanyun Group's members made something really cool. Anyway, so I am taking it. This is mine now. Wow. Without knowing who did it, the silent association was filled with exclamations. The shadow covering the thousands of people on the streets of the city was truly spectacular. The shadow created by the weapon of tremendous size that makes you feel overwhelmed just by looking at it. And it was shattering buildings and shaking them and talking about the end of the world, that symbol of fear. I am stretching, turning my arms and moving my legs on it. This is kind of fun, ha 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 ha. A cheerful Egostic's voice emanated from the cavalry at a tremendous volume. It was a weapon that was freely controlled, as if it was used for manipulation. And people who stare blankly at the giant weapon doing that over their heads. As if he had only just noticed their gaze, Egostic, who slightly bowed the head of the machine below, opened his mouth again and notified people. Well, everyone, what are you doing there? I don't need a spectator, so can you go now? Shoo, shoo. As if he was kicking out a fly, waving his hands and not interested in anything, looking at the citizens and telling them to go. To be exact, he meant to say run away. Only then did the people who began to wake up, one by one, rise up and hurry away from the weapon, and words began to come out again as he watched them. By the way, it's been a while since I got a cool robot, but it's boring to stay still like this. Then, he exaggerates as if it was a slightly mixed joke. I'm so bored, so I want to destroy the city. Impulse to destroy after riding a giant weapon? So, that's what he said, as if this is the point. His voice is mixed with little giggles. He opened his mouth. Miss Stardust, can you come and join me, please? The word came out of his mouth after a while. He was calling Stardust. And at his words, Stardust, who had just arrived at the building and heard her name, was smiling unconsciously. Shin Haru. She never imagined such a sudden situation would happen. Suddenly, a giant weapon suddenly appeared on one side of Seoul. Watching it smash down buildings with one gesture, one step, she flew with her teeth clenched. Why on earth do disasters like this always happen so suddenly? Stardust flew to knock down the weapon that appeared unexpectedly. At full speed, she flew away, squeezing her limits. What if it's too late? That was all she could think about. How long has she been flying? And almost, really almost, when she almost arrived, a voice came out from the earphones in her ear that she had plugged in to hear the news. Breaking news. The giant weapon has arrived right in front of the city center. It's trying to pull out a building and throw it at people. Oh, how can this be? I'll connect you to the site. With the anchor's trembling words, the low mechanical sound can be heard from the earphones. No, the creepy mechanical sounds coming directly from afar into her flying ears. Goodbye. Just blame the incompetent association. Go to hell, humans. Hearing that, she clenched her teeth. Is this how everything is going to end? Is she too late? So when she was heading there feeling devastated, suddenly, an extraordinary thing happened. Arg! Suddenly there was a scream from the robot. Huh. Everyone, all of a sudden, the giant weapon stopped and started screaming. What's going on? The anchor was shocked by the sudden situation and delivered the news. After a while, a much brighter voice than before was suddenly heard. And that is, hello, everyone. Greetings, everyone. It's Egoistic. Her archenemy, it's her archenemy. What's going on? Suddenly, Egoistic appeared. Egoistic? It was Egoistic. She turned off her earphones as she was almost there. As the giant weapon stopped moving for a while due to earlier, she did not miss the opportunity and flew through the limit. Finally, what she can see after settling on the rooftop with a panoramic view of the giant weapon. Egoistic, who is repelling people who were about to die as if they were annoyed, so in a word, he's letting them go. Miss Stardust, will you come and join me, please? A laugh and a voice calling for her from the giant weapon. And she saw it. Haha, unknowingly, the corners of her mouth went up and formed into a smile. On the roof of a building in a windy place, fluttering her blonde hair. Standing on the rooftop, probably riding on Egoistic, looking at the weapon that was trying to slaughter everyone earlier. She remembered, yeah, I've had this situation once somewhere. She remembers someone coming out and taking care of everything in this difficult situation. On the same rooftop as last time, the voice that she heard just now. Hello, everyone. It's Egoistic, all right. When that crocodile assailant popped out of the festival, causing terror. When people were about to die, she was about to step up and expose herself. The one who solved the problem for her instead, giving her a weird reason. And now here, thousands of people. No, in a desperate situation where maybe tens of thousands of people would die. He popped out of nowhere and solved the whole situation. Looking at him, naturally saving people and letting them go as if he were just lazy. Stardust, Shinharu, she realized it before she knew it. Her heart was beating unknowingly from the time she heard that he was Egoistic. Soon, after suppressing all the situations, he saved people as if he didn't mean to, and called her out as if it were a natural thing to do. Without herself knowing, she laughed out loud. Okay, she felt a sense of security all over her body. Soon, she turned to Egoistic, grinning and muttering. First of all, since you called me, I guess I have to come out. So, without any hesitation, she stormed the ground and flew toward where he was. And even when she flies away, the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. Dylan, Stardust are finally coming at us now. Really? Then let's move back a little bit. People are going to die if we fight around here. Hey, are we just going to do some hitting and fighting? That sounds fun. Dylan, be careful with the operation. You'll be in big trouble if you fall down. That's right. Dylan, all right, all right. In the head of the giant weapon, the control room. I'm moving back a little bit after bickering with Stardust, and now the people insisted that they'd follow me together. In front of them, I was controlling this giant weapon. Look at this solid steel skeleton that moves at my fingertips. This is the man's dream. It feels awesome. Literally, I feel like I can do anything. I smiled involuntarily, looking at Stardust, who came closer to me before I knew it. Haru, let's power up properly today. It's a rare opportunity to fight one-on-one without any other hindrance to these huge weapons. Let's strengthen your skills twice as hard today. I smiled and loosened my hands and moved the steering wheel in earnest. My plan is to fight Stardust for a little and then run away quickly when I think she's grown to some extent perfectly. All right, this time, after a really long time, the plan is working out perfectly without a single error. Let's go home safely today, at the same hour, the president's office. In the dark, an agent continued. Mr. President, stealth missiles are now ready to fire. At the end of her speech, another agent next to her added and opened his mouth. I just got a call from the association. There have been reports that the situation has stabilized to some extent and that missiles may not have to be fired. It is said that there is a low possibility of additional casualties. The president, who quietly listened to them, was hiding in the shadows. Without saying anything, he just quietly fiddled with the missile launch button. Chapter 83, Battle of the Strongest Ones in the Outskirts of the Metropolitan Area, where everyone else has been evacuated, full of ruins. A giant weapon with iron armor stood majestically, heads in the shape of an inverted hemisphere and long arms. It's huge, and it has a tall body and legs. The giant weapon looks very dangerous just by looking at it. And in front of it, compared to that, there was a short person standing in the air, which was hard to see. As if she had no fear of a weapon nearly tens or hundreds of times bigger than herself, it was her, Stardust, who was looking right at her with long blonde hair. And it was me, Egoistic, who was facing her in the control room of the giant weapon. Oh my, this place has become a total ruin, right? I grinned at the microphone and spoke up. Then, from the speaker attached somewhere to the giant weapon, my voice went out loud. It's a decibel that goes direct to Stardust's ears, who is standing right in front of me. As I collect this, I want to advance to Soul like this, I grinned at her. Well, it's up to you, Stardust, whether I should do it or not. If you fight me here and win, I'll step down. But if I win, I'll make Soul into the sea of fire. So, I operated the machine and wiggled my finger at her. Come on in first. And as soon as I said that, she was already flying towards me with her fists waving her blonde hair. It seems like she's smiling. It's just me, right? Anyway, it's finally time for me to show off my skills that I've built up in fighting games over the years. I put my hand on the steering wheel in earnest and shouted to the party behind me. Hold on, everyone, we're going to start a real fight. Then I also operated the machine, which made me clench my fist. Now let's start a real fight. Stardust. She felt no fear at all, even in front of a huge robot that overwhelmed her. Well, honestly, she felt a little overwhelmed. The thing is several times bigger than her, so of course, she's a little pressured. But is it because Egoistic called her with a confident smile? If she fights with him and wins, he won't destroy Soul. Isn't it like he's motivating her to win as if he doesn't want to see that happen? Or standing in front of this giant machine and not so afraid? When she's frustrated in situations where she can't seem to get over it like now before. You can do it. Is it because his voice came to her mind? Okay, she smiled unconsciously, muttering, let's see, let's fight. So she clenched her fist and flew toward the giant robot. The robot, too, begins to stretch its fists. The prelude to battle has risen. Yes, as we speak. A giant weapon with Stardust and Egoistic collided. Wow, even though the camera is so far away, the shock wave is transmitted all the way here. Egoistic is blocking Stardust from attacking the flank now. Oh, Egoistic's counterattack. A giant arm flies toward the Stardust. Stardust narrowly avoided. Is the level of Egoistic and Stardust fight for real? It's a battle between the strongest people in the world. Are you sure that's the loser, Stardust? It makes my heart feel grand. Stardust is good at avoiding everything. Ha ha ha, how can Stardust deal with that big one? Isn't it Go Stop? TN, a Korean traditional card game which is usually played during holidays. Stardust can even stop the plane from falling, you know, ha ha ha, don't be mean. This battle will be added in their career. Ha ha ha, battle with a villain on the giant weapon. They're an unpredictable fight. Will Stardust be able to be promoted to S-Class hero after this? Isn't that a robot from Mango Stick? Why is he so good at controlling it? Ha ha ha. Our Mango is so talented. To be honest, let's promote Egoistic to S-Class. Honestly, all of the things that he has shown us are at S level. Those crazy bastards from Han Yoon Group were defeated this time, so I want to promote him to S-Class hero. I'm not even a member of Mango Union, but I agree. Fact, I took a picture of the coordinates of the fan cafe and there's only Mango Union here. No, there's Stardust Union too. If you're upset that Egoistic didn't turn on the broadcast, press like. Really, why do you have to be like this in the news chat room? Why aren't you streaming Ego Stream? But the heat isn't strong today. Is it because it's not an official show of Egoistic? I think we're so busy evacuating because of the disaster warning. No, I'm watching this on the street while running away with my family. Crazy bastard. Ha ha ha, but Stardust are so good at fighting though. Hey ha ha ha. How long has it been since the first battle began? They were still fighting. Hey ha ha ha, Miss Stardust, is that all you can do? Do better. A laughter from a giant robot. Stardust clenched her teeth as she heard him. Stardust was gasping in exhaustion. It was a pretty long-running battle. Her condition right now was sweating and barely avoiding his attack. It did not seem so good, but the robot was not in such good condition either. Unlike her first clean appearance, her continuous attacks now show smoke coming out of nowhere. Of course, it was much better than the Stardust, who was tired and tired from flying around, but she seemed to take a big hit for sure. She kept clenching her teeth. Yeah, honestly, with her skills now, it seemed hard to win. The class gap was too big in the first place. That one only needs to hit himself, but she has to beat it all the way. Moreover, as its fist wielded is made of steel, the shock was quite large every time it hit. It almost feels like her body is moving. It's said that her ability has become much stronger than before, but she is still not good enough. Are you tired already? Is that all you've got? The weapon's fist flew toward along with his voice. She moaned, barely stopping it. She's tired now and she doesn't have any strength anymore. Even continuing to fly is at its limit. The situation is so desperate that if you are an ordinary person, you can just dampen hope. But so far, she hasn't given up. Shinharu, is this the first time she's faced such a desperate situation? No, she's been frustrated before. You can't win, you can't do anything. You can do it. But she didn't get through it. Exhausted and panting, her eyes fire up again. That's right, it doesn't make sense to give up here like this. She breathed in again and ran toward the giant weapon. She'll certainly knock him down, as he expected. And oh, that's it. You need to come out like this to make it fun for me to fight you? Dylan, control it properly. Hey, be careful. Some women's voices came out of the machine behind his words. She clenched her teeth and clenched her fist. There's one more reason to knock down that giant weapon. After I knock it down, I'll figure out who the hell the girls who appear to be next to him are. Just like that, she jumped at the unknown giant weapon again with a force. Yes, this is it, I shouted like that without realizing it. Stardust, who is getting tired and then comes at me with the power she used to wet her again, as if she reflected on her resolution again. My radical manipulation caused complaints from the women behind me, but I didn't shake. Now's the time to make Stardust explode. From today onward, there will be a lot of crazy strong villains, and this time it will be much stronger for her to be comfortable. This is the best opportunity to grow. Just like the dumbbell that you lift when you're too tired to lift a finger is effective. She, too, grows through her limits when she continues to fight in a very difficult state. In other words, it's a good time to count. Ha ha ha, more, try to attack more. While dealing with Stardust in a voice full of madness, I flipped my brain in my head. It's about a few hours later when you get stronger. I pretended to be a mistake and got hit a few times, then I fell and beat me. I can run away after this, right? Good, the plan is perfect. How long has it been since it's been going this smoothly as planned? I'm touched. The Hero Association, Operation Control Office. Good job, yes, an uppercut right there, that's neat. Haru has a good sense, With a large monitor attached to the wall there, the head of the association watched the battle between Stardust and Egostick while chewing popcorn. Then the staff came to him in a hurry. Sir, what's wrong? The president, and the words of the employee that followed, even the president of the association succeeded in solidifying his face. Well, he fired a missile at the scene. The head of the association, who had heard so far, accidentally missed the popcorn barrel in his hand and dropped it. Soon, there was nothing but a low murmur coming from him. We're ducked. Chapter 84. Acknowledge it's been a long time since Stardust faced a giant weapon. Ha! During the ongoing battle, she stopped the attack to catch her breath and was a little away from it. Fortunately, he didn't mean to give her a break, or he chased me and attacked me. Thanks to that, she was able to breathe out for a while like this. Gosh! The sight of her stealing sweat in the air looked very tiring. The suit she was wearing was so tight that she could see the inside. Her signature blonde hair is also fluttering around in the wind. In such a situation, she judged herself objectively. Her condition at the moment was not good even with empty words. With the exception of this little break, I've spent hours constantly flying around and fighting against weapons that are many times my weight difference. In fact, it was great to stand like this now. Her body itself is already overworked, so it's not strange if she falls down any time. In extreme situations like this where it's hard to make a flying fist. Paradoxically, she felt her strength growing stronger. In order to produce output in a state of weakness and in good condition, because she's trying to use all her strength. Unknowingly, the ability is gradually breaking through the limit, just as athletes improve their skills by running with sandbags. The more she grit my teeth and try to exert her power as usual in a situation where she's pushed to the limit, the more she feels like something is wriggling inside her. Her power, which had been stagnant for a while, felt gradually growing again. I have a hunch that I can grow explosively if I have a little more stimulation. With that in mind, she looked once more at the control room of the giant weapon that Egostick would be carrying. Did he do this knowing that his abilities could grow in this way? Maybe, for this, you can do it. She shook her head, thinking of his voice playing back in her ear. No matter how much you do, it won't go that far. Maybe after taking a good rest, she took another breath and prepared to resume fighting. Yeah, it's a great opportunity to grow strength, whether she intended it or not. The stronger you are, the more likely you will be able to protect your citizens from the villains. For now, let's focus on beating him. So determined when she comes out again. From the earphones she had forgotten to stick in her ears, a voice suddenly began to come out. Stardust, Stardust, can you hear me? Sir? As she was heading back to where the weapon was, she involuntarily stopped walking. She's busy fighting right now, why is he contacting her? As if answering her question, the head of the association was heard over the earphones. There's a change of plan. Prepare to withdraw soon. What? She had no choice but to tilt her head at the president's words. She's fighting so well right now, breaking through her limits, withdrawal. It's not a disadvantage, the head of the association continued in a low voice as she tried to ask questions without realizing it. The president shot GOAB to the place. It's about to fall into that giant weapon, so run away at the right time. What did he shoot? GOAB-3. It's a stealth-guided missile. It's the most powerful missile at the moment, almost having the surrounding area. It's already flying there now. The moment she heard it, her mind went blank. He fired a missile? Here? No, but wait. In the first place, can you catch that with a missile? Right, it's a secret developing it. It was so powerful that if it was in the middle of the city would have flown away and not been able to shoot, but thanks to Egostick falling into the outskirts, we were able to shoot it. Are you crazy? How can you shoot something like that here, no matter how hard it is? What could I do? It's the president's decision. He said he would take this opportunity to make sure that the evil villains that mess up the country were eliminated. Also, to grow trust in the government. Stardust, who was excited up to that, tried to calm down and regain her reason. Yeah, a class villain, the justification is certain. Maybe there's no chance like this. Especially since he's stuck in that weapon, he can't afford to understand his surroundings. Stardust stiffened her face at his words. Both the government and the association are sincere. Right now, it's going to fly that giant weapon and Egostick at the same time. Yeah. Actually, it's not uncommon to kill an impossible villain. Many of the A-class villains, including Egostick, are already on the summary execution list. So now, in this place, Egostick will die? No, it's not. He'll notice a missile flying in. He always looked down as if he knew everything from a step above him, so of course he knows. Yeah, so maybe he'll run away right away. There's teleportation too. I guess so. Finally, you're back, Miss Stardust. How long are you going to keep me waiting? As she came back quietly, his loud voice heard from the giant weapon. The villain who waits for the hero to rest enough without fighting. Again, having a complex and subtle appreciation of Egostick, she thought, okay, she's sure he'll run away in the middle, of course. Of course she does. And there's still time for the missiles to fly. He'll be on the run soon. Thinking that, as if nothing had happened, she continued the battle. At the same time, her mind was complicated. He'll notice and run away, right? I'm sure you already know. Why can't you focus on the battle? Pay attention. And is it because she keeps flying with other thoughts? He noticed that he was in a strange condition, so he shouted to concentrate. That's funny. Isn't it better for him if the enemy isn't concentrating? Stardust, the missile is about to drop. Let's get out of there. And how long has it been? The voice of the president of the association in her ear. When she heard him say that, she looked at Egostick again. Ha 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 ha. With his huge arms swinging, he still has no sense of vigilance. It doesn't seem to know that the missile is falling over his head now. Then, if she stays still now, he'll die like this. Looking at him like that, she thought about him again for a moment. Egostick, he's definitely a villain. The terror he's caused so far is many times. So even if the government tries to kill him, there's nothing wrong with it. Of course, kill dangerous villains when they can. But is it true that he ends like this here? She thought. In the face of his death, she doesn't deny him herself for the first time. Honestly, Egostick, she thought about him. Egostick. She had initially concluded that he was, like all the other villains, a bad guy who intimidated people, felt joy, and committed terror for his own entertainment. But since when? When he realized that every time he started a terrorist attack, there were no deaths as a result. When he found out that all the villains he killed were dangerous. At the festival, when he stopped himself from stepping up and stepped up instead. When she doesn't believe in herself when she says she does. At the scene of another villain's terror when he even lied to himself as a hero. When you confess that the reason you collapsed the bridge was to save people. She doesn't know exactly when. However, from some point on, she's just like that. She's dealing with the giant weapon that Egoistic is controlling. With her blonde hair fluttering only with his death on the horizon, did he admit it? Since when did she? She didn't think he was bad. She doesn't know exactly why. When she looked at him, she didn't feel any evil that was common to other villains. Sometimes the reason why he causes terrorism, the reason why he antagonizes himself. See, it often occurred to me that there was another hidden reason she didn't know. Egoistic is definitely a villain. It's definitely a villain. Why? Every time she looks at him, she feels a strange sense of homogeneity inside. From what point on, she doesn't even think he's a villain. Do you think he acts like that on purpose, contrary to what he thinks? She here realized. He wanted to believe in Egoistic. No, actually, I already believed it without realizing it. He actually wants to save others just like himself. Perhaps the reason why he commits terrorism is because there is an inevitable reason why he has to do so. At some point, she was looking for a reason why Egoistic wasn't a villain. So she decided the moment she first acknowledged her feelings for him. Egoistic, you can't die like this. And this time one you owe me. Didn't he save himself once too? She owes him, doesn't she? Yeah, he shouldn't die like this. Shell stopped that missile herself. After a moment of silence, she whispered quietly to the association. I'm sorry. Huh, Stardust, what? Hey, Shinharu. She turned off the earphones that were plugged into her ear and connected to the association again. And the moment her decision was made, the action was quick. She kicked her seat and flew into the sky, towards where the missiles are flying. Stardust, what are you doing? What? Are they running away? He's not running away, he's going up. What is he doing? Our Bile Mungi is crazy. Like a rocket, what is he doing? She shouted in absurdity without realizing it. Why is everyone suddenly jumping into the sky instead of fighting? Is it a fun hidden camera? Isn't it because you gave me so much stress that I'm going to explode and fly? I don't think so. She raised my head from the golden one and looked at Stardust, who kept flying into the sky. No, for real. What the hell is going on? Chapter 85. Incitement and fabrication. Wow, flying across the sky, Shinharu groaned. Will she be able to stop falling missiles or do so in such a lack of strength? She couldn't be sure, to be honest. The missile caught at a glance as soon as she flew up. Now she clenched her teeth as she saw it coming right in front of them. Can we stop that? No, that's not the point. The moment you've already made a decision, you have no choice but to prevent that. For citizens who may be caught up in that, for a city that could be completely destroyed by that, and to protect a man who might die from that. So she headed to the station, not to run for the incoming missile. And in an instant, she flew towards it. Honestly, I don't even know how. The pain of twisting the internal organs, the sense of fattening, and the shock of wringing the head when it collided with it. A shock similar to, or worse than, when she lifted the plane before hit her. Even more so because he was already out of energy due to a long and rough battle. A situation that won't be strange if you lose your mind. However, she endured with her superhuman mind. The missile has slowed down since it hit her, but it still continues to move on. To stop it. She showed her strength to the limit, even in a situation where she was about to lose her mind. In general, a situation that would never have been possible. However, she was such a person who became stronger as she went through adversity. If there's someone I need to protect, I'm a person who becomes stronger. She is. With a force you don't know where you came from, finish it. Missiles stopped. Then, almost now beyond your limits, the missile flew back into the sky. How far her powers have been amplified in this short moment. Her missile flew high into the sky and became a star in the sky. Then, she collapsed. Ah! She uttered a short groan as she fell. As soon as she threw the missile again, her body, which showed its ability beyond its limits, was drained as if it had done its job. Obviously, she would fall down as she passed out in the sky. So she closed her eyes tightly as she was falling down. If she falls like this, will she be okay? No matter how strong she is compared to the average person, it's impossible to guarantee that she will be safe from this height. She's not gonna die, but she'll have to be prepared to stay in the hospital for a few days, as she was prepared for the upcoming shock. Fluffy. Instead of shock, she felt someone gently embracing her. She opened her eyes slightly when she felt an unexpected touch, wondering what was going on. She saw him. It was Egoistic floating, hugging her in the air. No, duck! As I saw a missile flying in, I widened my eyes. When the hell did they shoot that? They didn't shoot that on the damn day in the original comic. Well, actually, missiles aren't a big deal. I can just throw away the weapon and run away. But Stardust, we're almost done with the power-up. It'd be a shame if she couldn't wake her power and things just end like this. But that's not the problem. Why did Stardust suddenly fly up? Is she going to block that? I muttered in absurdity without realizing it. Why is she blocking that? Did she get the message that there's a nuclear bomb coming in? If it's a regular missile, there's no reason to stop it though. But before that, is she in a state where she can stop that? Dylan, what should we do? First of all, hijack the news that's being filmed by helicopters. Quick. Yes, wait, I don't have enough equipment here. Seoyun started to do something with the laptop she had brought with Subin even though she was grumpy. Hayul and Choi Sehi, the two of you are here for now. I'll be back. I teleported after talking to the other two, to the top of the head of a giant weapon. Gosh, it's cold. The cold wind suddenly blows when I come out to the top of my head outside. The temperature seems to have fallen since the night is coming down soon. This is not the point. Standing at the top of the weapon, waving my cape, I looked at Stardust. Well, I don't know why she came forward. Can she really stop that thing? She just fought with me from morning until afternoon without eating anything. I was at the point of biting my hand out of concern. I mean, it's a little different from before. Even though there was a scene in the original where she blocked a train or plane, I never saw her blocking a missile in such a tired state. I'm so worried that I am about to do the tap dance. I watched Stardust do it with a worried heart and was already ready to go save her. There's no need to worry about anything since it's going to be hijacked. The Stardust and the missile collided. My hands got sweaty while looking at it. What are you going to do if that explodes? Fortunately, the missile didn't pop in the middle and burn Stardust. I brought Hayul here so she could heal me if I happened to be in that situation. That's a relief. Wait, catching a missile is quite a way, but what should we do after that? I mean, if we throw it nearby, it'll explode there, but as if my concern were hanging over her, she blasted the missile into the sky. A high-flying missile flew over the sky and went into space. That's how strong she is? No, she's growing up endlessly. Stardust seemed to have awakened her power. Well, I was going to improve her skill with the robot battle, but I think she's grown it up in a different way. Well, the end justifies the means. As soon as she evaluated it, Stardust lost her balance and passed out. She began to fall from the sky. Oh, she's worn out. That's obvious. But it would be a big problem if she hit the ground like that. As I thought so, my body already moved first. Let's save Stardust first. And I'll ask her why she blocked that. Was it really a nuclear bomb? Back to the present. I was holding Stardust naturally like a princess. It's the second time after coming to this world I've held someone like a princess like this. It's kind of amazing that Stardust is in my arms. Even though I grabbed her out of the suit, I can feel how soft she is. How can she turn out like this when she does so much work as a hero? Wait, what's this weird feeling? I didn't think of anything when I held Choi Sehi last time, but this gives me a weird feeling. Anyway, I made eye contact with Stardust, who was in my arms. And we didn't say anything for a second. As soon as she saw me, I thought she was going to curse out, "You scum, let me off right now," or something like that, but unexpectedly she only stared at me quietly without saying anything. She's breathing like she's about to faint. Wait, but why isn't she saying anything to me? You, the hero, is being hugged by a villain. Thanks to that, my original plan was ruined. If she scolded me, I was going to take it by making fun of it, but what the hell? I floated in the air and slowly came down to the ground, hurriedly looking around to find something to say, and soon spoke up with a smile. "Miss Stardust, you did something amazing again. We were fighting, then suddenly you flew up. I even thought you were going up to heaven. I just ran out randomly. Show me some reactions." But she was staying quietly in my arms with her eyes down without saying a word. "What's wrong with you? Are you mute? All right, let's ask you something. Of course, Miss Stardust, I have a question. Why did you block that missile? Why did she stop that thing? If she left it alone, it'd break down the giant weapon, and if she's lucky, she could have also sent me away and it'd be killing two birds with one stone." This time she opened her mouth to my question. Gosh, I thought I'd be ignored again. She spoke to me in a slightly trembling voice. Just, I can use this to pay off my debt, right?" She smiled a little faintly, then passed out. Looking at her passing out with her mouth still slightly raised, I couldn't laugh. "You paid off your debt? What is she talking about? Does that mean she blocked it to save me? Isn't there another reason? But why? I'm a villain. What kind of hero flies to protect the villain? I felt a little dizzy with all these thoughts stuck in my head. Did she notice? The reason I'm doing a villain, my true feelings? No, it can't be. How honest she is. I have a criminal record. Why would she do that? But then, what was the reaction just now? Now that I'm on the ground, I laid Stardust nearby. She's still lying quietly. I pressed my hand against my throbbing head. Yeah, first of all, it doesn't matter how she looks at me. The important thing now is what's happening. Maybe everyone saw Stardust flying to stop the missile. But the question is why she stopped this. If she says she blocked me to protect me, she'll be burnt. I'm not saying that she'll be burnt in a dating scandal. Of course, that topic will also be heated up, but the haters can attack, taking issue with her quality of a hero. What should I do then? I need to justify her actions. I tried to think fast. The people of this world distrust their government, the president's low approval rating, the friendly public opinion of me and Stardust, the easily flaming people. The missile is nowhere to be seen since it's gone into space. All right, this is the answer. After coming up with a complete plan, I contacted Seoyoon. Seoyoon, did you hijack the radio wave? Yes, and those news cameras. I made them turn it off too. I'm going to start the broadcast now, so throw me the camera. No, I'll go get it. I teleported myself back to the weapons control room. Everyone looked at me wondering what was going on as I suddenly appeared. Choi Sehi. Camera next to you, please. Huh, here. Seoyoon, you're getting ready to broadcast. All right. After receiving the camera from Sehi, I carried it back to the top of the weapon's head. It's already dark now. I need to hurry up and leave. I took a deep breath and then turned on the camera. I'm going to show myself on all terrestrial television since we already hijacked the radio waves after a long time. On top of that, I will go all over the internet with the ego stream this time. And as expected, as soon as I turn it on, the comments are coming up. Broadcasting is on, ha 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 ha. Why are you turning it on now? Damn it. Ha 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 ha, where's the giant robot battle that makes my heart grow grand? Where is it? The news broadcast got cut off after showing Stardust flying up the sky. What's going on? Why are you outside? Where is Stardust? What's the reason to Stardust's sudden acceleration? I am so curious. I was looking forward to it. Where's that giant weapon? It was the only fun part on the evacuation path. I looked at the camera, smiled, and greeted everyone. Hello, everyone, I am Egoistic, and I went on right away. And you might wonder why the battle was suddenly cut off, but unfortunately that's it. Miss Stardust has collapsed. What does this mean? Why did Stardust pass out? Did she lose? No, she suddenly went up and it got cut off. I think something happened. Where's my giant weapon? Miss Stardust collapsed after stopping something that suddenly flew over here during our fight. Everyone, don't be shocked and listen. I took a short breath. Yeah, it's going to be serious starting from this moment. From now on, I will deceive myself. Incitement and fabrication that have reached the limit are even incitement and fabrication. All this for Stardust. Now I am the truth soon, I shouted with confidence in a voice more sincere than anyone else and full of trust. The president sent a nuclear bomb to Seoul to catch me. Stardust flew away to stop it. Everyone, this is the truth. What? Shoot. Why is it so plausible when he said that the president did it? So that's how it was. Duck, really? It's a lie, it can't be, you think I'm going to say that? Duck, is that why Stardust flew up? It gives me goosebumps, those government rats, I knew they'd do it someday. The president, I knew it. Arrest him now, you mother ducker. Now, let's start agitation and fabrication. Did you think I'd stay still? Let's all go to hell together, you mother ducker. Oh my God, what a load of crap. Prime Minister, turn that thing off right now, stop the broadcast. I'm sorry, Mr. President, but we can't help it because they have hijacked the radio. Mr. President, we're in trouble. What else? The head of the association issued a statement. He stated the president did fire a nuclear bomb maybe to protect their heroes. What on earth is happening? The president was knocked down. Chapter 86. Aftermath and Reaction. How can a president of his own country, to where the citizens of his country are, how could he do this? Even a villain like me doesn't do that. Ever since the tens of millions of views of Egoistic's revelations hit the country, the news has continued with the story. The president's approval rating has been falling ever since the revelation of villain Egoistic. From double-digit approval ratings, it is now hitting a constitutional low of 9. The head of the Hero Association held an emergency press conference in public. The main point is that the president flew a missile or a nuclear bomb. Thousands of citizens would have been killed without Hero Stardust performance. The Secretary's Office of the President has started to evolve. They explained that it was a simple missile, not a nuclear weapon, but the citizens' response is still cold. Netizens question, is it a hydrogen bomb, not a nuclear bomb? Isn't that what it is? With an enthusiastic response. Since the government was inaugurated, it has faced the greatest crisis ever. Amid calls to impeach the president, separately, the Hero Association's approval rating continues to rise. Voices praising the head of the association's remarks and Stardust's appropriate response are increasing day after day after day. This is breaking news. Foreign media reports say the International Hero Associations is discussing the promotion of Korea's hero Stardust to the S-class. Experts believe that the performance shown in this battle seems to have affected it. Unlike Class A, which can be designated by domestic associations, Class S requires the approval of the International Association. In addition, villain Egoistic is also considered to be promoted to S-class. Unlike Stardust, which has now begun discussions, Egoistic has been under discussion for months and will probably have an official announcement later this month. An association official said, "Breaking news, Egoistic will be promoted to S-level soon." Link to article comments. Finally, why does it take so long? Isn't it because you need to be considered by International Association to become level S? S-class hero. King Mango is coming. He's an S-class hero, right? Is that so? Mango Stick is a hero, and this is a fact written on Goguryeo watermelon map. TN, this is a joke that came from an old Korean manhwa. No one was killed, but he already did 1,000 terrorism. I don't know how many people were saved from the last time he broke down the bridge and this time he kidnapped the robot. Hey, don't you think this is crazy? So amazing. Ha 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 ha. Comments, honestly, if you're Korean, shouldn't you support the mango? So many likes. Ha 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 ha. Fact, I'm already 45 now, but I've never seen such a villain. How to understand Egoistic. Honey tip, why is a villain saving people? Oh, Egoistic is a hero. Oh, comments, this is it. Ha 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 ha. You really have to change your mindset. What's wrong with a villain? Oh, he's not a villain. Oh, just villain assistant. Is this a compliment or a curse? Really, the president is so disgusting. She saved Seoul, something the government cannot even do. But they shoot out a missile at her. Are they really humans? Comments, we can't even teleport and kill them anyway. Those mother duckers, ha 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 ha. The association needs to deal with the hero stuff. Why is the government coming forward? But they became ducked after stepping out, see? Ha ha ha. It's not going to be long until his term ends. Why must he be a lame duck? Honestly, he should be impeached. Ha ha ha, but why did the head of the association turn down the president so fast? He just announced that it was a nuclear weapon. Isn't the association supposed to cover the government? Aren't they two working together? Comments, no, the association and the government aren't that close. This government thinks the association threatens the government, so they're very aware of their power. The same goes for the association. 1. Throwing away Rotten the president or blowing him up with the last strike. 2. Take side with Stardust. Personally, it's hard for the association if the president asks why Stardust stopped it. In theory, they shot to get rid of the villain. That's why he should be sent away before he does anything stupid, right? I found out the truth about Mangbunji that gave me goosebumps. Until now, the person who is unfamiliar with Egoistic there all desperately falling apart Yakistic, how far is his potential comment Stardust? Oh ha 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 ha, the girlfriend is an exception ha 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 ha. Breaking news, the end of Electra Union revealing the picture from the previous episode. A photo of Egoistic holding Stardust like a princess in his arms has been released ha 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 ha. Someone nearby took it with a telescope ha 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 ha. That's right ha 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 ha. It's Ego X Star ha 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 ha. Ego set his heart for Stardust. At this point, this is a foregone conclusion, right? Comments, that's a fabrication my ass ha 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 ha. Anyway, it's fabricated, pull yourself together, please. Can't accept reality www. Oh my god ha 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 ha. It's true that there's something between Egoistic and Stardust ha 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 ha. Fact, Egoistic liked Stardust from the start. He killed the villain and left a letter for Stardust. Stardust was called during his first terrorist attack. Anyways, Stardust involved in everything. And he saved Stardust this time, true love, okay. Comments, this is not a rumor now, but reasonable suspicion ha ha ha. It's hard to decide whether the photo is true or not. As a fan of Egostar, when Egostar called out Stardust, it was filled with loved ha 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 ha. Stardust popularity is shooting up these days. The number of subscribers to the Stardust fan cafe has increased by 2,000 compared to usual. I think she's the best beneficiary of this situation. Comments the duck ha 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 what's this? Korea's first S level, she saved all the people in Seoul, so her popularity is skyrocketing. If Ego Star get married, they'll be an S-class couple. Ha 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 ha, the cafe manager of Stardust is so excited ha 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 ha. He's throwing chicken at the members, he really loves her ha 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 ha. It's like he's living for Stardust. Honestly, it was kind of weird to see a giant weapon on the screen giving relief supplies to Seoul evacuees. Apart from that, they even donated billions. Comments, is that Yuseong Enterprise? The president's granddaughter is Icicle though. Yeah, Seola is there. Yuseong Enterprise, I like them ha 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 ha. Yuseong Enterprise is going to be no. One after the collapse of Han Yoon Group. Seems like they work hard to maintain their image too. They are also merging other companies and doing acquisition with them. Buy stocks there. It's going up endlessly. Yuseong Enterprise controls Korea from behind, and A-list hero Icicle is the dark secret. Hello, user. This is the legal team of Yuseong Enterprise legal team. If you don't delete this comment by 10 p.m. tonight, we will file a complaint at the company level for spreading false information and defamation. This person is doomed. Busan. The headquarters of Yuseong Group on the top floor, an employee dressed in a suit approached. While she was sitting with her back leaning on a chair while looking at the night view, stroking the cat. Seola, the manipulation of public opinion has been completed to some extent. This government is no longer viable. I also compromised well with the head of the association. And how did it go? Yes. We succeeded in contacting and recruiting the next candidate for the president. He'll follow us from now on. Okay, it's going as planned. Is there anything unusual? The chairman said that he would delegate all of his power to Seola director. Finally. That's great. She smiled for the first time at the news and turned the chair forward again, looking at the window. With long sky blue hair hugging and stroking the white cat, the woman who is smiling. It was Lee Seola, the heir of Yuseong Enterprise, commonly known as the class hero Icicle. I think it's been solved to a certain extent now. Shall we go see Haruna? A hidden mansion deep in the mountains, also known as the Ego Stream's headquarters. A man who was having serious worries with his hands folded and his hands on the desk. It was me. What's on my mind? The president? That is not my business. In any case, he goes down in the original, S-class promotion. I expected it to some extent, and the original was the same, so there's no problem. Well, there is, but maybe we can work it out. The Conquest of Korea by Yuseong Enterprise led by Lee Seola. It's okay because I'm going to do something about it anyway. The real problem I'm worried about, I can pay off my debt with this, right? I keep thinking about it from that day. Stardust Face, who smiled slightly at me and said so. That look, this, no matter how hard I think about it. Did she figure it out? I'm scared. Chapter 87, Discussion on Countermeasures. It's been a while since I've been a villain in this world. Now the story is in full swing based on the original. The emergence of those with stronger capabilities, the increasingly powerful villain organizations, and the swallowing of Yuseong Enterprise in Korea are in the second phase that will be filled with increasing confusion. And I was worried about something else, overcoming all that. I think Stardust is suspicious of me. In Ego Stream's meeting room, everyone's eyes were on me. I spoke in a serious voice. It's a serious matter. What if she doesn't see me as a villain in the first place? No, I don't understand why she smiled so unguardedly at me, who only terrorized and killed other villains over and over again. What the hell was going on here? When I complained that it was unfair, Seo-yoon, who was listening from the front, said as if she was embarrassed. No, Do-in, did you think you'd look like a villain even after acting like that? What did I do? Choi Se-hee, who was opposite Seo-yoon, spoke up. First of all, there's no casualties in the terror attacks, right? Don't come out in those situations where there's no casualties. You think people won't feel anything fishy. Actually, that's why I accepted your offer. That's not all. Subin, who was next to me, also started to help. At that time, you contacted Stardust directly on the plane. What kind of villain says he believes in the hero in that situation and asks him to save the people? Even Hayul, who was quiet, opened her mouth. There, the one you robbed in the middle of the giant robot this time. In fact, we saved people who were supposed to die. It didn't hurt anyone. It's not even once or twice that you interfered with other villains' terror. Lastly, Seo-yoon organized it and said something. Honestly, at this rate, it's strange that you don't notice. Even if you were in Stardust shoes, don't you feel something strange? Huh. It does sound suspicious when they put it together like that. But Stardust doubted me for this. No way, she is the embodiment of living justice. It's ridiculous to doubt me as a petty terrorist by that alone. I can pay off my debt with this, right? Oh, right, there was that incident. The case where I took the stab for her. Shin Haru even remembered when I said it was a debt. Maybe that's why she was less hostile to me. I mean, it was nothing. Sometimes villains could risk their life and save some heroes. This is also a famous clique in hero movies. Of course, I've never seen such a scene in my life. I quietly tapped the abacus in my head. What if Stardust finds out that it's not because I'm a lunatic doing the villain, but it's actually all for her and the world? It's obvious. Can she fight with all your heart when she fights with me? The awakening of the original ability occurs when you grow up in a real crisis. If she knows it's not a crisis in the first place, how sincerely would she fight? She'll end up being lazy. Suddenly I could see a bad future in my head. A terrible future where I kill villains for her, and Stardust just plays around without doing anything and gets lazy and starts knocking out other heroes. No, the future is in the hands of Stardust. If she doesn't power up, the world will perish and come to an end. And I don't think she would have guessed that my reason for terrorism was for her and the world. If she knew that, would she have had the foresight? Of course, Haru had a similar initial sense. Anyway, maybe a little suspicious, but it's not that serious. Doin, but isn't that something to worry about? That's right. Isn't it okay because it seems like the association will chase after Doin? I shook my head at the carefree girls. It may not be to the point of extreme concern, but it is not to the point of not taking any measures. Insurance needs to be prepared to some extent. For example, okay, whatever I do, shouldn't I have someone next to Shin Haru who keeps reminding me that Egoistic is a mean villain? As expected, the answer is that. Soon, she will be Korea's de facto dark secret working under the nickname A Class Hero Icicle and is also the best friend of Stardust. I should meet Lee Seola as soon as possible. I think she's the answer. Ha, Stardust. Are you sure that's why? Yes. The head of the association sighed as he looked at Stardust in front of him. No, how could the president have shot a nuclear missile that kills all people? Of course I would have just shot the robot flying, but why did you stop it? No, didn't I tell you? That GOAB isn't a strong missile. The head of the association began to press down on his empty head. He soon began to lament in front of her. Stardust, no, Shinharu, I almost lost my hair because of you. Do you know how much I've gone too far to defend you? I almost got fired if I did something wrong. Fortunately, public opinion turned around the president and it's a mess. I didn't expect there would be a day that I had to frame the president. I'm sorry. No, it's fine. Well, I didn't want to see him because he stepped on my association. And why did he shoot the missile alone without consulting us? I guess he wanted to show us something this time, but he ended up looking like a mother ducker. Anyway, the robot exploded eventually. And Yurei expected to be promoted to the S level soon, so congratulations in advance. Yurei really popular these days thanks to my comment, so let's stay quiet for now. A lot of public interest isn't necessarily a good thing. Go somewhere quiet and rest. Yes, sir. Yeah, phew, I got a call. What is it, shoot? Manager Kim, didn't I tell you to block the blue house? Sir, they keep changing their numbers, so there's no answer. I think you should just turn it off. Ha, Shin Haru, did you see that? I'm living this hard. Yes, sir, can I leave now? Yes. Leaving behind the quiet words from the head of association, she left the office. As she walked in the hallway like that, she unwittingly clenched her fist with her own hand. ZZZZZ. And she felt it when the association gave it a check. Her strength grew to a point. Now even S-level promotion is being discussed. There she has also become popular unintentionally. This is all thanks to Egoistic. She saved him this time. As she thought that he might die, she moved her body without realizing it. A reckless act without thinking about the consequences. If the truth were to be known, she would be buried. What do you mean, a hero who forced a villain to live? It's not unreasonable to be taken to the camp immediately. That's how ridiculous it is as a hero, but if anyone asks her she regrets doing so, she may not be able to answer that. As soon as she thought about Egoistic, her work of the day overlapped. After stopping the missile, she lost her strength in the sky and fell. And some arm that wrapped her up in the middle. He smiled slyly at her, saving her from falling. And why did she block the missile? He asked her with pure curiosity without knowing anything. When she answered, he looked shocked as if he had never expected it. Haru, what? While she was walking with thoughts in her head, Seola, who suddenly appeared on one side, made a silly sound without realizing it. Did you finish talking to the head of the association? I've been waiting for you. Oh, really? Sorry, let's go. Yeah, by the way, did you receive compliments or something? Huh. Why, I saw you smiling a little on your way here. I am. She paused a little at the word. Was she smiling? Why did she smile without realizing it? Behind Shin Haru, who started to think about it, Lee Seola was smiling quietly and coldly as she watched Haru. Of course, she quickly took off her expression and talked to Haru in a bright voice. Yeah, Haru, looking at the atmosphere going around these days, I think we can take a break. Do you want to come over to my house? What? Come to Busan and enjoy your vacation. Didn't the head of the association tell you to take a break anyway? Oh, he did, but no problem then, right? Oh. Yeah, as such, it was decided that Shin Haru would go to Busan, where Lee Seola's house is located, while she was stuttering. Guys, I'm going to Busan for a while. What? I was caught by the suspicious eyes of Seo Yoon and Sehi. Sorry guys, I'll be right back soon. There's someone I need to seduce. Chapter 88, Bus a Penthouse in Busan. Two women were sitting there with a panoramic view of the Busan Sea from the window. Oh, Haru. Haru? Why? I'm jealous. What? The blonde woman sitting at a table on the veranda, drinking cool mango juice with ice, is Shin Haru, an ordinary college student who hides her life as an A-class hero who came to play with her friend. And the woman with the sky-blue ponytail lying on the sofa, whining to her, was also a class hero icicle, Lei Seola. Instead, unlike Stardust, she didn't hide that she was a hero. Why? You're going to be S-class soon. You're also the first one in Korea? Haha, is it because of that? Finally, Shin Haru, who figured out what Lee Seola was saying, smiled awkwardly. I'm jealous of you, S-class. I also wanted to be graded as an S-class. Well, I don't know because I don't realize it. And I wonder how great it is to have the alphabet changed one by one. Shin Haru talks so casually while stirring ice in juice with a straw. And toward her, Lee Seola shook her head as if she shouldn't talk nonsense. What are you talking about? How much will it change if you become an S-class? It's gonna change your status right now. The difference between S-class and A-class among people is the difference between heaven and earth. Really? I don't know well, it's possible because the bigger you are, the better it is for the company. Shin Haru nodded and said so. She also knows that Lee Seola runs a company at the same time while being a hero. Therefore, hero activities are also done for the image making of the company rather than for the sense of justice. Yeah, I want to get a higher grade too. But in order to do that, I need to have a strong villain to get good results, but everything here is weak. There aren't any special kids. I wish I had a kid like yours, Egoistic. When Egoistic suddenly came out of Lee Seola's mouth, Shin Haru flinched for a moment, and Seola continues to talk whether she knows it or not. Oh, should I take this opportunity to go to Seoul? There aren't that many villains here these days anyway. Haru, can I deal with him if he does something this time? No. What? Haru said it reflexively without realizing it. And she realized what she had said only after seeing Lee Seola tilting her head, and hurriedly added the reason. No, because he kept threatening me to come when he caused terrorism, and if someone else deals with him, he might do something unexpected, right? And all right, why are you so nervous? Looking at Seola smiling and telling her to calm down, Shin Haru exhaled. Why did I answer like that? She herself was embarrassed by the words that popped out without going through her brain. What is it? It's like she felt repulsed when Egoistic said he was fighting with a hero other than her. Yeah, it's because she knows Egoistic the best and she's been fighting for the longest time. Seola might get hurt while dealing with him. He's an irregular and hard-to-stop terrorist, so she's worried that Seola is a little too much to deal with, so she's fighting him instead. Yes. While thinking to herself about the excuse she didn't know who she was making, Lee Seola, who was smiling with her arms on her side, soon stood up. Stretch out your arms. Stretching for a while with the same sound, she spoke to Shin Haru again. Haru, I'm going to go to work for a while today. I'll be right back. Give me a few minutes, got it? Yeah. Go ahead. Okay, bye. With such a big smile, she left the living room, waving her tied sky-blue hair. Leaving Haru alone in thought still smoothed her lips behind. And soon after, she arrived at the headquarters building. And as soon as she entered the company, her face came back blank in an instant. As she entered the hallway with a completely different cold expression, all the nearby staff greeted her. Good morning, boss. Good morning. She looks back at the people who bow their heads here and there and finally receives a greeting with a slight smile. Yes, hello. Of course, after greeting her, her expression returned to a blank face. And when she got to the top floor where her office was, the atmosphere of the building changed dramatically. Rather than bright and lively as downstairs, such a calm and slightly heavy air enveloped her. After getting off the elevator, she untied her hair. Click, clack, the sound of her footsteps echoing around. Soon after arriving at the office, she spoke to the bodyguard standing in front of her. "When I'm at work, don't let anyone in here." "Understood." "Yes, my lady." After nodding to his robotic reply in sunglasses, she entered her office. Her spacious office, larger than the living room of most houses except for her, she walked away and sat down with her back to the window. Phew, she took out one of the stacked payment documents. Then she took out a ballpoint pen nearby and started signing the documents. Like that, she was doing paperwork with her head down for a while. How long has it been? She put down her pen, held a cup of coffee, and opened her mouth before touching it. "Why don't you just sit there quietly and say something?" Her voice reverberated in the empty office. Then, soon there was a man's voice in front of her. "Shall we?" Let's raise her head and look forward. There was someone sitting in front of an empty office chair until she came in. A man wearing a black hat, a black cape, and a gray mask covering half his face, sitting cross-legged. Soon he smiled slightly at her and spoke up. "Hello, Liciola, my name is Egostic. Nice to meet you." Very manly. First of all, advance with the stage gun. Having recklessly headed to Busan, I was currently facing Liciola and her long sky-blue hair. She sipped coffee with an indifferent face, as if she was expecting me to come. I decided to pretend I didn't see her fingers shaking a little. In fact, she was working while yawning. I belatedly confirmed that I was sitting in front of her and decided to erase the fact that she flinched from my memory. It was kind of funny to see her flinch and pretend like she didn't see anything and get back into the paperwork, but anyway. So while I secretly teleported in front of her and sat for a while, she kept working on the documents pretending to know nothing. But after a while, she put down her pen and finally spoke to me. She spoke so calmly and quietly that she couldn't believe it was a word to a villain who broke into her personal space. "Why aren't you saying anything? Don't just sit there quietly." So I answered her personally. "Shall we?" "Hello, Liciola, my name is Egostic. Nice to meet you." A quiet nod to the greeting I gave with a smile. Then after a sip of coffee, she soon opened her mouth again. "So, why are you here? Are you finally ready to turn yourself in?" She smiled and said that to me, and I was greeted with the same smile. "Haha, how can that be? However, I came because I was interested in Liciola, the actual ruler of Yuseong Enterprise who pretended to be a hero and tried to devour the Republic of Korea." "Oh, really?" "I also thought that Egostic, who pretends to be a villain and takes care of Stardust and protects Korea, came to the camp himself." Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. So for a moment in her office, my laughter and her dry laughter rang out. So after a long laugh, we stopped laughing at the same time as if we had promised each other. That's great, Liciola. I thought you would expect that much." "Me too, Mr. Egostic. I didn't know you thought of me like that." "Where the hell did you get that information? There's no way it's ever leaked." "Ha ha, there is no secret in the world, isn't there?" I crossed my arms saying that. It's important to look relaxed and smile here. In front of Liciola, if I let my guard down, I can be robbed. She's such a scary woman. Seeing myself smiling leisurely with her legs crossed in the main room of someone else's house, she sighed as if she was giving up and opened her mouth. "All right, so why did you come to me?" Only then did I grin and reply, seeing her asking me. "Liciola, do you have any thoughts of forming a cooperative relationship with me? How to survive in this crazy hero comic world. Let's hold hands with the dark secret. The dark secret is not something to beat, but something to take a bus with." Shinharu, who came to visit her friend Liciola's house and was resting for a while, suddenly felt a slight sensation in her spine. What the? She just had a hunch that something very, very bad was going on. Chapter 89. Hold hands, a woman with long sky blue hair hanging down in front of me, like a cold cat. Liciol. There are many different words for her. First of all, she is one of the only 3 A-class heroes in Korea, along with Stardust. She works under the nickname Icicle and is based in Busan to suppress villains. And she has another status as famous as a hero. It's the name Liciola. She is the 3rd-generation conglomerate heir to Korea's 2nd-largest conglomerate, Yuseong Enterprise. Having been somewhat recognized for her superior beauty and the title of the 3rd generation of Chaebol, she drew much attention by saying that she would live as a hero after awakening her abilities. Despite being the 3rd generation of a conglomerate, it seemed good to do hero activities for citizens. Her image was quite good in Busan, where Yuseong Enterprise's headquarters are located. In particular, due to her unique beauty and smiley impression, she's gaining the image of a good third-generation chaebol from the public. She plays a hero that she doesn't even need to play, so it's natural in the first place. And this is just her mask. Pretending to be an innocent woman who doesn't know much about the world, she was actually a dark secret with ambition to devour South Korea from behind. Hero activities are also intended to hide such intentions, manage images, and create connections with associations. She, who was practically in charge of the Yuseong enterprise from behind, will actually become the head of the nation's leading company after the self-destruction of her rival, Han Yoon Group. Since then, in the original work, she has stepped down due to the collapse of Seoul and expanded her power by eating up the political world one by one. And in the end, she becomes the de facto ruler of the Republic of Korea, who can go as she pleases and change the law as she pleases in the second half of the original, grabbing all the business, politics, and public sentiment. And she, like that, is now in front of me. Partnership. After muttering so quietly, Lee Seol quietly puts down her teacup. In the background, the sunlight was shining, reflecting on her sky blue hair. Interesting, then she smirked and continued, looking at me coldly. Do you think I'm going to accept this as a hero, a partnership with a villain? The woman spoke coldly. At the same time, I feel that the temperature of the room has dropped slightly. No, it might have actually gone down considering her ability. And in response, I grinned. What are you talking about? We know each other. This is where it's important. Lee Seola, who was seen in the original comic, is a very scary person. A woman of almost natural ability and situational judgment to penetrate the psychology of an opponent, but that's when she has more experience and more experience. She is still ambitious, and she is clumsy compared to the latter half of the original. Her judgment will be a bit blurry at this time. In a word, still a child. I mean, this is the only time I can persuade her, before she ripened. So I continued, with a relaxed smile. I clearly know who is behind the expansionist movement of Yuseong Enterprise. You don't have to be like that. I'm not trying to distract you. I just want to be in a smooth relationship where we walk the same path. I mean, like a comrade. After saying that, I raised my hand and lifted the empty teacup and kettle next to me with salt power and poured a cup of coffee in front of me. And I took it and drank it. It's good. Lee Seola, who slightly wiggled her eyebrows at my appearance showing the comfort of her home, quickly regained her composure and told me coldly, I don't know what the hell you know about me. In the first place, what can you do for me? Nonsense. Summary, explain what you can do to help me. I smirked at her once again. There's a lot I can do for you. Well, there's no end to the list. If I brag about it in front of her, I won't look cool. I quietly took a USB out of my pocket and threw it at Lee Seola. She flinched slightly but snatched from the air when a black object suddenly flew toward her. When she held the USB in her hand and looked at me as if it was something, I shrugged and opened my mouth. These days, you seem to be busy merging each of the other companies and helping politicians. Well, I gave you something that could help. I hope you think of it as my small gift. I just stood up after saying that. She looks at me asking what I'm doing when I suddenly get up. I'll be back in a week. I hope you'll accept my offer by then. Excuse me, what is this? I'll see you later then. I said what I had to say and wrapped myself in a cloak. Special thing about villains? He disappears after saying what he wants to say. Before teleporting like that and disappearing, I looked at her for the last time. She's looking at me with sky blue hair, slightly sharp cat eyes. Looking at her looking much younger than the latter half of the original, I thought to myself, yeah, really, I'd like you to accept it. Cooperation. I chose it after thinking about whether to deal with you or not, but at least this is how much help I have. So with her green eyes in my eyes for the last time, I teleported and disappeared there. Hey, I have to go up to Seoul again. It's so annoying. The place where Egoistic left. In front of him, Lee Seola exhaled. No, really, what was that? She breathed her last breath until he left. Actually, she didn't show it, but she really thought her heart was dropping. To the point where one's back is wet with cold sweat suddenly, she never imagined that Egoistic, the villain, would appear in front of her. Even more because he was always looking for Stardust in the first place. And she thought she was really getting goosebumps when he showed her that he knew her plans. How? She's sure the information was really thoroughly concealed when she saw his eyes that seemed to pierce everything. She was nervous without realizing it, but she managed to pretend to be relaxed. Egoistic? She had some speculation about him. Since she was born, Lee Seola had a talent for almost hitting out what others were thinking. She can almost match other people's minds with their natural hair and wit. And so she guesses, Egoistic was a villain in the first place, but she had no animosity towards the world. This is the same for hero Stardust. Rather, he pretends to be a villain and acts like a hero. And through the lines of events that happened and his steps, she was half certain. Egoistic, he's kind of an anti-hero of great ability and the possibility of him appearing in front of her. It didn't hit that high. Yeah, no matter how good he is, how could she know? And today, Lee Seola had no choice but to admit that she underestimated him. He knew everything about her, even knew she knew through him, and even offered cooperation. And when she asked him what he could do for her, he threw a USB and disappeared. He just said what he wanted to say and left. Sai, what is this? What the hell does he want from her? Why did he approach her? Egoistic from the first time. He was a very bad opponent when he became an enemy. Egoistic, she had seen through him with insight from the beginning. He pretends to be a villain, but in reality, he looks paradoxically like a hero. On top of that, his behavior seemed to have something to do with Stardust, given her natural wit. She doesn't know why, but there were several reasons to be wary of him. The overwhelming information power that no one knows where he got it from, the overwhelming financial power that no one knows where he got it from, and the influence on it cannot be ignored. She doesn't know how, but it formed a kind of fandom, which is not only the size of the fandom, but also boasts a tremendous loyalty that believes in him unconditionally. No, in the first place, public opinion about Egoistic is generally good even among the general public. In other words, Egoistic, he is almost the most influential person in Korea as an individual. No one knows him well because he usually wears a mask. In a way, he's a very dangerous and scary existence. However, she wasn't too wary because he didn't seem to have any animosity to judge, and he didn't seem to have much to do with herself. She kept a close eye on it, but that's all. But he suddenly appeared in front of her. There's a very strange story about cooperation. Lee Seola's head became complicated. How the hell does he know about her ambitions, and what does it mean to cooperate? Is it a trap? Especially the last look he had before he disappeared. She trembled slightly at the thought of the cold gaze looking down at her, as if it was a lie to keep smiling. Isn't that a real trap? In fact, she has no reason to reject him unless he is hostile to her. Cooperation with him is positive, not negative. Whether or not he really wants to cooperate with himself, she'll find out when she opens this. She looked at the little USB in her hand. I'm not gonna get hacked if I plug this in, right? No way, though. She thought it was a useless worry. She plugged it into a subcomputer just in case. What the hell's in it? She opened the USB even though she was nervous. Inside, what? There were countless files that recorded irregularities and loopholes from other competitors. From internal information to confidential documents to personal corruption. Such documents that you can use in a lot of ways. Her eyes, looking at them one by one, shone slightly. With these things, the mergers and acquisitions she's been struggling with these days can go very much faster. Already in her head, there were countless ways to use this information to swallow other companies. You were a very nice person, Egoistic. Now that she sees it, she thinks he's really going to help her. He's not trying to intimidate her. He can't be her enemy. Then, unexpectedly, she suddenly started to have a happy circuit with the gift. Judging by herself, smart, Egoistic seems to be a useful person who really wants to cooperate with her. If so, of course, there's no reason to reject him, is there? A week later. So, have you thought about my proposal? Yes, well, there's nothing we can't do together. So the two held hands. I, Egoistic, will embrace the dark secret of the future, which operates the #1 company in Korea's market capitalization. You're lucky. You got me in at once. Chapter 90. Extraordinary you, there are quite a few reasons why I decided to cooperate with Lee Seola. First of all, I thought she would take care of the dark secret since she's the dark secret. As a result of thinking about it, it was concluded that it would be more advantageous for her to control the Republic of Korea as a whole. From what I saw in the original, she reigns while keeping the line in moderation. And in particular, there is an advantage that I can use her if I leave her in the dark. In fact, all I can do is hack and terror, so I need to borrow for greater power. And Seola is perfect. That's how I suggested I'd like to cooperate with her. A week later, when she agreed to it, the hero-villain's bond was established. Well, the coffee tastes good. Whoa, you know how to enjoy coffee. This is an Esmeralda special. It's a very hard one to get. What's that, dude? But here I just nodded quietly. Staying still is a good choice, you know. Ease Matilda. Well, there must be something like that. By the way, you've been speaking informally very naturally since earlier, haven't you? Lee Seola glanced at me and said so. Well, now that we're in an alliance, isn't it weird to use honorifics? You speak informally, too. As I shrugged, she widened her eyes. No, I am good. It was Lee Seola who crossed her arms saying that. Well, I know it as the original, but she only talks to Shin Haru informally and uses honorifics to everyone else anyway. I mean, it's not something new. By the way, she is quite obedient, albeit a little curt. To be exact, I'd say she'd follow my lead. The USB I gave her last time probably worked quite well. Lee Seola. As far as I know, she will be concentrating on conquering the business world around this time. As she is ambitious, she must be working hard to engulf other companies, especially since Han Yoon Group collapsed. Of course, it's not easy, but when she's in trouble, ta-da, I just showed up and gave her an answer. I'll be able to solve all the things I can do in the next few years with the information on my USB. Of course, the information was collected by Seo Yoon. Thank you, Seo Yoon. Anyway, she seems to have lost her guard against me quite a bit because of my little gift. In fact, the atmosphere is much more comfortable now than before, and I'm probably really thinking of cooperating with her, and it's calculated that it would be good to actually make a side dish. Hey, I wrote it all down, so read it. When I was lost in thought for a moment, I heard her voice from the front. Busan Yuseong Enterprises top floor. We were in the reception room on one side, setting out matters to be agreed upon. Oh yeah, is this a basic contract? Yes, I'm going to decide the rest verbally anyway, so I only wrote the basics. Her neat handwriting with a pen, I read it roughly, and in summary, it can be said that we will help each other. Provide additional information. Yeah, I'll help you as much as I can. We're one team now, but I'm happy when you do well. Really? Yeah, did you just live by being fooled? I said with a smirk to her eyes twinkling as expected. You've been very ambitious since then. The attitude that you can do anything for your dream is cool. It's a shame that her dream is to conquer Korea. And well, if there's anything you want to add, tell me now. Let's decide everything here. Really? Then let's meet once a week from now on. What? Let's meet once a week and share information with each other. You said it was an alliance. If it's an alliance, you have to see my face often. You want me to come down to Busan once a week. That's too much. She hummed as if she had read my uncomfortable expression. If you don't like it, I can go up to Seoul. The contract we made is, in fact, simple. I help her conquer Korea, and she tells me everything about the forces trying to sabotage me, whether it's the government or the association. The end. But is this something we can do while seeing each other every week? I think it's enough to meet her once in a while, once a week. Let's meet once a month. That would be perfect. What do you mean it's perfect? Don't be ridiculous, she asks back absurdly. In the end, we agreed to meet once every 2 weeks after discussion. So, is the Conquest project going well? Don't even tell me. Well, it's just going to be merging. It's going to be... I sneaked a look at how it's going these days, and she's talking smoothly. I nodded as I listened to her lamentable story. Yes, I see. That's how we talked for quite a long time. Perhaps because there was a consensus that they hid their inner thoughts and identities and worked the opposite way on the outside, we communicated well. This is another unexpected thing. I wonder how much we've talked. As we continued to talk about this and that, we changed the topic to Shin Haru before we knew it. Haru ha, right. Did you not know about her real identity? Did I accidentally leak it? I know everything. Stardust Shin Haru, I know everything. Well, I expected that you'd know. But you really know, she said that, and then, with great curiosity, she drew her head closer to me and said, but this is something I've been wondering for a long time. Why are you so obsessed with Stardust? Obsessed? Me? Yes, you. When did I get obsessed? It's a dirty deed. I took a brazen attitude as if I didn't know what she was talking about. She smiled and opened her mouth. Aren't you trying to grow our Haru by targeting her? I think it's kind of like a game where you level up the character instead. Villain activity is an extension of that concept, right? Why is she so sharp? While I hesitated for a moment to answer, she got up before I knew it and sneaked up next to me. Then she comes up to the chair next to me and puts her arm on it. Then she began to talk to me as if she were whispering. To be honest, I was a little envious of Stardust. You know how her popularity increases every time you guys fight. She said that, then lowered her head for a moment, leaning back at me altogether. Her drooping sky blue hair covered my face while she whispered to me in a smaller voice from the side. So I'm begging you, can you terrorize me too? We're colleagues. Icicle, come and call me out too, okay? Now I turned my face toward her, whispering to me in a voice that was completely tingling. Then I met eyes with Lee Seola, who was looking at me from a close enough distance to meet each other's breath. Her face, smiling with eyes at me, fills my view and involuntarily raises my hand toward her as she approaches. I hit her forehead. Arg! She backed off with her forehead gripped by a sudden attack. Her face is red and she even shows tears around her eyes. What are you doing? I replied with a smirk at her, who cried out in a worldly way, what does it mean? It means get a hold of yourself. What are you talking about? This is sexual harassment. I'll report you. A class hero shocked to be sexually harassed at her house by a villain. It's going to be a great article, right? I only smiled quietly at her, staring at me with a little tear in my eyes. I hit her really weakly. Maybe because she's ashamed to overdo it like that. What was that vibe just now? I don't know what's wrong with her. I know she's comfortable with me all of a sudden. Did she try to seduce me? Well, I think that's right, seeing that my ears are red too. As expected, she's still stupid. Anyway, let's look back on her suggestion. Terrorism. If I do, does she mean in Busan? And no terrorism. What? Why? She shoots at me. Why? It's because my terror is only allowed to Stardust. To answer like that, I thought it wouldn't be bad to raise Icicle. In the original, she was the one who caught Behemoth, but I took care of it because of the power-up project. It's flown away, so I'll have to take some responsibility. But it doesn't have to be now, does it? I changed my words and said it again. Okay, I'll do it for you, but I can't now, so later. When will you? Come on, please make a detailed plan. There is no such thing. I quickly changed the subject. By the way, you're close to Stardust, aren't you? Haru, we're close, but why is that suddenly coming out? I continued before she hurried back to her original subject. It's nothing, and please curse me whenever you're with Haru. What? She tilted her head for a moment, as if she didn't understand me. And not missing the moment she was dazed, I said like a wedge. Please continue to talk behind my back. What? Are you a pervert? What do you mean? So before Haru suspects you, do you want me to swear in advance so that she can recognize you as a villain? Yes. I don't think this will work. No, it will work. Who am I? Stardust expert. I'm 100 sure it works. Who is Shin Haru? Isn't she a woman with a sense of justice? I don't have much sense in it, and especially as I'm swept away by my friend's words, if you keep reminding me that I'm a heinous villain, I'll continue to antagonize you without doubting me. Although Lee Seola in front of me looked suspicious. No, trust me. Okay, I got it for now, I'll try. Thank you. I got up after saying that. We're done. Let's go back. When I got up like that, Lee Seola, who was sitting in front of me again, jumped up. Are you leaving? Yeah, you've decided, right? I'll see you in 2 weeks. We exchanged numbers. No, wait, what about my terrorist attack? I'll do it for you one day. Someday. As I tried to say, a flash crossed my mind for a moment. Come to think of it, isn't there an incident in Busan soon? If that's the case, maybe even if I don't come out, I rephrased what I was going to say. Yes, all right, I'll be in touch soon, so pick up. Got it. Really? You're going to do it for me in a little bit, right? Yes, I'm not fooling you. I smiled unconsciously, looking at my favorite icicle. Well, a hero's pestering a villain for some terror. What is this? It's not match fixing, it's an adult's world that kids don't know about. Political circles are supposed to drink with their brothers behind those kids' backs, who fight among themselves. After so much further agreement, I was finally able to leave there. Well, I guess it worked out. But seems like it's working out too well, miss. Did something good happen? What? Oh, nothing. Sitting in the back seat of the car, heading home again. Lee Seola, who was recounting today's work leaning on her seat, formed a smile unknowingly. Egoistic. The meeting with him turned out very good. She expected him to be just crazy when she saw him on the show, but when she met him in person, he was much better than she thought, to the surprise of her. In particular, he was a person who could communicate after a while beside Haru. Especially, he understands everything that she can't tell Haru. I like that. Her eyes twinkled, muttering unconsciously, Lee Seola. She loves this man, egoistic, capable, talkative, trustworthy. In a word, she likes him. As she had absolute certainty in her eyes, she was sure. Yeah, she'll have to get this guy on her side no matter, of course. She decided so. She had confidence because she gets whatever she wants once she has eyes on it ever since she was young. In the backseat of a dark car, only her sky-blue eyes twinkled in the darkness. Egoistic. She'll make him her own. I'm kinda nervous, Shin Haru muttered like that without realizing it. For some reason, the anxiety is growing, let alone being relieved. What is it, Chapter 91, Ep 91? Another place, another person, Ep 91. Another place, another person. Seola is weird these days. Don't you think that Egoistic is a real bad guy? Even such an evil guy has a fan cafe, it's like the end of the world. Right? Yes. It's already been a few weeks since she stayed at Ciola's house. Since Ciola invited her to come to her house in Busan to relax herself from the continuous stressful hero work these days, she usually stayed and played with Ciola. And suddenly from one day Ciola started cursing at Egoistic so weirdly. How many times has he done terrorism? That is so evil. He's so cold-blooded. Haru somehow felt uncomfortable when she saw her friend suddenly talk bad about Egoistic so frequently. He's definitely a villain, but however, she, a hero, could not defend a villain at all, so she always just nodded quietly. That bad guy, I wish I could rip off his limbs and kill him. That's a bit I think he's a psychopath who thinks only of himself. No, he saved me with his life on the line. How can a person cause terrorism against hundreds of people like that? He's pure evil himself. But no one's dead yet. Also, he always calls you out, Haru. Isn't it creepy? Not really. Shin Haru just swallowed those answers in her mind and only nodded when she was staring at the TV on the wall of Ciola's house. Special. In-depth analysis of Egoistic? Startled. The sudden news program made Haru's eyes shake, and as expected, "Oh, that bastard." Ciola's voice from behind the sofa made her sigh without realizing. Oh, there we go again. The video itself was just normal content. As people have seen roughly from the ego stream by Egoistic, there is a high probability that he will form alliances with other villains in the future. And the area where the attack will be terrorized will definitely be Seoul, and the hero who will deal with him will be Stardust. There was no problem with the information itself. The problem was just Ciola, who kept swearing at him next to her while holding the remote control. At this point, Haru realized something was strange. Why is she so obsessed with things about Egoistic all of a sudden? For what reason? It was Ciola who showed indifferent attitude, saying, "Don't worry too much," whenever she discussed with her about Egoistic. Suddenly, it was getting weird since one morning the girl started swearing at him. And even weirder. The reason why Egoistic is a wicked villain is because just looking at that, what else would come out is with her sense. What Ciola said, she couldn't feel the girl's sincerity. That was the strangest thing. So just like that, Haru was listening to Ciola with her eyes quietly sinking a little. A huge house in the valley. The big house, also known as the Ego Stream's headquarters. I was there, declaring to everyone. "We are going to Busan." "What? You went to Busan alone last time though. We're going there again?" Choi Si-hee tilted her head as if she didn't understand. "Dylan, why are we going to Busan?" "To terrorize." With a simple answer from me, Hyun asked back as if she didn't understand. "An attack in Busan? You've always fight with Stardust in Seoul." "That's right. Such a Stardust fan like you does it somewhere else." Everyone was looking at me unbelievably. I mean, when did it become my image? It sounds like I am obsessed with Stardust. Of course, I do live for Stardust, but that doesn't mean I am just thinking about Stardust all day long. No, not at all. Anyway, I coughed up to break the atmosphere. "Look, everyone is misunderstanding. I am not that obsessed with Stardust." "Well, Dylan, if you say so, aren't you even running a Stardust fan cafe?" Subin listened to me and made a nonsense point. "That's sharp though. In this case, it's best to naturally change the subject." Anyway, in that sense, I decided to terrorize other area where there are other heroes than Stardust this time. I decided to do it because Lee Ciola was begging me so much, but I also had an intention to reveal that I am not always obsessed over Stardust. There are too many shippers out there, and the timing is perfect. Maybe those brat might come to Busan soon too. For that, Choi Si-hee, you're coming with me. Me? Choi Si-hee blinks her eyes, pointing her finger at her eyes. "Oh gosh, of course you. You're the only one among us who has superpower, isn't that obvious?" "Oh well, that makes sense though." Choi Si-hee nodded her head as if she was convinced. In between her flying ginger hair, Seo-yoon's sulky expression could be seen from behind. "I have to hurry up and get to work," she muttered something, but somehow I got this ominous feeling. While I glanced at Seo-yoon, Choi Si-hee, who was nodding her head, asked as if she suddenly remembered something. "Wait, but didn't I terrorize last time? I have to do it this time too." In her questionable gaze, I shook my finger. "It's not that. No, we don't involve directly in the terrorism this time." "Then, of course, I'll make someone else do it." I said with a grin. "What did I tell you? Ego stream. Didn't I say that I was going to create a villain union? Then, of course, I have to unite with other villains now. It's not exactly a union, in fact, I am just going to boss them around." Kekek. With such evil thought inside, I also told Subin. "And Subin, You know how to drive a boat, right? What? Oh, I don't know how to drive a big ship, but if it's a small one, yes, to some extent. I knew it. Subin, you too. Let's go with me this time. I flicked my fingers. All right, everything's ready. All I have to do is contact Liciola. Just next week, we're leaving for Busan. That's how our next terror attack was decided. Of course, it's hard to terrorize right away in Busan, and I will need some time to persuade other villains. Now we need to show the world that I am not a Stardust fan. I am everyone's terrorist. Stardust is just a little more special to me, but I don't only think about Stardust. And especially, I paid off my debt, right? That day, I kept thinking of Shin Hara's face, who smiled slightly at me and said that, and that is the problem. I think I need to keep my distance from Stardust for a while. Let's get ready for terrorism. Next week, good, a yacht. Ha, who do you think I am? I am Lee Ciola from Yusung Enterprise. I'll prepare the best one, so don't worry and just come. Oh, and I've been telling Haru bad things about you these days, but I don't think it's effective at all, though. Just keep doing it. All right then, okay, I see. See you then. Liciola hung up after talking for a long time. She laughed alone in her office. Several abacus were already bouncing in her head. This time, the recognition, popularity, and the resulting influence for her and her image will be elevated as Egoistic will do terror attacks in Busan. Perfect. After her phone call with him, plans were already being worked out. First of all, Haru said she would go back home in a few days, so there won't be a matter. She thinks it would be perfect to use the data he sent her. She felt better after a long time. Something is going according to plan. At this rate, she could achieve her goal in a few years. Liciola then headed home with a lighter heart. When she arrived home, Haru was eating the mango-flavored ice cream which was in her fridge. Haru? Huh. Whoa. As soon as she got home, Liciola hugged Haru, who was waving at her with ice cream in her mouth. Sigh. She felt healed just by laying in Haru's arms. Huh, what's wrong with you all of a sudden? Haru was embarrassed at the sudden hug, but she didn't push her off and just stood still. In fact, Ciola liked this part about Haru. When she works as a hero, she's more righteous and stronger than anyone else. Then she shouts at the villains, but in real life, Haru is such a quiet kid. She's like a nice cat without being cranky. She stays quiet without much resistance even if Ciola hugs her like this. Her MBTI is actually an I, so she's an introverted. With that thought, Ciola finally let go of Haru. Haru looked up at Ciola with a questionable eye. Ciola just smiled at her. Nothing. I've been feeling good lately, so I went a little too far. Really? Haru tilted her head. And just like that, for a whole day, Ciola looked ecstatic. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, her tension was high, and she did not mention it as if he had forgotten to swear at Egoistic for the first time in a long time. And looking at her friend, Haru somehow felt more and more frustrated. She doesn't know why. So the day when Egoistic will start terrorizing Busan for the first time is slowly coming. Chapter 92, Ep 92. Hijack Ep 92. Hijack the southern coast of Korea where the sea was overflowing. We were pulling our yacht forward. Phew, so romantic. The wind with the salty smell hits my face, and the strong sea wind blows my cape. We cross the sea towards where we targeted. Hey, Lee Subin, where did you learn to drive a boat? Choi Si-hee approached Subin, who was holding the key, and asked if she was bored. And Subin replied as if it was nothing. Where? I just taught myself on the internet at home. Is that even possible? Choi Si-hee said she couldn't believe it, so I said something behind her. Subin is good at everything. She even knows how to drive trains and airplanes. What? Really? Yeah. Gosh, ha? Choi Si-hee grabbed her hair as if she was dizzy. Sehi. Subin lives in a different world from us. Don't try to understand. Apart from that, the two have become much closer than before. I can see them talking comfortably to each other. So what happened is a little strange, but the two of them got close in the process of beating Kim Sunwoo, that researcher from Han Yoon Group, who was caught last time. To be exact, Seo Yoon and Subin, who have accumulated a lot in Han Yoon Group since the last weapon incident, Choi Si-hee joined and harassed them, then threw them to the association. You wonder how much we tortured him. Well, all you have to know is that Dr. Kim Sunwoo is a dead meat. Why did he have to do experiments on humans? He should be grateful that we didn't kill him. Anyway, our current goal is to the sea below Busan. There is only one goal. Yeah, I can see it now. A huge boat peeping through the blurry sea. A ship with cannons and a large white sail hung majestically, as if it were written by Vikings in the Middle Ages, began to be visible. And the special thing about that ship is... Hey, what is it? A floating ship? All right. The ship is in the air. That huge airship is the kind of pirate ship we're going to hijack today, the villain's ship Alice. After the attack in Seoul by Han Yoon Group's giant weapon, the atmosphere of the original comic Stardust starts to gradually darken with the devastation of Seoul. And the biggest reason for the darkening atmosphere of the comic is the continuous appearance of strong villains. In fact, before that, the villains were all over the place. Except for the Force Majeure disaster, the average villains were all easy. But from this point on, the atmosphere changes. The villains appear to be stronger, to the point that it's hard for Stardust to handle. There is even a growing number of villains. It is natural for society to be confused by the appearance of well-made villains who have caught both quality and quantity. Unlike the past, which mainly focused on causing terrorism in Seoul, strong villains appear one by one outside of Seoul. The age of villains in the height of summer. In the original comic, Stardust gets gradually exhausted, the atmosphere of the work is darkened, and the exhausting story begins in earnest. It can be said that my appearance has made some changes now. Stardust became stronger and faster than the original, and I will continue to conciliate or deal with various villains beforehand. And first of all, we came to catch a villain who was planning to crush Busan. Wow, what's this? Choi Si-hee looked up and spoke with her tongue out. Yeah, it's an amazing sight from the first look. The sight of a giant airship floating in the air. Choi Si-hee, who was impressed by the sight of the battleship dividing the sea and dividing the sky, immediately looked back at me and asked, "So what's the plan? First of all, beat up those brats up there," I said so neatly. "If we beat them up and edify them, they'll be on our side or well be a dead meat. Anyway, come on, grab my hand. Subin will be back. Okay, I'll be waiting here, go ahead." "Ha, all right, let's go." Choi Si-hee shook her fist once, loosened her hand, and grabbed my hand. And just like that, we teleported over to that airship. The time has come to educate some villain. There are 3 men who lead that airship and pillage. They're called Leppy's crew. Every one of them wore a motorcycle helmet with rabbit ears as a signature of themselves. Their first appearance in the original comic, which was mainly pirated using cannon-powered airships in other countries, begins with a raid on Busan. At that time, Icicle was robbed as she was unprepared. Of course, it's different this time. By the way, such a huge airship. 3 people were overlooking the big sea in all directions. Roughly in the middle stood the guy in a red helmet with rabbit ears, and next to him were the guys in the same helmet in blue and yellow. They were whispering among themselves. And behind them, the 2 of us who have fallen gently. When they heard a creaking sound from the side where we sat down, they turned their heads and looked at us. "What nonsense is this? Who are you?" They saw me with a black hat and a cape flying around, and Choi Si-hee, who was warming up her fist. At both of us, the guy in the middle shouted, "Who are you?" The one in the middle who shouts at me as soon as he sees me. I told him, yawning, "I'm your boss, guys. What the hell are you talking about?" "Blue, yellow, intruder, get all your weapons. Roger, roger that." The 2 next to him hurriedly began to pack their weapons, me. Watching them, I just floated the baseball bats that I packed using telekinesis. And while Si-hee was making a fist and splashing the electric, I grinned unconsciously as I looked at them ready to rush at us. As expected, a whip is a medicine for troublemakers. Hit them! Starting with the shouting of the rabbit helmet in the middle, the fight began with 3 people rushing in all at once. After a while, "Now, what did you say earlier?" At the 3 people sitting on their knees, I tapped the bat toward the floor. "Who's the captain?" "It's Mr. Egostiak." "Good, good. How long has it been?" Villains who received Choi Si-hee's socialization education were showing remorse after realizing their sins. "What a beautiful figure." "Hey, Red." "Yes, sir." The brat in the red rabbit helmet in the middle answered in surprise. "That's it. You should hurry up and answer me like that." "Yes, now you are a temporary ally with our ego stream." "What?" "Villain Union, I said you're a ego stream's second party." "Got it?" "Why, yes, sir." I swung my paddles to get the answer I wanted. Wow, I don't know who's the villain now. Choi Si-hee, who was watching me from behind, was filled with amazement. "Kid, I am already a villain. Anyway, welcome to Ego Stream." I shouted out loud with open arms to them. Villain's signature number 1. After a fight, we are all friends. Although my friends are kneeling in front of me, they are my friends anyway. So these leppies or rabbits something completely gave in to my long hours of socialization and even made a deep pledge to commit only good terrorism in the future. The effect is good. After all the preparations in this way, I contacted Icicle Lee Ciola. "Yeah, hey, we're ready to invade Busan. I'm going to take a plane with a cannon and bang, shoot in front of the city. What are you going to do?" Airship, you always bring something extraordinary. What's about the date? Then, ill warn the citizens about the airstrikes in advance to get some bonus points. If I show myself blocking it, my image will get better and hey, please set me a dope sale. In black, what? Well, alright, it's not a big deal. Then, having plotted such a specific terrorist date and action plan, I soon hung up. Alright, that's good for now. Next right. I knelt down and spilled my words at the villains in front who were beware of me. You said you wanted to attack Busan, right? What? No, we will go back quietly. No, that's not it. Come on, you guys, do some work with me. I gave them a bigger smile. These bunny villains are shaking in front of my bright smile. We should be friends, right? Since now we're partners, that's how I arranged for an attack with them. If they take an airship to Busan and shoot a few cannons, that's terrorism. It's a go-stop game that I put up with Icicle from the start anyway, so there's nothing much. I just have to make sure that the broadcasting angle comes out well. That's how the time of the showdown dawned. Downtown Busan, in a peaceful place, a siren suddenly sounded. Wee-ow, and soon, voices echoing throughout the city. This is a warning from Yuseong Enterprise. Right now, terrorists are attacking Busan. We are contacting you urgently because we noticed it before the association. Please, escape now. All the electronic devices made in the Yuseong Enterprise echoed the urgent voice of Icicle. Citizens were shocked by the sudden situation, but all of them hurriedly began to evacuate. And how much time has passed? Beyond the sea horizon seen from Hyundai, something huge was flying. A huge ship floating in the sky which it's unbelievable to eyes. It's flying majestically over the sea from the south. A large black sail hanging above such a huge airship. And there, it says EGOSTREAM in a big way. On the deck in front of the ship, I was looking down at Busan in the distance, crossing my arms with my cape flying. Mr. Egostic, everything is ready, boss. The cannons are ready too. Good job, gentlemen. Let's get the ship moving faster. I shouted and looked down at the large city of Busan. It feels refreshing to cause terrorism on the beach, not in Seoul. I prepared to turn on the broadcast, facing the sea breeze. Now, let's start the show. EgoStream broadcast on, he turned on the live show. Oh damn, what's with the airship? Ha 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 ha, no, the ship is so cool. Ha 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 ha, mango stick, mango stick, mango stick. Mango stick, isn't this Busan? Mango stick appears in Busan. Ha 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 ha, yo, gay fellows in Busan, taste the mango sent directly from Seoul. Ha 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 ha. Icicle is about to look so damned. Shinharu, who was trying to go right away when she heard that Egostic appeared, rubbed her eyes and watched it again after reading the article. However, no matter how much she looks at it, the written title is still about Egostic appearing in Busan, not Seoul. He's causing an attack here. Without realizing it, Shinharu muttered with her dead eyes. Why? Chapter 93. EP 93? Air Supply EP 93. Air supply, an endless sea that extends beyond the horizon on top of that place where the hot sun emitted by the blazing sun reflected on the water. A huge ship was floating toward. And the front of the deck there, where the sea in front of me is right in front of me, I shouted at the camera with my arms wide open. Hello everyone, this is Egostic, 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 Egostic. Egostic, 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 Egostic. What took you so long, ha 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 ha. Mango, mango, mango. Take me, take me, take me, take me, take me, take me. He pushed my laughing button as soon as he started the live show. Ha 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 ha, where is he? What's up with the ocean? I think he's riding a ship. But why do I see the sky? What kind of event is it today? Ha 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 ha, I smiled as I looked at the chat window, which was still not alert at all. I don't know how long it's been like this, well, it can't be helped. Anyway, I continue to speak to the camera with my arms open against the sea. Guys, do you remember, as I mentioned in the last episode, that I was going to create a union of villains about villains and for villains? I named it Ego Stream after that. I smiled and dragged the 3 rabbit helmets who were timid next to me. In that sense, I introduce you. They're the new villains who decided to collaborate with Ego Stream. With that in mind, please introduce yourself to the viewers. When the camera suddenly turned at them, the trio were surprised. Then, immediately, the red in the middle began to speak in a trembling voice. Hello, we're le and the peace crew. Yes, oh, hello. The first one was trembling like a nervous new employee in front of an interviewer. No, how can a villain be such a coward? Ha 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 ha, why is he so nervous? Ha 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 ha, why do you say hello twice? Ha ha ha. No, this is a villain. Is he a villain or is he doing an election for the class president in elementary school? Ha 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 ha, villain is so cute www. I want to be a rabbit helmet. His character seems so fresh ha 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 ha. The hell was that? Of course, the audience's response was explosive. It's not like you're performing in the school's festival or anything. How can you be so nervous? Already know. One is just standing blankly as if he is out of his mind after saying that. Number 2 and number 3 are the same. No, I need to help them with this. I approached the absent-minded no. One put my arm on my shoulder, smiled, and said to the camera, "Ha ha ha, I think he's a little nervous because it's his first broadcast. Our number 1, you should smile ha ha ha. Ha ha, they're a la peace, and they had this wonderful airship, so I enticed them into signing an exclusive contract with our ego stream. I was hanging out on the sea, and I saw them dragging this ship. So on my recommendation, they're now on the same side as ego stream. Ha ha ha, yes, that's right. No way ha 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 ha. Why does Mango look like a bully? Villain's name is No. One ha 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 ha, are you really friends? You look like a rehabilitated villain. Why does it feel like my soul went out when he said number 1? You have to smile. Ha 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 ha, is this advice from a senior who's been on a show for N years? Is it just me or it looks like they're trying to terrorize the ship and then they beat them up and tried to claim this is mine? How do you know? Anyway, let's move on to these trivial things, and I just went straight to the main point. Anyway, Busan is just around the corner too. Yes, some of you might have expected it, but this time, my terror attack is the conquest of Busan. A pleasant journey to turn Hyundai into an ego republic. While saying so, the airship floated up to the port of Busan before I knew it. At the front, I spoke up again with my arms wide open. Well, Busan is now mine. Load a cannon, yes, boss. In the background, as number 1, 2, and 3 shouted, the guns hanging on the wall of the ship began to open one by one. And at the same time, I shouted out loud, shoot. Fire. With the shouts of those from the back, cannonballs began to shoot toward the city from the gun gate. It was the beginning of the terror attack, and after I put the camera away for a while, I opened my mouth quietly and murmured, "Yes, the attack begins now. Did you evacuate everyone?" When I muttered like that, Lee Seola's laughing voice from the earphone, "Yes, of course. We've already evacuated them under the name of Yuseong Enterprise. The article will soon be published as a more competent Yuseong more than the government. Hee, okay. And maybe the raids are only going to take place in the south for a while. What do you want to do? It's kind of weird to appear right away, so I'll go later. There's no one in the south, and there's a few people in the southeast who haven't been evacuated yet, so I think I can come forward around the time you attack there. All right, do as you please. Then I'll see you in a little while." See you then. After we cut off contact, I looked down from the ship again. The view that the camera is showing, the view of the city being attacked by a huge ship floating in the air. People will never know. The fact that this is a ghost-op game. A kind of huge public scam that started in advance after discussing the whole view and outline of terrorism with the hero. If all the terror I've caused Stardust so far is focused on growing her up, this one is different. It is also intended to reveal that I do not necessarily cause terrorism only in Seoul, where Stardust is located. It means expanding Ego Stream in cooperation with the Leafies, and it is also a terror that helps Icicle's popularity rise. In short, it's already a thoroughly written play. I've already made all the action plans. Roughly, I have to shoot the city, and just before people are attacked, Icicle comes forward and saves people and defeats us to save the city. Well, an impeccably neat job. I thought, looking down from a boat in the air like that. It's fresh and nice to do terrorism in a new place while being hit by the sea breeze. As expected, it's best to play with Stardust. Well, I need to focus on Icicle right now, so I attacked the beach to my heart's content, then went further inward. It's time for a full-fledged show. Boom, boom, a city under attack and the people who ran away. Wow, what is that? People opened their mouths as they saw a huge airship covering the city with shadows. And now, the airship starts approaching where people have been evacuated. And just before they're attacked, boom. With a sudden sharp sound from somewhere in front of the people, a huge barrier of ice appeared. And a woman's shout could be heard from behind. "Don't worry, everyone, I am here." And the woman appeared in front of them with sky-blue hair flying. It was the A-list hero, Icicle. She appeared on the brink of desperation just before people were attacked. She stopped in the air by blowing ice at an incoming cannon and soon began to shout at the airship. "Did you call it egoistic? Stop the bombing right now, or you won't be safe." And after that, a man's loud voice from above. "Ha ha ha, we can't do that. Yurei the proud icicle of Busan, nice to meet you. Then let's try blocking this too? So at the same time as his cry, bombs began to pour on the icicle. No way, and she started firing ice at all the bombs, stopping them. Icicle then built ice scaffolding in the air, leaping and approaching the top of the airship. Ha ha ha, okay, come and catch it. Ego stick, I'll knock you down here. Somehow, the conversation between a hero and a villain exaggerated like a play. Ice on one side, bombs on the other. So on Busan's sky, a full-scale battle began. Hero Association headquarters, Seoul. The association president's office is on the top floor there. Above that, the president of the association looked at the blonde woman standing in front of him with a troubled face. So, Stardust, you're going to Busan right now? Yes. I think Icicle is dealing well enough now. Do you have to go? I think it's right for me, egoistic expert, to go to prevent any additional casualties. I think it would be too much to deal with Ciola alone. Looking at Stardust speaking calmly with her slightly sunken eyes, the president of the association scratched his empty head without realizing it. I don't think I need to go, but what's wrong with him? Chapter 94, Ep 94, a written play. Ep 94. A written play. The battle planned as the main event of this terrorist attack. Egoistic versus Icicle. The prelude to the battle has dawned. Ha ha ha, let's endure this too. At the same time as I shouted, I rigged the ship and fired a few more cannons at the Icicle. Boom, boom, countless cannonballs falling towards her with a loud launch. Looking at dozens of shells flying at him like that. Icicle, who paused in the air, soon breathed in and emitted ice in all directions. Burst out. Sky blue ice covers her body and extends in all directions. Soon, many cannonballs that flew to her were all frozen and stopped in the middle. Oh, and seeing such a scene, I admired it inwardly. Icicle Yurei pretty good at handling skills. In the original, the focus was so much on Stardust that Icicle was less mentioned than I thought, but looking at her like this, it seems like she's good at fighting. The ability to emit ice is good because it's cool. Anyway, that's not the point now. I checked the chat window with a sideways glance. Oh, how did she block it? Icicle, she's fighting better than I thought. You don't know Ciola is pretty good at fighting too. It's Busan's specialty day. Third generation of conglomerates gives out ice. She has less presence than Stardust, so I didn't know, but she's pretty good too. A favorable reaction to the Icicle. Knowing that the situation was not bad, I nodded my head slightly and focused on the battle again. She is approaching my ship, breaking through the bomb and creating an ice scaffold in the air again. I smiled shyly at her and shouted again. Well, you're pretty good. Then how about this? Go, number one. What? I threw the gun to number one, who was operating next to me, and threw it at the Icicle. How can you do that after practicing? Arg. Flying out of the ship with the brute force I exerted, number one soon came to his senses and shouted to Icicle in a trembling voice. Oh, a. It sounds like he's yelling something rather than shouting anyway. The fighting is good. So he shouted in full spirit and ran toward Icicle. So if anyone uses it, bang, 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 HMPH. Do you think I'll fit in with this? When a baptism of bullets flew at her, I crossed his arms in an X shape and created ice in the front to block the bullet. So she slowly moved on, ice blocking the gun. Urg. And eventually reaching the tip of Icicle, number one eventually grabbed the gun and tried to hit her directly surrounded by ice. As a result, Icicle naturally reached out and shot a frozen beam at the approaching number one, taking advantage of the time when the bullet stopped flying. Arg! Number one has become a frozen statue of ice after a final moan. He was a good extra. I wiped away my tears and moved him, who became an ice statue, back to the ship with telekinesis. I am going to melt it after this. Number one, ha 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 ha, why are you so pathetic? Ha 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 ha, no, like a child, ha 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 ha. What he did today. Introducing himself, shouting, shooting 3 times, while Ego and Icicle were fighting because a bystander got hurt in a fight, only no. One exploded, ha ha ha, villain will be killed with an ice beam from Icicle. Ha 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 ha, so cool, ha 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 ha, a chat window expressing condolences to number one. If number one died, what's next? You're next. Mr. 2, come on, what, All right, that's how number 2 came out. Soon after, 2 ice statues wearing rabbit helmets appeared on the ship. Number 3, I changed my mind when I saw number 3 in a yellow rabbit helmet looking at me trembling. Yeah, at least one of us should be driving a boat. All right, Miss Icicle, you knocked down all my loyal men. You said you're a friend, but you're downgraded to a subordinate, ha 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 ha, friends. Wasn't he just a subordinate? Who's the one who throws his friend at the enemy? Mango's subordinate, rabbits, this is so cute. I want to buy an ice statue. He's not coming out, but sending his subordinates first is a bad thing, ha 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 ha. Don't worry, I am on my way. Soon after I knocked down number 2, I finally took my step, seeing Icicle running smoothly to the place where the ship was. It's amazing, amazing. I guess I'll have to check my rival to you. I jumped off the boat, flapping my cape. And at the same time, a lot of weapons began to emerge scattered around the ship's deck. What about me? Still floating still in the air, he reached out his arm, pointed at the Icicle, and screamed, "Hit them." As soon as I am done with that, the numerous weapons attacks pour into the Icicle. And looking at the weapons pouring toward him, she clenched her teeth and sprayed frozen beams in all directions. A full-scale battle has begun. No, Mango Stick is so annoying, really? He's just standing there and teasing, feeling sorry for the Icicle. Icicle, did you move about 5 cm? I'm trying to block it with ice, but I can't move because I am in a hurry. Mango Uncle, move. Tusk, I guess these guys think it's really easy to do this with the motive power. Do you know how hard it is to lift all these things with telekinesis? I am already making a reservation for blood. But a top villain doesn't show how hard he is. I just stood still and smiled and said this. Is that all, Icicle? Ha ha ha, I was really looking forward to it, but I'm disappointed that this is it. I said so, floundering my arms in an exaggerated voice. Icicle, who is still surrounded by ice and silently receiving my weapon bombing. When even the viewers started whispering that they felt sorry for Icicle, an extraordinary event began to take place. Icicle, who was silently holding out while covering herself with ice. In the meantime, the moment my attack was slightly weaker because my legs didn't fit, she suddenly loosened her arms covering her face and began to give out ice understanding. Arg. With her spirit, she spat out the power she had been stockpiling under my attack in an instant. A frozen beam, or thickened, destroyed ice ray that looked much thicker and more powerful than usual, was fired into my airship. When I saw it, I teleported hurriedly. The attack was not intended for me in the first place. It's crazy, so crazy. The place where the ice-destructive rays were fired was not on the side where I was, but on the front of the airship. When her concentrated force hit the ship, the front of the ship began to freeze. Ice overflowing with sky-blue cold that quickly covers the front of the ship. Arg, boss, help me! The ship is tilting. When I turned around and looked at the ship as I heard the crying number 3, who was operating the key from above. The airship was already precariously leaning, almost frozen in the front. And me. I slapped my forehead as if I had taken a hit while watching it and shouted at Icicle. Oh no, I wondered what you were aiming for, and you were aiming for this airship, which is the main body, not me. I laughed and spilled out my words. I took a shot, that's right. Took a shot my ass. It was me and her discussion from the beginning. I suggested that she attack the ship. However, viewers will not know about this. They were, as we predicted, cheering hotly. I didn't know this. Icicle's big picture, is this what it is? It only took her one shot to take down Mango Stick www. Oh, I think that ship is going to fall. Meanwhile, no. 3 is shaking. That's the killing point, ha 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 ha. He can't even use that ship. Now what? What do you mean, Ego Stick? The airship you've prepared is now useless. What are you going to do now? I grinned as I watched the Icicle shouting at me from afar. What do you mean? Now what? I have to run. Bye, the play is over. At my sudden greetings, all the viewers were shocked. Snow. How can it end like this? Don't go, 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 already. It didn't end this quickly when he fought with Stardust. It's all because Icicle is my opponent. Where's that one more thing? What's this? How can you do this when it's starting to get better now? Sorry, I guess I can. In any case, despite the appeal of viewers, the airship started again and began to move. Are you running away like a coward? Fight fair and square. What do you mean like a coward? It's a fair retreat. I won't back down this easily next time, so be prepared. Oh, FYI, if you follow me, I can shoot dozens of bombs in Busan, so stay still. Tusk, I threw a goodbye to the camera, leaving behind Icicle, who was good at expressing regret over the world, as if the water had risen while acting. Then everyone, the Ego Stream show ends here. Goodbye everyone, don't go. With the last chat, the camera turned off. Soon, standing on the ship still smiling, I leaned against the bow as soon as the camera turned off. Gosh, I am tired, are you all right? She took off the expression when she was fighting with me. Icicle was looking at me as if she was worried so much. I just answered helplessly. Oh, I feel like dying, but it's okay. More than that, can you talk to me like this? Isn't this being filmed? Ha, who do you think Lee Ciola is? This is all on my palm, so don't worry. Really? That's a relief. By the way, Egostic, thank you very much. My name is already on the news with you. The stock price of Yuseong Enterprise is already fluctuating. This is so effective, yeah, thank me to your heart's content. I can't do it often, so don't look forward to it. Oh, more than that, melt the ice for number 1 and 2. Oh, okay. 2 ice statues that melt as soon as she bounces her finger. After the 3 rabbits gathered again and shared a tearful reunion, they began to operate the ship. The ship is slowly speeding up, but your ice ability is stronger than I thought. I didn't expect much, I am sad. Stardust seems like because I was pushed back by our Haru, I am pretty strong too. Let's have a real fight next time. All right then, I smirked. But come to think of it, is this really okay? Hero and villain, who were fighting as if they were going to kill each other until now, are now laughing and talking as soon as the camera is turned off. It could be a real disaster if someone sees it. It's time to say goodbye to Icicle, who is still babbling in front of me. I could see something coming this way in the distance behind her. Wait, what's that? Did the president shoot another missile? Can't they pull themselves together? Hey, wait a minute, what? As soon as I look behind her and say it, Lee Ciola turns right back after noticing something is wrong. Is that a real missile? No, it's too small for a missile. Is it a person? While I was in chaos for a moment, something flew towards me. Soon enough to be visible to the naked eye, I was able to identify the person approaching this way. The woman in red latex is flying over here with her blonde hair. Stardust? No, wait, why is she here? I muttered so unconsciously. Apparently, Lee Ciola was also panicking. Before I could grasp the situation, I quickly shouted to the rabbits with the sense of a top villain. It's used when an unpredictable situation occurs. Article 36 of the Ego's Secret The Great Escape. Hey, step on it at full speed. I don't know what's what, but let's run away first. Chapter 95, Ep 95. Obsession Ep 95. Obsession Lee Ciola. For her, today has been the happiest day of all time. The day she showed herself suppressing terrorism in front of the whole nation with her spotted man, Egostic. The best opportunity to raise one's previously sluggish awareness and reputation at once, and also for Icicle to get closer to Egostic. On top of that, the terrorist process was completed flawlessly as planned in advance with him, and it can be said that it was a perfect day with already showing signs of a rise in the stock price of her company. Post-terrorist Egostic, he looked much more exhausted than she thought, so it was perfect. Yeah, when she was saying goodbye to him, suddenly Stardust came to where she and Egostic were. Swallow. Lee Ciola swallowed her saliva as she watched Stardust approaching her gradually. Egostic, who were laughing and chatting with her earlier, was rushing away with the ship. And Lee Ciola, she had to remain alone to face Stardust. And after a while, Haru flew right in front of her. And Haru's expression, it was just expressionless, it was somehow scary. As she didn't hear us, right? Looking at her expression, Lee Ciola began to get a little nervous. Lee Ciola has been close to Haru for years. Even though Lee Ciola has been by Haru's side for such a long time, this is almost the first time she has seen the girl with such a cold expression. But who is Lee Ciola? She's also an experienced person, rolling in the business and political circles. It's the sewage that shows signs of shock over this. As such, Lee Ciola tried to smile and talk to Haru as if she was surprised. Oh, Haru. What's going on? How did you know? What did you two talk about? And Lee Ciola's efforts were sunk by Haru's word as she cut her off and gave her an expressionless face. Shinharu, who asked the question so casually, was still calm, but Lee Ciola found something different from usual. Unusually subdued snow, and words of incredible cold air that the day has gone by. Lee Ciola was on the verge of losing her composure, but she still answered with a smile without stuttering through her superhuman efforts. Huh? Oh, you saw it, didn't you? It's nothing. He was provoking me, so I am just dealing with him. Haha, by the way, Haru, weren't you in Seoul? How did you were laughing, though? And Lee Ciola's words were once again cut off by Shinhara. The two of you were talking and laughing. She looked at Haru, who talked quietly while looking at her, still sinking with a cold look. Lee Ciola barely opened her mouth and answered as if nothing happened, even though she felt her soul was being blown away. Oh, that. Is it because we were being sarcastic and laughing at each other? It's not that big a deal. It was Lee Ciola who thought she answered naturally. Shinharu already felt something from the way she spoke, slightly twisting her side hair without looking at her eyes. Then she looked down quietly at Lee Seola, then turned her head and looked sideways. In the place where Shin Haru looked, she could see Egostic's airship in the distance moving away eagerly. As soon as she checked, Shin Haru turned and prepared to fly over there, to catch up to the ship, and she was just about to fly away. Someone grabbed her hands and stopped her. "Haru, where are you going?" Lee Seola. She caught Stardust, who was rushing toward Egostic, and at that moment, in Lee Seola's ear, the incredibly cold words hit her. "Let go." For a moment, she almost let go of the girl's hand as she felt the threatening feeling. Still, she didn't let go of her hand. She stood firm and continued. She doesn't know what will happen if let Haru go and meet Egostic. Really. As she was determined to stop that, Lee Seola calmly told Shin Haru. "Haru. Earlier, that Egostic guy said if we go after him, hell bomb Busan. I don't think you should chase after him. Think of the people down there. All right?" In the beginning, Lee Seola spoke up so powerfully, but then gradually volumed down at the end of her sentence as Haru's expression got colder when she kept talking. There was an uncomfortable silence as Lee Seola still held onto Stardust's arm. After a while, Shin Haru finally loosened her arm. "Really? Then there's nothing we can do then." Soon, as if she had stiffened her expression, she finally went back to her usual expression. Taking advantage of the gap, Lee Seola then spoke up again to Haru. "Then Haru, I think our misunderstanding has been resolved, so should we go back now? Everyone is waiting." "Yeah, oh, and I'll go back first since it's not good for me to show myself to people." "All right?" "Oh, okay." Shin Haru smiled at Lee Seola, then quickly flew to the other side and disappeared to the city, only after seeing her back. Then did Lee Seola sigh and feel relaxed, almost collapsing on the ice scaffold where she was standing. Seriously? That was a close call. With the surprisingly cold and chill expression of Haru which she saw for the first time ever, Lee Seola was nervous at that moment because she thought her relationship with Egostic was caught. If Stardust found out that all this terror was a play between her and Egostic, she can't imagine how things going to turn out. Fortunately, however, when she looked at the atmosphere that was going around, she didn't think Haru would notice that much. She thinks Haru could only see her and Egostic talking while laughing. Thinking to that point, Lee Seola realized that something was strange. That's why she was giving off such a scary atmosphere, with that cold expression. Haru isn't always like that, wait, does she? Lee Seola, who continued to think back to back, realized something, then raised the corners of her mouth without realizing it. By any chance, Haru on the sea? Along with the cold wind, Shin Haru was flying across the sea, avoiding the inland where people were gathering. From Seoul to Busan. She persuaded the head of the association to wake up the Shadow Walker and take her to Busan in a second. And what she saw as soon as she arrived. Immediately after the end of the terrorist attack, it was Egostic and Icicle, who were laughing and talking together. From far away, Shin Haru, who recalled the scene once again, clenched her teeth without even realizing it. Why does it make her stomach boil when she thinks of the sight? All right. After some time, Haru slightly took a breath to calm down. She thinks she overreacted to Seola earlier. She'll have to apologize to her soon, however, apart from that. Once again, she recalled Seola, who was smiling and looking comfortable. It was not in any way a face to show in front of a villain. But well, anything can happen. Then Egostic. Egostic, who was smiling while facing Seola, also came to her mind once again. Shin Haru feels her face frowning again without realizing it. Until now, she felt like all the moments of her and Egostic were coming back as flashbacks. Egostic's voice, when she was about to give up everything while feeling frustrated, he suddenly contacted and told her that she could do it, as if he believed her without a doubt. Egostic's face, when she was about to die, he saved her by sacrificing himself. The guy hugged the wound while laughing hard. When she lost her strength in the air and fell down, he stopped fighting to catch her and protected her in the air. Okay, yeah, maybe, really maybe, any other weak, innocent, ordinary women other than herself. They could have fallen for him, Egostic. Like Icicle, who just met him and smiled in front of him, which she didn't do well. Like her, who laughed like a fool without knowing anything about the things he was hiding, maybe the secrets of why he was committing terrorism. That's what Shin Haru thought. Only then, she realized how she felt. Okay. She finally realized why she kept thinking of him. She's the only one who cannot be swayed by his craftsmanship. Whatever he does, she's the only one who can grab him firmly. Even among his actions, she's the only one who can unshakably delve into his secrets. So, she should only deal with himself. Only herself can deal with him. It's already been a while since Egoistic and Stardust got involved with each other. In the meantime, the accumulated emotions, thoughts, and guesses that she felt while meeting him gathered in one place. Inside Stardust, she already gave a conclusion about Egoistic. Egoistic, he is. Something only she can deal with. For her only, he's her own villain. And what's this? What's wrong, boss? As I was running away from Stardust, I trembled unconsciously with the chills as if something stabbed my back. No, wait a minute. I feel like I'm screwed. What's this? I trembled with a sense of uneasiness. These days, there are times when I feel kind of weird it's getting worse today. What is it? I just muttered to myself, without myself knowing. The genre of the world, which was based on a hero comic called Stardust, has begun to change little by little. Chapter 96, Ep 96, Peaceful Daily Life Ep 96. Peaceful daily life in a dilapidated street, the buildings collapsed. No, please wake up, Indoin, wake up, hurry up. I can't do anything with my power and noise coming from somewhere. And cough, I am sorry. We're third one, make sure I could hear someone whining and sobbing. Don't you're still alive, right? Sorry, can't give up, can't let go. Scratch UAHHH, ha ha, I woke up in the middle of the night. Gosh, duck, what time is it now? It's 3 a.m., I murmured with my eyes closed. When I came back to my senses, my back was covered in sweat. I don't really remember, but I think I had a nightmare. I can't believe I woke up scared by a nightmare at this age. Ha, I sighed unconsciously. What kind of anxiety am I having in my mind? Why do I have this dream? Come to think of it, there have been times when I continue to flinch even when I stay still. Feeling horrified. Do I lack vitality? Is there a ghost inside my body? If it keeps going like this, I'll go back to the witch to get an exorcism. This world has almost everything I imagine, so maybe a real ghost is stuck to my body. Phew. But anyway, I feel awake now. I looked up at the window on the wall. Between the dim mountains, my room is illuminated by the moon shining brightly. It's a night where I suddenly feel the early morning vibe. It's 3 a.m. It's when a guy gets the most sentimental. Everyone is probably asleep at this time except me. Yep, since I woke up, I couldn't go back to sleep and there were no people. Should I write things down one by one in advance? I got out of bed, turned on the light, and sat on my desk. Then I took out one of the books on the shelf. This book is painted in light green with metaphysical shapes in a plain-looking diary. Yes, the notebook I got from the Green Witch last time, it can't be opened without my permission. Only when I die can people open it without my permission. And there. I started to write down major events that could happen in the future and things that could be the beginning of destruction if not prevented. And important settings. Like an event that happens once in a while, or a way to resurrect after death, it's better to write all of this down in advance. Just in case what would happen to people. A professional villain prepares everything in advance. I will roughly name the book Ego Stream Emergency Manual. I stayed up all night and fell asleep while eating the next morning and got scolded by Subin. I slept late because I was working, but it was so unfair. The government allowed redevelopment of areas in Busan that were bombed by the last terrorist attack. The residents are excited about the lifting of the restrictions in 10 years. A peaceful morning in the living room, where only the sound of TV could be heard from afar, I lay absent-mindedly on the sofa. Dylan, what are you doing? Oh, I am sunbathing. I feel like I am recharging because the warm sun comes over from the window, and I am sunbathing on the sofa that shines on me. I've loved to be in the sun like this since I was a kid. I have to charge some vitamin D now, have some fruit here. Oh, thank you. Meanwhile, Subin gave me the fruit plate. I picked up a melon from there to eat, crunchy and delicious. Oh, Subin, is Seohyun still down there? Yes, Seehee is down there with her too. Really? What the hell are they doing? These days, the two have been whispering among themselves and staying in the basement every day. I think Seehee is helping Seohyun make something, and gosh. As long as they don't make weird things. By the way, I turned my head and looked out the window next to me. The window was drilled with glass on one wall of the living room. It's refreshing to look at the surrounding scenery. It's also what I liked the most when I first came into this house. Just like that, I was staring blankly at the TV and waiting for the call. The news on TV was in full volume and was noisy with the uproar caused by Icicle. One peculiar thing is that the anchor explains with all their heart how great and capable Icicle is, and she can be compared to Stardust. Did Seola already control the broadcasting station? As I was dazed by that thought, the phone finally began to ring. When I looked at my cell phone, it said Lee Seola on the screen. As I saw it, I answered the phone right away. Hello. Oh, hey, hello? Ha, I didn't have any time until now. I am sorry. I've been busy because the association and reporters have been bothering me. There are things that I have to do at the right time. All right, all right. You don't have time, of course, I know. By the way, talk about it quickly. At the end of yesterday, Stardust, so Shin Haru suddenly came. What happened? Ha, Haru, don't even mention it. I was so nervous because I thought my relationship with you was caught. You didn't get caught, did you? Fortunately, yes. She saw the two of us laughing, but I don't think she knows the details. I handled it well. That's a relief. Wait, by the way, how did she get there? Of course, she asked for Shadow Walker to bring her there. I mean, why did she come? There's no reason to come, right? When I said that, I heard her slightly snorting and laughing from the other side of the phone. Well, think about it yourself. I don't know either. Wait, hey. Is not really important, right? Let's talk about the future. What are you going to do from now on? Lee Ciola then naturally changed the topic and asked me about my future plans. Something's off, but should I just let it slide for once? I just gave her a simple answer. What do you mean? Now I have to strengthen my villain union. I'll focus on increasing the number of new villains in the ego stream. Okay, in the meantime, I am going to quickly take over politics. I don't think you have to hurry yourself to that. What are you talking about? I have to do it in advance so that there won't be an unexpected event like the last time the president shoots a missile at you. It's all for you. For me, my ass, it's probably because of her own greed. I smirked at her transparent speech. Well, it's not that I don't like shady things. That's Lee Ciola's charm. We chatted for a little while. Generally, she mentioned again that it would be good if she could come to my house someday and ended the call after talking for a little more. And before hanging up, Lee Ciola only hinted at me. And you, I think you'd better focus on Stardust for the time being. Huh, well, I was going to focus on Stardust for the time being anyway, why? Nothing, I just think that's good for you. I am hanging up. Lee Ciola hung up after that. What the? So boring. So after the call, I got up from my seat, and I went out to the veranda by the window. In the original, Stardust would always open the window of her house and lean like this whenever she had a problem. So I am trying to follow her. In the mountain with refreshing air and wind, I leaned my arm against the railing, thinking of a plan. From now on, various, powerful villains will continue to pop up, and it will continue to get exhausting. Stardust keeps popping up with enemies of various abilities that are too much to deal with alone. Now, of course, things have changed a little. As long as I am there before, some of the villains will be involved in ego stream or get rid of them, so the situation will get much better than the original comic. Like the Lapis, who are the main characters in this terrorist attack. And especially, Stardust have gotten a lot stronger. As her ability has been strengthened much earlier than the original, she will be able to withstand well against quite a few villains. Well, it's going to work out. That's right. I stood still, brooding over it. Why did Stardust suddenly run to Busan? Honestly, I didn't think much about it because I thought Lee Ciola would tell me why, but now I need to think about it. Well, I thought for a moment and then came to a conclusion. Well, maybe it's because she could feel the threat. Otherwise, there is no other reason. That's a good thing, that's my conclusion. If she thinks of me as a threat, that's good. She has to think of me as an arch enemy to be sincere in the fight and use all of her energy. I closed the veranda and returned to the living room with a light heart. Seo-yoon, who is sitting on the sofa as I can see when I come back to the living room. She must have come back from the basement as soon as Seo-yoon saw me. She made a strange expression. "Dylan, do you know that you got a new nickname? What, look at this." Seo-yoon gave me the phone she was looking at. One of the posts on my fan cafe appeared on the screen. Ego Star, Egotra? Get lost, hahaha, Ice Mango is coming. Photo of Icicle and Egostick fighting each other with a smile. Egostick's gif complimenting Icicle, comments really. Hahaha, they look good together, hahaha. I will support Iced Mango with all my heart. Ice Mango sounds so nice. Hahaha, you, Egostick, stop playing in Seoul and come down to Busan, Mango Stick. You're a more suitable with Busan than Seoul. If Stardust Icicle, press like. Hahaha, what are you talking about? Egostick's opponent is Stardust. Isn't it natural that he should leave it to Stardust, an Egostick expert? I don't think it's right to tie up with the wrong hero. New Day 313, why is he trembling so much? Ego Star shippers are holding in their tears, arrested at Stardust House. Looking at the profile, this person a diligent member, but they're an Ego Star shipper. It's my first time seeing them leaving comments. Can't focus on the blue-haired tanning bully www Ice Mango. Duck hahaha, this is going to be today's snack. Do you want to have iced mango for snacks today? I touched my forehead as Seo-yoon talked while laughing at me. I feel like my nickname list is increasing. Chapter 97, Ep 97. Auction House Ep 97. Auction House, a villain's life is restless, especially if you have a grand dream of creating a villain union like me. First of all, it takes a very long time to simply plan a terrorist attack. And if I am going to seduce other villains there, wow, even 10 bodies are not enough. Terrorism is also formidable. It's also a big problem that our time is limited to daytime because after sunset, the hero with a crazy ability called Shadow Walker immediately can suppress it within minutes into the attack. Of course, that doesn't mean that night isn't the time of villains. GSH, a dark street in Seoul, I was waiting for a car in a shadowy place. And by the appointed time, the headlights came out from the corner. A black limousine was approaching me, and the car that stopped in front of me. There, a man in a suit and a mask that could be used at the masquerade opened the door and bowed to me. "Hello, customer. Please check." Towards the person, I handed a black and gold mixed ticket out of my pocket. Ticket for VVIP, hard earned by bullying Lee Seola. The man, who was checking it for a while, bowed politely again toward me as if it had been confirmed. "Thank you, sir. You've been confirmed. Now please get in." Following the man who opened the door in the back of the limousine, I entered. The inside is covered with red leather. I got in. Well, it's so fluffy. Then, well, get going. Soon after the man sitting in front of me spoke up, the car began to start quietly. As I lay down in the car, which was gradually speeding up, the man in front handed me a mask. "Customer, this is your mask. Please wear it." I got the mask that would appear in those dramas with medieval background. I understand that everyone is basically hiding their identity anyway. Is it worth it? So the limousine continued to drive along the empty road and began heading somewhere outside of Seoul. I've been looking out the window, just spacing out. I am going to an auction house now. It's also the world's first illegal auction house held in Korea. I don't know why this still exists in Korea in this 21st century, but I decided to go with it because this world is a little flawed anyway. We arrived at an abandoned building in a quiet place after a long run, and the car went down to a parking lot under the building. "You can get off." I got off the open limousine, and I followed with the help of the staff. In front of me, a new scene came into my mind. Large open spaces, brilliant chandeliers and gold-embroidered wallpaper, and a variety of people in colorful masks. It's so lively here that I can't even compare. I also entered proudly, wearing a mask and a suit. This is the Excal auction house, where all kinds of money gather from all over the world. At the same time, it was also a tragic space where a villain was born at this moment, and I came to stop it. I moved to the place where the full-fledged auction would take place soon with a determined look. Honestly, they called it an excellent thing, but after all, whoever has a lot of money wins. I found my seat and sat down. It's just like a musical theater with round seats in a dark space, around the stage where the auction will be held in the middle. I sat in one of the seats, yawning. When will it start? "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen." "Oh, it's starting now." The stage was lit up and the host appeared. He said something, but I just let it slide. Well, auctions with deep history and tradition, customers with aesthetic eyes on art, and the items that come in today are very precious, and finally, the full-scale auction has begun. Today's first item, it's a candlestick used in the Baroque period, and it's a very difficult item to get at the moment. Well, start at 3,000. 32-0. We got 32-0. Is there anyone else? 3-2-1. It was sold to number 127. "Thank you. It's a very valuable commodity. It's a blacklist leaked from the Egyptian government. I'll take the first try. It's one of the few rare items in the world right now, with the image of a S-class villain, Kellers, whose records have been wiped out. Well, start at 10-0. And when the stage began, products started selling in earnest. This was the Excal auction house, selling all the valuable items that could be sold out of the eyes of the government and associations. From ancient relics to the government's latest documents, they seem to sell everything that is roughly paid for, even all kinds of strange things. And it's even more amazing that there are people who buy it. Everyone has money left over. Anyway, these useless things are not my concern. I sat down and waited calmly, until I get the goods that I want. And how much time has passed. Finally, the thing that I was waiting for came up on stage. It's a ring that Korea's B-class hero Swordier always wore during his lifetime. We got what he dropped in his last moment. Well, start at 6-0. Okay, that ring. I have to steal that ring from here, which is the cause of all the S-class villains' birth in the original. When no one knows the value of that yet. We have $7,000. Do we have any more? 75 0. It's 75 0. 8,000. We got 8,000. Do we have more? That's how the auction house heats up. And finally, the heavy man over there raised his finger. We got 10 0. 10 0. Do we have more? Then we'll be closing it. 3 2. And the moment the host tried to win the bid, his eyes widened when he saw something. 50,000. It's 50 million. The host shouted in excitement at the sudden 5-time jump. The same goes for others who watched indifferently around, suddenly wondering who's the crazy guy who's burning money on that seemingly useless thing. I am the one who called 50-0 here, of course. The real man heats things up. When I peeked from the side, I could see a man in a suit shaking. He almost won the bid at first, and in the original, he actually succeeded in winning the bid. Ryu Jin-teik, president of VK Corporation, and one of the S-class villains in the future. In the original comic, he realizes the power of the copy ring because he was bored at an auction house, and later on, he uses it to commit all kinds of evil. And he is a significant obstacle to Lee Seola's merger and acquisition project with the numerous powers he gained through this. Of course, since I have this ring, it's a future that won't come true anymore. He joined in because he was bored, but I guess he was a little offended because it got taken away, so he resisted timidly. It's 51-0. 51,000. Yeah, eat some shoots. 100-0. We got 100-0. 100-0. You don't have more? Then 3-2-1. It's sold for 100-0. Thank you. When I saw myself burning 100 million won for a ring used by a B-class hero, I felt like people around me were buzzing. The host seemed to be in a good mood, perhaps because he succeeded in selling it by puffing it up. I just smiled at the noisy indoor atmosphere. This is the most valuable thing out of all the things that came out today. Perhaps if people knew the truth of the ring, it would have gone up by 1 trillion won in value over 1 billion. It's not something you can afford in the first place. I am sure everyone here, as the capitals, has essentially hundreds of millions. Anyway, after finishing my business, I just got up from my seat. There's nothing more to see now. After smirking at the guy who was shaking from the side, I came out and picked up the goods first. A ring looks very normal with just a purple pearl in the middle. I came out with the ring wrapped in my pocket with the case. Phew, one goal was achieved. But how do I get home? I somehow got home, fell asleep as soon as I arrived, and the next day. Doin, what the hell is this? Did you go out making a fuss at night? Seo-yoon asked me, who was wiping the ring in the living room as if she was very curious. The ring of the seal? What? We will do this for the next terrorist attack. Wait, what the hell is this? Y'all know when you see it. Purple pellets embedded in the center of the ring. I turned it clockwise twice and counterclockwise again. And at the same time, the ring glows. Who woke me up? Inside the ring, a translucent man in knighthood that would have been worn only in the Middle Ages. What is this? Surprised Seo-yoon and the one in black armor who still looks puzzled. In that chaotic situation, I only said this calmly. Death Knight. HM, are you talking about me? That's not my name, Sint Pet, no. Your name is Death Knight from today? Death Knight sounds better. From now on, your name is Dzik. Chapter 98, Ep 98. A small terrorism, Ep 98. A small terrorism. Everyone was huddled in the forest in front of the main house, the headquarters of Ego Stream. Just to see this Death Knight I brought with me. I think I'll be able to live since I am released from the seal, from head to toe. This guy, armed with a helmet and armor that can only be seen in the Middle Ages, clattering his helmet and laughing. A black image was seen through the gray armor. The body is made up of a black soul, and that's the structure of wearing armor. Seeing our Dzik, who looked happy to be released from the seal on the ring, Choi Si-hee asked me as if she was very surprised. Wait, what is this? Is this a ghost? A ghost? Well, we can also see it as a ghost. Ghost. Soul, thought, ministry, guardian planet. Whatever you call it, it seems a little hard to call it a human now. I can touch it, but that's all. Oh my God, there's something like this. What the hell is this? If only we could do some research. Meanwhile, Seo-yoon was trying to analyze this Death Knight with her eyes shining like a science major. Ha 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 ha, your name is Doin. Thank you for bringing me out. The freedom I feel after a long time is so sweet. I'll help you with anything I can in return, just say it. He beat his armor with his hands and said proudly. I'll help you with whatever you can, oh Dzik. I don't have anything to ask you to do. Dzik is, by the way, what? There's nothing to order. The Death Knight startled. Looking at him, I really had no choice but to say so. I mean, I didn't expect any role from the beginning. I was just trying to set up a villain in advance, which would be hard for later, but it doesn't mean much. And in the first place, from what I saw in the original, aren't you going to disappear if you stay out for more than a certain amount of time? How did you know that? Yeah, that's right. If I go around in this world for so long, the energy will be drawn and I need to rest for a bit. But I'm still energetic, so I can last a few more hours. The Death Knight said confidently. Yes, but I think he's full of energy now, maybe because he's been stuck in the ring for a long time. That means I can use his power 100 for a while. I don't know. I haven't thought about it. Once the ring was removed, I was going to check the guardian spirit inside and seal it again. Gosh, I didn't know it'd be this obedient in the first place, Okay, I'll ask you later. Let's go inside for now. What? Wait, things that I can do are you Dzik went back into the ring after only the last scream. It kind of feels like the ring is buzzing. And as soon as I sealed him back then, something flashed across my mind. Okay. Except for the fact that this Death Knight was active once and had a long, cool time, he showed a lot of strong performances in the original. So that means if he's that cooperative, isn't it enough to just put him as a new villain in my villain union ego stream? I am starting to seriously consider this. Yeah, I am the main one anyway, and there are powerful villains. But it takes time because I have to attract a new one. So I think Terror Attack Plan will be on hiatus for about 3 months after the Busan terror attack. Should I just outsource it to him? I don't show my face to the camera myself. I just lead him on an ego stream broadcast and send it out. It will air under the name of Ego Stream anyway, so people will know that it is a terrorist attack under my direction, and it can also have the effect of showing off Ego Stream's potential, and to take the opportunity to train Stardust. A lot of villains will come out, so she'll get her training though that anyway, but it will feel a little different to fight with the strong villains that I purified. The villains who were really strong and bothered Stardust are going to be all handled or recruited separately. So the remaining villains in the first place are relatively weak, so they will only maintain the sense of Stardust ability, but not strengthen her. Only I can grow her up. Ha ha ha. Anyway, this Death Knight is also quite capable as he is a villain who received the S-Class title in the second half of the original. If then, even if it's not the main terror, shall we send him out to do a small terrorist attack? If the main one keeps stepping out, they'll get sick of it. There should also be something simple to ventilate the atmosphere. Good. Let's call him again. I tampered with the ring again and called out the Death Knight. Thank you. This air is so precious. Death Knight, who kneels down and spreads his arms as soon as he is released from the ring, is thrilled toward the sun. Wait. He didn't have this concept as I remember he was quiet and serious when he appeared a few times in the original What Happened. Anyway, I went and talked to a guy who would be crying if he had eyes instead of a helmet. Do you want to work with me? Yes, just tell me, I'll do anything. How about breaking down some buildings and fighting with talented people? Oh, but you shouldn't hurt people. What? Destruction battle. The guy took a breath, then suddenly laughed and shouted. Real man doesn't refuse to destroy and fight. All right, I'll do it right now. This brat, he understands what a real man's dream is. As Dzik's reputation has been raised, I nodded to him and said, That's it. That's the posture. Are you ready to terrorize like a real man? Yes. I don't know what it is, but if I can move my body as much as I want, I am sent. Pet, Death Knight, I'll show you the power of Death Knight. Nice. Right before the main attack, let's go with a simple one. You've become more stupid, Doin. Seoyun only murmured like that. What do you mean by stupid? Call me a man. In any case, we set out to prepare for the next mini-terrorist attack. As small as it is, if I teach Death Knight basic common sense, what to say and what to do, we can head out right away. Isn't Ego Star now just a has-been? New wine is poured into fresh wineskins. Let's let go of Stardust. To be honest, they've been involved too much for a time being, right? Icicle, a wave of the new age. Now accept it, you lowlife, the age of ice mangoes has come. Comments Stardust retreat / Icicle innovation. The change has begun. Honestly, it's more fun to talk with Icicle than to talk with Stardust, ha ha ha. We didn't even talk much. What are you talking about? Ha 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 ha. Yes, I can't lose. Stardust Mango debuted as a villain while writing a letter to Stardust. You cannot deny the special connection, Stardust, they ha ha ha. What's really funny about the Ice Mango shippers is that Stardust has been on 5 attacks so far, but Icicle only 1. They keep mixing Stardust and Icicle together. Ha ha ha. Yes, there's a 5x difference. All the stardust the neighborhood gathered up, ha 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 ha. You have to go with the trend. The recent trend is icicle, haha. The Stardust Union is trembling. The next terror attack in Busan will be worth watching, ha 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 ha. Gosh, our egoistic fan cafe is ruined. It's time to see which hero goes best with mango, ha 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 ha. Why are you talking about this all day long? Don't you get tired of it? Comment seriously, this is all because of him. Really, if a terrorist attacks, they won't roll around talking about it. It's all because of our egoistic mother ducker. He made an ego stream site and a broadcast section, but he didn't turn it on, really. That's so pathetic. But Ice Mango is the trend, writer true, haha. Why is the writer sitting in agreement after swearing at him? Hey ha ha ha, the World Cup is bullshit, but the real special connection is definitely icicle, ha ha ha. Just admit, Stardust Union. The arch enemy of the egoistic is icicle, ha really. Seoul Hero Association. Shin Haru, who was sitting in her office and looking at her laptop, gritted her teeth without realizing it. Just like a habit, she went into Egoistic's fan cafe and read the posts, and since last time, ridiculous stories have been coming up, making her boil up. What egoistic opponent her arch enemy is icicle? Egoistic. She's the only one who knows him best and understands him best. Where's that icicle coming from? Seola didn't know anything about egoistic in the first place. It's vivid to see Seola cursing at him last time her hand was already on the keyboard without realizing it. The girl who typed the comment. Stardust are the only ones who understand and face egoistic the most. There's a lot of nonsense these days. She typed the enter key and left a comment, but her mind became slightly uncomfortable because of what she saw earlier. It's going to be worth watching if the next terrorist attack happens in Busan. No way. The next terrorist attack won't happen in Busan, will it? She's tired of it with him only dealing with icicle. Then, her eyes sank dark without her knowing it. She doesn't think so. So when she went back to the main screen of the cafe feeling a little down, it was already burning with a lot of posts all of a sudden. Ego stream live broadcast on ha 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 ha. What? It hasn't been long since the last attack, ha 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 ha. It's Seoul, ha 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 ha. Ice Mango is going ducking down, ha 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 ha. Stardust punch. Stardust punch. Stardust punch. Stardust punch. Stardust punch. Stardust punch. Let's go Stardust. Another terror attack in the middle of Seoul, and after a while, as an association employee hurriedly opened the door and came in. Shin Haru was already changing, flying through the window. With the corners of her mouth raised unknowingly, yeah, there's no way that egoistic won't terrorize Seoul. As expected, his opponent is her. With that in mind, she flew to the scene of the incident. With earphones listening to the association staff who spoke their location in a hurry, she thought while crossing the sky. Egoistic. Since the last robot attack, it's been a long time since we've met. Dylan, are you not going out this time? Why are you at home? The Death Knight will deal with everything anyway. The camera is on the drone, so it's okay. It's so comfortable to outsource 100 of terrorism. As expected, home is the best. Shall we eat popcorn? I am sure there won't be any difference. Chapter 99, Ep 99. Resentment, Ep 99. Resentment people walking on the streets of Seoul sometimes complain about the bad weather. When it rains or snows, citizens feel burdened by simply walking, especially with the busy streets where many people come and go. On top of that, when rare events such as hail and typhoons occur, people only shed tears, because walking down the street becomes labor. However, as a citizen of Seoul, the most absurd thing you can experience while walking down the street, as expected, isn't it the terrorist attack from those people with superpower, which suddenly happen like a bolt out of the blue in the clear sky? And in a street in Itaewon. At this time of the day, people who were walking on this street began to run away in a hurry. Bang! Bang! The trees, lamps on the street, fire hydrants, transformers, signs, traffic lights were all crumbling down. Just everything rising up in the street was cut and broken, and the peaceful street became a mess. Arg! Come out! People were screaming. The windows of the surrounding buildings were smashed, and people had already gotten off and escaped as their cars were cut through the air. In the midst of this total mess, something that was causing all of this division. Muhahaha, this is so fun. Something was wielding a black sword with a black aura around it, with armor and helmet all over it. Passers-by who had been injured while walking had already fled in amazement. He remained alone in the street and still continued his terror by wielding a sword. My name is Death Knight, Knight of the Dead, a member of Ego Stream. Who will deal with me? His voice sounded like it was scratching iron. He shouted loudly and banged his chest armor with his fist. He wondered who would listen to it if he shouted like that on the empty street, but in fact, this scene was watched by quite a lot of people. From the Ego Stream site, which was being filmed and transmitted with a camera above the drone, to the broadcast, Death Knight appeared. Ha 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 ha, I mean ha 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 ha. Is this Korea or medieval fantasy? He's an Ego Stream member. The second villain of the Egostics Union, Egostic, where did you get all those villains? It's my first time seeing this guy. Ha 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 ha. He seems to be very strong, but why does he sound like an old man? Ha 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 ha, why can't we see his body but only the black smoke from his armor? I am scared, I like everything, but the most important thing is Mango Stick. Where is he? Where is he? Hello, this is Egostic. Where did this go? Hell, come out a little later, ha ha ha. I trust him. That's how viewers continued to chit-chat, and when the villain, who identified himself as Death Knight, continued to smash the streets. Finally, she flew in. Stardust, her blonde hair flying, quietly floating in the air and looking down at Death Knight in the dusty place. And when Death Knight saw her, he stopped the indiscriminate sabotage and immediately shouted at her. Oh, so you're Stardust, the hero that he mentioned. Shouting so, he let the black spear hover in the air and then grabbed it after putting things away, with an ominous black aura hovering at the end of the spear. He shouted again at her, who was quietly floating in the air. He told me you'd stop me, but me, Sint P. Death Knight will take it easy to fight with you. And with that, Death Knight rushed at her with the black spear. A truly threatening sight of a knight running with a huge spear, giving off a black aura as if to embody death. And right in front of them, a battle with such a dreadful enemy. Stardust was just like questioning. So where's the Egostic? Roar, roar, the roar which resonated strongly as if heaven and earth were shaking resonated in the streets. Ha 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 ha, as expected, he's quite strong. He's definitely strong. Of course, I am not crazy about Death Knight. While the surrounding trees and pieces of the road were flying in the air, the battle was going pretty nip and tuck. Death Knight, a new villain who is holding up well against the current Stardust, whose abilities have grown considerably due to various events. Even if she avoided the spear he wielded and drove in the attack, he seemed to be quite good at confronting whether the millhouse of the armor was strong. It's been a long time since she's faced a pretty powerful enemy. In the battle with him, she had to constantly fly, throw herself at him, and attack him. All the flying spears were pushed aside, she prevented a series of constant attacks and attacked herself, then they continued the battle. And the viewers were also watching the battle with great excitement. Wow, is that Death Knight? It's a well-matched with Stardust, competition of the strongest people in the world. Where did he get all these amazing guys? Mango Stick's villains, but damn it, it's a bummer that there's no commentary by Egostic. Where's Egostic? He's not coming out today, isn't he? No, he'll definitely come out. His terror show has never been like this. He'll come out in the middle of the show. There's no way that Mango won't come. Stardust is here. Mangastar will last forever. If Egostic doesn't come out, I'm going to poop my pants. I took a screenshot of the person who chatted above. That's how the battle went on. It looks like a close match in which people can't relax for a second while their palms get sweaty. Stardust, who was actually involved in the fight, kept thinking about it. What the hell, Egostic, when's he coming? Obviously, this scene was being transmitted through Egostic's broadcast, and the he that villain mentioned, in terms of circumstances, is Egostic. So she thought that Egostic would definitely be here. Indeed, without showing his nose, Stardust continued to fight with the strange villain in this armor, a consumptive, meaningless fight. Ting. And while she was continuing the battle, that Death Knight was about to shoot a major blow at her, so she threw herself at him. Boom, their attacks hit each other and their bodies were bounced against each other due to repulsive force. Ha 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 ha, Egostic was right, you're quite strong, it's a nip and tuck race. I haven't had a match like this in hundreds of years. Looking at the villain laughing and talking on the other side, she felt a surge of irritation. Yeah, so where's Egostic? Why are you here? While the battle lasted so long, she shouted at him and asked him about Egostic, who still hasn't been seen. So where's Egostic that you mentioned and you're by yourself? And her question scratched the itch of viewers watching the broadcast, wondering when Egostic would come out. Seriously, haha. I'm watching to see Mango Stick, but when does Mango come? Feeling so refresh. After seeing this, I decided to support Stardust. Really, where's Mango? Get rid of that weird old man. As viewers wait for Death Knight's answer. Death Knight. Egostic? At the words of looking for an Egostic from her lips, he scratched the helmet with his finger as if he didn't know what to say, and then laughed again and shouted like that. Egostic won't come today. He said it'd be enough to deal with you. Ha 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 ha, the one shouted out like that. The chat windows went wild when they heard that Egostick not going to show up today. What is this? This isn't right, no, it's on at the Egostick show. What are you talking about? Unbelievable Mango Stick come out? Ha 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 ha, that's why I knew that something was off. There's no mango today, there's no mango today. There's no mango today? Huh, I am getting angry, who's that guy in the battle? Icicle take the ship yourself and terrorize slash Stardust leave it to someone else ha 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 ha, angry Max. He crossed the line while the comments are burning up. Stardust was just standing still, looking down. So Egostick isn't coming today? Oh, well, that's possible. Well, that doesn't matter. However, since the broadcast of Egostick turned on, of course, she only thought that Egostick would come out. Well, it doesn't matter if that's a different villain. She's a hero anyway. A hero just needs to defeat villains and save the citizens, nothing else matters. But why did he go all the way to Busan, and he personally dragged the ship somewhere and started terrorism against Icicle? Did he just send a subordinate to himself? Egostick won't come today, he said it'd be enough to deal with you, ha 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 ha, it resonates in her ears. What that villain said earlier. What? Enough to deal with, ha 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 ha. As she thought more about it, her eyes sank deeply. Yes, the reason why she is boiling up inside is that Egostick ignored her. He dealt with Icicle himself directly with the ship, but he ignored her and sent only one of his underlings to her. As if he doesn't have to deal with her anymore. That attitude, like he's done with her now. She mashed at her lips, so he doesn't have to deal with her himself. Is it enough to make him do something else? Well, let's just show them it's not. And the moment she's so determined, the air around her began to change. What is it? Lying on the sofa and eating popcorn, I jumped to my feet at the sudden sight. Dylan, why? No, wait a minute. I opened my mouth as I saw the strange look on camera around Stardust and the little stones that began to rise around her. It's a phenomenon that happens when you awaken yourself. Why is she suddenly awakening all of a sudden? Chapter 100, Ep 100. Death Knight Ep 100. Death Knight, Death Knight. Having been confined to a narrow ring for hundreds of years, he was fully enjoying the freedom he felt after a long time. And luckily, thanks to the owner of the ring. Muhahahaha. He's been fighting a battle for the first time in a long time. Ha, the woman who was struggling to fight in front of him named Stardust, who the guy told him to deal with. Fight with a certain amount of power, and when she goes on, pretend to lose and run away. Okay? Recalling the order that Egostick had said, he grabbed the spear again. The battle after a long time was really fun. That woman in front of him, though she limited her power to some extent. Therefore, the well-matched battle could continue. That's how the battle went. After a brief time away from each other, bouncing off each other, he gave Stardust his honest feelings. Ha 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 ha, Egostick was right, you're quite strong. It's a nip-and-tuck race. I haven't had a match like this in hundreds of years. It was actually true. Even if they had some control over their power, a lot of humans could not withstand this much. In other words, the woman who brought out her power this much is quite strong. When he said so with respect, the blonde girl in front of him squinted her eyes and asked him something else. Where Egostick is. Death Knight wondered why she suddenly was asking such a question, but soon recalled what Egostick had said to him. In case, Stardust might try to find me and ask for where I am. It's being broadcasted on my own show. She's here to catch me, but there's only you. Well, just say my opponent is you. Egostick won't come, just say it like this. Yeah, he's sure the guy said so. Death Knight, who remembered his instructions, soon spoke proudly and loudly. With a bit of provocation. Egostick won't come today, he said it'd be enough to deal with you, ha 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 ha. And at that moment, the atmosphere surrounding that hero, Stardust, who was standing in front of him, suddenly began to change. The rapidly changing atmosphere of the opponent that only he can feel after dealing with numerous battles. It was obvious that he was dealing with much transparency before. Suddenly, there was a tremendous fighting spirit. Something deep and gooey. The air swirled around her and hair began to rise, showing that the situation was getting abnormal. And in that situation, rather, Death Knight laughed out loud. Muhahahaha, good. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but that's how it should be. With her changed atmosphere, he realized. From now on, that Stardust will let out all of her power. He couldn't quite understand why she was like that all of a sudden, but anything would be nice if they could have a more intense fight anyway. All right, the full-scale battle begins now. Now me, Death Knight 2, is going to fight for real. No more mercy. With determined spirit, Death Knight immediately shouted at her, hitting his chest with one arm. Yes, the real game starts now. Hero Stardust, come on, my power. And at that moment, in the blink of an eye, Stardust was flying in front of him. Blonde hair flying, one hand grabbed into a fist. Oh, he let his guard down. The moment Death Knight hurriedly tried to stop her from approaching him with the spear. It's late. Such a short murmur crossed him. At the same time, there's a tremendous impact on his belly. Crash, his body bounced back at great speed. Stardust, who snapped her fist, rose into the sky to head to the place where the guy she blew up, Death Knight. Cough, cough, the guy who flew away with her fist, stuck in the outer wall of the building on the other side, was sniffing black smoke. Wow, I can't believe I let my guard down, cough, cough, I'll admit it, I lost. He fell down with his armor hanging down. After being blown to death by her fist, which she had just awakened for a moment, he still laughed and murmured, even though his body was smashed. Then, before anyone knew, he slowly began to turn into dust. Even in that situation, Death Knight, looking down at her for the last time, gave her the last line. This is not my end. I am immortal anyway. I won't let my guard down when I come back, so be prepared. Ha 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 ha. He left his last words like that, and eventually, until the helmet, he became dust at last and was blown by the wind. Soon, as all the people ran away, only Stardust stood alone on the empty streets of the half-destroyed city center. Stardust, who was looking at the place where Death Knight disappeared eventually, suddenly raised her head and looked at the sky. Still, Egostick didn't come. Let's take a look at the new member of Ego Stream, the mad movie of his lifetime, Death Knight, who destroys all the streets as a one-man show. GIF, Death Knight provoking Stardust. GIF, Death Knight who fights semi-S-class hero equally. GIF, Death Knight attacking Stardust with a black spear. GIF, Death Knight overwhelms Stardust with continuous attacks. GIF, Death Knight flies to space with one fist from Stardust. GIF, Mr. Death Knight, who was the best of the Ego Stream members, GOAT, greatest of all time. I won't forget your sacrifice. A silent prayer comments, I already miss Death Knight, are you happy there? Why did you kill him when he said he's not dead? Ha 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 ha, he's immortal, ha 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 ha. How can he come back to life when he became dust? Being serious, video analysis suggests that the absence of the body in the armor is a little bit of a spiritual type. If you look at European heroes and villains, there are a lot of them. I think he's really immortal. Why did you fail after fighting so well? Stardust seemed to have awakened her ability. Why all of a sudden? I don't know. But it's not weird because Stardust got better after fighting, looking at the sudden attack after their conversation. It seems like she succeeded after only aiming for the right timing. Oh, I see. Actually, what if Stardust awakened because she was upset when she heard that he wasn't coming? What if we're all misunderstanding? Stop delusioning. Stardust, say yes. But Egostick is really awesome. I didn't expect much when I first heard that he was going to make a villain union. It hasn't been long since he announced it. But the lineup is amazing. Egostick, Class A, Elektra, Class A, and Death Knight, which came out this time, seemed to be an S-class since he looked like he's at same level with Stardust. Isn't it like he's almost caught up with the Hero Association? Stardust, Death Knight, Shadow Walker, Egostick, Icicle, Elektra. If you compare it like this, it's pretty similar. Of course, more things are going to come, but the scary thing is that the number of members will increase from here in the future. There's no way he would be this satisfied for a union like this in the first place. I mean, in a little while, the villain union is going to be stronger than the hero union. Conclusion, shoot, association. Comments, Egostick is really awesome. Looking at Death Knight, I can't help comparing him with Stardust. Where did he get that guy? They'll catch up with the association soon, ha 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 ha, but isn't this better? If you look at villains, dozens of them always die during terror attacks, but if all the villains who will come out are tied to Egostick, wouldn't Korea be safer? It's true, changing people's perspective. This is it. There is a country that gets safer as the villain union grows. Go Mango Union support the growth of Egostick's villain union. Ego Stream, gosh ha ha ha, this is patriotism, ha 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 ha. Korean Patriot Cafe. The terrorists were disappointed that Egostick didn't come out unexpectedly, confirmed true fact. What do you mean? Egostar is ducking doomed. In Busan, Egostick came out and terrorized himself, but for Seoul, let's just get the underling doing that. Ha 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 ha, gosh, ha 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 ha, Mango doesn't need Stardust anymore. Ha 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 ha. It's become iced mango now. Ha 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 ha, sign it. Stardust Union. Egostick's arch enemy is Icicle, comments, I'm a Stardust, but true, I love Starbucks, but I think Icicle is the best. It's Stardust. No, it's not. It's Stardust. Don't do that. Oh, my, don't cry and just tell me. This beaches www. You're all broken www. Reason why Stardust Union is done. Until the next episode, the cafe will be covered with iced mango. This can't be real. Oh, my Mr. Egoistic, why didn't you come out yourself? Why did you have to send out another villain? The president's office on the top floor of Yuseong Enterprise. Lee Seola, who was watching a video of the attack on her laptop alone, muttered as she watched Stardust, who stiffened her expression at Death Knight's words. Then she checked the video below. The arch energy of Egoistic seems to be icicle when he doesn't come to Seoul directly, but sends his underling, and paused a little. Well, but I don't feel bad. The corners of her mouth as she thought quietly, slightly rising up. Chapter 101, Ep 101. Future Plan Ep 101. Future Plan. We have such an outstanding characters in our ego stream. Is how our last terrorist attack showcased. My mini-terrorism, where I introduced Death Knight to people, had a bigger effect than I thought. Not only did the news report on the dangers and potentials of Egoistic's villain union, but for the first time, the amount of mentions about Ego Stream began to increase as much as myself. The villain showcase, which consisted of 2 consecutive La Peace group Death Knights, certainly had a significant impact. Now, the more powerful villains are added here, the more likely they will be recognized as a force that no one can ignore in Korea. But anyway, what is it? I kept watching the footage on TV. Stardust and Death Knight fight last time. Stardust, who had obviously been fighting at the same level with Death Knight, suddenly awakened like she brought out somewhat tiger inside in the middle and smashed Dzik. As a result, Dzik is currently resting again in the capsule. Well, although he seems to be pretty satisfied, of course, I still don't know why Stardust suddenly awakened her power. I heard that she got angry while they were talking. Well, I don't think she awakened because she was so angry when she found out that Egoistic wasn't coming, but probably because of Dzik's muhahaha. It seems like his laughter annoyed her. That sounds like the only explanation. Well, anyway, there's actually no harm for me. The sooner Stardust gets stronger, the better, but the speed is too fast. I muttered without realizing it. She's not even a bean sprout. Why is she growing so well? Is she that slow Stardust in the original? It's still early to the mid-second part, but it's already getting as strong as the later half of the second part. It's enough to beat all the villains that will come out. I leaned my chin and thought hard. At this rate, it might be okay to slow down a little. Then should we rest until the Walguangio? As I continued to think, I heard a knock from the door and Subin came in. "Dylan, are you searching about Stardust again?" And that was the first thing she said when she saw Stardust on my computer. Her looking and staring at it, she might think that I am managing Stardust Fan Club, which is a misunderstanding. I am already done managing the data for the fan club, and now I am purely making future plans. I tried to say a word to protest, but Subin was faster as she gave me the phone and spoke up first. "Dylan, you have a call? As I was wondering while looking at it, the caller turned out to be Lee Seola. Oh, so I left my phone in the living room. I thanked Subin for handing it over and answered the phone. "Hello? Hey, what's up? Excuse me, you didn't forget that we were supposed to meet today, right?" What, is it already time?" Turning my head and checking the calendar, I realized that today was 2 weeks from the day we met last time. Oh, of course I knew. I was getting ready. No, you're not. Anyway, the location is where you told me last time, so hurry up and come, okay? Yeah. After hanging up, I got ready to go out. I'm going to go see Lee Seola. Honestly, it doesn't seem to be that long anyway. A while later, I was sitting on the top floor of Yuseong Enterprises branch in Seoul, in the president's office. How can the president's office look exactly the same in Busan and Seoul? I came into the president's office and looked around. And looking at me, Lee Seola smirked. "What would I have left as much as you do? I kind of flex a bit. Can money do all of these?" As I was amazed to see how all the furniture and shelves are located at the exact same places, she got up from her seat with the corners of her mouth still slightly raised and sat opposite me. Also, since I'll have a lot of time in Seoul in the future, I just decorated it how I wanted. "Why in Seoul? Oh, what do you mean by why?" "Of course, all the companies that I have to get rid of to buy are gathered here." She smiled again as if she had never said anything and let out that cold-blooded laugh. "And you're also very helpful. The acquisition is getting easier thanks to the data you handed over." "Oh, yeah, that one. There's one more here." As I heard her words, I found another USB in my pocket and handed it to her. "Here. The last file contains all the remaining companies. Oh my, you don't really have to do this though. I didn't know there were still more. Thank you. She took it with a smile. I emphasized once again to her. That's the last one, so you have to take care of the rest. Got it? It's okay, you already gave me enough. But how the hell did you get this? Even the employees under me cannot find anything. I smiled at her, who was secretly trying to dig up information from me. I am not an all-around person. I was struggling with the association and the government's encryption using their internal network, but I cannot penetrate the security. Technically, it was Seo-yoon who cannot, not me. Anyway, I answered while trembling. I didn't answer her question, how? And as expected, Lee Seola was quick-witted. She noticed that I was changing the subject. She stared at me with her chin resting at my one-step answer. Then she spoke up, slightly smiling. Mr. Ego, can I visit your house? No, I can give you 5 of my company's stake. Is that a lot? As I looked at her with a salty look, she smiled and spoke up again. Well, if you don't know how much that means, it's fine. Anyway, I won't betray you or anything, so I hope you can trust me a little more. It's a bit upsetting. Murmuring her last words softly, she turned away and drank her tea. Looking at her, I thought for a moment. I don't think that we're already at that state yet, though. Anyway, if you think about it, there was a description in the original that Lee Seola took care of all the people who believed in her and followed her, even after the dark secret was exposed. Well, as I thought for a moment, she asked me again in a slightly bright tone, returning to her normal expression. So what are you going to do next? Death Knight was pretty impressive. Next time, after her words, my back leaned against the wall and I slightly fell silent. I was going to do another terrorist attack to show them the power of Ego Stream. But looking at the Stardust current state, I wonder if it's necessary. I think she's now strong enough, so what's the point? I think I can proceed a bit slower. Then maybe until the incident breaks out. Well, I think I'll take a rest this year. What? That long? The girl startled. Well, it's already autumn anyway. It's not going to be a long break. Of course, my fan cafe will properly go nuts again. If it's getting boring, I guess I should upload a video. Anyway, after talking a few more words, I asked for the last time before leaving. And stay close with the Stardust from now on. We'll be in trouble if you two don't get along. And you two need to be close so I can hear news about Stardust right away. We're already close, though. It would be nice if you guys could meet more often. Well, I see. All right. I got up from my seat. It's time to go now. And before leaving, I added a word to Lee Seola, who said goodbye to me as she looked at me from behind. Also, from now on, call me Doin. What? My name? It's Doin, so if you want to call me that, call me that. Oh, okay. I got out of her place after pausing for a moment when she understood my words and answered with a big smile. Yeah, it should be fine. Maybe, that's right. Right after Egostic left. Lee Seola, who sat in her seat and smiled by herself, suddenly came to her senses and straightened her back. Yeah, it's not time to feel happy. She has to do what she has to do. Gosh, well, she has to check the USB that Dylan gave her. She came to her senses again and began to work. Oh, also, he told her to stay close to Haru, right? She thought for a moment, then smiled and picked up her phone. Yeah, it's not really a bad thing to get along with Haru after a long time. Last time, there was something about Egostic, but well, she should be generous and approach the girl first. Haru doesn't even know Egostic's name, but she knows his real name and even hears it herself. With such a strange, relaxing feeling, she called Haru with her phone with a smile on her face. Hey, Haru, what are you doing? Chapter 102, Ep 102. Meetings Ep 102. Meetings grew, I am reptilian. Stardust, you're nothing to me, Gra, you're so talkative. Today, Shin Haru returned home after lightly defeating a villain who was making a fuss in downtown Seoul with her fist. She decided to meet her friend Lee Seola today, after a long time. Even though they're the same age, Seola was usually busy, as she runs the company as a president and stays active as a hero with the name Icicle at the same time. Therefore, it's very rare for her to come to Seoul like today, so she's going to meet her after a long time. It was a little uncomfortable because of what happened in Busan last time. Well, but it's my fault after all. She seemed to misunderstand and intimidate Seola, who was just working hard as a hero. Of course, that reason is still not enough to make the villain smile. She's not sure if it's possible. If they meet today, she should talk more about Egostic, and she should apologize first. She hasn't been able to meet the girl since that day, so she hasn't been saying anything. With that in mind, Shin Haru headed to their meeting location. With a little awkwardness, oh, Haru, welcome, it's really been a long time. And unlike her worries, Ciola welcomed her with a bright smile that was no different from before. She was rather guilty of her attitude, and although it was Haru that wanted to say sorry again about what happened in Busan last time. Why do you still mind that? Things can happen. I'd do the same. Ciola laughed as if she didn't even care in the first place. She was a little relieved that they solved what happened last time. She had a conversation with Ciola while eating shaved ice comfortably for the first time in a long time. And the two talked about various topics. Finally, there was a buzz that led to the subject. Oh, and about egoistic. When the name came out of Ciola's lips, Haru was unknowingly nervous. Regardless of whether she said it or not, Ciola continued the topic. Last time, for the first time, he came down to Busan and fought with me. Yeah, she thought of Egoistic, who directly came down to Busan with a minion from Seoul and seized her cup of tea as she was holding it without realizing it. Ciola continued to open her mouth as if she hadn't noticed anything. At the time, I talked to him a few times. At that time, he said that the reason why he invaded Busan was because the airship was already on the Busan side, so he came just to kill time. Isn't that ridiculous? That villain, he must think terrorism is a joke. Haha, really? Haru listened to her, she focused on every word Ciola said. So the attack in Busan was spontaneous just for him to kill time. He didn't plan anything like how he did in Seoul, when she loosened her grip on the teacup as she thought. Ciola added a word there. And Haru, since I already met him, I don't think that we need to worry too much about Egoistic, though. What? Haru tilted her head at her sudden remark. What do you mean by don't worry? Of all the villains who are active in Korea, Egoistic is the most influential. As she looked at Ciola with such doubts, the girl answered as if there was a reason. I mean, when the attack happened in Busan last time, there wasn't much damage to civilians. So why bother with him so much? But he's a terrorist. Of course, but we are heroes. What is our reason to be heroes? Isn't it to save people? So I think it's better to focus on other villains rather than focusing on Egoistic since no one gets hurt in his case. It doesn't seem so though. When Shin Haru was eagerly recalling the rebuttal in her head, Ciola scolded her. I think you're too concerned about Egoistic these days. Last time also, to be honest, Egoistic and you are enemies. Or something similar to that kind of relationship, but I don't think it'd be good if you care too much. As Haru felt slightly stabbed by Ciola's words, she quietly ate another bite of shaved ice without arguing. It's true that he went all the way down to Busan, so it's hard to refute. And Ciola continued to talk, perhaps reading her signs. Egoistic sometimes terrorizes anyway, so maybe she should just care when he does and not too wary when he doesn't. It's a waste to put all her energy into catching a villain who makes no civilian casualties. Her long-spoken conclusion was, don't focus too much on Egoistic. A terrorist cycle is long and there's no civilian casualties. After hearing Ciola's words, honestly, Haru couldn't relate. Looking at Egoistic's actions from the beginning, does it make sense to not care about him? But apart from that, Haru herself was too deeply worried about Egoistic. Although it's not like Ciola talked her out because she knew that much. Is it Egoistic when there's a breaking news about terrorist attack these days? Would be the first thing that comes to her mind. Yeah, maybe. Like Ciola said, it may be right to care a little less about Egoistic than she does now. Honestly, these days, if it's about villains, she can only think about Egoistic. But there are a lot of other villains. So Haru replied, okay. Yeah, well thought out. You get stressed out if you just cling to one person. Lee Ciola smiled happily while saying that. And looking at her like that, Haru she somehow feels uncomfortable. Yeah, she has felt a gut feeling since she saw Lee Ciola laughing and talking with Egoistic last time. And actually, the suspicion got bigger after they met today. The suspicion that Ciola is hiding something from her, and her intuition said that there must be another reason for her to say that. But Haru denied her speculation because she just jumped into conclusion without any clue. Yeah, she just gave some advice as a friend. It doesn't look good on her if she clings onto Egoistic too much. And what's in for Ciola to separate her and Egoistic? Ciola is her friend, so she just gave her some advice. There cannot be any other reason. Once tentatively concluded like that, Haru then buried her anxiety and doubts in her heart and decided to do what Ciola said. Yeah, let's stop overthinking about Egoistic. Looking at Ciola, who was still smiling in front of her, Haru just also smiled back. Still, she is somewhat uncomfortable inside. After Haru left, Lee Ciola was left alone, leaning on a chair and handling Egoistic a small apple inside. I am sorry, Doin. You only told me to get closer with Stardust, but you didn't tell me how. She smirked as she tilted the remaining teacup. To be honest, she's already aware of it. That egoistic cares too much about Stardust. And Shin Haru also recently, she's starting to care more and more about egoistic. And then, what if those two become closer? What if Haru learns about egoistic's secret and goes beyond the antagonism between hero and villain and becomes like her relationship with him? That doesn't seem good. Those two better stay on their own. Liciola, she was the kind of person who would never let anyone take away what she had noticed. That's why. She repeatedly pointed out that Haru cared too much about egoistic and told her to get rid of her doubts and obsession with egoistic, almost like brainwashing. Haru has always been listening to Ciola's words. Ciola was relieved because it somehow seemed to have worked eventually. It would be bad for Haru to keep waiting for him, as Dain said he wouldn't be terrorizing this year anyway. She should remind Haru to stop thinking about egoistic every time she meets her. It's all for Haru. Having that in mind, Ciola recalled that Dain said he would no longer commit terrorism this year. Back then, his expression clearly said that he was preparing for something rather than resting until then. His slightly stiffened face and voice lowering down a tone. Ciola, who grasped his attitude with the eyes of a businesswoman, only guessed. His face got a little stiffened at the moment he said it. What the hell is he going to do next year? Dear believers, the elders have let out a shrill cry, in a dark place. In that place, an old man's voice rang through the auditorium. Yes, our proud people of Walguangio, we're still waiting for the eternal moon to come down today. The day when we finally show the world our shining moon is coming. The day to purify this world, which is dominated by other angels and little devils, with our moonlight. The day we show our faith, we finally have it, my dears. Next year, the day when the moon god comes to fill the night sky with a big moon, the day when the yin energy gets to its strongest. The moon witch herself punishes those foolish apostates. They will go down. Moonlight forever, moonlight, 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 moonlight. At the end of the old man's words, thousands of shouts filled the space. Only the purple fire from the candles on the wall fluttered by the wind. Somewhere in Seoul, somewhere no one knows. The energy of destruction was approaching by the minute. They're starting to bullshoot again. Hey, Dain. What are you talking about? Well, there's something. The pseudo-religious guys who want to go beyond Korea and destroy the whole world. I guess they're getting ready to come out. This world is full of exhaustion triggers. I'll have to hurry and clean it up, then retire. What kind of troop are they? These bastards who want to destroy the world keep coming out like seaweeds no matter how hard you try to get rid of them. This is so exhausting. In that sense, I went into Stardust Fan Cafe. My way of healing this is the only one. Dain, why are you always searching about that woman? I just silently ignored Dzik's words. I don't want him to tackle my only hobby. Chapter 103, Ep 103. Magic Circles Ep 103. Magic Circles hello, this is the news. Today, a terrorist appeared at a subway station in downtown Seoul, causing confusion among citizens. Fortunately, Hero Stardust appeared on time and arrested the criminal without casualties. Detailed information is from reporter Nam Sang-min. Just because our ego stream is temporarily shut down, it doesn't mean that the Republic of Korea becomes peaceful. As it has clearly passed the beginning phase of the original work, villains begin to pour out in earnest from the middle part. By now, Stardust should be rolling around and cleaning out those dirtbags. But maybe because I've trained her too much, she can catch other villains easily now. In fact, there seems to be no match for Stardust other than my ego stream. In fact, as I recruit or remove really strong villains in advance, the remaining ones will naturally be the weak ones. As such, the people in my villain union are of jewel-like essence. They are especially strong in the original comic, as they keep pressuring Stardust. And what are those errant common villains one doing now? Seo-yoon and Sehi. Who eats beans like that? Look at Hayul and Chayoon, you guys have to eat it like this. They're being scolded for picky eating beans. Those two, with sad eyes, picking up the beans gathering on one side of the bowl. That's the case for Seo-yoon, but for Choi Si-hee, why isn't she being picky towards beans when she's already that age? Of course, I could avoid such mishaps by removing less beans from the beginning when I get my plate. I can't stand beans either. Anyway, it's a normal-looking dining table, but all the people here are really extraordinary. Firstly, there's me, who knows everything that will happen in the future. Then Seo-yoon, who is eating beans next to me, is a genius hacker, and Choi Si-hee is an A-class villain. Hayul is the only healer in Korea. Subin is an all-around person who knows computers and drives all kinds of transportation. and even Death Knight, which is sweeping the yard behind, was an S-class villain in the original. It's a lineup that makes your heart feel grand. Even the Vine Witch or those Lapis who are partners with us, I guess what I've done so far in this world is not in vain. In a world like this, people are the most important. Special people, I am done eating. Me too. As I was thinking about that, Seo-yoon and Choi Sehi got up. Do-in, you said you were going out tonight, right? Yeah. Then I'll be in the basement with Sehi until then, just call me then. Yeah, sure. After that, those two rushed toward the basement. How long are they going to be like that? Subin sighed as she looked at them. That's understandable. They've been locking themselves in the basement almost every day since last time. Except for mealtime, they've been making something. At first, I just shrugged it off because I thought it would be good, but as time goes by, I am starting to doubt. In particular, my doubts are growing day by day as they also hide it from Subin. Well, I'll just wait and see for now. Honestly, I don't think that they're going to make something weird after all. I am expecting them to surprise me with something useful. Thank you for the meal. Cha-yoon also finished his meal. As soon as he got up, he went out to the yard and helped Death Knight clean up. But actually, Dizik went out there when there's nothing to clean, saying being inside the capsule was suffocating. Well, I am glad that those two got close. So the ones who were left at the table are Subin, me, and Hayul, who had a long face, perhaps because she's a senior in high school now. Hayul, how are you studying these days? Don't even talk. It's not easy. Hayul looks tired as the CSAT is approaching. That's right. Before that, she would have lived with studying, but it's not easy to do it now. Still, since Subin, who graduated from Seoul National University, is helping, I think there will be at least some result. Looking at one by one who is living in this house, I suddenly thought that. Although I've been working hard thinking only about the future that prevents me from dying, I am determined to devote everything to Stardust. As I kept gathering one by one, now there are quite a few people beside me who trust and rely on me. With that in mind, I also remembered Lee Seola. I think she likes me a little too. I don't even know why, actually. Is it because she likes the information I gave her? It may be because Lee Seola is so ambitious. But as I don't know anything about her for sure, I am slowly building our relationship. Still, I even told her my name because she was so friendly, but these days, she's been whining about letting her come visit our house, which is a big problem. Maybe I should invite her after the next main event. I honestly expect she won't think about betraying me by then. Anyway, that's not the problem now. Now we have to prepare for another main event for early next year. To stop the Walgunjio brats' actions. The Walgunjio. It's a pseudo-religion that believes in the vain story that the moon god in another dimension will come to clean up the world and create a new world. It would be described like that. The problem is that that is somewhat true. There's actually something mysterious about the moon. There's a different dimension to it. It seems like an original worldview. In conclusion, these crazy people are trying to destroy the world by directly descending the moon god. The bishop is out of his mind. If Han Yoon group members were the main villains of the first phase in the original, the Walgunjio guys will be the main villains of the second phase. Particularly, they certainly ruined Seoul, which has already been half ruined by the Han Yoon group, with a woman who has no weakness at all, the Moonlight Shaman from the middle part. Not once, but several times. Of course, Stardust tried to prevent it, but even the current Stardust won't be able to beat them. There was no chance for Stardust in the original comic. Armed with all kinds of magic and the special power of the moon, they were powerful. When Stardust finally knew how to defeat and sent them away, Seoul was already destroyed. On top of that, the viciousness of these guys is that monsters of two dimensions began to pour into the earth, which is not even an urgent matter right now. The problem is that in a few months, the Moonlight Shaman will commit the first terrorist attack. All right. A few months later, a massive terrorist attack will take place in the middle of Seoul. The first terrorist attack caused by a woman named Moonlight Witch from Walgunjio. Starting with her first and nearly 10 attacks, she will succeed in completely destroying Seoul with a few attacks alone. It's like magical storms happen in the middle of Seoul. If you ask why the heroes couldn't stop them right from the beginning, it's simple. It's because of the magic circle that those Walgunjio brats have spread out in Seoul for months and years before the attacks. From the magic circle that absorbs their magic of the moon, to the magic circle that weakens the hero's abilities. The magic circle that causes people to lose their memories if they come close to it. They bring Seoul down with a doping and thorough preparation that no one can stop. It's not until later that the association finally succeeds in killing the Moonlight Shaman by driving her to a place where the magic circle is not drawn. It was too late by then. Seoul is already destroyed. I mean, those magic circles need to be taken care of in advance. By who? Me. For that reason, at this late hour, I am standing in the middle of the streets of Seoul, with Seo Yoon and Choi Sehi. So, what are you looking for? The magic circles? Magic circles? Choi Sehi frowned as if I sounded a bit nonsense. I kindly explained to her in a way that even beginners could understand. Throughout the area, there are magic circles that are large enough that you have to take pictures with satellites to see. And we need to find them. Do-in, what is magic circle? Seo Yoon looks confused. Well, the magic circle is it's just a kind of superpower, and if you activate it, the neighborhood where those magic circles are drawn will get a kind of buff. It's not really a superpower. Because this is magic related to the moon, and superpowers are a completely different category. However, it's difficult to explain religious stories about the sun, moon, and stars one after another, so I decided to just say so. Who drew it? They are called Walgunjio and they're going to terrorize soon, so they must have drawn a magic circle here. We have to find it in advance. Wait, isn't that what heroes should do? Not we, the villains. Isn't it meaningless to argue about it now? Let's just look it up. Find the rim of the circle. It's so big that it looks like a line, but it's nighttime right now. Can you see anything? I'd prefer this time because there are no people. And Seo Yoon, you brought it right? Yeah, it'll be easier if you wear this because you can find something that shines brightly. I gave everyone the night vision glasses, and it was about time, so I shouted. Now, let's go. I wonder if we can find it. Leaving Seo Yoon's grumbling behind, we launched a search. In the middle of the city, looking for the magic circles. I wonder if we can find everything within today, and after a while. Do-in, I think I found something similar, really? Let's see. I ran there as I heard a word from Seo Yoon, and soon we finally found it. A subtly slanted line that extends long, like a scribble, on the dirt floor and the special symbols in it. That's it, I knew that they would have made it by now. Good job, Seo Yoon. Do-in, put me down. I, who lifted Seo Yoon up, swinging her a few times in the air, left the hazy child behind and analyzed the magic circle's symbols. The inverted triangle inside this triangle maybe was a device that restrained the hero's abilities. All right, I just need to find a few more. Let's cheer up. Wait, we're not done yet? Yup, there are a lot. They kind of love doping. So we searched Seoul for days and found a few more large-drawn magic circles. Honestly, I think Stardust should bow to this guy. Yurei doing everything she has to do. Haha. I just gently patted the grumbling Seo Yoon's head. Slowly, just like that. The time for the next main event was approaching. Stardust, Icicle, and even Shadow Walker are helpless even though he wakes up at night. And at the same time, on the day of the return of Egostic's live broadcasting. Chapter 104, Ep 104. A hero is raised to be strong. Ep 104. A hero is raised to be strong. Leader of Walguang? Chinhua Leichuang. He is the founder of Walguanjio, which believes in the god of the moon, and is the person who is planning to destroy the current Earth and create a new world by connecting a new dimension to the Earth and calling the gods and monsters of this world. In the original comic, the Moonlight Shaman turned Seoul into a mugwort field and raised her awareness. Then she finally opened the dimensional door at the end of the study to summon a two-dimensional monster. And it's the starting point of Moonlight Shaman's first attack. Since then, she has been used and terrorized numerous times by the Walguang leader and eventually died at the hands of Stardust. And in this scene, the secret of the Moonlight Shaman is revealed, that she was also only a victim who was used by the Walguang leader. Cough. Just kill me, please. Stardust, who couldn't even get close to the magic storm she caused each time, finally destroyed all the debuff magicians and arrived in the middle of the storm's eye. And the one in the middle was the Moonlight Shaman who was being controlled by the leader of Walguang. Although she didn't want to hurt people, she, who has been terrorized by the leader of Walguang so far, eventually begged Stardust to kill her, and that it would be all over only when she dies. In the end, Stardust killed her, and the attack that destroyed Seoul was finally over. And the reaction of the leader of Walguang to the death of the Moonlight Shaman was, "Really? I guess I won't be able to conquer other areas outside of Seoul anymore then." He said, it's possible because he's never treated the Moonlight Shaman as a human being, but only as a biological weapon in the first place. Anyway, this episode got criticized the most by fans. Heroes were sliced helplessly without being able to do anything. Moonlight Shaman came out endlessly, not once, but twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, and even the ending was awkward. Seoul was already ruined, Moonlight Shaman died pitifully, and the leader of Walgwang was alive. Besides, Stardust, the main character, was helpless throughout the episode, but at the end, she just fell into depression. There were a lot of bullshoots that boiled her fans' blood. Still, it ended with a hopeful scene of rebuilding Seoul at the end, but that's all. It was an episode that made me cry the whole time I read it. Rather, the previous episode of Han Yoon Group's Big Weapon ended in a few issues, but this episode ate up a dozen books. I've seen Stardust rolling around for months. As a fan of Stardust, my tears never dried up. But it's going to be different from now. Dylan, what are you going to do with these magic circles? Let's just leave them alone for now. In the original, the association begged the United States to bring the American Exorcist to get rid of it. However, I personally have a few domestic partners. I put all my trust in you, Vine Witch. I feel relieved to find out the location of the magic circles, the most necessary condition to summon the Moonlight Shaman. After this, I must avoid the exhaustion trigger for a while after ruining these, right? It should be like that, right? And there's the most important thing for that. It's the Moonlight Shaman. I think I can take her. It's obvious for me as the one spilled a bucket of tears and runny nose when she told Stardust to kill her in the original. She deserves to be happier. First of all, I have the healer of God, Lee Hyul, so the curse that the leader of Walgwang put on her will be somewhat resolved. As I prepared everything, time passed in an instant. Preparations for magic circles are almost complete. Manipulate everything magically and make an exception to every function. It feels like I am the only one in cheat mode. For now, I made an exception, just in case. Of course, all kinds of villains poured out in Seoul, but it was all handled at once. I mean, Stardust became much stronger than I expected. She fairly arrested every villain in one go. Well, I didn't want to see Stardust struggling too much, but I didn't expect this much. Then, she'll just be dull as a hero. There has to be some spite, but these days, I am starting to worry about Stardust, who has just become the powerful main character. It can't be like this. There's no such thing as tension for her. Yeah. Maybe next time I enjoyed my daily life for the first time in a long time, spending time thinking about stuff and managing Stardust Fan Cafe. And finally, the day has already come. Be careful. Yeah, Dylan, Hyul, did you pack everything? You didn't miss anything, did you? Check your examination slip again, your ID. And you brought your watch, right? Yes, Subin, I packed everything. Hyul went to take the college entrance exam. To be honest, I didn't know what college meant in this world, and I could just hack into the CSAT scores. But Hyul said she wanted to achieve something with her own hands, so she did what she wanted. The result came out as good as her usual ability, maybe a little bit better than her usual ability. On the day after the college entrance exam, everyone gathered and had a party. It was so normal, but considering what the original worldview was like, I had such a precious time. Dylan, do you feel comfortable? Yeah, that's nice. But your fans didn't look very comfortable. Egoistic, when are you coming? I can't bear any more anger. I don't think we're not even coming close to the fourth quarter from what we're doing now. I don't think it'll happen until next year. Does it make sense that the average terrorist attack cycle is 2 months? I think we should bring out Mango Stick right away and do terrorism every week. Comments, I agree. We support you. The interest goes to the National Assembly. To like 2 points, TN. The word is the combination of tuel in, which means wrong or incorrect, and to I see. This is a joke between Korean netizens about misspelling or grammatical errors. They usually grade the errors to point out the mistakes the person made. I.e., I give you 900 on TULIKE. The scores are actually based on TOEIC grades. Seriously, haha. Weekly terrorism where? If you report this to the police, all the people at this cafe will be arrested for civil war. The cafe where the country traitors gather. Since there's no terrorism, it's a problem to talk about Ice Mango versus Stardust all day. Ice Mango is the best. No, it's Stardust. Mistress Star Union, is Egatra Union dead already? Duck TT, what the duck is Electra? Duck. Don't fight in my comment, you moron. Seoyun, why are you reading that? Please stop reading. No, I'll keep reading until I hear about the genius hacker from Ego Stream. But it's not going to come out though. Seoyun, you've never shown your face on any shows. Seoyun's cheeks are gradually expanding at my words. That's the problem. I've been with you for the longest time, but does it make sense that people don't even know me? Seoyun, it's not always good to be exposed to the public. Never mind, I'm making nothing. Anyway, just so you wait. Seoyun went down to the basement. What What are you making? I am so nervous. After coming out of the basement with a refreshed face a few weeks later, Seo Yoon, who no longer goes to the basement, increased her anxiety. What the hell did you make? Even if I asked, she only said that she would tell me after the Walgungjio incident was over. I am having a bad feeling though after all, time has passed and the year has changed. The cool autumn has become winter when you can't go out without thick clothes. And soon, the first terrorist attack of Walgungjio is coming, to the president of the association. When the first snow falls, there will be a terrorist attack in downtown Seoul. I want you to prepare them in advance and then evacuate them, okay? It'll be okay to write it like this. Hey, who writes letters these days? Ha. This is not just a letter, it's a secret letter. Traditionally, secret letters must be written anonymously so it will be more meaningful. If it's just written roughly and got sent to the association, it wouldn't look good, so I need to be careful. So it won't look like a prank letter. Actually, if I give them my name, it will work right away, but honestly, if I set the date of Walgunjio's first terrorist attack, it would be weird, right? That's why I just sent it this way. Later on, they'll think it was an internal complaint. Anyway, I waited. The first attack was caused by Walgunjio on the day of the first snow, which was mentioned in the original story. And finally, it began to snow in Seoul. People all celebrated the first snow. That evening, BOOO. At last, the terrorist attack happened. A strange phenomenon is happening in the middle of Seoul. While something like a giant pink tornado occupies the heart of downtown Seoul, Stardust, Icicle, and Shadow Walker are having a hard time gritting their teeth even though they have joined in. An attack took place at night, which rarely happened before, with all the Korean heroes in action. Usually the terror would be suppressed by Shadow Walker in one go. However, this time not only him, but even when the other two came out, they cannot stop it at all. Dylan, there's a mess over there. Aren't you going? Hey, didn't you find those magic circles or something to prevent this? Somewhere in the valley, in Egostic's huge mansion. Looking at people dealing with the terrorist attack in Seoul on TV, Seo Yoon and Choi Si-hee looked at me lying on the sofa as if they couldn't understand me. Oh, that, I'm not stepping out this time. I said so, still lying on the sofa. I mean, come to think of it, there wouldn't be enough time for Moonlight Shaman to feel guilty if I started from the first terrorist attack. So I should break it down a little and come out the second or third time, right? Wouldn't it be easier for me to persuade Moonlight Shaman? And Stardust should also take this opportunity to meet enemies that are difficult to deal with other than me. Stardust can't defeat that witch with her skills anyways, even when all kinds of magic circles are gone now. Therefore, I decided that I should take this opportunity to develop not only Stardust ability, but also her mental strength a little by little. These days, arresting villains with a fist has become boring. She will get lazy. Honestly, the only thing that was hard to deal with by her standards was the previous plane attack, wasn't it? That's right. I've reduced the elements that make me feel extremely hopeless compared to the original. Just this time. Haru just once. No, just 2 times. Let's deal with an enemy who you can't win. A hero grows from frustration. Just once be strong, Stardust. I'm sorry, no, but shall be able to endure it for once. I believe in our Stardust. No, my dark ability, why isn't it working? Ha, Shadow, please be quiet. Ha ha, gosh, what should we do? Oh. Haru, are you crying? Chapter 105, Ep 105. Her despair, Ep 105. Her despair since the last fight with Death Knight, a member of Egostic's villain union. Stardust Shin Haru was living a peaceful life like how she wanted. My name is Paprika. Turn you into paprika. The occasional pussy-clad psychopaths, she handled them with just a fist. My name is Celestian. Stardust, I'm here to knock you down. Hee, I'll defeat you here. Sob, I am sorry, please spare my life, Arg, don't hit me, this is over-execution. Villains who come at her with special abilities are all defeated fairly with a fist. She was living a peaceful life, eliminating villains like a machine without any difficulty. Ha, and she repeated that routine. She felt like she was becoming slowly dull. The villain union of A-class villain Egostic has been in hiding for a while since he last launched Death Knight. Now it's widely believed among experts that Ego Stream will cause terrorism once a quarter. Chialjayu, do you think Egostic will cause terrorism within this year? Oh, that's unpredictable. In fact, the terrorist attacks every quarter are just rumors that are circulating without any clues among netizens. In fact, if you look at the terrorism caused by Egostic, it's very irregular. However, if you look at his terror cycle so far, this pattern certainly exists. What's the pattern? If he hasn't been on the show for too long, he'll come out when he's about to be forgotten. And it was estimated that the long period for him is around 3 to 4 months. In other words, I don't know when he will come. However, if he hasn't been here for about 3 to 4 months, it will definitely come out soon. Aha! So his attacks can happen in a week, but at least not more than 4 months compared to the previous one. That's right. And the point here is, it's not necessarily terrorism. It can appear in any way, whether it's a self-introduction of a new villain or a way of intercepting another villain's terror. In conclusion, when is the period that we can definitely see Egostic? At the end of this year or early next year. He'll come before then, and if he doesn't come by then, he'll definitely come during that time. Beep Egostic news sometimes comes out on TV. And when his story came out, Haru quietly switched the channel. She didn't mean to say that she switched it as soon as he came out, but she did change the channel after watching everything, but anyway. She's dealing with Jobvalin these days, deliberately opting out of thinking about Egostic. As if to prove her own will, she hasn't been to Egostic's fan cafe even once recently. Of course, it became a habit now, and there were times when she pressed the bookmark without realizing it. At that time, she only skimmed through popular posts and did nothing else. Haru, aren't you focusing too much on Egostic? She realized it after hearing what her friend Lee Siala said. Yeah, she's been thinking too much about Egostic until now, to the point where it disrupted her daily life. In fact, he's just another villain. There are so many villains in the world, and it's a waste of time to think about what a villain who's not even terrorizing might be doing by now. That's how she cut back on her thinking about Egostic. She wonders what he's doing when he's not terrorizing. What's his name, and how does he usually live his daily life? She also wonders why he's causing terrorism. She also wonders why he attacked only her from the beginning. Why does he always cheer Shin Haru up even though he's a villain? Also, why did he sacrifice himself for her? Everything. Tied deep in her heart, she tried not to think anymore. He's not causing terrorism now. When he doesn't show up, there's no proper way to catch him anyway, so instead of caring about him who doesn't show up, she'll focus on other stuff. Rationally, she thought so. Still, as expected. Without Egostic, everyday life is peaceful. In other words, it's boring. Now that she's got a lot stronger, all the villains on her way look just like sandbags. She recalls once again that only Egostic makes her go all out. Unknowingly, she waited only for the new year. Next year, I wonder if he's going to come out. And so, a year has passed. Eventually, until the end of the year, everything went smoothly without Egostic coming. A new year has begun. Yes, this letter. It's a report that terrorism will occur in Seoul when the first snow falls, but high chance that it's likely just a prank. But just in case, be prepared for that day. And a word was spoken at the meeting of the Hero Association. Just like the tip-off, actually. The evening of Seoul when the first snow falls BOOM. Terrorism indeed happened in the middle of Seoul. As soon as she heard about it, Shin Haru thought it was Egostic coming back with another terrorism. But seeing that the broadcast wasn't on, she realized that it couldn't be. As her mood was killed, the association told her not to worry about it because Shadow Walker had already been dispatched. They said that it's been a long time since a terrorist attack happened at night, while laughing. As Shadow Walker has never been able to handle an evening terror in a short period of time, she thought while wearing her suit. Maybe by the time she gets there, the case is already solved. But when she actually got to the scene, the situation was quite different. Countless citizens were screaming and evacuating. Buildings were crumbling helplessly. What's wrong with my ability? It doesn't work. Swoosh. City night sky was filled with bizarre pink and stormy winds. In front of her, Shadow Walker was screaming and losing his mind, tearing his hair out. Looking at the situation where only the ominous pink is filling the sky. Only then did Shin Haru realize. Something, she thinks, is wrong. It hasn't been long since the peaceful city center, where people enjoyed the first snow, began to collapse like this. A woman in a white suit walked into the middle of the city street, which was just peaceful as usual. Swoosh, suddenly around her, a pink storm began to blow. And after a while, a pink tornado suddenly spins at a great speed. Swoosh, boo. Suddenly, with the appearance of a pink whirlwind visible from far away, citizens who were already accustomed to terrorism began to scream and run away quickly. Starting with screams and sirens in the city center, the peaceful night was colored by a huge pink tornado that gradually grew. Like a dreamy CG, a pink tornado grows in the middle of a stark gray city as if to devour the whole city. Something purple in the shape of the star gradually begins to form in the air. And at the same time that the storm made it hard for people to stand, suddenly the purple stars between the storms, they started to fly around with physical force and destroyed the city center recklessly. Boom, boom, the city in the evening turned into chaos in an instant, but people weren't as horrified as expected. The attack happened at night. The invincible Shadow Walker will take care of everything within the night. And now that Shadow Walker. In front of the pink storm, the road was just going wild, tearing its head helplessly. Okay, so if we get close to that pink storm, we will lose our strength? Yeah, I can't even move the shadow anymore, my secret weapon. Seoul's city center is now painted in pink. As the letter of warning, the association had put agents and low-ranking heroes on standby throughout the city, where civilians had been evacuated in advance, and the heroes were standing in the streets and having a serious meeting. Icicle tilted her head in front of Shadow, who was haranguing. I mean, is it really that bad? Yeah. Strangely, the closer you get to the center of that storm, the more you lose strength and you can't even use my ability. If you get hit by the purple star-shaped thing flying in the air, your body will bounce off. That doesn't sound good. Icicle, who was in Busan and just came up to Seoul by Shadow Walker's ability, looked serious as she saw a pink storm occupying the city center. If it's an opponent that can beat Shadow Walker of the Night, will she be able to defeat it? Oh, right, Stardust. How about Haru? She said she would have a check and went inside. And the moment Shadow said that, thump. Inside that pink storm, Stardust bounced off from something and crashed to the ground. Haru! Icicle rushed to her in surprise, wiping the blood around her mouth and waking up to Stardust. Are you okay? Icicle, who was in a hurry to examine her, soon met Stardust eyes and freaked out. Stardust eyes were looking toward that storm. The snow was almost burning, full of venom. Get out of the way. I'll try again, huh? Lee Seola stepped back from her words, which sounded like she was going to eat it up. Then, going past her, Stardust went into the storm. Icicle, who was agonizing, also followed her in. Again. Shinharu clenched her teeth as she entered the storm caused by the villain. A strong wind made her long hair fly like crazy, and it's hard to walk with her eyes open. And strangely enough, her power weakens rapidly when she comes inside this. Shinharu barely opened her eyes, barely punched something in the shape of a large purple star that flew furiously toward her. Boom, boom. The wide city center was covered with pink winds. In the meantime, unknown purple stars were floating and flying toward her. And if she managed to get through them after a few attempts and barely approached the center. Zitting somewhere inside no one can see, a purple ray or something like that boom. She tried to hold out by crossing her arms with an X in front of her chest, but she doesn't think that she can endure it. Eventually, she couldn't resist the reaction and bounced off. She can hear Seola's scream from the side. The two, who bounced back at every attack, gasped. Still, Shadow Walker is struggling to break through the storm. Shinharu clenched her teeth. Yeah, it was too peaceful these days. Why didn't she realize? The world is full of malice. There's always an enemy somewhere stronger than her. There's a villain in front of her, destroying the city and hurting people. A sense of hopelessness made her feel like she cannot do anything. Is it a punishment for the past year in which she's been conceited about taking down all the villains with one punch? Frustration and helplessness that she felt for the first time since Egostick dropped the plane filled up inside her. And now, there's no Egostick to tell her to cheer up. And that villain, she's not going to walk away laughing like Egostick. And of course, Egostick is not going to show up now. She clenched her teeth even harder. This is a real game. And in this situation, she realized once again. Egostick has been looking out for me all this time. Terrorism with him was just a joke. A real terrorist attack has to be like this. That doesn't sound good. What should we do? Haru, are you crying? And at Seola's words, who spoke up next to her, she finally returned to reality. What are you talking about? She put her hand on her face at Seola's words, wondering what she was talking about. Only then did she feel it. A tear was flowing down her cheeks without her knowing. Oh my, Haru, I am sorry. I'm coming now. Dylan, are you crazy? Calm down. Hey, what's wrong with you? Sit down, Dylan, calm down. You said you just watched today. While watching TV, everyone next to me forcibly grabbed me, who got up with tears pouring down like a waterfall. No, how can I stay still when our Stardust is crying? She's crying because she's upset. No, Stardust, I'm going now. Subin, there's nothing we can do now. Shoo some electricity at him. Let go, I'm going to Chapter 106, Ep 106. Dark Knight Ep 106. Dark Knight. It's already been hours since the pink storm destroyed downtown Seoul. Walgwang Tien, moonlight. In the dark evening sky, two letters shining pink were shot for the last time. The villain who caused all these incidents disappeared without a trace, with the pink energy she evoked. And only heroes remained where the villain left. I can't believe I am so incompetent at night. This is ridiculous. Oh my God, I should just go and die. Why am I even alive? Shadow Walker sat on one side, digging the ground alone. No, why isn't Din picking up the phone? Ha, please. And on the other side, Icicle, who mumbled while calling someone with the phone on her face, looking nervous. And in the middle, there was Stardust looking at the place where the villain left, with a more somber look than anyone else. The place where the villain was in ruins. This city, which had flourished with people until this day, was destroyed in just one night. In such a lonely place where no one is here, only the rubble is scattered. Shin Haru clenched her fist and gritted her teeth. It doesn't matter that the city was smashed. They're just buildings. They can be rebuilt. The problem is they couldn't catch that villain even though they worked so hard. And a high chance that the villain, who disappeared and left only the word Walgwang, will come back. And the biggest problem is, when that villain came back and started the attack, she still unlikely wouldn't be able to stop her then. The moment she aware of that fact again, such hopelessness poured into her, truly indescribable. That villain will probably come back. And she will hurt people, destroy their homes, and she might still be this incompetent. With that though, she suddenly raised her head and looked up at the sky. She has felt this frustration before. But at the time, she had someone encouraging her. And sometimes he would come forward himself and prevent it in advance. And she didn't know that back then. That he was a bigger force than she thought. Without him, how awful things go. Only at this moment in his absence did she realize. And she realized he wasn't coming this time. Realizing he probably won't come again next time. She's unconsciously upset at that fact. It's nothing to be sad about, but it's unknowingly so. Just under the dark night sky at the ruins ahead, blankly, she kept staring blankly. Walgwang lit up the night sky after the attack. What does it mean? The attack that lasted for hours, why couldn't the heroes stop it? Exclusive Shadow Walker was found to be locking himself at home. The Association. Announcement of the establishment of an emergency manual that allows citizens to evacuate safely in case of an emergency. There are also voices of concern that this case will not be fundamentally resolved. Who is the woman in a shaman suit? The Moonlight Shaman, commonly called by the Association. Find out more about her identity. The pink storm devastated a city in Seoul. The incident, which is only known in two words Walgwang, turned the South Korean upside down, with the criminal's identity still unknown. There's only one reason why Korea, which is already quite used to villains' terrorism, has been turned upside down. Because even though three A-class heroes stuck together, they couldn't win. One of them was Shadow Walker, who was almost invincible at night, so the shock of the citizens was even greater. There weren't many casualties. Perhaps God must help them, but surely it'll be the same next time. With all three heroes gone, the Association is telling the media that they're considering a counterplan, but that was it. Just like that, Korea was boiling up. It was no exception to the communities either. Duck, that Moonlight Shaman or something. Why is she so strong? I couldn't even see her face well. Even if she's painted the whole city all by herself with some pink tornado or something. How can Stardust and Shadow Walker still lose to her? I don't understand how Shadow Walker lost from the beginning. Like 1 dislike, 0 comments Shadow, he couldn't even get close to the villain. He couldn't even use his ability. According to experts, there's a high possibility that the shaman or something has something that weakens the hero's abilities, then Duck. She can make a storm by herself, shoot stars, and even weaken them. How are they going to defeat her? That's why I am saying they cannot win. There's even a rumor that electronic devices don't work nearby. If that's the case, shouldn't we borrow S-class heroes from overseas? It's a weaponization capability. So no one seems to be coming also. Stardust is almost an S-class, and Shadow is actually an S-class at night, but they've been defeated well. We're screwed then. At this time, the person I miss the most, that man who handled the hotel terror attack in Busan alone. That man who stopped the crazy giant worm by breaking the bridge before it could pass by. That man who took over and blocked when the Han Yun group went crazy and invaded Seoul with a giant robot, the best goat of this era. TN. Greatest of all time if you miss Mango Stick Press like 38.7 dislike 127 comments. I thought it was going to be spring after the flowers fell off. S-class hero apple mango, please come back. Where's Ego Stick? I'm not sure if it's Ego Squash or Squad, but please cast her and take her. Ha, duck. My house was destroyed by this attack, but there was no place to claim compensation. Ego Stick helped me every time. Isn't it weird to say duck at the beginning? Ha ha ha, I liked it the most when Ego Stick terrorized. Mango, can you just close your eyes and help us this time? You're the only one left after Stardust Shadow Walker and that I something failed. I mean, shoot, ha 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 ha, Egotic is a villain, you punk. Wake up. If Egostick intervenes in this attack, hell help that Moonlight Shaman or something. Why would he help the heroes? Yep, I am going to help them. Just shall we start the next terror attack right away? Doin. I heard that y'all just stay still until the second time and then go on the third terror attack, right? What happened? Well, how can I just watch my Stardust suffering like that? Doin, but among the magic circles, we broke the one that strengthens the villain's ability, so the damage is not much. Yeah. Hey, what have you been saying for a long time? Stardust, you said this is a necessary process to grow her. You said number 4 was supposed to be number 2. But what's the point of doing it after the first? All right, all right. I raised my hands and leaned back on the sofa as a sign of surrender. Yes, this is a painful but necessary process. Looking at the Stardust success these days, it's true that she has to eat a few punches as much as she doesn't have many chances to roll like this. On top of that, I manage the magic circles separately, so it's a safe growth opportunity that will not come back as it's even possible to control the difficulty. However, the problem is that watching Haru's suffering made me cry without realizing it. Yeah, let's hang in there just once. By the time I was thinking that, Hayel came to me with her phone from my room, Doin Opa. I keep getting calls from a person named Lee Ciola. Gosh, is she still like that? Just turn off the phone. Is that okay? To Hayel, who tilted her head and expressed doubts, I nodded. She finally turned off the phone. It can't be helped. This is because if Lee Ciola tells her the truth in the first place, Shin Haru may sense the composure inside Lee Ciola. It would be nice if I told her that I would come out during the third terrorist attack to prevent it, but it wouldn't work. In fact, as the event of Lee Ciola going up to the north of the original comic and beating Behemoth has disappeared, there's no harm in her growing up on this occasion. But of course I am afraid it'll be told after all this. I sighed again as I watched Stardust's gritted expression on TV. I am sorry, Haru. It'll definitely come next time. I mean, let's just hang in there next time, okay? How are you going to keep doing that until this is over? Doesn't sound good listening to Choi Sehi collapsing next to me. I focused on the TV. As a big Stardust fan, I just have a hunch that the time ahead is going to be terrible. Oh gosh, so even after the incident, time went on. While organizing Stardust photos, I shed a bucket of tears as I posted it on the fan cafe. When I heard Stardust was having a private training, I spilled out my words. Haru, you won't be able to win like that. The association once again delivers counter plans and emergency evacuation instructions to the citizens. Isn't the meaning of Walguang related to the veiled religion of Walguangio? And such words started to spread out. Not long after, I wrote another letter to the association. After all, again. In the middle of Seoul, a huge pink vortex appears. Walguangio, the Moonlight Shaman's second attack began. Oh my. Haru, Oppa please, and Shin Haru and her friends were shaking again. It breaks my heart. Chapter 107, Ep 107. The second disaster, Ep 107. The second disaster after the first terror in which the three heroes helplessly got shocked and horrified. BOOM. A pink storm began to appear again in the middle of downtown Seoul without notice. The wind is so strong that it's hard to open your eyes, and it's tearing apart the outer walls of the building. Dozens or hundreds of magic circles were created in the sky, and purple lightning, stars, and rays began to fall. It began to fluctuate as if the city would be destroyed in an instant, as if it were the judgment of God who came to the world. A vast sight that seems like a great disaster that only humans can't stop. In the middle of the place where buildings fluctuate and the ground shakes here, all the ordinary people have already fled to take care of their lives. Only one woman was rushing into the heart of the storm. Stardust. She is the A-class hero of South Korea. She was the only one heading toward the center of the storm where the villain would be, breaking through the magical stormy gale. Arg, and her figure. It wasn't even good to say empty words. She can't even open her eyes properly due to the strong wind that makes her body fly away. As she barely opened my eyes and looked straight ahead, a situation that looked more desperate unfolded in front of her. As if this is not the world, the sky is colored with a foreign color, pink, and a lot more attacks on her than the last attack. Arg! She managed to swing her arm and hit something big, purple star-shaped that flew toward her. Bang. Some star-shaped thing exploded like a firecracker when her fist hit it. The purple powder flew everywhere and disappeared without a trace. And at the same time, lightning began to strike around her. Crack crack, a strange sight of purple lightning striking from all sides, and at the same time. Ziingbo. Purple rays of destruction, pouring out of the magic circle from the air. Here, covered in pink all over with strong winds. As if to eliminate intruders who have invaded their territory, purple star shells pouring from countless magic dusts, lightning strikes, and even rays emanating. And stardust. She was struggling to endure it all alone and somehow advance even one step by step. Shin Haru clenched her teeth. After the previous attack, she pushed herself and fiercely prepared for the next terrorist attack. She was already strong enough to surpass the human level, but she pushed herself further, to overcome her own limitations, but as if all her efforts were just a joke. The enemy is back, stronger than before. Avoiding the sudden rays of light from the front, she rolled on the ground. The enemy was still so strong, but she became weaker when she came inside. Her body became slow and dull like a sandbag that was fastened up, as if it was weighed down by something, and it was really harsh for her to deal with the disaster in front of her. Fortunately, the association, which had been previously notified the attack would happen again and given the date, evacuated civilians quickly. So now, when she has a chance, the villain at the center of the storm had to be dealt with. By herself, with no one to help her. She thought about it, but she thought about it without realizing it. She is a hero, and as a hero, she's the one who saves others. So who's going to save the hero? Who's going to help the hero? No one, there's no one. Hero must stand up alone and fight alone against the endless evil that comes at her. That's right. She doesn't need anything. After all, the only one who believes in her is herself. She clenched her teeth at the thought. All right, stop thinking nonsense. This ordeal, she has to overcome it herself, at any cost. Again, with her determination, she jumped once again at all those magics rushing toward her. And on her body, a yellow stream of light appeared that she herself did not notice. Haru sobbed, "You're awakening your ability again." Seeing the yellow rays emanating from the TV, I, like an expert about Stardust, realized what was happening right away. A state of awakening in which Stardust ability is amplified in extreme situations. As it remains strong to some extent even after the awakening is over, it's a good event where ability grows every time it occurs. I didn't expect her to fight with Moonlight Shaman because she had only one time before I crashed in, but it turned out pretty well. All right. It's working. As I was crying while watching it, Seo-yoon, who was also watching it, sighed and muttered. Why is she getting stronger again? It's hard to meet the specifications. Seo-yoon, who was muttering something to herself, looked at me as if she had suddenly realized something and asked me. But aren't things going to go wrong? Sob. What? I mean, in this terrorist attack after Stardust loses again, your plan is to break in and kidnap her the next time she comes. But what if Stardust gets stronger and wins now? Oh. So since Stardust just awakened herself, what if she gets strong and catches Moonlight Shaman? I kindly explained to Seo-yoon, who was worried about such useless things. Seo-yoon, if it were to be solved so easily, would I be crying like this? Then, Moonlight Shaman is very strong right now. Very, very strong. Because it's all kinds of buff and debuff pre-installed by the leader of Walguangyo, Chenwale Chuang, it's not easy to beat Moonlight Shaman in this state, even for an S-class hero from the U.S. So that means she cannot win even with her growth at present. I cannot watch this. Doin, why are you swallowing your fist when you're crying? I held on with my eyes closed like that. I cannot bear to see it. What a terrible sight, and as expected. A little later I heard another explosion in my ear. Boom. Everyone, at this moment Stardust was thrown out of the storm. It seems like she was caught in a big attack. As expected. So terrible. Stardust, who ended up being bounced off by the attack. Falling on the floor, she stumbled up after a while. Still with one knee on the ground, panting she did her best. She ran inside with all her forces. But as expected, the result hasn't changed at all from before. A much stronger enemy. How the hell will she beat that? Only then did she realize. Oh, I cannot defeat that. The moment that thought came to her. Again, a terrible sense of despair hovered in her. I cannot do this. Is it the end? In the future, she will have no choice but to watch her destroy everything without being able to do anything. What the hell is that monster in there? Is it that strong? She's beginning to be eaten away by negative emotions. However, shaking off her head once, led by a staggering body, she ran back into the storm. All right, she's a hero. Even when she falls down, she has to fight. As she was running back into the storm, her eyes, obviously, they were getting darker than before. An unreal pink storm that destroyed everything. The sight of all kinds of magic circles in the air. Following last time, the storm is destroying the city with overwhelming power once again. Without blood or tears, even a word, she quietly destroyed Seoul, manipulating all the storms. A young woman with long black straight hair, wearing a white shaman suit, kneeling and praying with her eyes closed. The woman quietly shattered the surroundings with the wind sweeping around her. I am sorry, I am sorry, I am sorry. She was in a cold sweat, constantly apologizing, but no one could hear. Oh no, people are getting hurt because of me, she's almost in tears now. But contrary to that idea, her hands were constantly drawing magic circles in the air, creating the storm. I cannot help it, that's right, it can't be helped. Her body is already practically bound by the leader. With the magic he planted in her, she has no choice but to move like a puppet as he tells her to. Maybe forever, she might have to live being controlled by him, hurting others until her death. She held on to her frustrated heart again at the thought and continued the work. As she was attacking with magic circles, it was her job to secretly break down nearby buildings without hurting the citizens. She kept destroying the city with the storm and stopping the hero who ran toward with her magic. Soon, she paused for a moment at the voice of the leader that resonated in her ears. My child, we're done now. So let the world know about Walguang, then go back. The order to return has been given. Finally, this senseless act of sabotage can be stopped. With a sigh of relief, she slowly wrapped up the storm and prepared to shoot the world Walguang into the sky. Although she's stepping down now, maybe soon, she'll have to come out to destroy another city, go on and on, under the leader's hands. Will someone come to save me someday? She muttered so unconsciously, then smiled bitterly. Impossible. This world is not a fairy tale book with a prince riding on a white horse. And as she thinks about the sins she's committed so far, maybe, isn't death the only salvation for her? With that in mind, she conjured up Walguang and floated it in the sky. The long second attack is also finally over. I saw the pattern in the sky. The attack is finally over. Our hero lost again. As soon as it was confirmed that the second terrorist attack was over, I jumped out of my seat. Duin? While everyone was looking at me suspiciously, who suddenly got up, I proclaimed it to all. Okay. From now on, we have to get ready, only for the purpose of growing stardust. I have endured it twice so far with the will to prevent destruction through this. So now, to prevent the next terrorist attack, we will get things ready. Subin, please contact them. Tell them to come back. What? Oh, okay. I ran my fingers through my hair and moved to the place where all my plans were prepared in advance. Yeah, it's finally time to step up. I will end this long, exhausting event that will completely destroy Seoul, which took place dozens of times in the original comic, with my own hands now. To save the Republic of Korea. To save Moonlight Shaman who suffers from the Walgunjio, and for Stardust who will have to continue suffering. Come on! Hurry up and gather, D-7 until the next terror. Until then, everything is perfectly prepared. All arrangements to kidnap Moonlight Shaman. Hold on, Stardust, I am coming. Chapter 108, Ep 108, Miss Me? Ep 108, Miss Me? The two attacks of Moonlight Shaman. The city that was easily smashed to the point where the hero's efforts became a shameful thing. Citizens were shocked by the overwhelming strength that they had never experienced in Korea before. What's even scarier is that no one knows when these attacks will end. The association is running around and trying to attract other S-class heroes from abroad, but even that was not possible. The anomalous magic of Moonlight Shaman and the rumor that her ability would weaken the heroes the moment they entered the storm made everyone scared. Eventually, Korea was forced to sit helplessly and got crushed by the villain. Whether it's the villain's name or the reason why she's doing this, they don't know anything. Easily destroyed. The politicians are now saying that Seoul should be abandoned and the capital should be relocated to Busan. When everyone is suffering from anxiety, frustration, helplessness, and despair, the person who feels the most hopeless is the hero who has no other obligation to stop the villain. Stardust, Hero Association of Seoul. In the office, where the atmosphere as a whole was bleak, the girl sat quietly. Anonymous reports suggest that perhaps there will be a terrorist attack in the area sometime today, so just stand by, a week after the last terrorist attack. At that time, she was waiting in her seat after being tipped off that the third terrorist attack would take place. Perhaps to prevent terrorism within today. Yeah, prevent it, haha. As she thought to that point, Shin Haru shed an empty laugh without realizing it. Can she stop her? This time, haha, the fear of not being able to protect citizens from the terrorist. Despair to watch the city helplessly ravaged by just one person. It all came together, shadowing her face. Is there really no hope? Continuing to deal with the attack of Moonlight Shaman, she finally realized. This is impossible for her to do by herself. Unless someone helps, Seoul will continue to be destroyed. But who's going to help her? At that moment, her eyes turned unknowingly to a cafe that she once bookmarked. She dispelled the delusion. No, that cannot be true. The only way is to deal with it yourself. But can I, please, if someone could help her? She lost in thoughts while sitting there blankly. Suddenly, sirens rang throughout the association, and a state of emergency began to be declared in an instant. Pink storm in eastern Seoul? This is the third terrorist attack of the Moonlight Shaman. Stardust, please get going. The urgent voice of the speaker hearing that, she rose quietly, opened the window, and flew herself outside. The dark night sky and the deep pink storm rising from afar. Flying through the sky in the cold night breeze. Shin Hara's expression darkened, she thought quietly. Today, are there any differences? Shall still lose, that villain will run away, Seoul will be damaged, citizens are going to be hurt. Everything will be repeated right. After all, today is going to be just the same as before. Are there any differences? As ever, the stormy storm of moonlight. However, today is different. Now, are you all ready? Somewhere outside of Seoul. Where the cold wind blew today, I shouted to those below me. Yes, it's ready. We're ready to sail. Our rabbit helmet kids saluted with a military manner and announced that we were ready to take off. All right, then everybody get on the ship. And Hayul now, let's go. Okay, after nodding my head feeling satisfied, I soon turned my head and looked at Hayul. Unlike usual, Hayul dressed in a white robe. Wearing clothes that looked like they would be worn by a wizard or a priest who would appear in a fantasy game, she was pulling her clothes awkwardly. But do I have to wear this? Of course. This is your first debut and a concept is a must. Okay, holding her hand, who was still looking at her clothes with an awkward expression, I floated onto the airship. My Hayul. She's been with Seoyun and Subin since the beginning, but she's never been revealed to the public. Of course, Lee Hayul's ability was healing, not combat, so it couldn't be used for terrorism. But this time, I finally have something for her to do, so she's finally debuting. I will officially announce her as a member of Ego Stream. I think everyone except Seoyun is registered as a member on the Ego Stream site, but probably it's just me feeling so. With that in mind, I soon confirmed that we were on the airship. Hayul's white robe is actually, I don't want to reveal her ability in detail this time, so I dressed her as cool as possible. She must look mysterious for some reason. That will make people think, oh, she must have some skills. Anyway, that's not the point. The point of this situation is we're going to save Stardust. So the airship began to rise into the sky. Far away, we began to fly to that small-looking place where the pink storm was heading. The airship flew in an instant, floating in the sky in stealth mode. Mr. Egoistic, we're almost there, I can feel something unusual where the airship arrived, where the huge pink storm engulfed the city. Reaching that point, I stared quietly at the scruffy scene. One of the dozens of terrorist attacks caused by the Moonlight Shaman of Walgunjio. The attack eventually destroyed Seoul and turned the original into a perfect disaster just before falling into a ditch. The main event that I determined to stop in this world. And in this thing that has become a reality. I didn't come forward the first 2 times, I just decided to leave it to Stardust. Thanks to me, all the devastating events that should have happened in the original comic were handled, and even Stardust grew much stronger. Because the villains that appear at this point have all been defeated by just one punch from Stardust. So, as the main character of this comic is Stardust, who grows as much as she goes through hardships, instead of me standing in the middle and stopping the attack that would have happened dozens of times, only twice. Only twice Stardust were left alone. Honestly, although I was determined, it didn't feel comfortable seeing Shin Haru rolling around by herself. I saw her lose her mind in real time. However, I held back my tears once as I thought it was a necessary process. So far, and now the third attack. It's finally time to step up. As soon as that third terrorist attack happened, I pulled the airship and headed to the scene of the issue. Let's hurry up and kidnap the Moonlight Shaman, then run away. With that in mind, what I saw when I arrived there, where the pink storm was raging in real time. The image of Shin Haru bouncing out of the storm. Oh. She bounced off and hit the ground a few times. She was on one knee, stumbling to her feet. And that tired look on her face. Even now, I've been wiping away tears while watching Shin Haru rolling around through the screen. But seeing her suffering with my own eyes like this, more than I thought, it was too painful for my heart. Doin, Ha-yul, wait here. And I felt my body bounce off the spot. She looks too small for that big storm. With an exhausted look, with a lost expression on her face, she looked half dead, blankly staring at the storm. Quietly, I flew right behind her without her knowing. For a moment, with my painful heart, without realizing it quietly, I put my hand on her head and patted it. Thank you for your hard work. Arg, it's already been hours since this happened. She swallowed a groan, dealing alone with dozens of magic circles in the pink storm and strong winds. Still, the enemy is too strong for her to deal with alone. She's already realized from the previous 2 attacks, but as expected. She could never win by herself. Never, haha, but she has to do something. Get inside somehow, though she's struggling to break through this storm. Already she thought in her heart, as expected, she can't do this. Today as well, and the next time. From the magic circles that sprang up on her side, the purple rays poured out. She managed to turn her arm to block it, but couldn't stop the sphere exploding from the side. She bounced off, then flew in the sky. As expected, it's not working. No matter how hard she thinks about it, it seems like she cannot win. This time too, next time, arg. She was attacked and eventually bounced out of the storm. She finally stopped after hitting the ground a few times. With one knee bent to the ground, she looked at the storm with tired eyes, still raging. She can't win. She feels like she's going to die. Ha ha. For ordinary people, a hero appears and saves when a crisis occurs. Then the heroes. In the moment of hero's crisis, is there anyone who can save them? She's thought about it before. There's no one like that, with deep despair. She stared blankly at the storm. After all, there is no one to help. It's going to continue destroying the city. Like this, slowly, everything will be over. Eventually, the sign of resignation flashed across her eyes. Seems like this is the end. Now nothing unusual can happen. She thought so, staring blankly at the storm. But then, suddenly she could feel something warm on her head. Thank you for your hard work. With those unfastened eyes, still not knowing what the situation is. What she saw when she looked up blankly was egoistic. Yeah, it's me. With a mask covering half of his face with a warm touch, showing signs of concern that cannot be hidden toward her. It was him. You, why are you here? As much as she's exhausted. Shinharu talked to me as if she was squeezing out her voice that couldn't even come out properly. Toward her, I said in a quiet voice, swallowing something blessed inside. My hero turned out like this. As an old enemy villain, of course I should come. Haha, you still have the energy to laugh? Towards her, who was still smiling quietly with a tired look. Like that, I still swallowing something that bursted from the inside. I smiled a little at her and told her quietly. So far, really, your battles were good. You did your best, more than anyone else. So, I'll take care of the rest. For my arch energy, shouldn't I do this? After saying that, I raised the corners of my mouth that didn't go up forcefully and smiled. I let go of the hand that was stroking her and got up before she could speak up. I jumped right into the storm. Okay, now it's time to finish this damn thing. She thought everything was over, so she surrendered. She was giving up. She unwittingly put her hand on her head and touched it over. Where his hands were just a while ago, the warmth still seemed to be there. In the end, the moment when it seems like it would be all over, when there was no dream, no hope, the one who steps up for me. She looked at him quietly, running towards the storm. His cape flapping with the wind. Okay, that's what it was. After all, it was him. She was sitting like that. On the spot, she quietly watched his back. Until he disappeared into the storm, continuously she's been watching continuously. Her heart, thump, was unknowingly beating a little. Chapter 109, Ep 109. Wuthering Heights, Ep 109. Wuthering Heights, the sky shining in a heterogeneous pink, a whirlwind that makes it hard to open your eyes. In the midst of this storm, even Stardust struggled. A man dressed in black stood. Yeah, that's me. So this is what it felt like, huh? The wind blew so hard that even a child could easily get blown away. And an attack from dozens of magic circles flying towards me. The storm that no hero could break through no matter how hard they tried. I was walking comfortably and leisurely, as if I were taking a walk in the yard in front of my house in the morning. Gosh, why are there so many flies? I hit stars that fly in with my telekinesis for fun. Something that looks like those decorations on top of a Christmas tree keep coming at me, and it's annoying. I beat the stars that were flying toward me with a smooth gesture. As a result, the purple stars stuck on the ground, not me. Boom, a tremendous roar as if a bomb had exploded. It just completely destroyed the land it had fallen on. Wow, duck, and the moment I saw it, I held my tongue out. Yeah, as expected, a power beyond imagination. How can it be that strong? I looked up. A pink storm rising high enough to cover the sky. As expected, an event that eventually completely destroyed Seoul that no heroes could prevent in the original. I don't think any humans can stop this. Of course, it doesn't apply to me who already knows everything. With that in mind, I held out my hand to stop the purple rays of destruction flying toward me. A ray of light that spreads everywhere without reaching my hand, unlike a fierce shot. I smirked slightly at it. Yes, the Moonlight Shaman. She's a pretty strong and threatening enemy. If I were to describe how hard it is to knock her down, she's even more difficult than the former Han Yun group's giant weapon. But that's only when you fight without knowing anything. I grinned and gripped my open hand again. And as soon as BANG, the magic circles, which were shooting rays, broke into pieces and exploded. Yeah, the core of this terrorist attack is not the Moonlight Shaman, but the buffs laid by the leader in advance. Magic circles placed throughout Seoul. There are a lot of roughly enormous options, like weakening the hero's abilities, strengthening the Moonlight Shaman's firepower, preventing dark power, preventing radio waves, supplying mana, etc. In fact, these magic circles are the main point of this attack. Moonlight Shaman is pretty strong with just basic magic skills, but that doesn't mean she's overwhelmingly strong enough to shake off Stardust, Icicle, and Shadow Walker. If she has a one-on-one battle with Stardust, she will lose after bearing for a while. So it's the leader's buff magic circles that make her almost invincible. This is the core of this terrorist attack, and it's actually the center of everything. In the original work, Seoul was almost completely destroyed, and the secret was finally revealed, and the magic circles were destroyed in advance and Moonlight Shaman was defeated. As I thought about it, the image of Moonlight Shaman asking to be killed flashed into my eyes again. Yeah, it's just that damn original plot. Not anymore. Anyway, I am a step further here. I mean, we hacked into the magic circles and made it work in reverse. So these huge magic circles in Seoul, they are making me stronger and making the enemy weaker. In other words, inside this storm, I am getting the almighty power. Go up. That's right, I flick away the purple lightning strike at me with my hands and send it back to the sky. For the lasers flying at me, I just cut them off. And I blow up the stars with my telekinesis. I approach the heart of this storm where the Moonlight Shaman would be. Gosh, easy, so easy. I'll get to see Moonlight Shaman soon. Haha, at the center of the storm, the girl gasped for air. Inside the storm that she started. Someone was approaching through all the connections she made. How? Based on her own magic, the chain is amplified by the leader. Dozens, hundreds of attack magic circles surrounding where she stands. She was feeling someone advancing through it. Who is that? Even in the last two attacks, many people rushed in to stop her. But everyone had to step back. They weren't even halfway through the storm. The current intruder was coming quickly to her place like going in and out of a house. Probably another hero, she thought quietly. Someone is finally coming to stop everything. Yeah, this is better. She paused and looked at her hand. She stood in the center of the storm, even though there was no wind. Her hands were shaking like she had a hand tremor. One hand holding the other, she smiled bitterly. Yeah, this is great. Only 3 times, including this time. In just 3 tries, it's so hard. It's so painful. If I'd done this dozens of times, then could she endure it? Guilty feelings continue to weigh on. A life trapped in the Walguang church, gnawing at her own and blaming herself. Yeah, well, maybe everything should just end here. What's the point of living a life in which she only hurts others? Maybe that person who is approaching, going to catch her or kill her, but it's no use to catch her. She's manipulated by the leader anyway, so they will be used in reverse. As such, she will rebel as much as she can, if that's the case, of course. In this place, I am going to die. I didn't want to die, Her eyes were slightly teary as she said so. To be honest, she was prepared to give up her life. But she didn't expect it to come this soon. Since the heroes couldn't do anything last time, she thought it would take them at least a dozen more times to come here. But right now, at the third terrorist attack, she didn't know someone would come to her. What am I even thinking? No, this is better. It can be stopped before there is more damage, although she was determined to think that way. As expected, she was a bit scared. She knew how people reacted in the first place. People who call her monster, who fear and despise her, and especially the hero. Strong enough to break through all her connections, his hero. What kind of expression will that person have seeing her? Anger, disgust, disdain? That she has to bear that kind of stare, and in this place she could die. For her, it was so scary. Still, she was prepared. Yeah, she'll pay for her guilt. She can't just run away forever. When the hero comes here, fight a bit after provoking, then let's naturally relax and just take all the attacks. When that person hit the final strike, she even planned how to die even with such a sorrowful heart. Thinking of the hero who would make a contemptuous face toward her, she faced her firm determination. Finally, the man jumped out of the storm. Hello, a man smiled brightly and greeted her. What is this? Using a magic circle that calculated backwards, I broke through the pink storm, also known as the mana storm, and finally arrived at the center of the storm. Unlike the surrounding area where the wind was very strong, the center is calm without a trace of wind. And in the middle, there stood a woman in a white shaman suit and tied her hair with a red string. She looked impressive, as if she walked straight out from the comic. She looks a little mysterious, but doesn't seem to have caused this kind of terrorism. On top of that, she was a little taller than Seo Yoon, so I had to look down, so I kind of felt like she was Seo Yoon. Moonlight Shaman is also a character who died pitifully in the original. I finally met her, who caused all these attacks. Looking at me indifferently like she doesn't care, but her eyes were terrified. So I decided to say hello. Hello, so I smiled and said hello with my arms wide open. Smiling gives a good impression when you meet someone for the first time. Of course. And as the result, her terrified eyes for a moment turned into absurdity. Well, it's changed anyway, so I guess we're good. Anyway, she paused for a moment at my sudden greeting attack, and as if she had come to her senses, she hardened her face again and fired back at me with a cold face. Who are you? No, it doesn't matter. If you're here to stop me, I'd say it's no use. After saying that, she breathed in. At the same time, zing. Dozens of magic circles around her let out a purple light, then began to emerge in the air. And at the same time, with her red eyes fixed on me, the girl's voice tone got lower. I will continue to fight. It doesn't matter if you stop me, Baek Yoonwol. I spoke up and interrupted her. Baek Yoonwol, also known as Moonlight Shaman in Walgunjio. You were picked up by the leader and raised under him. You can use magic given by the moon god. You don't really like Walgunjio and actually oppose the leader's idea. But you're forced to move at his will because of the spell that he casted on you. You don't want to cause terrorism. That's all I said at once. I mean, she stopped doing magic and instantly her body became stiff. To her, who was distracted by the sudden situation and was shaking her eyes like crazy, I grinned and said, Yoonwol, throw away that pseudo-Walgunjio. Would you like to join me? Now, let's officially get to the point. Everyone, this is breaking news. Egostic appeared on the plane at the scene of Moonlight Shaman's terrorist attack. And while Egostic is entering in the storm, South Korea was turning upside down in real time. Chapter 110, Ep. 110 flowers blooming on the cliff. Ep. 110 flowers blooming on the cliff. In the center of the pink storm, something was flashing like purple electricity. There was a breathtaking silence. Looking at me with trembling eyes is Moonlight Shaman, who has already smashed Seoul with 3 mana storms. Unlike the impregnable storm that no hero seemed to be able to stop, she looked vulnerable and young at the center of it. What the hell did you just say? She asked me in a slightly trembling voice. Seeing the magic circles floating around swaying dangerously in the air, she must be bewildered. And now is just the right time to push. I still grinned and spoke up as I walked one step closer to her. Moonlight Shaman, I mean Miss Baek Yoonwol. I am familiar with Walgunjio. I even know everything about the leader. As I walked towards her saying that, she stepped back in surprise. I told her with a smile. Yoonwol, please be honest. You're suffering from Walgunjio, right? Actually, you don't want to terrorize, do you? But you have no choice but to do it because of the leader. As I continued to stride, I arrived at her nose before she knew it. As she stepped back a little, she had no place to retreat but trembled in front of me. The magic circles in the air had been shaken, then disappeared. Don't you want to live without being swayed by them anymore? I said in front of her. She's shivering a little. As expected, she was unable to move if I went at her aggressively like in the original. At the beginning, she must have been living a life of being trapped and manipulated only by the leader, and forced to smile at those believers. It may be her first time to have such a direct conversation with someone else. Baek Yunwal still looked up at me in confusion. Well, I've pushed it so far, so let's go out smoothly this time. Having said that, I kneeled right on one knee and made eye contact with her. To her, who is still losing her mind, I smiled. This time I spoke quietly and softly. I'll save you. Leave Walgunjio and join me. I'll take down the leader. So why don't you join hands with me and live a new life together? I reached out after saying that. She looked at me, still smiling at her. She was still shaking slightly, but her eyes were calmer than before, and like that, she glanced at me with red eyes. She began to talk. First of all, I don't know how you know me so well, but I don't know still. Having said that, she continued to talk to me in a slightly trembling voice. Are you really going to help me? Yes, that's right, W.I. I'm just a monster, she suddenly said that to me in a reproachful voice. That's it. Now's the chance. Suddenly, I grabbed her hand, whose information was dug up by the stranger in front of her. Suddenly, she freaked out as I grabbed her hand. But I shouted shamelessly, as if I hadn't read the signs. No, you are not a monster. I don't know anyone else, but I know. I saw it. I know that while you're doing all this terrorism, you control yourself so people don't get hurt as much as possible. Who can call you a monster? Who would know how you've endured without giving in even though you were manipulated by the leader? Yunwal, you are not a monster. Don't blame yourself. That's why. I grabbed and hugged her in my arms. Don't cry, and the girl listening to my words is now crying silently. She gave up everything. She was prepared to die here. She had swallowed all her sorrow and had made up her mind. Yeah. She doesn't think it's all over even if she disappeared, but I guess it's right to walk out of here. He appeared to her so determined. This strange man in a mask. A strange man who suddenly greeted her with a smile, how he knew her personal information and even knows her inner feelings. Then the man asked her to hold hands with him because he would knock down the leader. He's a strange man. She doesn't know how the hell he knows about herself and Walgunjio, but it didn't matter to her. Why don't you join hands with me and live a new life together? She had already given up everything. She was determined enough to give up her life, to give up everything. And the rope suddenly appeared to her. She doesn't know if it's a firm rope or a rotten rope. She had no idea how to know, but it's the only rope that came down to her now. It's a new opportunity for her to give up everything. What's the difference if she kicks this thing? After all, she was used by the leader and destroyed soul. She was destined to die under a hero's hands. So if she's destined to die anyway, one last time she can trust this guy, right? And apart from all that from the beginning, he was the first person to speak so warmly to her. The leader always gave her orders in a cold voice. Believers sing only meaningless praises to her without any sincerity in their eyes, and even the room there is dark. To her who has lived so isolated from the world. To her who was determined to receive a contemptuous look. He brightly smiled, said nice things, and for the first time in her life he would give her a new opportunity. He said he would release the curse because he was the first. She had no choice but to trust him, and that saying toward her who always blamed herself for being a monster. You're not a monster, he said. Without even realizing it, she shed tears. Yeah, there's nothing more to lose anyway. Just once. Just one last time, let's trust this guy. All right. I think I succeeded in passing it using the suspension bridge effect as planned. I actually scripted more words than this. Moonlight Shaman was persuaded more easily than I thought. I guess she's been under a lot of stress. Well, she's a poor kid who even told Stardust to kill her in the original, so I guess it makes sense. With that in mind, I kept stroking her still in my arms. I feel like I just have another little sister who needs a lot of care. That's not the point anyway. I pulled her still whimpering out from my arms and told her. So you're really determined to be with us, aren't you? Yes, but because of my curse, my leader no, the leader can keep an eye on me well, actually. Even now she looked up at me anxiously. I guess she can still hear the leader's voice. Yes, of course I have to remove it for you. Before that, hold on a second. After that, I teleported and disappeared. Where? Right to where our ego battleship is. Dylan. As soon as I arrived on the ship, Hyul saw me and ran. Dylan, how did it go? Helicopters are flying around right now. I'm going to turn on the broadcast in a little while anyway, so all of them will be focused on this side. Don't worry, I checked her outfit. She's dressed neatly in a white robe, giving off a mysterious atmosphere. Good, it's her first debut, so she has to come out pretty. Well, first of all, let's go right away. You can use your healing powers now, right? Yeah. All right, let's go. I grabbed Hyul's hand and moved back to the center of the storm. And as soon as we got there, a creepy voice was heard. My child, what are you doing? Hurry up and answer me. Sob as the old man's voice was heard in the storm, Moonlight Shaman was shivering. Oh gosh, has the leader noticed it already? There's no time. Hyul, come on, yes. Hyul ran like an arrow and hugged Beek Yunwal, the trembling Moonlight Shaman sitting down. And at the same time, white light emanating from both. My child, answer me, my child, answer me, and at the same time, the gruesome voice that was heard in the storm began to diminish. It's finally gone, and the silence came back. Haha, Beek Yunwal, Moonlight Shaman, who was panting. Soon, she saw that she couldn't hear his voice, so she looked at her hand. She just mumbled blankly, I don't hear him anymore. Yes, Yunwal, congratulations. The curse that the leader casted on you has been lifted. You are free, the easiest way to lift the curse. You can just call a healer to heal the whole body. The end, that's what I'm saying. Beek Yunwal, who was still absent-minded, only spoke slightly in tears as if she couldn't believe it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you then, she constantly said thank you to me and Hyul. As the curse was described in the original work, she always said she felt like she was being gnawed and watched. Maybe since it's gone now, she could feel it right away. All right, you can just thank us later. Calm down for now. Don't cry, yes, don't cry. Hyul and I comforted her. She started to stop sobbing. In the meantime, Hyul was stroking Beek Yunwal with a tender smile like a nun as I told her to, or probably she's just a nice kid. Anyway, after she calmed down a little, I told her, who was looking at me with much more trust than before. All right, Yunwal, now that you're not under the leader's watch anymore, you're now part of our ego stream. Yeah. Oh, okay, sure. To celebrate that, let's do a broadcast with me. What? We have to turn on the broadcast. Ego Stream's ship appeared where Moonlight Shaman caused the terror. The news spread nationwide in a flash. Egostick had come in person, preventing terrorism. Wait, even Stardust and Shadow Walker couldn't get in, how can Egostick do it? He'll never get to the center. I mean, if it's our mango then who knows etc. When people were on fire, rolling the Hope Circuit to the limit, flash suddenly from the pink storm, a purple stream of light flashed up toward the sky. Everyone's attention focused on a sudden event. At the same time, the storm rapidly changed. The moment when people are most nervous. Duck ha 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 ha. Egostick's broadcast on ha 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 ha. Egostick's broadcast is on air. Hello everyone, this is Egostick. Chapter 111, Ep 111. The broadcast Ep 111. The broadcast 3 terrorist attacks across Seoul that no heroes could stop. While everyone was in despair, Ego Stream's airship, which appeared like a comet on the scene, caught everyone's attention. And as Egostick turned on his broadcast, South Korea is literally in chaos. Hello, everyone, this is Egostick. That's how he came out on camera, and in line with that, simultaneously pouring out. The members gave him fervent support. Duck ha 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 why ha 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 mango stick, mango stick, mango stick, mango stick, mango stick. Mango stick, 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 mango stick. Mango stick, I think I'm going to lose my mind. Damn it. I've always trusted you. Mangiaho, 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 mangiaho. God exists. And he looks like a mango. I can't even see anything because the chat room is so fast. We are living in the era of egoistic. 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 Honestly, like if you cried when you saw live on ha ha ha. Me first ha 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 ha, nice to meet you. Duck ha 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 ha. The chat was pouring out so much that normal eyes couldn't follow. It's amazing to think that it's also being transmitted over the terrestrial network. Anyway, whether he does or not, he still greets in a cheerful tone with a smile. Yes, nice to see you all. Everyone, it seems like a long time since we last saw each other. Duck, you've been underwater for almost half a year. Of course, it's been a while. I really thought he was dead. He never showed his face after the last terrorist attack in Busan. I thought it's been so long, but it's really been so long. Last few months without Mango my head, with the confirmation that it's been a long time, the members from Mango Union started pouring out criticism. Whether he knew the reaction or not, Egostic still smoothed the mask on his face and spoke up with a smile. Yes, yes. Long time no see, everyone. Oh, by the way, a lot of things happened while I was away, of course. A lot of things happened. Duck, nothing happened, though just Seoul is damaged and the relocation of the capital is being discussed. Just dozens of buildings were destroyed and the country was ruined. Nothing much, Duck. That's a big deal, crazy bastards, ha 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 ha, you brats. You're giving people headache, www. It was a mess. I lost my house, Duck. Yes, that's right. It went crazy while I was away. Pink storms swirling in the night sky, collapsing Seoul, and even astonishing citizens. What a fuss, and he smiled. Then he finally started to get to the point. Yes, so I came here myself to see what's going on. That's right. I am currently in the storm, that's what he shouted. As expected, the chat window started to heat up. Crazy comments keep coming up, and still smiling at the reaction, he quickly began to tell the key information. And everyone, I am going to tell you the results of my research here. All these attacks were organized by a religious group called Walguangyo. It's a pseudo-religion that roughly believes that the god of the moon will appear to destroy the world. And the person who caused this storm was someone who this religious group called Moonlight Shaman. She can use special magic. From what I know, she caused all these things as ordered by their leader. So to sum up, the background of all this is a pseudo-religion called Walguangyo, and the leader, who seems to be a psychopath, is trying to destroy Seoul, destroy the country, and destroy the world. He said a few words. The chat window started to go wild again. Of course, the government and the association haven't been able to reveal the truth of this terrorism, but they said in passing that they have found out. Gosh. Duck it, ha 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 ha. How does he know? Ha 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 ha. In an instant, the official name of Moonlight Shaman was revealed after the attack. Ha 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 ha. Wait, ha ha ha. So the association didn't know any of the simple info yet. Breaking news. 5 minutes after the show started, he got this much information. Mango alone, all members of the association, legendary as soon as the broadcast started. Ha 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 ha. And he stopped at that point. He smirked and continued. By the way, really, isn't it arrogant? There's already Ego Stream, the largest villain union in Korea, here. I mean, I don't like how they create Walguangyo or something like those pseudos. And at the same time, the camera that was filming him gradually fell back. He began to photograph exactly and widely where he stood. There's a pink wind around him, but there's no wind where he stands. The image of him standing at the center of the storm. What? Isn't this the center of the pink storm? How did he get there? Hey ha ha ha, he's already starting from where the final boss is. What the hell? Hey ha ha ha, what's going on? I really don't get it. Wait, isn't that the storm that Stardust and Shadow Walker couldn't get in? How did Mango get there? Then wait, shouldn't the witch be there too? Why is Egostic there alone? Duck haha. He's really a legend, ha 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 ha, when viewers started to turn upside down by his sudden appearance. Egostic still just smiled indignantly. With one hand raised, he just said a word to the camera. So if you violate business ethics, you should be punished, right? Ash said so. He flicked his quiet raised finger. At the same time, the camera shook and there was a tremendous roar. Late at night. Downtown Seoul, where everyone wasn't sleeping but watching Egostic's broadcast instead. People there, everyone, were starting to panic at the suddenness. The last image was Egostic flicked his finger on the broadcast. From the pink storm that was destroying one part of the city center, purple pillars that were bright enough to be seen throughout Seoul began to shoot out with a roar. And at the same time, purple electricity that began to swirl around the storm. A huge roar rang out from there all of a sudden. The storm began to glow so brightly that it can be seen so far away from Seoul. The wind began to swirl at the same time, and Egostic's broadcast started to shake so that nothing could be seen. The chat window was getting confused by the sudden situation. Citizens were in a frenzy over the real-time aberration. And boom! With a tremendous roar, the storm literally exploded for the last time. And the center of the storm. Egostic's broadcast was showing the place where pink smoke is thick. The mysterious girl, whom everyone saw for the first time, began to appear blurry. A beautiful girl in a mysterious atmosphere, dressed in a white shaman costume, with long black straight hair and red eyes. Everyone realized the moment they saw her. Oh, that's the moonlight shaman who caused all this. The camera was still only showing the girl. People watching the broadcast began to wonder that they couldn't see Egostick duck. How is he handling the situation? Something's flashing and going crazy outside the window. Where's Mango Stick? I'm getting worried. What? Did she make this explosion to deal with Egostick? Nah, no way will his fall be this lame. No, that's when viewers were getting more questionable, as if to end such a question. Behind the girl, Egostick showed himself vaguely. Even though he's behind her, Moonlight Shaman still stood still quietly. And at the same time, his voice behind her. Yes, that's right. I've put an end to this noisy, graceless, unattractive terrorism. He spoke up behind her, staring straight at the camera, and at the same time, and I declare here today. Egostick, who was behind Moonlight Shaman, suddenly hugged her, who was in front of him. And at the same time, her face one arm on her chin, then using his finger to lift her face up, whispering and clearly. To the whole nation watching this broadcast while looking at the camera. Smiling, he spoke up. Yes, in a word, from now on, this Moonlight Shaman is mine. So from now on, she belongs to Ego Stream, not to the cult like Walguangio. Isn't that right? So Egostick whispered slyly. Moonlight Shaman was still in his arms. As her face wasn't cold-looking like before, she murmured quietly, slightly blushing. Yes, smiling as if he felt satisfied with her answer in his arms, Egostick said to the camera. Haha, did you hear that? I hope you all love Moonlight Shaman, who has been added to our Ego Stream lineup. Oh, and Walguangio. The moment he called them out, he put his hand on the camera and blew away the taffy. Good luck. And the way he smiled saying that. Indeed, he's a villain. The association's tent, which was set up in front of the storm Shinharu, who was lying there and undergoing treatment, thought quietly. Obviously, when he stroked her head. She felt the emotion she had never felt before. And on the screen next to the bed, I saw Egostick hugging a girl named Moonlight Shaman from behind. She was also feeling something for the first time in her life. It's kind of annoying. But the emotion is more negative compared to before. Chapter 112, Ep 112. The story after the incidents, Ep 112. The story after the incidents, the purple storm gradually weakened. At the end of the broadcast, which was live across the country in real time, it showed an airship that slowly disappeared through the storm. Ha 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 ha, everyone, bye-bye. Egostick, the masked man, smiled at the camera and disappeared with a simple hand gesture. And Moonlight Shaman, who was still hugged in his arms, blushing, stayed quiet, ending with the image of a girl in a white robe, standing calmly next to those two. So the airship disappeared far into the night sky, and the broadcast was finally over. And the day after that night. Korea is whether it's in real life or the internet. It became a mess. A full-length discussion channel, so look at what Egotick has done so far. If it's like this, isn't it fine to call him a hero? Don't say weird things. Egostick has committed terrorist attacks, so has anyone died so far? Has anyone? There weren't any deaths, but it would have been enough if he did something bad. Be quiet. A man was yelling and another middle-aged man was sweating. Jurors ruled in favor of the man who supported Egostick. Current affairs program, Egostick. He's known to everyone until now as an A-class villain. However, have you heard rumors that he was a hero before? We went into a hotel in Busan where we wanted to know about a man who entered a terrorist scene and claimed to be an S-class hero, then disappeared. A class villain and S-class hero. Which one is the truth? News. Hello, everyone. This is the 9 o'clock news. Moonlight Shaman's second terrorist attack, which has damaged Seoul so far. Many citizens were terrified. The attack ended in the middle of the third one, by none other than villain Egostick. Reporter Kim Dong-han will take over this unbelievable news. Economic newspaper, Egostick's treat. The KOSBI rebounded for the first time in a month after the suppression of terrorism picture. Stock market employees clapping, TN. Ego stick to treat of YouTube. The US is shocked, Japan is turned upside down, and even the Queen of England is surprised, and Korea's status is known to the world thanks to K-villain Egostick. I want to live in Korea, where villains are no different from heroes. The record for immigration to Korea is expected to reach its best. Egostick's fan cafe, not to mention. World's best villain, ha 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 ha. Like if he's the best villain in this generation, ha 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 ha. There are still brats who report SSS class heroes as villains, request for firepower. Request the National Assembly to re-evaluate him as egoistic the hero press like if you're the Mangbunji who hasn't been sleeping since yesterday and resided in the fan cafe ha. Mango stick. He's just good at everything ha. It's worth waiting for half a year. Duck ha. No, Ego Stream's members are legendary now. Legendary haha, 3 A-class heroes, 1 egotistic haha. God, look. Why aren't you starting the meeting? A picture of God looking straight ahead, egoistic hasn't arrived yet. Comments, there are 0 comments, but 0 likes. Isn't it crazy? Ha. We're living in the era of egoistic. Without Mango, Soul would have been on the verge of extinction. How did he seduce that moonlight shaman? How did he do that? Ha. Comments, he's good at terrorizing and seducing girls. There's nothing he can't do ha. Gosh, I really think he seduced her literally. Did you see her face blushing? It's my first time seeing Moonlight Shaman and her face was red when she was in Mango's arms. Is it Walgunjio or something? She just got hit by NTRTN. Netorare, Japanese term for cheating or being unfaithful, used in hentai media. Gold Sun Mango, if you shorten it then Mang Sun. Yuhu www, which of Walgunjio get, but I thought he was really the Golden Sun when the camera flashed him. So Mango Star and Ice Mango were all water rocket. This is the age of Moonlight Mango picture. Egoistic hugging Moonlight Shaman. Picture, Moonlight Shaman blushing in the arms of Egoistic. Are there any girls around egotistic who have been physically involved? Gosh haha, everything before were just chakshoup, but now it's the real thing. Tien, the slang is used to describe when someone gets attracted to someone/something that is not really charming and special. Comments, Moonlight Coin onboard haha, really haha. They're on the same Ego Stream team, so the possibility is high. Electra is also a villain, is Egatra forgotten? Who is that? I don't even remember. Didn't the new girl get caught at the end of the video? The woman in the white silk dress, yeah. It was mentioned on Ego Stream's homepage. They added Moonlight and Saintess. Saintess seems to be her. There are so many girls around Mango that it seems suspicious, yeah right. A picture of Egoistic stroking Stardust head has been leaked on the internet. Ego Star is unbeatable. Where did you see that? Hold on, someone posted it on the blog before, but it disappeared. You're delusional then. This is the average of Ego Star shippers. No duck, there really was. Ego Star shippers fact doesn't work, so look at them now fighting with instigation and fabrication tusk. Gosh duck. This is so unfair, but I am really curious about the reaction of the association. I wonder what they are doing. The Korean Hero Association. The conference room of the Hero Association. Ahahaha, I am really relieved. President your face, please. No, I am in a good mood, so what can I do? Gosh, I really thought I was going to be screwed with slang this time. It was already being discussed that the capital had to be relocated after abandoning Seoul. But that egoistic suddenly jumped out of nowhere and solved everything. So how can I not feel good? Ha. In the middle of the conference hall, the president of the association's big laugh rang out. The association employees sitting next to him spoke to the association president, feeling embarrassed. Well, but president, I don't think this is the time for you to laugh. The media keeps asking me what the association did while he was working on the case. Oh, that? What is our media response team doing? Tusk. Now I'm going to tell you what to say, so go and tell them to publish the article. Great. Our association's heroes held out until the end, so this incident ended with minimal damage. Although the villain's affiliation has changed, the association will run to the end without wavering. Just this much. Yes, I see. Ahahaha. Anyway, it's not a problem after all. It's better than the fall of Seoul. The president of the association, who had laughed for a long time, finally began a full-fledged meeting with his expression rearranged. So, what are our heroes doing now? Stardust is currently being treated in a hospital, and Icicle is going back to Yusung Enterprise and sponsoring the victims. Shadow Walker is he's still staying at home. Gosh. Kim Ya-hyun is really a man may fail once in his youth. What is he so upset about? I heard that his girlfriend is still trying to contact him. It doesn't seem to work. Well, he'll get better over time. Let's think about it later. And is there anything you guys want to report separately? As the president asked, an employee who was looking around quietly spoke up. Well, I've been getting a lot of inquiries about Egoistic lately. What? I am asking when he'll be promoted to S-Class. Moonlight Shaman under his command is already S-Class, but why is Egoistic, which forms a number of A-Class villain unions led by her, still S-Class? That. Didn't you ask the General Committee of the International Association last time? Stardust and Egostic, haven't they been promoted to S level yet? Yes. I heard that the headquarters is in trouble due to the villain's attack. I think that's why it got delayed. Really? Is the headquarters in the US? There's no day to cheat on the American side anyway. Anyway, that's fine. And are you tracking the Walgunjio like what Egostic said? Yes, I think what we deduced last time was true. It's supposed to be a religion that serves the leader as an apostle of God, and it seems that he has a special ability. However, the organization is so closed that it's difficult to obtain information. How the hell did he know that? Anyway, well, but since we lost Moonlight Shaman to Egostic, wouldn't it be a big blow? Ha 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 ha, deep underground. A disparate cathedral is located there. A believer approached the leader and kneeled down. I am sorry, my lord. It seems that the connection to Moon Shaman has been completely lost. His low voice rang up. The leader, who was sitting in the chair, was slightly silent, and soon a quiet, scratching voice rang out from him. Yeah, I see. There's no eternal life allowed for Renegade anyway. She was just a slave to God, so somehow she's going to crawl back to work. There's nothing wrong with our plan, so it doesn't matter. You can go. The leader spoke as if it was nothing. The believer, who confirmed that his hand holding the armrest of the chair was shaking violently, soon lowered his head and escaped as if he were running away. And again, only the leader was left alone, murmured quietly. Egostic, all right. What an impressive rookie. Walguingyo is in a state of fear. Koreans are praising their own child. Seoul's guardian K-Villian Egostic, which is drawing attention from all over the world. Dylan, why did you stroke Stardust head? Are you trying to spreading everywhere that you like Stardust? Hey, that I hugged that shaman in a crowded place and even touched her face. Wasn't that, too suggestive? Dylan, you keep getting calls from a person named Lee Ciola. I was currently having an in-depth discussion with members about my relationship with Stardust and the process of recruiting this villain. Still behind me, Moon Shaman, Beek Yunwal still stitch with me. Please save me. Chapter 113, Ep 113. The Forgetful Villain. Ep 113. The Forgetful Villain. I did the right thing. The terrorist attacks of Walguingyo were to be prevented, so they were prevented. It's fair to think that Seoul will be completely destroyed by this incident in the original comic. I also turned on the broadcast to check on Walguingyo and attract aggro at the same time, in order to prevent the atmosphere from becoming bleak due to the fear of Walguingyo throughout Korea after the Seoul terrorist attacks like in the original. And I made people see Walguingyo as nothing. I mean, it's just Walguingyo that was defeated by an A-class villain like me, kind of like this kind of plot that I intended. And Moon Shaman, Beek Yunwal. As I shed tears when she died in the original, I was also going to save her unconditionally. Also, since I am saving her, I am putting her into the villain union that I founded. Even if the appearance this time was reinforced by magic circles, it was basically quite necessary to recruit her with various magic abilities such as attack, illusion, etc. all the more. Except for me, Elektra and Death Knight are the only two who have power in our ego stream. And of course, stroking Stardust head there, well, yes, it may not have been necessary actually, but I couldn't help it. I saw with my naked eye that my favorite was having a hard time falling down, and who wouldn't be able to stand out in that situation. It was a force majeure. Well, I've already done that to her many times in the first place, so I don't see the problem here. I did same thing during the train attack, the same during the plane one. She'd only be annoyed anyway. I hacked into a few photos there and erased them all, so I solved them without leaving any evidence. As a result, it's concluded that I have done nothing wrong. Who can throw a stone at me? Although there was a problem with my image being slightly improved among the public, it won't disappear after a few more attacks. There's no problem. Seoyun scolded me in a serious tone. Din, it's because I am worried. What if Stardust finds out who you are? You said it yourself. You said Stardust had to continue to antagonize you, or it would be a vain effort. It's not strange that Stardust always suspects you when I see you doing things these days. Seoyun talked in a serious voice. Then I told her with a smirk. Seoyun, I know what you mean, but you don't have to worry about that. Why? Stardust has a strong conviction. With her personality of not forgiving injustice, I can't look nice because I am already doing all the injustice in the world. Of course, come to think of it, it did seem fishy last time. With this, I paid off my debt, right? The image of her hugging me while that overlapped in my head. But it's just that she can't live in debt, it can't mean anything else. I doubt it. Anyway, no more talking about this. Let me take a break, too. I had a hard time piercing through that storm. Flinch, when I mentioned the storm, I felt Baek Yoonwol sitting next to me startled. Sorry, no, it's nothing to apologize for. Don't mind. I looked at Baek Yoonwol next to me. She put away her original shaman suit and changed into a fluffy t-shirt. Since Seo Yoon is in front of her, the two are similar in height and their hair is white and black, so they look a little like twins. She's the exact opposite of what the other looks like. Come to think of it, Seo Yoon and her are similar in age, so they really look like twins. For your information, since Baek Yoonwol came to our home, Seo Yoon and she quickly became close. At first, there was no one in my house who was similar in age to Seo Yoon. But Baek Yoonwol, who came this time, seems to have gotten close quickly as she's the only one who is similar in age with her. Of course, Baek Yoonwol is still not talking to Seo Yoon informally, saying that she uses honorifics to everyone. But why are you sticking to Dylan like that? I can't stick around him. No, it's not that you can't, but Dylan might bother him. Really? Really, Dylan? No, it's okay. He said it's okay. HMPH. Are you sure you two are close? Anyway, Baek Yoonwol quickly adapted to my house and got familiar with it. There was also a happening where she cried when she saw everyone warmly welcoming her after staying at the cold Walgunjio. Anyway, since she has lived only in a dark place like Walgunjio, she's easily moved by small things. For example, when she looks at this mealtime. What's this? It's just omurice. How does it taste? I made it. It's good, right? Sob, hey, why are you crying? Don't cry. Sehi, did you make her cry? Sehi, I am disappointed. No. Why is everyone doing this to me? It doesn't taste that bad. It was okay for me to eat sniff. No, it's just that I've never tasted something so delicious. What the hell did they feed her at Walgunjio that made her burst into tears with just one omurice? Anyway, since then, a strange campaign has been held to feed Yoonwol. From rice to soda, chocolate, etc. Her eyes sparkle every time we give her something. It makes us want to feed her. Is this how grandmother feels? Of course, Yoonwol wasn't just cute. Yoonwol, what you can use is the attack magic you showed me last time, and also the illusion magic, right? Yes, for example, something like this. Having said that, she waved her hand and made a magic circle in the air and immediately summoned a deer. He looked like a real deer, but I couldn't say it looked very real. Of course, when I touched it, it fluttered into purple powder. That's amazing. Yoonwol smiled. She liked it when I complimented her. Attack magic, illusion magic anyway. Magic looks useful at first glance. Basically, I am just glad we finally have a powerful addition to our party. Just like that, I got back to my daily life. Yeah, I crushed the main event, so I need to have some peaceful time now. What's going to happen? Dylan, what are you doing? Oh hey, Yoonwol, and that night. Yoonwol approached me, leaning against the veranda and looking at the moonlight shining on the rainy night sky. I was looking at the scenery for a while. Do you want to watch it with me? Yes. I patted Yoonwol, who sat right away after my invitation and looked up at the sky with me, and I fell into thought again. What will happen in the future? I stopped Walgunjio from destroying Seoul, which was the main event of the original as a result. Unlike the original, Seoul wasn't destroyed in this world. From now on, and this is likely to change the future, I know. The original comic. In the original, Baek Yoonwol died only after Seoul was destroyed. Eventually, the capital would be temporarily designated as Busan, avoiding the devastated Seoul. And this is a golden opportunity for Lee Seola, who is the influential person of Yuseong Enterprise based in Busan and has the ambition to conquer Korea. For a while, the capital is temporarily designated as Busan, and major government offices and companies, including the president, are recruited while they come down to Busan. Politicians conciliate, corporations take over. By the time the reconstruction of Seoul ends and moves back to the new Seoul, more than half of South Korea will fall into Lee Seola's hands. And this future was lost because I protected Seoul. In other words, Lee Seola's black secret plan in Korea will come slower than the original. Actually, this is not the problem. The biggest difference from the original is that the people who were supposed to be dead didn't die. Moonlight Shaman, Baek Yoonwol, had originally died in Seoul many times in dozens of attacks. Especially from the fourth terrorist attack, she gave up. But this time, no one died. In other words, these are the biggest butterfly effects. Who knows if any of these will be future terrorists? Phew, I let out a sigh in relief. Yes, from now on, I have to be prepared to go against the original. Most of what happened in the original will happen, but now you have to be prepared for what didn't happen. There's Walgunjio. It's also necessary to pay some attention to the leader's moves, because I cut off the original aggro. Of course, I guess it's most likely that he doesn't care. In the first place, he has the greatest desire to call out God by creating a portal connected to his world, so he treats everything he follows as superficial. But just in case, I should be prepared for what I am going to do. Lee Seola, future Walgunjio, I need to be careful with these three things. What? There's something like that. I patted Baek Yoonwal's head again, who was looking curiously from the side, and recalled. Lee Seola, future and Walgunjio bridge. Wait, Lee Seola. Did I call Lee Seola? Suddenly feeling chilly, I turned on my phone and went into the phone record. Call missed, Lee Seola, 67. Ah, I am ducked. What's wrong with you? Yoonwal, how would you feel if someone chewed on what you said 67 times? Y'all be angry, right? Right? Yeah, I am ducked. I hurried and dialed her number. It's a bit late, but for now, I don't know if she's still waiting. It's raining like it's going to poke a hole in the sky. Night in Busan. On the top floor of Useong Enterprise in the president's office. Roa Air. Boom. The lights were off, only thunder. The phone was ringing loudly through the sound of rain. Ring, ring. Flash, and at the moment lightning strikes, and the dark office lights up for a moment. A woman sitting quietly there alone was seen. With one's hands folded and placed on the desk, Seola sitting quietly and looking at the phone. You're late, Doin. Chapter 114, Ep. 114 Defense Plan Ep. 114 Defense Plan Doin. Don't you think you should apologize to me? I am sorry, the president room of Useong Enterprises Seoul branch. I was there, apologizing to Lee Seola. No, honestly, couldn't you just tell me? Did you think I would go around blabbering to other people? She grunted at me as if she was angry. It makes sense for her to be upset. When Seoul was utterly in the middle of total shambles, she called me in an emergency, and I just went underwater. Then I turned on the broadcast without saying anything, solved the problem quickly, and got back into the water. Turning her sky blue hair to the side, it was so evident that she was mad at me that I could hear the HMPH. From her action. And of course, this was all acting. Who is Lee Seola in the first place? In the original comic, she's a person with the ability to swallow Korea. As she's so smart, there's a chance that her acting like a child is a calculated action. Of course, she could just empty her brain and act like that because she's agitated. In the first place, she may be sufficiently disappointed. As much as I planned everything for Stardust in the first place, I just ghosted her in case Stardust noticed it with her unique senses if I told Lee Seola. But it's impossible for her to tell Stardust, so I should say sorry for now. In fact, when I first called and heard her voice, it was like a person being immersed, but it'd be much better if that was the case. HMPH. All right, I am really sorry, I won't do that again. You promise? Yes, I wasn't lying, since the subject is out. However, I felt sorry that I didn't contact her after my trespass, but I couldn't reach her beforehand either. It'll probably be the same for future cases too, but it'd be absurd to bring that up now. Now I have to be as bold as brass. Then Dylan, it was your fault, right? Yes. Then do me a favor. She wiggled her fingers, looked down at her hands, and spoke in a slightly smaller voice than before. What favor? For a moment, an ominousness enveloped my body. It's Lee Seola. I don't know what the hell she's going to ask me. Yes, I'll do anything, just say it. But I just accepted first. As I was thinking, if she asks for a strange favor, should I just faint and sneak out? Show me your face. What? I also want to see your real face under the mask. Show me. Lee Seola, slightly shy, blushed as she said. She threatened me like that just to see my face? I smiled and just took off the mask for her, who glanced at me as if she was afraid I would refuse. Okay, happy now. Oh, she was a little shocked as I took off my mask too easily. However, for a while her eyes sparkled and she began to stare at my face. Hey, I am a bit uncomfortable if you keep staring at me like that. I mean, I am amazed. What? My face? No. I thought you would have a big scar on one side of your face since you wore a mask even though you turned on the derecognition device, but you didn't. Then why do you wear a mask on one side of your face? This mask is not an ordinary one. There are a lot of functions, but it's not used by everyone and it's usually used to look at the chat window. I didn't bother to add that. Anyway, it's fine. Now that you've seen my face, all you have to do is invite me to your house. Will you invite me? Maybe later. I drew a line for now. I don't want to reveal where I live yet. In the first place, Baek Yoonwal, our newbie moonlight shaman, was able to apply strong recognition magic on her own. All right. Lee Seola's face, as she answered me, showed no regret. I think she's already satisfied with seeing my face today. It's been a long time since her face got red like that. Did I get tricked? Before I thought of it, she spoke up as if she had just remembered. Oh, and Doin, there was a problem. What is it? Everyone seems to like Egostic, including the internet and public polls. You're like a hero now. Isn't this a problem? Lee Ciola gave me a concerned gaze. And even the public polls show that you're more likable than I am. Is that the main point? In the end, it was similar to what Seo Yoon said. Really? Is it that bad? Yes, your popularity is super high. They keep calling you Mango something. Even overseas, people are paying attention. An A-class villain handled the terror alone, which even S-class heroes hesitated to. What's overseas? It's not just some aggro from those gukbang TV, but a real thing. I felt a little bit seriously troubled by her shocking words. It's going to be a mess at this point. But Doin, common sense has it that the entire Seoul people have been saved by you, so wouldn't it be rather strange if your popularity doesn't rise? I am a villain though. Appealing yourself as a villain doesn't make you a villain. It was Lee Ciola who said that and looked at me with cold eyes. Tusk, should I start a terrorist attack right away? Yeah, there's nothing like terrorism to prove I am a villain. Yeah, thank you for letting me know. I am jealous that you're worried about being so popular. Ha, she sighed. After a few words, we said goodbye, with a promise that I would contact her when something similar happened from now on. I don't know if I can keep it, but I just spit it out. But somehow I feel uncomfortable, but it's probably just a feeling. Hugh, the president's office where Egostic Doin just left. Lee Ciola, who was left alone there again, looked out the window with a sigh. In fact, she knew, Egostic, that he doesn't really trust her that much. Lee Ciola. She feels proud of herself for being quick-witted. If it weren't for her extraordinary head in the first place, she wouldn't have reached this position. It wasn't easy for a young woman to take control of this company against her grandfather. In other words, she's confident in reading people's faces. And the Doin that she saw, he didn't believe her. Why? Honestly, she wondered that. What part of her that he can't trust? In the first place, she was only good to him, Egostic, without any bad intentions. But suspiciously, she doesn't know how to describe it. But no matter how open-minded he seems to be, he always sets a boundary. No matter how much she tries to get close always. Like he knows something about her that she doesn't know. It's frustrating. A gap of information. No matter how quick-witted she was, there was nothing she could do about it. At first glance, he doesn't seem to be dissatisfied with her move to devour South Korea. He even supported her in the first place. Then why? He believes Stardust, though, and his incomprehensible commitment to Stardust. He said that all the reasons for his terrorism are for Stardust, which is almost serious. In a way, he's dedicating his life to Stardust in the first place. He must be very pure. Haru is indeed charming, but is she worth it? In other words, they are both A-class heroes, but she doesn't know why there is such discrimination. Isn't she better than the other one who doesn't even recognize him? What's the big deal about Haru? No, her thoughts changed negatively. She let out a sigh and cleared up the situation. All right. It was always me who won at the end anyway. Once I've decided to get it, I've always had it somehow. Y'all see. One day, Egostic, it'll make you look at me, not Stardust. Icicle is up to something, and Egostic is worried about the next terrorist attack. A large house used as the headquarters of the Ego Stream. Two girls were walking on the underground base, which was the original headquarters, connected to it. Seo-yoon, where are we going now? I am only showing it to you, so follow me. A white underground passage in the place where the lights were blinking. Baek Yoonwal grabbed Han Seo-yoon's clothes and was walking, looking around as if she was anxious. And Seo-yoon talked to her. You know about Ego Stream now, don't you? Yes, I've learned everything. I heard it's a villain union founded by Doin. Yes, Doin founded it. Do you know who the members were at first? Who? It was Subin and me. Seo-yoon sighed and continued. People only know Subin but don't know my existence. Even Hyul debuted under the name Saintess this time, but Doin only hides me. Oh my, why? Maybe it's because I am young or because he thinks I don't have any force. Gosh, I am in my second year of high school now. Aren't I an adult? You're not an adult though. I mean, honestly, I'm old enough. She began to press the password in front of the huge iron door. The door opened with a loud sound. Seo-yoon, you're not going to leave me in that deep place, are you? What the hell are you talking about? Follow me. Baek Yoonwal, who still looks anxious, walked in front of Han Seo-yoon. Still talking. Anyway, age is his misunderstanding, so I'll let it pass. Force, that's probably the problem. I can't terrorize on my own. especially since I can't seem to deal with Stardust, that ignorant, powerful woman. Oh, you know Stardust, right? The woman that the brother weirdly cares about. Yeah, I heard about her. Anyway, Sehi and I looked for ways to deal directly with Stardust. And we completed it this time. Saying so, Han Seo-yoon unsecured another iron door. A huge garage-like door with a squeak, and after that, there was a wide, dark space. Well, let me introduce you. I made it this time. Smiling after that, she turned on the lights. The lights turned on right away. Buzz, the one in the middle of the space, was seen in front of Baek Yoon-wall. It's about twice the height of a person, something like a giant suit, made of hard material like steel. Baek Yoon-wall opened her mouth wide under the pressure of the massive gray machine, which looked huge and hard on all sides of its arms, legs, and torso. Wow, what is this? Looking at the admiring Baek Yoon-wall, Han Seo-yoon answered with a proud smile. The suit I am going to wear, I mean, it's a giant weapon. With this, I can deal with her myself. That's amazing. Did you make it yourself? Yeah, I gave it a name. What is it? When Baek Yoon-wall seemed to be curious, Seo-yoon smiled. Starbuster. It's the ultimate weapon built to deal with Stardust alone. Seo-yoon put her hand on her waist and smiled wickedly with a confident look. With this, I'll knock down that Stardust woman myself. What do you think? And looking at her like that. Oh, good luck. Baek Yoon-wall only let out an awkward smile. Subin, where did Seo-yoon go again? Maybe she went to the basement again this time. What the hell is she doing there all the time? Chapter 115, Ep. 115 Declaration Ep. 115 Declaration Hero Public Poll Surprise Appearance of Villain Egostic in the top chart. Hero poll after Moonlight Shaman attack has been released. Which hero is the most trustworthy? The poll, which was conducted through the question, shows something quite unique. First place, Stardust. Second place, Shadow Walker. Third place, Egostic. Fourth place, Icicle. Fifth place, Vorderman. Picture, Korea's ARS Research Lab public polls results. 95 reliability level with 3.0 error range. As usual, A-class heroes appear to be at the top of the list, but what's unique is that Egostic, a villain, is ranked. The public poll institution was also shocked and did a double check, which is truly a surprising result. It can be explained that Egostic is receiving a lot of support and love even though he is a villain. I mean, why is my name in the hero public poll? Doesn't that mean someone put my name on it when they polled in the first place? What is this Tusk doing? What are you thinking about? A fine Sunday morning, I was sitting on the sofa with a serious face. Seo-yoon came to the living room with a bucket of ice cream and asked me, "Terrorism what?" "I think we should start a new terrorist attack this time," I muttered. The impact of this incident has been much greater than I expected, and the situation has come to take action immediately. Gosh, I just didn't know people would be this crazy about one villain recruiting another villain. To be honest, I expected people who originally liked me to go crazy, but I didn't know it would turn out this way. I turned on the broadcast on purpose to prevent this, but why the hell, as expected, the only way to reverse public opinion is to immediately cause new terrorism. Yeah, I'll have to get back to work. I've been resting for too long. Once again, it's time to show people the spicy taste of K-villain. What should I do then? When I was thinking about what kind of terror I would do, Seo-yoon, who was listening to me, suddenly put down the ice cream canister and approached me. "You're going to start a new terrorist attack?" "Yes, I'm planning to break into the musical. I have a better idea than that, brother." After saying that, Seo-yoon smiled confidently. "Because I've already made plans, you." I tilted my head at Seo-yoon's sudden words. Why did Seo-yoon suddenly do such an amazing job? It's time to reveal it. Come with me. Seo-yoon still beckoned to me with a confident smile. So I was brought to the basement without knowing why. What the hell is she going to show me? My curiosity deepened as I entered the depths of the underground base. "Seo-yoon, how far are you going? We're almost there." Here. Finally, a huge iron gate opens. The lights turned on and what she revealed. What is this? Starbuster. It's a big Stardust strategy weapon I created. A thick ironclad suit seen behind her screaming confidently about twice the height of a person. When a person entered the top, it was like a structure that controlled a huge iron weapon placed underneath. And for some reason, it's a familiar name and even with a familiar appearance. What is this? Did you make this on your own? I made the overall design, and Sehi helped me a little. She talked while wiping the tip of her nose as if she were introducing some new secret weapon. Under the circumstances, I think the reason why the two of them always went down to the basement was to make this. What do you think? I complimented Seo-yoon, who said so while looking up at me with sparkling eyes. That's cool. You did a great job. Ha, I know, right? Now Seo-yoon smiled without hiding her pride. It's cute. It's cute, but to Seo-yoon, who was still talking, I asked the most important question. So, who's going to ride this? Of course me. Looking at Seo-yoon answering confidently, I tapped my forehead. No, what did you say? Until earlier, I could feel the warm atmosphere hardening in an instant. Seo-yoon looks at me with a stiffened expression. Looking at her determined eyes, I felt it would not be an easy fight. Gosh. Raising a kid was the hardest thing in the world. Seo-yoon, you're too young, you're still a minor. If I put you on a terrorist attack, you'll be arrested for any crimes. Ha. So far, you've already planned terrorism with me and hacked other things, but it's already enough for you to be caught. We returned to our home. There, Seo-yoon was trying to persuade me. Even so, you can't because it might be dangerous. Can you deal with Stardust with this in the first place? She's much stronger than you think. She answered in a confident voice. Dylan, no matter how strong she is, I can beat her with my Starbuster. Do you know what this is made of? Iron. What are you talking about? Would I have tried to deal with Stardust with that? It's made of materials that are tens of times harder than iron, which is hard to get now. I am sure hell hold out most fists. Gosh, I was so nervous even when she said that. As I was thinking that way, Choi Sehi, who suddenly popped out of nowhere, came out and assisted Seo-yoon. Hey, I made this with her and it was really strong. No matter how much I attack, there's no scratch. That's right. And honestly, how long have we been together? Seo-yoon suddenly asked. I thought about it for a while. Has it been almost 3 years? That's right. I was next to you before any other Ego Stream members. But look at this. Seo-yoon is giving me her cell phone saying that. On the screen, there was a post somewhere on the familiar cafe gate. Villain Union Ego Stream Organization, latest edition. Egostic, Korea's most recognizable villain in name and reality. Just looking at what he's done by himself so far, he's all in the top. Elektra. Electricity manipulation, she's an A-class villain. Death Knight, a ghost? One-on-one encounter with Stardust. I guess it's possible for him to revive. Moonlight Shaman, that's right, the woman who was introduced to the whole country this time. Her ability is overwhelming, as you've seen this time. She's an S-class. Saintess, again for the first time on the show this time. Her ability is not yet known, presumably related to magic, buff, and healing. And even Lapis with a huge airship there. The lineup is already incredible. What about this? I tilted my head when Seo-yoon suddenly showed this. She shouted as if she was frustrated. It doesn't have my name, just my name. Hayul was added in this time. Does it make sense that I am the only one who doesn't, though that may be the case? My thoughts were interrupted by her. No, I've endured it for a long time, now I am going to step out. I'm going to let the world know that I am here. Why would you want to step up so much? Even though I didn't understand it well, I thought quietly while looking at Seo-yoon's burning eyes. Come to think of it, I think it's the first time Seo-yoon has come forward and asked for something. Okay then. Really? Seo-yoon, who immediately changed her posture with my consent, glittered her eyes. I was going to oppose it. Since she wants to go for it so much, I think I could give her a chance once. Yeah, on one condition, I have to go with you too. Of course, we have to come forward together. There's no meaning if I go by myself, right? Seo-yoon grinned. I feel uneasy somehow. Oh, and this is finally my first debut, so I'll take charge of the directing. I can do that, right? Okay, do whatever you want. Whoa, Stardust, I am going to knock her down myself. Seo-yoon is strangely motivated. I don't know what Stardust did to motivate her to knock the girl down like that, but I decided to support her first. I have to prepare a plan to save Seo-yoon at the end. At Shin-haru's house. Shin-haru, who returned home after a long time, fell down on her bed. Phew. Having become more disturbed these days, she began to think about one thing or another inside. What was it? Why did she stop there? Even so, when she lost all hope in front of the storm, seeing him appear, to be honest, her heart fluttered a little then. I'm afraid I'll just stick it on the wall. After attaching a picture of Egostic, she was even thinking if she should write bad guy next to him really big. And breaking into that situation anyway, he was trying to raise his own villains union. She doesn't think there was any particular intention. No, nothing's sure. Seriously, what if he was actually not willing to destroy the world? She gripped her hair, which throbbed with confusion. Egostic. It was always like this when she thought about him. She thinks he's a bad guy, but she keeps thinking, is he really a bad guy? All right. For now, let's focus on something else. It's Egostic anyway. It's only once every 3 months that he causes terrorism, so it'll be a long time to see him again. She's already a senior in college, and she has to think about what she's going to do after graduation. She can't play all the rest of the time because she's doing hero activities sometimes. Yeah, about Egoistic. She can sort it out until then before he comes back. To her, who was rubbing her eyes thinking so, the phone's ringtone rang from the desk side. What she saw as she stood up from her bed and approached it mumbling, "Who is it?" is one word of the association written big on the phone's screen. She was surprised by the news that she had never expected. Stardust. Egoistic has caused a terrorist attack. Please get ready. What, already? Chapter 116. Ep. 116 The Battle of Him and Her Ep. 116 The Battle of Him and Her The Peaceful Streets of Seoul Today. Since there were no terrorist attacks before and after the big Walgwangyo, citizens were able to walk in peace. A crowded street as it was the weekend. The latest pop songs from nearby mobile phone stores, music from coffee shops, and countless music from commercial speakers, the sound of countless people walking on the street, and the sound of cars passing by the road. The street was living and breathing so loudly, while walking on the street mixed with all kinds of music. The shopkeeper and some quick-witted people noticed something. The music from the store's speakers suddenly turned into loud rock music. The store, where girl groups' lively songs were playing until earlier, has suddenly turned into a song where the electric guitar's painful solo plays. And more, the sound of it got louder. Now, the music was so loud that customers in the store frowned and covered their ears. Finally, some people who were chatting on the street stopped for a while and looked back at the event. The street became a concert hall in an instant as if it were a rock concert hall. People now stopped, whispered, looked around, took out their cell phones, and began to take pictures of the streets. An extraordinary scene in which all different speakers are united as one to produce rock music, as people were wondering and joking if it was a hidden camera by some YouTuber. Thud. In the distance, at the same time, the sound of something falling. Boom. Suddenly something exploded and smoke began to overflow the street. Now that people realized that something was wrong, they started running all over the place. Thud, thud, what the hell? Suddenly, an iron net fell from the sky and began to lock up people on the street one by one. Citizens who have seen the movie Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs but never thought a giant cage would fall from the sky were holding on to the bars of iron and shaking them and shouting arg. One after another. TN. The name of this movie in Korean is, which means if food ever fell from the sky. The loud rock music kept ringing loudly. Even police cars were dispatched to the streets, which became chaotic and ran, but even they were trapped in barbed wire falling from the sky and shaking the bars helplessly. The live performance continued to resonate loudly in the trance of electric guitar. And one by one, the cage filled with people chirping like birds trapped in a cage began to rise into the air. People were screaming in between. The barbed wire that soon rose above the sky began to form a circle in the middle of the air. And at the same time, suddenly, a man's insanity-soaked laughter began to flow from the speakers with loud rock music at explosive volume. The grotesquely repeated laughter, huge rock music, and people struggling with barbed wire. In the midst of a vast noise that rang all the way to the faraway city, in a place that was full of confusion. Suddenly, all the music turned off. And at the same time, with explosive volume, a mechanical voice came out of all the speakers simultaneously. Welcome to the show, and accordingly, in the middle of the barbed wire, at the same time, a huge explosion and pink smoke were scattered everywhere. In the middle of it, a man was floating in the sky. The iron thing was floating in the air. Now, even the cameras were circling around it once again. Accordingly, standing in the middle of the circle in the sky. A man in a gray mask armed with a black hat, a black robe, and a black cape. He held the microphone in one hand. At the same time, all the cameras in the sky turned on. The man's voice resounded loudly throughout the street. "Hello, everyone, it's Egoistic," and that was a signal of villain Egoistic's attack. Egoistic. Now, not only everyone in Korea knows him, he even has followers. Top 1 most influential villain since the establishment of the Korean branch of the Hero Association. And I didn't like the result. Yes, I've neglected my main job too much lately. I hate people who are afraid but not terrified of villains. I mean, haven't I done it quite splendidly so far? Just what comes to my mind right now can be said to be quite splendid, such as train terrorism, plane crash, and bridge crash. And yet, why do they like this? Yeah, to be honest, I was a little shocked when I saw the poll last time. I mean, does it even make sense for me to be more popular than an A-class hero? I am a villain doing nasty stuff behind Korea's back, not an idol particularly. This phenomenon is worse in the long run. Why did I become a villain in the first place? It was a justification that I would be the hardship of Stardust myself because I would finish off the other original villains. But if I suddenly become like this, it's overshadowed to call myself a hardship. I mean, what kind of villain is more popular than a hero? And there's only one way to break this situation. Terrorism, terrorism, more terrorism. A threatening one? That's why I am in the middle of the street, in the air, watching people shivering in wire mesh. And rock music that continues to reverberate in the streets. So loud that their ears might bleed. Seo-yoon's sense is quite nice though. Maybe it's because she took after me, she likes to make everything fancy. Dylan, I am ready. Yoonwal's voice came from the in-ear. That cage was heavy for me, so I got some help from Yoonwal, the moon shaman. She's manipulating it on the rooftop of the building over there. Anyway, now that everything is ready, I should step up. I turned on the camera and shouted loudly from the air. Hello, everyone, it's Egostick. My voice echoed from the hacked speakers as soon as I spoke up. Floating in the air, grinning and holding against the wind, I looked at the chat window. Mango Stick appeared. Ha 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 ha. Wait, duck. Already? What the? Damn it, Egostick is causing so much terrorism, it's fishy. Here he comes, my porn ha 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 ha. Right timing ha 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 ha. Duck, the sound is so loud ha 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 ha. I am watching it with earphones, but the band is making my ears throb ha 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 ha. What are the people inside the fence? Human zoo? Mango is always above our imagination, all right. The live broadcast seems to be going well. After checking the chat window, I focused on terrorism again. Oh, first of all, I have to do this first. I flicked my finger, and at the same time, countless guns flung up in the air. And all of the guns pointed at the people trapped in the wire mesh. Gosh, they shivered as the guns turned to them. As expected, there is no one who doesn't feel fear in front of real guns. Yeah, if I accidentally press those triggers, they'll die. How nervous would it be? The hostages should have been treated this way long ago. I've let it go so far. Apart from that, I am a little sorry to see people shivering in front of me, but I can't help it. It's time to show them some discipline. Oh, everyone, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I waved the gun. I still can feel the cool breeze blowing my cape weakly, perhaps because of the fine weather. I said with a slight smile. I'm not trying to do anything bad. I'm just trying to shoot you in an hour. Oh my God, no, I'm not actually going to shoot. But it's no use trying to make it look like it. A top villain should always show madness like that guy could shoot a real gun. Haha, you have an hour before you all die. I'm broadcasting an hour of your life all over the country, so please say goodbye. I've always wondered how people would behave right before their death. Sob, more people were getting anxious. Yeah, I think the madness I am showing is working. But how long am I going to have to do this? It breaks my heart. I hope Shell comes soon, and at the same time as I thought about that, from behind there was a loud voice. That's it, Egostick. It's been quite a long time since I've heard it, but it's still that immature voice no matter how she shouts it. When I heard her voice, I didn't bother to hide my smile. I turned off the loud rock music and looked back. Oh my, there's the Disturbed. Red latex stuck to her whole body. Her blonde hair flew along with the wind. And with slightly sky-blue eyes, she glared at me. That's right, Stardust. It's her. What are you doing, you punk? Yeah, it's been a while since we've had this angry conversation. I smiled and said to her, who glared at me slightly angrily. Yeah, Stardust. Long time no see. We seem to meet each other pretty often. It's like you're following me around, huh? Are you stalking me? What the hell are you talking about? Look what you're doing now. She blushed back at my nonsense words. She's still weak at provocation. I smiled, flapping my fingers. Well, whatever, you're here to stop me, right? Then come and stop me. She frowned as she watched me sitting on one of the nearby bars, crossing my legs and flapping my fingers. Like she couldn't tell what my intention was. Actually, come to think of it, it's natural that I can't beat her. I don't know if I can last 10 seconds if I use Behemoth, but that's all. It'd be no match for her. As I provoked her, she glared at me suspiciously. But soon, as if she had made up her mind, she sprang up from where she was standing and began to fly toward me. Yeah, that's how it should come out. Seo-yoon, it's your turn. And right at that moment when she left her spot, suddenly a shadow appeared in the space between us. Boom. Something huge gray fell from the sky, blocking me from her. It looks like a huge suit, thick on both sides and thick on top and bottom. As she stopped in the air at its sudden appearance, I raised my microphone again and shouted, "I am sorry, but I am not your opponent this time. Let me introduce you. A weapon made only for you. It's Starbuster." A voice rose from the Terminator position as I shouted out with my arms wide open. "Stardust, I'll deal with you." It was the voice of a young woman who couldn't be hidden by a mixture of mechanical sounds. "Seo-yoon, why is your acting so awkward?" Anyway, that's not the point. It's important that Stardust eyes are burning now. Okay, let's begin. How long can you hold out against my Starbuster? Now, Starbuster, attack. Arg! So Seo-yoon's Starbuster threw a steel fist at the Stardust. The curtain of the show finally opened. Stardust, Shinharu is in a super bad mood right now. Firstly, Egostick carried out another brutal terrorist attack. Secondly, wow, is this the best you can do, Auntie? Who is this girl? That girl, a villain, is believed to be Egostick's new member. Egostick with a girl as his colleague. That's so anyway, she doesn't like the way this kid talks. Very. Swallowing her anger, she punched the same way as the fist was flying toward her. No, this villain should be taken from here today. It was her determination. Chapter 117. Ep. 117 Her strategy. Ep. 117 Her strategy. A huge street where people have already fled in all directions and no one was there. There, Shinharu was fighting a giant robot called Starbuster. Ha ha. I was a little worried because you said she was so strong, but she's not that strong either. A girl inside Starbuster seemed to be a little tired but was somehow trying to provoke her. Shinharu was thinking to herself, avoiding the steel fist that flew toward her again. Egostick, where does he keep bringing these villains? Not just one or two, but a few new villains that kept popping out like onions. A few years after Egostick said he would create a villain union on his own, there are already quite a few villains he introduced for the first time. Elektra, Lapis, Death Knight. And this time, this thing is like a walking armored car. Moreover, a girl is in this mechanical thing. Ha, attack me, why are you running away? And by all accounts, this girl seems to be strangely young. She sounds like, well, a middle or high school student. Shinharu, who made such a judgment, was again engulfed in anger. Hiring a minor to do a villain job is Egostick out of his mind. Ha, ha, seeing that you're running away, you were nothing, Auntie. Her thoughts gradually died down as the voice continued. Shinharu's mental state has begun to crack due to continuous provocations. Obviously, she thought, Egostick is using that poor child. Until earlier, but now she changed her mind and decided to educate that blind little kid as an adult. What do you mean by Auntie? Ha, what kind of rudimentary provocation is that? How old is she? Ha, I am so pissed. A childish provocation that no villain had ever said to her, rather filled her with anger. But it's no good to mess things up in front of those feelings. A first-class hero is a person who has to kill her feelings and compete with a rational reason. The words she was always told. Recalling her past memories, she cooled her head and analyzed the situation once again. Thud, thud. Now that robot keeps attacking and she's fighting defensively, avoiding it or sometimes blocking it. And the girl in the machine. Arg, stop avoiding me, fight me. She was getting annoyed with Stardust, who kept running away and only stopping her attack. Avoiding this too, then what about this, hey? Stardust responded defensively to watch the situation turn for now. Looking at her, the girl in the machine murmured, "No, I can't figure the more I fight. Why does he always care about you?" And at the words she threw for a moment, Shinharu paused. "He only cares about me." At that moment her heart started beating and Shinharu turned her head. In fact, Egostick, there isn't that much information about him. He's a veiled guy who always says what he wants to say and disappears. Avoiding the incoming attack again, she glanced in Egostick's direction. Sitting on one of the wire fences floating in the air, he's talking to the camera. Yeah, maybe now is the time. Egostick, an opportunity to get information about him, which is more important than anything else. A chance to find out more about him, which she's always wondered about. Having made such a judgment, Stardust soon threw herself away for a moment, distanced herself from what was called Starbuster, and shouted at her in an angry voice. "You, where did you come from? Are you Egostick's new minion?" A word was thrown out in anger and in a subtle mixture of provocation to obtain information. Maybe Elektra or Death Knight that she's been dealing with so far is just him well. Or ha ha ha, it would have ended with just that kind of answer. What? I'm not newly hired. I am a colleague who was with him from the beginning. Bingo. As expected, the girl in that robot began to talk smoothly. It's a little annoying to emphasize that she's been with him since the beginning or to pretend to be close to him by calling him Oppa, but actually she can take advantage of this. Shinharu asked once again, still angry on the outside, in the most ridiculous voice in the world. What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone already knows that you're not Egostick's first mate. If you were a colleague in the first place, what would you have been doing? Damn it! Hearing her provocation, the girl burst into anger and began to control the robot more aggressively. She threw a much stronger attack than before. Avoiding the fists, Stardust listened attentively to what the girl was saying. I am the first colleague. I am the one who's done all the hijackings behind the scenes. This is so frustrating. A little girl spoke up as if she felt so unfair. As Stardust heard so, she raised her voice slightly as if she was surprised and asked, "You've done all the hacking so far? Where the hell?" Of course, in the same house, the girl who had been talking so excitedly suddenly stopped talking in the middle. Then she whispered so quietly that she could barely hear it. Wait, Oppa, isn't it okay to tell? It's not, all right, Hing. She was whispering with someone but soon shouted out loud again. Stop saying nonsense, just fight. After saying that, she now closed her mouth tightly and concentrated on the battle. Tusk. Chuckling her tongue inside and avoiding the attack again, she looked back and Egostick was looking this way. She was almost there, it's a shame. But it doesn't matter. For the rest of the talk, she can listen to it after dragging this kid to the association. Soon she stopped acting passively, continuing to avoid it from earlier, and began to revive her body. Her sudden change of momentum and at the same time, she jumped at Starbuster again. Furiously, wait, let's get it over with. That was the only thought she had. There is nothing but despair in this world. It is a hell of a world where constant malice and everything that accelerates destruction are boiling at the root of the world like a poison. Humans try to kill humans. Even monsters try to kill humans. Such a terrible world, even God is willing to kill humans. I am, of course, trying to stop it. The number of destruction cases is gradually decreasing one by one. Of course, I don't know how long this will last. It may not be long before I can meet Stardust with a smile while doing terrorism like this. Well, it's a little early to think about this already. It's still peaceful. Numerous citizens were not killed in droves like ants, nor did Seoul become a ruin and the fate of the Republic of Korea began to decline. Not bad, I muttered so. Yes, the peace of the world is preserved. I did everything. It's good that the world is peaceful, but it's so peaceful that now it's a society where people suck villains like me. Not bad, the weather is not bad. To kill you, eek. Sitting cross-legged on a wire fence, I waved my gun and shouted at the person below me. With a smile, a woman hid in a corner shivering. Yeah, it's good because the reaction is great. In fact, she was sitting on the bars because she was the one who reacted the loudest earlier. She's good at reacting. Good. Anyway, I sneaked a look at the chat window, where I forcibly put disarmed civilians in bars and laughed while threatening to kill them. This is enough for people to be scared, angry, and swear at me, right? Kaya ha 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 ha. Mango Stick looks like a villain after a long time ha ha ha. If you want to be trapped in the bars instead, press like ha ha ha. I want to see Ego Oppa smiling sexily and threatening me with a gun. I am so jealous. It's cute when Mango does something he isn't this god moe. I'm in a taxi right now, and if I run there, will you put me in the bars? I was wrong. These people are crazy. Please, please, just one person curse at me. Did the members rent this chat room? Is that so? With that in mind, I turned my head again and watched Stardust and Starbuster fighting. Seo-yoon, who still pushed Stardust, and Stardust, who are busy avoiding Starbuster. It's strange. Stardust can't handle that much with her current abilities. What's going on? In the first place, Yoonwall and I were waiting to save Seo-yoon's Starbuster, expecting it to be broken soon, but it feels strange because it was getting longer. Is Stardust in bad condition today? Anyway, that's better. I'm just gonna keep the evil deed project going. I pushed a gun at a woman who was still shaking, then laughed at her. Now, let me ask you a question, stranger Aeek. If you get this right, I'll let you go. What do you think? Cool, right? Hurry up and say yes, Eek. Okay, yes, yeah, all right, here's the question. When did I start the first terrorist attack? I grinned as I said so. Yeah, evil deed project number 2. Ask questions that they can never guess. It's like a psychopath villain who teases and bullies a hostage who can't keep answering. As I tried to make fun of her for not being able to answer, a small voice suddenly came from inside the cage. April 17th. She answered in a trembling voice. And the date is, that was the answer. How did you know? Did you take it? I had a brain freeze for a moment, so I turned my head and looked at her. What is she doing? She was still shivering, making eye contact with me and lowering her head. On her cheeks there was a slight flush, completely different from before, eek. And the scream was less sincere than before. All right. I should stop looking. It's really uncomfortable. I'm afraid you're wrong, so you can't go out. You should still be stuck here. Ha 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 ha. Isn't it April 17? Yeah, that's right. April 17 was the date of his first terror attack. No, she was right. Why is he doing dirty? Ha ha ha, wait, how did she know that in the first place? Duck, isn't she from Mango Union too? Ha 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 ha. I clenched my teeth and ignored the chat window. I know nothing. After finishing the conversation with the hostage who only left something uncomfortable, I looked at the place where Stardust and Seo Yoon were fighting again. And there. I am the first colleague. I am the one who's done all the hijackings behind the scenes. This is so frustrating. There was Seo Yoon who was blowing information to Stardust. Seo Yoon, please, you've done all the hacking so far, where the hell? Of course, in the same house, as Seo Yoon was trying to give her the very internal information, I urgently muted the broadcast and whispered to Seo Yoon through the in-ear. Hey, Starbuster, you cannot talk so much there. Stop talking. Seo Yoon heard me and stopped spilling words at Stardust. She whispered the same thing through the earphones connected to me. Huh, wait, Opa, isn't it okay to tell? No, it's not okay, it's not. All right, Hing. Soon, Seo Yoon answered with a slightly down voice. I feel a bit sorry, but I can't help it. Shin Haru has such a good sense. I need to be careful with information. So Seo Yoon shut her mouth and started fighting as I requested. Stardust, who failed to get information accordingly, suddenly began beating up Starbuster as if she was only acting and had been pushed back earlier. I knew it. Yoon, Moonlight Shaman, respond. I think it's time to step up. Yes, Dylan, roger that. Listening to Yoonwal's brave voice coming over the other receiver, I slowly began to loosen my arms and get ready to step out. Get ready to save Seo Yoon, who will be defeated soon. Gosh, this is so tiring. Chapter 118, EP. 118 Family-like atmosphere EP. 118 Family-like atmosphere. It hasn't been long since the last egoistics terrorism. The terrorist attack, which took place at a time when his public interest was at its peak due to the last incident, was enough to draw attention. This terrorist attack, like the last one, was caused by a member of the villain union Ego Stream, which was founded by him. Stardust, who is now almost his exclusive opponent, was dealing with a girl in a suit that looks like a mobile mechanical armor. A battle that took place while people were amazed about where Egoistic would bring those talented people from every time. And the initial situation was more advantageous for Egoistic. In line with the name Starbuster, the girl in the mechanical machine had a considerable advantage over Stardust, and Stardust was responding defensively by avoiding and preventing the attacks. Everyone thought that Stardust was lagging behind because, of course, things started to change at some point. What? Boom, boom, a fierce battle in which only wind and dust swirled. While the mechanical fist was being swung, it smashed the nearby outer wall and went wild. Against Starbuster several times bigger than herself, Stardust was on the offensive. Come on, I am telling you to fight me. Boom. Starbuster bounced far away as Stardust attacked. Holding on to her startled mind again, the girl inside clenched her teeth. Unlike before, Shin Haru smiled and talked while watching the smoke flying up in Starbuster's arms dangle. Surrender and admit your defeat now. It'll be better for you. The hacker inside was gritting her teeth at the seemingly dismissive words. Ridiculous, take this? At the same time, the huge Starbuster raised its arms towards Shin Haru. At the same time, something began to crack out of the machine arm. What sticks out like that is a small-sized missile. Haha, goodbye. Missiles flew toward the Stardust in an instant with laughter from inside the machine. At the same time, Stardust also flew away. Boom! Where Stardust was standing exploded. The area was covered with smoke and dust caused by an explosion. Gulp, Starbuster was still on alert and looked at the smoke. Still, when Stardust figure wasn't covered by the smoke. Ha, Opa, I knocked down Stardust. The hacker inside shouted excitedly, and the chat window went wild. It's cute that she keeps calling him Opa Opa hahaha. Is she really Mango Stick's sister? Hahaha, watching a battle between hero and villain, but why is the villain so cute? It feels like I am seeing my cousin, so I want to cheer her on. Did she knock Stardust down? If that's the case, then she shouldn't be. Stardust showed a weak side to the Moonlight Witch last time, but would he have collapsed from that explosion? Did you do it? Not done. 5 seconds before the Stardust resurrects like a dog, and as expected. A shadow of a person appeared in the smoke, and that thing gradually walked out. She came out in the smoke, bouncing her head once with her hand without a scratch. Stardust walked leisurely without any damage to her suit. Gosh, really? What kind of superhuman are you? How can you endure this? The girl in the suit muttered in a despondent voice, as if she had already tasted the bitterness of life at a young age. Fact, she's a superhuman because she has superpower. I'm shocked that Stardust can still stand even though that hacker kid kept attacking her. Hahaha. Ahaha, Stardust is a semi-S-class hero, haha. It's too early for you to deal with me. It kinda have deep meaning like come to me when you're a grown-up, hahaha. While the chatroom was already crowded as if things had already been expected. Soon, Stardust flew back up, swung her arm once, stretched out her fist, and flew toward the Starbuster. In response, the hacker's mechanical suit also lifted its heavy arm and began to swing a steel fist at Stardust. The battle started again. Erg! Stardust just pushed it unilaterally, overwhelming her opponent, the weapon Starbuster. Oh my god, boom. The last blow she made with all her strength. The machine got hit by it and bounced up into the sky with the scream of the girl who was inside it. It's already been a long time since the machine was almost destroyed by her attack. The head of the machine suit is also damaged, and the image of the young girl inside is reflected. Watching Starbuster fly away like that. At the same time, Stardust also kicked it. That's right, it was the end of a long battle. What the hell was that machine made of? It was quite strong, and the battle was a little longer than expected, but it was her victory. Look, it already lost power after her final attack and flew away helplessly. Looking at the scene, Stardust thought, although the kid was weaker than her, she was still quite a strong opponent. I think she must be an A-class. How the hell did she make this? What was the hacking that she mentioned? What did she mean by in the same house? Shinharu had so many questions about the girl who kept calling Egostic Opa. Okay. For more details, she can drag her to the association to ask. With that in mind, Stardust flew up into the sky with her golden hair flying in the wind, reaching for the girl on the weapon who was still flying in the air. Then, at that moment, before her hand touched the fainted girl, swoosh in front of her, a purple magic circle suddenly appeared. And at the same time, Shinharu hurriedly avoided it, looking at the magic circle that began to shine. At that moment, the rays of destruction, which she saw in the storm the other day, brushed her hair. Stardust turned around after the sudden attack. Hee, Stardust, I am sorry, but I can't let you take my colleague so easily. With his hands on his black hat, his cape fluttering in the sky, it was Moonlight Shaman, the red-eyed woman in a white shaman's outfit, who was looking at her as if she were guarding up while making magic circles with her hands. Phew, that was close. Smiling on the outside, I wiped my sweat inside. At first, Seoyoon was almost self-evident that she would be beaten by Stardust, so we prepared everything in advance. Of course, I only trusted Yoonwall. In the first place, the plan was to rescue Seoyoon at the last minute after she lost, but suddenly Stardust rushed to catch Seoyoon. I mean, I never thought she'd try to catch the kid from the air. Anyway, thanks to Yoonwall who rushed to push her away with the lightning, Seoyoon didn't get arrested. Of course, Yoonwall used magic to take Seoyoon, who was falling down from the air. After stopping Stardust, I grabbed and hugged Seoyoon, who fainted inside the robot. She's so light. Egostic. Stardust, who got disturbed by me just before she could catch Seoyoon, looked at me with anger and muttered. And I smiled at her. My apologies. Still, of course, I have no choice but to take care of my colleague, right? She's my family. Family? In the midst of a cold wind blowing sky, Stardust stared at me, and Yoonwall was creating magic circles to threaten her behind to prevent her from attacking. I was floating with Seoyoon in my arms in the air, saying the final words. Terrorism is over. We should go home now. First of all, I wondered what Stardust said. Family? Yes, of course. All of our Ego Stream members are close like family. We're a group of true villains. Just like that, now ahem. The colleague that has been with me the longest was defeated. How could I stay still? Good. I also said what Seoyoon asked me to do and justify her identity. I was still operating the floating camera on the wire mesh side over there with telekinesis, so I pulled it back to this side. I started to make my closing remarks. Anyway, all right, Stardust, it's your victory. You knocked down my colleague fairly. As you've won, I'll step down from here. I'll have to take my colleague for treatment now. I gestured to Yunwal. Yunwal, who understood what I was saying and stayed right next to me. Embracing her in one hand, I gave Stardust a final greeting. Then, adios. I teleported and disappeared, leaving Stardust with a lost look on her face. Why are you making such a sad face? Even so, I can't give Seoyun to you. Stardust, are you all right? Yes, yes, I am fine. The attack has ended. Shinharu was on the move, escorted by the association staff and police who rushed to rescue the trapped hostages and clean up the scene. With the cardigan they handed over on her shoulders, sipping a cup, she sorted out today's harvest inside her head. Terrorism, as always, ended without any victims, destroyed the surrounding commercial districts, and Egostic will be fine with some kind of compensation. It's unfortunate that she missed the hacker at the end, but she can still summarize that she got new information about Egostic today. So she summarized what she learned today in the car. That girl was a hacker, maybe she's been the hacker so far. And live in the same house, she said, and what? Precious colleagues, family. He said they were like a family. Reflecting on the thought, she felt gradually worse without realizing it. The image of Egostic hugging Electra before, the image of Egostic disappearing hugging those two girls, and the image of Egostic hugging the little girl as if she were more precious than anything else, emphasizing the word family-like colleague, came to her mind. Family, family, ha gosh. Chapter 119, Ep. 119 One that would have the fruit must climb the tree. Ep. 119 One that would have the fruit must climb the tree. Why is the new kid so cute? Ha, I didn't think that she was a villain at all. I watched it as if I was watching my granddaughter's talent show. Ha. She was so cute to call Stardust Auntie and Egostic Opa. Comment, the first colleague. It was so cute even when she said it. Haha. She was sad that no one recognized her. Ha. She thought she knocked down Stardust and bragged about it to Egostic, even with the same honorifics if Egostic does it. It's kind of moody, but she's just cute since she said she's a high school student. It's right for to speak formally to adults. Why is everyone calling a terrorist cute, not scary? It's not a terrorist attack. Just call it the main event. It was Mango's concert. What kind of place is Ego Stream? A high school girl who is a genius hacker who pulled out a biological weapon. No cap, Death Knight resurrects even if he dies. Moonlight Shaman, who has NTR'd someone's pseudo-religion. Even Mango Stick is suspiciously influential and they're even close like a family. Damn it! You Mango Stick, what did you create? Comment, the Hero Association better hide, because Mango Stream is coming. Are you ignoring Korea's treasure Egostic? Why are you leaving out Ego Stream's first member, Electra, in the text? What the? You wanna fight? You're suspiciously angry. Are you from Electric Mango Union? Oh wow, they still have people in Egatra Union? Vicious hahaha. What's meaningful about their declaration about same house? Along with his statement about Ego Stream members are like family. Considering the same house statement that the hacker high school girl. Don't you think Ego Stream members all live together in one big house? Comment, oh my, it's really possible. Among the Ego Stream members confirmed so far, aren't there 4 women? Oh my god, Harmstick. Is the Egatra Union going to be revived? Mango Moon Union has the advantage, the electric one is already crushed. Didn't you see Moonlight Shaman's appearance this time? I can't believe you still could say that. Hey, newbie Ice Mango is real. W Crazy Beaches, stop arguing about your OT piece in the comments. Duck. Looking at how you got angry, you must be an Ego Star supporter, huh? W, how did you know? Duck, ha 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 ha. If all the members live in the same house, what would they do together? I am so curious. Deep in a mountain where no one can find. A large house standing proudly in the middle of it. It's the Ego Stream headquarters. Surpassed Korea's #1 villain union, it's now about to become Korea's #1 superpower group. And me, the founder of this union, was busy trying to soothe crying Seoyun. Sob, it's all right, it's all right. As soon as she woke up after one night of passing out, Seoyun sat on the bed blankly and suddenly shed tears in her eyes. She suddenly cried as soon as she woke up, so I was surprised, and I've been soothing her since then. I mean, what made her upset? Why is she crying? Sob, I could know she got upset about that. But Seoyun, it didn't seem like you were going to win though? Seoyun, who was still in my arms, soon began to apologize to me. I am sorry, Dylan, if I did a little better, I could have won. No, it's okay, it's okay. You didn't have to win. Sob, soon I held crying Seoyun in my arms and comforted her, thinking quietly. Actually, Seoyun, it was a fight that you shouldn't have won in the first place. Ego Stream itself is an organization designed to periodically challenge Stardust, and if she beat the real Stardust, I would somehow be in trouble. Or not, if she had lost, would I have tried harder? While stroking Seo Yoon with that thought in mind, Subin and Choi Sehi's faces peeked out from the door behind Seo Yoon's back. I think they came because they heard her cry. Choi Sehi silently mouthed, "Can I come in?" So I nodded slightly. "Yeah, help me soothe the kid." Choi Sehi entered the room and soon talked to Seo Yoon next to her. "Hey, Seo Yoon, what?" As she suddenly heard Choi Sehi's voice, Seo Yoon startled. Then she fell out of my arms and said, "S. Sehi? Yes, it's me. Don't cry and look at this." Choi Sehi handed over her phone. Seo Yoon received it, and she cried while reading the posts on the screen with slightly red eyes. "Sehi, what is this? What do you mean? These are the posts that say you are cute in this terrorist attack. What do you think? It gives you a little encouragement, right?" "Ha, Sehi, I'm not even an elementary school student. Would I suddenly feel good to see this? I'm not normally a person who cares about what people think." "Seo Yoon, it would have been better if you only said that without a smile on your lips." So Seo Yoon looked at her phone for a long time, and other posts. Sehi was standing in front of me and she was like, give it back to me, will you?" Seo Yoon, who focused on reading my fan cafe posts, stopped crying and clenched her fist tightly. This was not my only attack, but I'll still be there and I'll win then. Seo Yoon, who suddenly spoke confidently, whispered quietly and solemnly to me, who was sitting in front of her with her fist still tightly clenched in one hand. "Dylan, my Starbuster too. Zero will be different from last time. I'm going to make it like that." "Oh, okay, good luck, it was good, Sehi. Ha, follow me to the basement. Starting today, we're going to make the new Starbuster." "Hey, wait." Choi Sehi rushed after Seo Yoon, who ran out of bed suddenly full of motivation. "Well, anyway, she's got her energy up, so it's good, right?" For your information, Seo Yoon, who was running, was caught by Subin in the living room and scolded. She complained about how she could run around as soon as she woke up after fainting. Oh, dear. Hugh Seo Yoon's problem is solved well. Looking at Seo Yoon lying in bed and chit-chatting with Yoonwol and Choi Sehi, I came out of the living room again and slumped on the sofa, and then took the remote control nearby to turn on the TV. Egostic started a new terrorist attack. How did citizens react? Yes, nothing unexpected happened this time, too. There were no casualties and the hostages were released safely. In particular, one of the people who was taken hostage was a fan of Egostic, so she said she was happier. I should stop watching. I kept skipping the channels and changed it to the one where the movie came out and soon sighed again. "Gosh, Doin, what's with the long sigh?" Lee Hyul, who was in the nearby kitchen, came along. She looked at me with a concerned look. I told her my concerns honestly. "I mean, I certainly caused terrorism to lose my popularity, but there's no use, it's not like I cannot understand. Since when has it never been a problem to keep a person in a cage, intimidate them, and threaten them with a gun? There is something wrong with Korea in this world. I've been terrorizing hard and sincerely, and it's strange that people don't realize that." And Hyul said it with a slightly vague expression at my words. Doin. To be honest, I think your popularity will continue unless at least one person dies in your attack. Actually, it's kind of weird that there are no casualties in terrorism. She finished her statement of conviction while blurring the end of her words. I told her straight away, I can't kill people. One thing I promised myself as I decided to be a villain here. I won't kill civilians. I just can't. Well, from the beginning, with or without casualties, I took hostages and attempted murder dozens of times. Why the hell doesn't that bother anyone? That's why it's a problem. Doin, you look tired, do you want me to clear your head? Oh, yeah, that would be good for me, thank you. When I finished talking, Hyul sat me on the sofa and rubbed my shoulders. Hyul, weren't you going to use that healing power? It's better to use my skills while massaging like this, so stay still. Okay, thank you. Hyul's massage was cool. I don't even remember how I ended up getting a massage anyway. That night, I searched the video sharing site in front of my desk in my room alone. Wow, no, it doesn't have that much. I put Egostic in the search box and all the videos that cursed me were gone. Now they are treating me like a celebrity. Egostic highlight, Egostic mad movie, Kavelin Egostic that surprised the world, and so on. No one is swearing at me? It was only at that moment that I felt a great sense of alarm. I mean, in the hero movie I saw before, even the good hero who shoots spiderwebs was exposed to the media crazily, but there's no one in this world cursing the villain. With that thought in mind, I searched Egostic criticism. Then the search results shrink sharply. All the videos of me in the early days of my terrorism were nowhere to be found, as I was scrolling down with such a serious face. There is one. There was only one. The video was some woman wondering, isn't Egoistic a terrorist? I don't even bother saying, of course. While watching the footage of the terrorist attack, something flashed through my mind. Yeah, as long as no one's going to hold me back, shouldn't I just make a broadcast like in the hero movie? I guess I'm a genius. Chapter 120, Ep. 120 Reverse Effect Ep. 120 Reverse Effect Sob. I am sorry, everyone. I am sorry, I am sorry. A studio apartment in Seoul. Ki Na-young, who was clicking her mouse while looking at the computer there, screamed without realizing it. And she blocked the comment window of the video with tears in her eyes. The controversial video that she was blocking the comments is a criticism video about Egoistic. Ha, seriously, why? She sighed deeply. Ki Na-young, a reporter. No, she was a reporter, to be exact, before she got fired this time. Sitting on the street alone again, she was crying and posting a video clip on the video sharing platform. The video that she did the best on current affairs. With few subscribers, it's barely a mouthful, but it was her only hope at the moment. This is a channel that even when she worked part-time at a convenience store, she still worked hard to maintain. And the new video that she uploaded has been terrorizing with dislikes. I mean, is Egoistic a saint? Is he a saint? She screamed in spite of herself. The video she uploaded this time was a video criticizing villain Egoistic. To be precise, it was to criticize those who followed him in an ignorant way. Well, he's a villain. So why don't people criticize him, even the terrestrial? So she decided that she would step up first and pioneer the blue ocean. Honestly, she was confident. When there are not many people who curse at Egoistic yet, if she took the lead, she could absorb all the anti-fans who criticize Egoistic. And the result was a disaster. Ha, I am doomed. This was my only hope. She cried in spite of herself at the thought. The number of views is dropping every time anyway. Now there's no way for her to earn a living. On the verge of not being able to pay even her monthly rent, she was on the verge of collapsing after receiving hate and malicious comments. Gosh, should I just stop everything? And soon she muttered with eyes that had lost focus. Haha, it won't work anyway. Should I have bought a lottery ticket? Gosh. How do I pay the rent this time? When she was there with such hollow eyes. Ding, she got a message. What the? She opened her phone. She rubbed her eyes for a moment. What is this? Is it a dream? DH sponsored 10-0. Hello, I am always watching your videos. I hope you don't lose your faith and continue to make videos like this. I especially liked this video. Don't you want to do business with me? What? She dropped her phone from her hand without realizing it. Dylan, I don't think that's a good idea. No, it's a great idea. I don't think so. I shook my head and said to Seo-yoon. Well, this is the only way now. And this is the most efficient. It's weird that there's no such thing as a media company that curses Egoistic in Korea. I looked it up separately, and I don't want people to rush in and terrorize them with dislikes when someone writes a little critical article. Ever since I realized I was baptized, I finally felt it. This needs to change a little bit. My goal is to be a villain who gives Stardust hardship to grow. In fact, it's okay if only Stardust think I am a villain. Everything I do is for Stardust. However, if everyone doesn't curse me like the current situation, Stardust may wonder. She could just suspect herself. Since everyone else doesn't really hate Egoistic, is Egoistic really a villain? This kind of thought. Of course, I don't believe our Stardust would think so. Stardust is full of justice and wouldn't have had such a ridiculous doubt against a vicious villain like me, like everyone else. However, there's not one place where they curse at me. That's why I decided. Yeah, let me set up a broadcasting company. I'm creating a channel that specializes in criticizing Egoistic. It's okay to have at least one of these in Korea, right? As soon as I thought so, I ran into a problem again. But I don't have time for that. It's hard trying to do everything from start to end. Something caught my eye while I was thinking. A woman who uploaded a criticism video about me was getting bombarded with dislikes. Unlike the ugly comment box, the video is pretty well made. Her editing skills are clean and her voice is clear like a public anchor. Watching her video as if I was drowning in it, I realized something. Wait. Come to think of it, I don't have to do it myself. I just have to train this woman to make videos about me. I immediately put the idea into action. Okay, I sent her a jaw-dropping amount of donation. Shall we have a deep conversation? Phew, Ki Na-young. She kept fumbling without realizing it, and then she flabbergasted herself. Yeah, you can't just get likes only. Let's get to work. Yes. She jumped out of bed without realizing it. Okay, even in her life, which seemed to be going to end soon, a light of savior fell down. She got a sponsor. That person recognized her ability. The mysterious supporter suddenly sponsored her 10-0. As she was so surprised, she got in touch with the sponsor with trembling hands. Soon she had a lot of conversations with him. The anonymous man asked her to just call him by his IDDH. He said he loved her most recent video. Yeah, the video where she criticized Egoistic. While saying that, he said that all he had left was money, so he would have her on full support so she can just dig up Egoistic. He will watch the quality of the coming up content and send her more support. No, he might invest more. That's right. She was chosen by a person who is believed to be a second-generation chaebol. TN. A term is used to call rich people in Korea. Thank you, she muttered with appreciation toward the mysterious sponsor. Honestly, she felt like she was dreaming. Is this real? All of a sudden, money is rolling in. And she has respect for the sponsor. So is this love? She's now almost worshipped her sponsor. A lowly person like me, how could such thing? Yeah, it's not the time to be like this. She sprang up from her seat. This opportunity, she can't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Never. The reason why the sponsor picked her is because of the video of her dissing Egoistic. In other words, she needs to pull herself together not to let him down. And immediately that day with the sponsored, invested money, she rented a studio. Okay, I am Ki Naeung. I will definitely show my potential to my sponsor and be recognized. I am a woman who keeps my word. There's no one in the world who can diss Egoistic better than herself. A week has passed. Haha, after finishing the final editing, Ki Na-young collapsed in front of the computer. I am all worn out. She's confident that she put everything she could into making a video. With the logo, it's not an exaggeration to say that the quality is like the 9 o'clock news on public television. This high-quality, highly public confidence video was filled with only cursing at Egoistic. Only for her own sponsor. Sponsor, are you watching? It's a symphony for you. So she uploaded the video to the new channel with trembling hands. Now the dice are rolled. A week after I sponsored a YouTuber named Ki Naeung, she is pretty productive. Actually, I almost forgot after a week. As I heard the ding from my phone, I looked at it and got a notification from her channel. Oh, she finally uploaded, huh? Shall we take a look? And the video I watched. It was shocking, a video of constantly dissing Egoistic from beginning to end. The video quality, which was produced as if it were news, was tremendous. It was just what I wanted, and then I realized, this thing is fantastic, it can hit big. As soon as I finished that judgment, I ran to Seo-yoon. Seo-yoon, you have a manipulator, right? A what manipulator? Yes. YouTube view manipulation. Hurry up and use it. Let's make this video #1 in real time. No, what is this? Yes. My gut tells me this is going to be huge. If we push her, she'll hit big. What? I mean, well, okay, I got it for now, just like that. The most popular video on YouTube in Korea. Egoistic, a brutal psychopath villain. Let's talk about his ugly side, and a rare event took place. Shin Haru. Her biggest thought in a week was, as always, Egoistic. What the hell did she mean by he lives in the same house? He's close with his colleagues like family. She doesn't know anything about him, and he may be living in the same house with his colleagues as his family. She doesn't know every little piece of information about him, but his colleagues say they're a family, so that's what she knows. No matter how hard she tries, there are so many things she doesn't know. And that terrorist attack. What was the reason for the attack that started this time? He even took hostages at best and released them again without touching them. There's no special reason for taking a hostage in the first place, even if he just wanted to call Stardust out. So why on earth did this attack happen? For what purpose? And her gut tells herself. She had a feeling that this terrorist attack was done to appeal that he was a villain. Of course, it's her own delusion that doesn't make sense, but she just had that thought without realizing it. Egoistic, should she really consider him a bad guy? Can she call him a villain? Shin Haru lost her mind with that thought without realizing it. Egoistic is, of course, a villain. A vicious villain. She keeps thinking weird things. She can't let vain delusions weaken her. Egoistic is a clear villain and she just needs to catch him. The end. Shin Haru, who had a headache after thinking about different things, sighed and went to YouTube. She was going to listen to some music. And a big thumbnail video that got into her sight. It was #1 in the real-time chart. Egoistic, a brutal psychopath villain. Let's talk about his ugly side. As she saw the title, she pressed the video without realizing it. And as the video started, A woman who looked like an anchor appeared and began to recite the evil deeds that Egoistic had committed so far in a calm voice. He attempted to bomb ships, tied people to train tracks, crash a plane, damaged a bridge, etc. The anchor, who had been clearly summarizing the evil deeds committed by Egoistic so far, shouted in a furious voice at the end. "We have to catch this cruel psychopath right now. People, don't be fooled. He's a pile of irredeemable mad rubbish, and putting him to death right away is just not enough. If there's a bad guy in the world, Egoistic will be worse than other dogs." The video of such an overexcited woman ended in a twitch. Underneath it was a flood of innumerable hate stories. There were a lot of curses in the comments section. To the anchor, not Egoistic, of course, and after watching the video until the end, Shinharu, who was still absent-minded, thought quietly, "Well, Egoistic is, of course, a bad guy. Still, isn't this too much?" While thinking about it, she found her fingers writing a comment under the video without realizing it. New Day 313, "I think you seem to force yourself to do dissing a bit too hard. The logic is poor. I don't think Egoistic is that bad." She even left a comment right there, so she thought quietly, "Yeah, this is some kind of justice. Even if the opponent is a villain, you shouldn't even curse like this." Honestly, she feels sorry for Egoistic. Yeah, the woman cursed too much, she must say something. While she was at it, Shinharu pressed hard the dislike buttons on the somehow. Watching the video of Egoistic being vilified made her feel bad, with incomprehensible emotions. "Wow, Dylan, the ratio of likes and dislikes on your video is 1 versus 10,000. That's the best record ever." Seeing Seoyoon talking to me like she was teasing, I told her, "Seoyoon, that doesn't mean anything, okay? This is actually a video made for Stardust, Shinharu to watch." I am sure she watched YouTube during her day off, so I am sure she watched this video. As long as she sees this and realizes how bad I am again and burns hostility toward me, that's enough for me. Although the comment section is full of people taking my side, it doesn't matter because there won't be Stardust there. Yeah, it just needs to go that way. Chapter 121. Ep. 121, Unexpected Encounter. Ep. 121, Unexpected Encounter. Create anti-Ghostic broadcasts. Plan to create a constructive criticism of Egoistic. The so-called anti-Ghostic media company was a success. Of course, because of the dislike, terrorizing makes the atmosphere a bit bad, but the original pioneer is always cursed at first. If she keeps going, someday she'll be recognized. So in that sense, I invested and made a studio. The Daily Villain? It's a daily villain, but it's actually an Egoistic's broadcast. Of course, my ideas will go into it because I paid all the investment, but it was reliable because Ki Na-young seemed to do well on her own. But apart from that, it's a bit of a problem because this Ki Na-young is too much of a burden to me. She keeps saying that the sponsor is my savior. Geez, calm down. It's a little funny to think about. I am a sponsor, but looking at the thing she does, she's swearing at her sponsor, right? Of course, she did it because she didn't know I was Egoistic, but it's strange for her to know everything. Anyway, we're still weak, but I personally predict that it will work quite well over time. One day the whole public will think I am a cruel, evil villain. Yes, of course. Anyway, this problem is done for now. It's not important. Let's see, I took out my sealed notebook. This diary summarizes what will happen in the future through the original work. I felt somber looking at it. One thing after another. Roughly looking at the villains coming up, my head is throbbing. To be honest, now the Stardust is quite strong, so he smashes all his enemies with force. The problem is the gimmick villains, like spraying poison gas or massacres. Even if Stardust catches them, there will already be a lot of victims. Of course, I changed the world quite differently from the original, but it doesn't mean much to save the people who would have died, not kill the people who would have lived. In the end, there is a high chance that these villains that appeared in the original will probably appear. And Walgunjio, they're a problem too. The long-awaited final boss of the second phase, that leader brat. I am already having a headache, and considering the connection with the final chapter, I am struggling with this and that. This is not the only problem. We need to prepare for the third phase now. By then, the world will be really crazy, and I probably won't be able to handle it all by myself in that situation. We need to work with the association to some extent. It can be said that the cooperation with the association was half done at a time when Lee Seola was already on my side. Shadow Walker and the president of the association, if I pull those two more to me, will the association be in my hands? Gosh, I have a headache thinking about the future again. All right, I'll think about this later. Let's just take a look at what's happening right now. All right, Now the next main event is I hesitated while handing over my notes. Yeah, now it's time for this. I looked at the writing in my notebook. Shadow Walker's girlfriend murder case. I thought I could take a break. It's going to be busy again. There are 3 A-class heroes in Korea in this worldview. Seoul has Stardust, Busan has Icicle, and Shadow Walker of the Night. With absolute power only at night, he rarely appears at the beginning of the work. He's only active at night, so he has no reason to meet Stardust. But I did describe this universe this way. This Earth is an impoverished world on the verge of extinction. In other words, even the hero Shadow Walker couldn't avoid the evil spell. Among them, his girlfriend's murder case signaled that his life was beginning to be devastated. His girlfriend, who was a big spiritual pillar to him, was kidnapped by a gang, bound as a hostage, and eventually killed. Shadow Walker, who had been suffering from mild depression before, quickly got on the train to the abyss. Such a devastating ordeal came and it ended in black. Gosh, that's killing me. Anyway, the bottom line is his girlfriend's death is not a good thing. That's why I have to save her. I should get ready now. Having made such a decision, I came out to the living room. As soon as I came into the living room, I saw Seo-yoon and Yoonwol. Seo-yoon, who hung down on the living room table, was muttering to Beak Yoonwol, "Travel, I want to go traveling." Come to think of it, I've never traveled in my life. What? Really? Yes, I've been trapped in Walgwangeo since I can remember. Have you ever seen the sea? Of course I've seen it. However, at that time, I saw it from a distance when I followed the leader to preach to people, so I never went in and played. Wow, really? Seo-yoon, that. You'd never been to the beach before the time you went with me and Subin, right? Why are you so surprised? As I approached the living room with such thoughts, Seo-yoon, who saw me, said happily, "Opa, let's go to the beach." Beach? Yeah, me, you, Subin, Sehi, Hyul, Yoonwol, Dazik, and Chayoon will all go to the beach together. What do you think? Seo-yoon said that with her eyes sparkling at me. Yoonwol, who was next to me, also looked interested in traveling with her sparkling eyes. Travel, you said. Come to think of it, except for the last trip to Busan with Seo-yoon and Subin, we have never traveled together. I've been very busy lately. Yes, it's a trip, all right. Let's go there later, all together. Really? Yay, what is it? Are we going on a trip? As Seo-yoon and Yoonwol were so excited, Choi Sehi just woke up and walked in, rubbing her eyes. Yeah, Sehi, let's do some research first. Yoonwol said she's never been to the beach. What do you think? The beach? Cool. Should we rent a pension if all these people go? Let's look up. Good. The topic suddenly changed and now they are talking about traveling. If I knew they'd like it this much, should we have gone on a trip sooner? With that in mind, I was overwhelmed by the feeling of forgetting something. Wait. Why did I come out to the living room? I had something else to talk about besides traveling. Oh, right. Seo-yoon, come here. Why? Seo-yoon came running as soon as I called her. I patted Seo-yoon's head and told her. Seo-yoon, what? Can I ask you a favor? Yes, anything. Can you hack into CCTV and keep an eye on her? What? Seo-yoon's eyes and the corner of her mouth, which was smiling until a while ago, sank. I mean, it's not something weird. I am doing this for the world. After explaining the situation to Seo-yoon well, I was able to get Seo-yoon's cooperation. All right, we're ready. Now we just need to go meet Lee Seola Icicle. Anyway, that's how things were planned. Stop Shadow Walker from exploding. Step 1. Save his girlfriend. Doin, are you listening to me? Huh. Oh, of course I am listening. The president's office of Yuseong Enterprise in our regular talks with Lee Seola, she sighed deeply and said, how far did I go? Yeah, things are getting a little messy anyway. Other companies are taking over one by one, but politics is the problem. It's not working well. Don't even mention they don't listen to me. I just want to freeze them all. The presidential election is just around the corner, so I don't know what they're really doing. Lee Seola grabbed me and whined for a while that her political control project in South Korea was drifting, and listening to her. It must be hard. I had a slight cold sweat. Is it because of me? In the original comic, Lee Seola's status as a native of Busan became relatively very strong as all government buildings were moved to Busan after the attack on Seoul by Moonlight Shaman. So I remember that she ate up the government pretty easily. Seriously, that Kim Man-bok guy? My head. It seems right. The original one clearly said that it was easy to take over the government, but looking at her doing her best like that, it doesn't seem to work out. Seeing Lee Seola talking with her dead tone like that, I felt sorry for no reason. I mean, even so, I couldn't let Seoul go to ruin in the end. The conversation with Lee Seola, which began with her dead tone, concluded that she wanted to visit my house once because she was having a hard time these days. The state of the conclusion is strange, by the way. Since then, daily life has progressed in its own way. I plan the next terrorist attack. The Ego Stream members are busy trying to find out where to go for the trip, and Seo-yoon observes Shadow Walker's girlfriend from time to time, one normal day. Then she was suddenly dragged by strange men. Seo-yoon rushed over and shouted urgently to me, who was playing a two-man rhythm game with Choi Se-hee in the living room. What? I threw away the pad and shouted. Gosh, it happened sooner than I thought. I hurried to get ready. All right, it's villain's time. Shadow Walker Kim Ya-hyun, he was confined to his room. After the last Moonlight Shaman incident, he was slightly depressed. He was always confident that he was invincible at night when the sun went down. After being devastated by Moonlight Shaman, his mind was simply shattered. Night wasn't I the best at that time. The first time he wore a big scratch on his pride. He was so depressed that he lived in shame every day. And the one who gave him strength, his girlfriend. Thanks to her, who always supported him, Shadow Walker was able to get better. But why can't I get in touch with her? But something was strange that day. She was always in touch, but she suddenly lost contact. So as Kim Ya-hyun was worried, suddenly there was a knock. Who is it? As he rose from his seat and approached the front door, he realized something was wrong. The knock wasn't coming from the door, that it was coming from the window next to it, not the front door. Gosh, duck, what the? Feeling absurd, he popped open the window. From the top of the 10th floor. Hello, Shadow Walker. My name is Egostic. The A-class villain wearing a mask came and greeted him. Kim Ya-hyun began to seriously consider whether he was dreaming. Chapter 122. Ep. 122 Real Man Ep. 122 Real Man The Hero Association. Honestly, organizations like the association that always manages all heroes appear in various hero movies. And the common thing about those groups is that they're crushed by their internal enemies. That also applies in this universe. The association, which was led by a president who is incompetent but still has a conscience, is eventually completely eaten by the villains in the second half. And it affects greatly the end of Korea, such as leading heroes to self-destruction and internal strife. Other than that, there is one reason or another, but it cannot be described within a sentence. Icicle and Shadow Walker. I don't wish for anything big, just those two. I want only two of them on my side. That's how I thought of Shadow Walker in the original comic. Because of his special ability to be invincible at night, he thinks he's very smart, but unlike his own belief, maybe he's always tired and running his brain at low power, he's a bit simple-minded. I saw him in the original, He's pretty naive, unlike his powerful ability. And anyway, the most important thing is that he really cares about his girlfriend. Then, what's the best way to become his friend? Oh, why don't I save his girlfriend? That's why I am here. Hello, Shadow Walker. My name is Egostic. I smiled brightly. The first meeting is the way to decide everything. I smiled at the first impression as my own plan to increase lickability. Of course, it's kind of funny, but anyway, in an apartment about 10 stories high at night. Facing the cold wind, I greeted Shadow Walker through the window. And Shadow Walker, who received my greeting, am I dreaming now? He looked slightly bewildered. He has messy hair and dark circles under his eyes as if he's advertising I'm tired. Even still wearing his pajamas. Then he shook off his disheveled head as if he still didn't understand what was going on. No, it's definitely the reality. Then what do you want? Are you here to turn yourself in? He still looked at me as if he still couldn't understand. I still grinned at him, who was holding his forehead as if he was dizzy. How could that be? Of course, I came for a different reason. I mean, how did you know my house? What the hell, I am going to say something important now. Listen carefully. Can't I just arrest you right here then? Listen. First of all, this is not what I did, so don't get enraged and listen carefully. No, put yourself in your shoes. If you ray at night and the hero knocks on your window, wouldn't you be enraged? I didn't do it, I also heard from somewhere. What? What is it? Your girlfriend was kidnapped by some gang, and the moment I said it, his atmosphere, which seemed clumsy until earlier, changed in an instant. Gosh, duck. I told you I didn't do it. Put that sickle away. As I saw him summoning a sickle made of shadows in his hand, my heart dropped. I knew this would happen. The villain is sad, super sad. Even when I do something good, I'll be suspicious, so do you think I'll feel fair? Hug, you didn't do it. No, think about it. If I did it, why would I come here and tell you in a sweatshirt? I should've just turned on my live show. Yeah, your live show. Didn't you turn this on just now? Stop saying weird things, this is off the record. It's just between you and me. No, Duck Suki. Suki was kidnapped. How do you know that? There's nothing in this world that I don't know, just keep that in mind. And all right here. Seeing him panicked by my sudden words, I flicked over a map. In fact, I didn't mean to give it to him already, but as I saw that his mental state was collapsing quickly, I handed it over first. If I waited a little longer, he'd be like, "You kidnapped her, right?" and swing that sickle at me. What is this? What else? It's the location of the factory where your girlfriend is kidnapped. It's a gift. And as soon as I am done, he just teleported through his shadow and disappeared. You just left like that? Well, he went right away. So I stood alone outside the empty window. No matter how hectic I was, he just disappeared without attacking or tying me up. What if it was a trap in the first place? Of course, there are so many things that can threaten Shadow Walker at night. Behemoth, it's a shame. I delivered a heartfelt consolation to Behemoth, who was packed in my coat. I thought it's been a while since I could use Behemoth, but I didn't get the chance. Only Behemoth can deal with the darkness of Shadow Walker, so I brought it with me, but Shadow Walker left without asking or fighting, so oh well done. What happened? Why hasn't the fight started yet? Oh, Dizik, old man. Oh, there's no fighting today, just get some sleep. What? And Death Knight is trapped in a spirit state in the ring. It was a pity for him to expect to have a fight. No, I really thought we'd fight at least once. My original plan was this. Tell Shadow Walker that his girlfriend had been kidnapped. Then he goes crazy and attacks me, claiming you kidnapped her. Then I use Behemoth and Death Knight to confront him. And I was going to persuade him that it wasn't me and send him to the factory. From the moment he heard me, he was slightly sweating and nervous, and as soon as he got the guidance, he teleported quickly and disappeared. Well, it's a good thing anyway, I guess. I can see why he became dark since his girlfriend died. With that in mind, I came down to the first floor again. A black car parked in advance through a dark alley. I got in there very naturally and opened my mouth. Subin, I am here. Oh, Dylan, you're early? Yes, I thought we'd fight, but we didn't. Anyway, please hurry. Is the destination set? Yes, towards the factory. All right, let's go right away. That's how we started running down the dark streets of the night. Shadow Walker, he's so talented that he can teleport there in an instant, but if I do that, I'll throw up and die. How far is it from here to there? Come to think of it, if I knew this was going to happen, I should have gone alone instead of calling Subin. I was more than 90 sure that the fight with Shadow Walker would be inevitable, so I put Subin on standby in advance in case I got injured on the way, but I feel sorry that I am still fine. I could drive by myself though. Feeling a little sorry, I got in the car and headed to the factory area. But the backrest is soft, and Subin said it's good that there's only the two of us after a long time, so I guess it's fine then. As we shared conversations, we quickly arrived at the factory area. A dreary night at the abandoned factory. Maybe Shadow Walker is already in there fighting with the gang. With that in mind, we headed to the factory. I have to talk to Shadow Walker before leaving. Arg, tisk. Shadow Walker Kim Yo-hyun chuckled. It's been a long time since I've dealt with all the gang members occupying this factory. What's going on here? Release all the hostages who had been kidnapped and fainted. He came out, taking care of his girlfriend who was mixed in the gap. That would have been a disaster. He muttered, holding his fainted girlfriend in his arms. Fortunately, she was sleeping peacefully without any wounds. That would have been a real disaster. He remembered what he had just seen. Gangsters with guns, giggling and trying to kill someone first. He went out of his mind at the sight, and he took care of everything in an instant. The giddy sensation remained. I could have lost her to these gang bastards, if it wasn't him. Good evening, Shadow Walker. As expected, you neatly handled them all. That's amazing. Egoistic. Kim Ya-hyun, who came out with her girlfriend in his arms, recited briefly as he stood in a vast open space and congratulated him. He's wearing a black hat, a black cap, and a black suit, covering half of his face with a white mask. Thanks to him, he was able to save her. He quickly recalled the information Egoistic said he knew. Egoistic. He wasn't interested in what happened during the day, but he heard about him many times. He's the most well-known villain and the most popular villain in Korea. He heard that there were times when he did terrorism but never caused casualties, and he rather prevented other villains from causing terrorism. Yeah, he's heard a lot about him too. He's heard that Stardust cares about him quite a bit. Actually, he wasn't that interested in him, but this makes a difference. Egoistic. Aren't you a villain? Why did you help me? Okay. That was Kim Ya-hyun's biggest curiosity. Why did he tell him that his girlfriend was being kidnapped? And to his own questioning, Egoistic only answered with a grin. Well, can you guess? Just take it easy. Villains don't always have to do bad things, do they? Heroes aren't good every day, sometimes they do bad things. Sometimes I can do good things. What the hell is he talking about? Kim Ya-hyun swallowed the words that almost came out of his mouth. One way or another, it's actually Egoistic who saved her. Instead, Kim Ya-hyun tried to think about it. His girlfriend Suki always called him naive and dumb, but Kim Ya-hyun believes strongly in himself. It's just because he doesn't use his brain much, but he's very smart once he actually uses it. Then he began to think. Egoistic? He's a villain, but his usual terrorist attacks didn't have any casualties and he only hunted down other villains. But some might say that isn't villain still villain after all? Thank you. Is there anything you want? Ha. Don't let the association or anyone else know that I helped you. I don't want anything more if you just do that. In addition to that, he let the hero know his girlfriend has been kidnapped, preventing crime and saving the hostages. So his brain produced results. So this brat, he's a good guy. I see. You must have your reason. Shadow Walker concluded so. Since he has already saved his precious girlfriend, his feeling for Egoistic is already up to the sky now. He doesn't seem like a bad guy there, so the likability has doubled. He disappeared without a trace, even leaving a message to others not to inform them of his good deeds. Isn't this a real man? Egoistic, so you're a good guy. Of course, I knew it from the beginning. Yua Suki, did you wake up? That night. That night, it was a moment when 2 out of 3 A-class heroes in Korea naturally became Egoistic's side. Stardust, who was in the room alone, was seized with some strange sensation. What is this? It feels like everyone's doing something except herself. It might just be my feeling. Just like that, she dismissed her gut feeling, which was still working hard today. Leave her a little bit uncomfortable. Chapter 123, Ep. 123 A Day of a Villain. Ep. 123 A Day of a Villain. I don't even have the ability to read people's minds, so I don't know what Shadow Walker thinks about me right now. But given his naive character from the original, I don't think it'll take too long for him believe me. Maybe if I do it a few more times, we can develop enough to have a drink together. He was later scammed and betrayed because of his naive personality, but that's later, so let's put it on hold for now. I stopped the murder of Shadow Walker's girlfriend, which was the most urgent case, and I even made a good impression on Shadow. I feel at ease. Still, I can say that I am relieved now. I feel a bit relaxed. I recalled my achievements so far. The most important thing is that Stardust has grown much faster than the original. In the end, this is the biggest as Stardust is an alpha and also an omega. TN. These terms are usually used in Omgaverse/Abo genre. Its premise is that a dominance hierarchy exists in humans, in which alpha is dominant and omega is submissive. In this case, it can be understood that Egoistic refers Stardust as omega since the character's gender is female. But she is also described as a superhuman, which means she's much stronger than everyone. Alpha is referred to this dominant power of hers. And the fact that Stardust's stress is much less than the original is also a big advantage. In the original comic, her mind must have already been crushed by this time. But now, she should feel happier compared to the original. What else is there? Yeah, there are already dozens or hundreds of people who didn't die because of me. There are also several protected cities. And I took this opportunity to prevent Shadow Walker from turning dark. And the creation of the villain union is going very smoothly. How smooth it is, Hayal, who took the SAT last time, has finally confirmed her university. Yonhui University nursing major? Yes. I didn't expect much here, but I got in, Hayal said happily. In fact, she already has an S-class healing ability, so I thought why she would bother going to college, but I didn't stop her since she wanted to go. College is an experience. But Yonhui University is where Stardust, Shin Haru, is studying. I hesitated because of that, but when I thought about it, I was relieved as I knew it would be a different campus for freshmen. So Haru is in her senior year now, right? They won't see each other anyway, since she's graduating next year. Right? It's not going to happen, yeah. Stardust have never seen Hayal in person, have they? It'll be okay. After thinking about that, I slowly thought about this. If someday Stardust will be strong enough, and the villain union will work well without me, maybe I should rest. This thought. I mean, the world is really running well peacefully. It's been a long time since we've changed a lot from the impoverished worldview of the original. Is already becoming a healing genre. Of course, it may not be that much considering the Walguangio and the countless villains that are still alive, but anyway. At the end of the day, as far as I know, nothing much will happen for a while, so I can stretch my legs and rest. So I decided to relax a bit. What's the big deal? A few days later, a sunny day. Sitting on the sofa where the warm sun gently shines through the living room through the window, I swallowed my saliva. Everyone, are you ready? Of course. Get ready to be defeated, Dylan. I'm going to win. Ha. Seo Yoon, I am sorry, but the first place is mine. Me sitting in the middle and getting ready with the controller. And Seo Yoon and Sehi sitting next to me and grinning with one controller each. And Yoonwal, who is the judge. On the TV screen in front of me, I was super anxious. The numbers were counting down. 3, 2, 1, go. Along with that, on the screen at the same time, the cars that each of us controls started. A bet the three of us made. Running 3 tracks in the game, and the other 2 will grant the wish of the person who arrived first. Thus, a fierce battle of villains took place. I got hit by the shell. I am sorry, Seo Yoon, I shot it. Gosh, brother. Are you really being like that? Tusk, why is this so tight? A bloody battle of villains after the first track. The game began to get more exciting. Seriously, it's really starting to get exciting literally. There's static electricity around Choi Sehi. No, Choi Sehi, do something about your static electricity, Tusk. I'm concentrating right now, don't make me talk. Gosh, Sehi, my arms are really starting to sting. A special thing about people with the electrical superpower. Once they concentrate, they can't control the electricity. Judging that this would have a serious impact on the game, I decided to take extraordinary measures suitable for extraordinary situations. What else? Run. Wait, Dylan, where are you going? Seo Yoon, I am sorry, I have to live. I teleported and moved far away from the sofa. The greatest advantage of teleportation is when you play a game, you can change your seat without changing your sight from the screen. But anyway, it feels like static electricity is happening even though I am far away. Hey, Choi Sehi, why is there static electricity all the way here? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Tusk, I don't know anything. Don't ask, huh? I couldn't turn my head and look at Choi Sehi because the game is going to end if I slipped for a moment. I can tell she's smiling even without looking. Okay, so this is how you're going to do, huh? I am in last place despite the static electricity. Yeah, I can't let it be like this. As I said before, in extraordinary situations, extraordinary measures must be taken. I used telekinesis on the controllers. Of course not mine, but theirs. No way, Dylan. Why are you doing this to me? While concentrating on the game, a scream burst out of their mouths at the amazing experience that was hard to use the controller suddenly rising. If you slander me, I'll slander you. If you use power, I'll do it too. Do you think I am incompetent? I am also a dual ability holder with telekinesis ability. Of course, I felt sorry for Seo Yoon. I am sorry that we're bad adults, Seo Yoon. After such sabotage, I was able to come up to first place. Yes, this is it. For your information, Seo Yoon, who was caught up in a lot of trouble between the 2 adults, came in last place. So everyone will play like this, huh? Seo Yoon, who was grinding her teeth, suddenly stopped running and started operating the controller strangely. She started pressing any key as if she were pressing a combination of fighting games. At that moment I thought, did Seo Yoon finally quit the game because she couldn't overcome her anger? Suddenly my car stopped running and started flying high into the sky. My car left the track and started racing into space as if I were in a glass elevator with Charlie. No, what's going on here? Oi, Seo Yoon, you did this. Ha, you 2 started first. You thought I didn't have any abilities, huh? Seo Yoon, who entered some code to send us to space, was racing on the empty track in the first place. It's not enough for me and Choi Sehi to try hard, even though we finally returned to the ground in a hurry. 100 we will lose. While thinking about that, I met Choi Sehi over there. And at the same time, we, who penetrated each other's thoughts, nodded softly. Yes, there is an old saying that the enemy is my friend. Sportsmanship is stuck on the ground down there anyway. It's hypocrisy to be decent now. Seo Yoon, life is a real battle. If you go out into the world, your enemies don't fight fair and square. I am going to drag you down cheap and dirty by any means. I decided to educate Seo Yoon in advance so that she wouldn't be embarrassed by the harshness of the world. Just before Seo Yoon passed the finish line, the sharp static electricity hit her back, and the controller in her hand began to vibrate like crazy and interfere with control. Sehi, Dylan, you guys are really going to act like that? I'm sorry, Seo Yoon, forgive this bad brother. Tusk, I didn't do anything, Seo Yoon, do you trust me? Yo, brat, no, really. No. The moment Seo Yoon was fidgeting, we caught up in an instant. Tusk, here we go. Do you think I'm going to lose? When one of the three was about to cross the finish line. Blip. Suddenly, the TV screen turned black and off. That momentary silence enveloped the living room, when all three of us were stuck in a flash. Yoonwal, who was watching the live show that we were getting up blankly on the sofa, said with an awkward smile, "Oh, that's a tie, Tisk Seo Yoon. Didn't the TV break after you did something weird earlier? Hey, why are you blaming me here? Gosh, it's so funny. What the hell have we done so far? Look at the ending." Now Choi Sehi burst into laughter. Seo Yoon, who looked at her as if she was dumbfounded, soon burst into laughter at this funny situation. And I also laughed as I looked at them. How long has it been since I emptied my brain and play like this? I feel like bursting into laughter. Yeah, this is happiness. In fact, happiness is not far away. Wouldn't it be true happiness to gather together like this, laugh, play, and talk? Although I don't know how long I can laugh without thinking about anything else, it doesn't matter because nothing will happen for a while. Let's enjoy this moment. As I smiled at that thought, the TV that had been turned off earlier finally began to turn on its light again. Oh, it's turning on again, I pointed to the TV. I mean, I chose a good TV, so why is it having a problem now? The screen is still pitch black, although the light is on. I first realized something was wrong as I looked at the TV. Wait, I don't think it's broken. And as a testament to my idea, suddenly, on a huge black TV screen, the moon, a white moon, rose in the middle. What is that? When Choi Sehi tilted her head in a sudden situation, Yoonwal was in the back. In a trembling voice, she spoke up. "Moonlight what?" "That moon, the symbol of Walgunjio," Yoonwal muttered in a slightly frightened voice. And at the same time, on the screen, the voice of an old man began to crackle. Oh, my children, I am the leader of Walgunjio, Chinwal Hwang, greeting to you guys for the first time. Are you doing well?" Listening to such a squeaking, scratching voice, my face stiffened. Duck, this didn't happen in the original. Chapter 124, Ep. 124 A Day of a Hero Ep. 124 A Day of a Hero. Hero doesn't just work every day. In fact, heroes have opportunities to move around when villains appear. So most of the time without villains, they have nothing to do. As such, heroes tend to spend most of their time without villains quite leisurely. Most of the low-grade heroes who can't even live with the salary given by the association tend to have their own main jobs and do hero activities as a side job. And in addition to those low-grade heroes, most of the heroes of Class A or higher who are responsible for Korea spend their free time doing their own things. Icicle, Lee Seola. She spends most of her time running her own company when no villains are around. Lee Seola's Yuseong Enterprise, which has already entered the political and financial sectors, is already in a state where it's difficult to run without her due to her influence spread all over the place. As such, Lee Seola also spends her time as if she were living in a company. Shadow Walker, Kim Ya-hyun, sleeping during the day and is active at night, living like a Dracula, but he usually spends time hanging out with his girlfriend, or training his abilities in those times. And lastly, Stardust Shin Haru, she too does something other than being a hero for the rest of her time. Typical college life. Now that she's a senior, she's taking classes and doing assignments and living like an ordinary college student. However, who is Stardust? Among the 3 A-class heroes in Korea, she's the only one close to an S-class, and the most righteous of them all. She was different from other heroes who devoted the rest of their time to their daily lives, forgetting all hero activities, whether villains or anything, after being active only briefly when villains appeared. In other words, she usually goes to the association's office without forgetting her status as a hero or studies how to catch villains at home. In other words, at present. In her office at the association, Shin Haru was working on her computer. "Stardust, if you need anything, just call me." "Yes, thank you." The association staff left. She, who was clicking her mouse again, entered the same site as usual. Egostic Fancave. A friendly yellow interface that welcomes her as if she's in her hometown, even though it's been a while. The only reason she came into this cafe is to get information. Information about what? Of course, about Egostic. She's a hero. Her job, then, is to capture and put the villains who terrorize and do bad things all over the country in jail. And it's natural for Shin Haru, the hero at the top of Korea, to focus on studying the villain Egostic as a priority, as if the N-pole and the S-pole of a magnet are interlocking. In fact, no one would blame her if she only pondered about Egostic all day. In fact, they would give her compliments. After completing her endless self-justification of looking around Egoistic's fan cafe, she soon decided to throw off her conscience and look around the popular posts of the cafe first. Most of the things look useless. Egoistic's terrorism still shots, mango stick cosplay, OTP with Ego stream members still. She went in all of them just in case, but she worked hard by pressing likes on her favorite posts and refuting them with comments if she didn't like them. Again, I am not playing. I'm just studying a villain as a hero after reading all the popular posts. Back on the main screen, she suddenly felt empty. As she struggled to get even one little piece of information about Egoistic, her colleagues already know everything about him, right? Shinharu, who was thinking about that, felt her heart stuffy. I am an Egoistic expert, though. I know very little about Egoistic compared to them. Few were like a family, were very close. She felt bad again at the voice of Egoistic ringing in her ears. Anyway, Egoistic is a villain who has committed several terrorist attacks. Since he's a villain, she needs to catch him. I don't know. Strangely enough, all she could think about was Egoistic. He pretends to be a bad guy, but he appears at an important moment to save her. Now, she's not sure she can do that to him when the moment comes when she can put him in jail with her own hands. What am I thinking? Yeah, he's a villain no matter what. A walking time-limited bomb. He has dozens of criminal records already. As a hero, she shouldn't do this thinking about the public who supports her. Okay, let's get to work. She concentrated again on the monitor. All right, what are we going to find out this time? Let's read the report from the association again. Like that, her cozy office, where the sun shines down from the window and her blonde hair sparkles. Under the warm sunshine, Shinharu began to work hard again. As she was reading the documents, the monitor suddenly turned off. Huh, is it broken? Just as she stared at the monitor and tried to figure out what was wrong. Blip. The light came back on the monitor. Oh, it's on again. The moment she thought that she realized something strange. The screen where the white document came out just before. Where's the document on that screen? On the screen that was pitch black. Only one huge moon was floating alone. What is this? The moon suddenly appeared on her monitor. Shinharu immediately felt ominous. Something is strange. And at that very moment, the sound of iron scratching from her monitor and the association speaker on the ceiling. Oh, my children, I am the leader of Walguangyo, Chenhua Leichuang, greeting to you guys for the first time. Are you doing well? Walguangyo, as soon as she heard it, her face immediately stiffened. One of the villains that the association keeps tabs on, along with Egoistic. The group almost destroyed Seoul last time with their Moonlight Shaman. Stardust? Yes, I am listening too. After beckoning the rush-coming staff to be quiet, she listened to the leader of Walguangyo. The sound of something scratching the metal could still be heard from the speaker. Yes, I am delighted that everyone seems to be in good mood. Are you all spending a blissful day at home or at work? Rotten humans gather and plunge each other into the depths of evil. It sounds so much fun. To you, who are like a disaster for themselves, who are always leading the world to its end, even today. I brought you a present. Look at the moon in the sky. The moon is so bright, isn't it? The leader suddenly told them to look at the shining moon. Shinharu's face frowned at the hard-to-understand question. All of a sudden, the moment when the leader's words were over, as soon as the sunlight suddenly disappeared, everything went black. Suddenly, the world fell into darkness. Is it already nighttime? Ha ha ha. This is the first gift from myself to you fools, and I'll give you one more gift. This nasty world where each of you is trying to kill each other, I'll give you a chance so that you can escape and have a way to survive. To all those who didn't get saved with the moonlight, a path to survive will be open to you. For the apostates, death is the only thing. And at the end of the leader's words, a grotesque and huge howl from one side of the city gruhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh Already in her suit, she immediately flew into the black sky without a single light. The city was steeped in the dark. Shinharu flew to a place where the huge grotesque noise echoed. Her expression seemed more disturbing than ever. She has a bad feeling about it. More than ever, it's bad. Her instinct was warning her so. The house engulfed in darkness in an instant. To all those who didn't get saved with the moonlight, a path to survive will be open to you. For the apostates, death is the only thing. At the end of the leader's words, shoot, this is ducked up. I let out a curse word, duck it. Seriously, why doin'? What's all this about doin'? It's suddenly dark outside. What happened? Hey, what the hell is going on right now? Our ego stream is also in chaos. Breaking news, an unidentified mysterious creature appeared in Seoul. My face stiffened as I heard the radio. Walgwangyo, sudden darkness. A mysterious creature, duck. This is 100 what Walgwangyo did. One of the soldiers of the apocalypse appears in the final battle of the second phase. Silver, what? Seoyun, take everything you have. Hurry. We're screwed. If I don't hurry and prevent it, then it's going to be the end. I hurried toward the basement. Gosh, that ducking leader bastard. Why is he bringing out the final weapon now, in such a dark city? Two figures were stepping up to prevent disaster. Chapter 125. Ep. 125 Horrible Disaster Ep. 125 Horrible Disaster. An ordinary day in Korea as ever. It was a normal day, with the sun shining on the city. That's right, it was certainly a normal day. Before the sky suddenly darkened shortly after the leader of Walgwangyo delivered a message to the nation. A darkened sky. Flying at full speed through the darkened sky, Stardust shuddered with ominousness. Under the darkened sky, which was full of sunshine a moment ago, a supernatural phenomenon happened. What the hell is going on? Right now, Korea was unable to reach out to the association because all communication was cut off. In the silent darkened sky, she flew toward the continuous mysterious noise. At the moment, what she knows is that something has appeared on one side of the darkened Seoul. And since it appeared, all communication has been lost on the city side. Anyone can tell something serious is happening. With such a serious expression, Stardust passed through the dark sky with her blonde hair flying. She soon arrived close to the scene. At the sight of the moment, her body stiffened, in the darkened city. Flying fast enough to see the city with her own eyes, she was finally able to see it standing in the middle of the city. What's that thing? That thing. It seemed like a disaster had come. SCREECHAAHHHHHHH. Save me. Sob W. What is this? An iron scratching noise. A darkened city. Many people got tangled up with each other, trying to escape the epicenter of the sound even just a little bit. And, in the center, in the darkened night sky, under the white moonlight shining alone, something purple, bizarre, and huge stood in the middle of the city. No matter how you look at it, it cannot be a human. A hideously raised pink blood vessels, a huge body darkened with purple, a grotesquely twisted face and body, only its eyes are burning bright red. Sob, and it is. It was raising its arms toward people. The people in front of it, which got sucked by invisible forces, were squirming in the air. At the same time, something incredible happened. Suddenly something white, translucent, began to escape from people floating in the air. Something white with a screaming look on the face, and that white thing that got out of people got sucked into the purple thing that was standing in the center. At the same time, everyone in the air was lifeless and fell to the ground, as if their soul was missing. Screech, SCREECH, the giant howling purple thing, in the middle of a darkened city as if the electricity was dead. It destroyed countless buildings and the city step by step with its massive size, and around it. Countless people who were sucked by it while running were distressed in the air and soon lost their souls, then began to fall to the ground one by one. People ran away screaming in the dark. Smoke rose from all sides. And standing in the center, eating people's souls and destroying the city, the strange creature seems like it came from hell. And people who have fallen coldly, it's like the hellhole that has descended on the people. TN. Divine Comedy illustrated by Botticelli, a dark, shriek-filled city. In a place where only the purple color of the mysterious creature and its burning red eyes are visible. Woo-whoosh. Crossing the dark night sky, a yellow light flew from somewhere and fell on the purple monster that was standing on the ground. Boom. She hit the monster from hell that no one seemed to be able to stop. She was the hero, Stardust. Roar. Soon the monster stumbled in shock and people who were suffering in the air fell to the ground. They who had not lost their souls began to run away in all directions, screaming again. Hick duck, help me. People were running away. And soon when the purple monster turned to them again. Your opponent is me, you monster. The blonde woman looking at him with burning eyes, she began to turn its attention on her from behind. Cough. Stardust face soon was contorted at the creepy sound of the monster. Then she swung her fist at it again with all her might. Boom. A tremendous roar was heard at that moment. The surrounding area was covered in hazy smoke due to the shock wave of the fist. Ruar Roarr, having been hit with her fist orthogonally, it was still standing still in place, with its face turned toward her as if it had not been affected. And at the same time, when Stardust encountered its red eyes, unknowingly stiffened herself. Shadow Walker's voice was suddenly heard from behind. Stardust, move, at the same time as she threw herself. From its red eyes, a purple ray of something came out and shot to where she was. When she looked back, the person she saw. Ho ha, Shadow Walker? Yes, I am sorry I am late. Ha duck. What's going on all of a sudden while sleeping? Roarr, as if it clearly perceived them as enemies now, the thing focused on the two. Looking at it, Shadow Walker said quickly, Stardust, I am going to tell you something quick. My ability is not normal right now. Maybe it's because the night now is artificial, so my output is weird. I heard that only half of here is darkened and all other countries are normal, but I think that's the effect. Ruor Roar. As his words were finished, it rushed at them. As the two fell apart in a hurry, Shadow Walker last reported to Stardust. I'll support you by moving people to a safe place first, so hang in there. After his shout, Shadow Walker blended into the darkness and disappeared. And now Stardust was fixed its sight. Ruar, and when it lifted its one hand. People who were somewhere in the city center were sucked by something invisible, and they started screaming and losing their souls. Watching the unrealistically awful scene, Stardust clenched her fists again and jumped at the huge purple thing. As her eyes met with it for a moment, her head started to ring for a while. But she wasn't lifted into the air and screamed like other people. As she clenched her teeth and approached it again, avoiding it a few times in the air, it also clenched its fist and began to deal with Stardust. Boom, boom. That's how the blood fight began. In the dark, the battle started fiercely with yellow and purple lights intertwined, and Stardust was up against it. She clenched her teeth. It's too strong. No matter how much she attacks, it seems like the force is barely going in, and the attack it makes is almost murderous, perhaps because of the purple aura around it. It's a bizarre twist that doesn't already seem to overlap with any life on Earth. Even in the midst of a battle with her, it raised the people around it with supernatural power and began to take away and absorb something like their spirit. And after a few attacks with it, she intuitively realized that she would never win this. How come this happened? Although she had already sensed the defeat, and yet she came at it, even if she dies here. She'll save the last one just before she dies, just like that. Stardust, the battle for her life has begun. A darkened night sky in the middle of a fierce battle down in the city. Standing on the roof of a nearby building, I looked down. Shooty thing happened. The city was drowned in darkness. The one in the middle is the Soul Eater, one of the final weapons of Walguingio, which looks truly awful in real life. And it's fighting with the yellow light of Stardust somehow. And the city falling apart at the same time. Black smoke was all over the town. The fallen bodies whose souls were taken away. Screams could be heard from all around. Shadow Walker is doing something, but it isn't very helpful. Those whose souls are being taken away are being strangled in the air. Stardust is obviously lagging behind. Even the purple giant, which was smurfing hard, was proving that it was one of the decisive final weapons, which shouldn't have yet come out. Looking at that terrible hellhole, I mumbled quietly, "What the? I thought it was a real disaster, but it's not that bad. Seriously, what is this?" I was really scared when I saw the sky darken, but as I came panting, there was only one Soul Eater. Considering that dozens of them popped out in the final battle in the original, this is just cute. It doesn't even look like it's evolved because it hasn't even absorbed enough souls yet, but once I kill that in that state, all the people who have fallen now will be revived. In fact, once I kill it, there won't be any casualties. And it's also just fighting, so everyone's taken to the floor, and with its weakness that I am holding, it'll die with a few shots, like all gimmick bosses. So it looks like it's almost on the verge of extinction. But in reality, it's over if I just shoot a silver bullet with the sniper gun I brought with me. What the? There's nothing to be scared of though. So I stood on the roof and started aiming at it with my sniper gun. It's kind of early though. Well, Tusk, all right. Good timing then. I should take advantage of this opportunity. Why don't we get the timing to shoot this thing and pretend that Stardust knocked it down in a dramatic moment? Not so bad though. And the time when Ghostic was already on the rooftop, relaxing and thinking about this and that. Stardust. Roarr. I should have left a will in advance. She had already given up everything and was fighting with a surrendered look. Chapter 126. Ep. 126. The Last Strike Ep. 126. The last strike the soul eater. This mysterious creature, with a very intuitive nickname, is one of the final weapons of Walgunjio, which appears in the final chapter of the second part in the original comic. In other words, of course, its first appearance is also the final chapter of the second part, and it shouldn't have come out yet. But why did he let it out already? The sky suddenly darkened. I stood on the roof of the building and was lost in thought, listening to wailing coming from below. That's weird. It's not time for it to come out yet, though. Until now, I didn't know because I had no time to take gasp yet, but it's strange to think about it. Why did Walgunjio send him out already, unlike the original? After thinking for a while, I came to a conclusion. Is it because of me? I think it's a big deal that Yunwal, Moonlight Shaman, was NTR'd in the middle of the terrorist attack. TN. Netorer, the term refers to the act of stealing somebody from someone, which is often used in Japanese hentai genre to talk about how a man steals others' girl. Considering that in the original comic, the leader ordered Moonlight Shaman to terrorize in order to let everyone know how scary Walgunjio was him. Another twist happened because I ruined everything. To be honest, I thought the leader would care less about it, but I guess he was a little sarcastic. Why is an old person so narrow-minded? He should have moved on like a big man, Tusk. Anyway, I chuckled as I watched the purple soul eater still roaring and messing under the building. I thought he didn't want to use all forces as there was only one that got sent out, but why bother? Ha, that old man. He's scared of me. If that soul eater is to be a threat, it has to be one of the three. Either it's multiple individuals, it's already evolved by eating enough souls, or he still doesn't know that silver is its weakness. But now that there's only one of them, the color is still purple, it hasn't evolved. I even thought there were several of them, so I brought a bunch of silver. I mean, the game is over. What should I do now? Standing on the rooftop. In the cold air of the night sky, I murmured. Man, honestly, it's over once I shoot a big silver bullet. What's the point? Honestly, in the original comic, they were defeated before they knew that silver was their weakness, but after they knew, they just counterattacked and caught them all. There was a brat in the final chapter who was more problematic than this one. Anyway, since it's a bit boring, so I decided to change the plan. Yeah, it'd be even better. As expected, she's being pushed. Looking down, Stardust is also losing in that one-on-one fight. However, it seems that the final weapon is difficult to deal with because it's the final weapon. Even looking at the people floating around it and then got their souls sucked. It's not unreasonable for Stardust to be in a weaker position if it continues to recover its physical strength like that. But this is even better. The fact that the Soul Eater is unilaterally stronger than Stardust means that Stardust can grow too. As she already got stronger as she went through the trials, it wouldn't be bad if she could grow again on this opportunity. And on top of that, I fiddled with the gun. Everyone is in a chaotic situation. In other words, if I secretly shoot this from behind when Stardust makes a decisive attack, wouldn't people think that Stardust has knocked it down and praised her instead? It's killing two birds with one stone, and I'm not even stepping out. Yeah, that's it. Having the conclusion, I began to cling to the gun and aim for the timing, watching Stardust being unilaterally attacked. I almost cried, but I held back my tears. I can't let myself get misled. Still, Stardust is fighting so hard. Look at her fighting with hope in such a desperate situation. All right, let's aim for the best time for her. As I was aiming underneath, there was a terrible and desperate battle going on. There's no answer. That was the conclusion that Stardust reached. Ruuaer? Again, narrowly avoiding the arm wielded by the monster, Stardust felt her limit was slowly approaching. Boom, boom, collapsing buildings, screaming people. Ha, boom. Once again, barely avoiding its strike, she fell apart from it for a moment. She barely could catch her breath, the monster howled again. R-O-O-O-A-R-R. R-O-O-A-R-R. An ear-bleeding chilling sound in the ruined and darkened city, where only the bright moon above the sky shined beneath it. As the purple monster roared, the pale people were lifted into the air accordingly and circled around it. And their screams. Their souls were being sucked. People lost their strength and fell down like dolls. Its eyes were burning red under the bright moon in the dark sky. The sight of it taking people's souls away with a terrible groan was simply a surreal sight. And once again it threw itself to Stardust. Boom! The two faced off again and there was a tremendous roar. Again, Stardust were eager to stop it. Boom! Boom! Stardust took chance to attack it, but it was pointless. Stardust gradually grew tired while dealing with it, which kept rushing to her nonstop. Ha ha! R-O-O-O-O-A-R-R-R. Boom! Arg, and soon Stardust was beaten by the counterattack it wielded. She was bounced off by a huge shock and soon hit the wall building. And just before she came to her senses, a pink laser shot at her. She managed to escape by flying her body as she saw the rays cutting through the black sky. Boom. The place where Stardust stood was completely destroyed. As she stumbled up again, the monster was already dragging those who were running far away around it with telekinesis and sucking up their souls. Stardust struggled to pull herself together, rubbing her hazy eyes with one hand. I can't fall down like this. If I fall down, and that purple thing ran toward her again. Clenched her teeth and her fist, she began to deal with it again. However, it's still not enough. Having been beaten unilaterally with little impact, she soon thought to herself, okay. She looked at it running towards her again. The ruined city behind, a darkened sky. The hideous purple thing got closer again. They always say life is short. Seriously, the end comes so suddenly. Ack. She tried to block the fist it threw at her once again, but it wasn't enough. Even her head started to feel dizzy from the shock, and she let out a rough breath. Where the hell did this thing come from? Obviously, before today, it was always the same day as usual. And she thought it would be another day, same as every day. But it's all going to end in one moment. Again, barely avoiding its attack, much slower than before through the dark night sky. Stardust thought. How long has it been since they started fighting? It's probably been a while. She barely glanced sideways during the battle. Maybe somewhere over there, Shadow Walker is helping people escape. In the meantime, she has to somehow hold on to this and prevent it. If it leaves the city and goes somewhere else, it'll be a disaster. But I can't beat it. She intuitively realized it. She can never beat that in this place. Her body is tired and her eyes are shaking because of the continuous attacks. While she's in this moribund state, it's still in that lively state. If the battle continues like this, she'll die. She realized it. But what about it? Is she going to run away? Leave those fainted people here? Can she call herself a hero? No. Even if you fall down here, fight to the end. To save even one more person. That's what makes a hero. She was determined to do so again. Again, because of the continuous attacks, she was now unable to hold out and almost lose her mind. The worst situation is that while her body gradually loses strength, the opponent is getting stronger. And yet she is. She fought back somehow, exhaling hard breathlessly. Yua, whatever it takes. Damn it. Again and again she was fighting back. Keep blocking and attacking like that as time went by. Eventually, she felt it with her instinct. Now I am at my limit. She can't even move my body anymore. She feels like this might be the limit. Still, the monster came running to her with a groan and seemed to move its body as if there was no escape. As she felt the end was drawing near. Stardust. She felt a sudden flash of previous memories, like a tavern. Memories of losing her parents as a child, meeting Lee Ciola for the first time, being recognized as a hero by the Hero Association, defeating a villain for the first time, receiving appreciation from the citizens she rescued, and waking up again even after falling down. And hello, Stardust. My name is Egoistic. She smirked involuntarily. The last thing that comes to her mind is Egoistic. She bounced back after the big shock. Barely floating her staggering body again, Shin Haru unknowingly recalled the memories that kept coming to mind. Egoistic, who tried to blow up the ships. Egoistic, who encouraged her to save the plane. Egoistic, who broke down the bridge. Egoistic, who took the attack on her behalf. Egoistic, who took hostages and threatened them. Egoistic, who was heading to the storm after petting her when she collapsed. Hashi let out a sigh in spite of herself. Avoiding the purple monster flooding her again, she dwelled up quietly. Come to think of it, Egoistic was always there in any way when she was in despair or in crisis. This time if that happened, what are you thinking? You know it can't be. Rather than that, she's going to die like this without even unraveling Egoistic's secrets. She gave up on everything and thought about it. Suddenly she felt a surge of anger. To die like this without even finding out about him at all because of that worthless monster. No way, this is unfair. That's ridiculous. Yeah, she can't be ended like this. The heavy purple monster ran back toward her. Looking at it, she clenched her teeth. Her body was already in tatters for a while now. She was on the verge of collapse. Even if I die, I will surely knock you down before my death. She rose her exhausted body. She flew at it at full speed. Gathering her strength, clenched her fist and posed to ready swing a fist at it, even if it's her final attack. I'll eat you up and take you with me. Her fist swung at it with her teeth clenched. starting to give off a bright glow that lighted up the dark night sky. It was shining, in yellow, a yellow glow shining around Stardust Fist. Now's the time. As I continued to watch the battle with a firm face, the moment I saw the light, I pulled the trigger on the gun I was aiming at. Bang! Like that, the night sky flashed so big that it was blinding. Only a small shot rang out quietly so that no one could hear it. Chapter 127. Ep. 127 Be the light Ep. 127 Be the light the darkened city. The woman hiding in the corner was shaking, sitting on one side of the road. No shoot. Where the hell did that monster come from? R-O-O-O-R-R-R. Eek. The woman, who made a loud noise without realizing it, quickly covered her mouth. A sudden disaster happened while she was working at a company. As the bright day suddenly darkened, the city grayed out. That monster suddenly popped out of the middle of the city. It raised its hand when everyone screamed at its hideous appearance. People nearby flew in the air as if they were being dragged by invisible hands and got close to it. As it was, after the last scream, they all became cold bodies. It's all wrong now. Still, the woman thought, shivering. That monster with a terrible look for the first time in her life. Once that monster raised his hand at any time, she could be the next one, just like the manager who is still lying next to her like a cold corpse. Boom, boom. Of course, that monster wasn't the only one in this dark city. Right after this, heroes came running straight after this. At first, people saw the hero and hoped that they would solve it. Wrong. Boo-oo-um, the sound of destruction again. She looked back as she was shaking. Behind that corner. R-O-O-A-R-R-R. She saw a hero with blonde hair who was being pushed unilaterally. Far from defeating that monster, she seemed eager to stop the attack it wielded. And in the meantime, countless people continued to be dragged by the monster from somewhere in the alley, screamed, and they fell to the ground as their souls got sucked. They became cold corpses. I am sure it's going to be me soon. She has already given up. Seems like another hero is working on the rescue, but there's no sign of coming her way. Ha, if I knew I was going to die like this, I'd slap the old boss face before I die. Would the chief be dead anyway? No, that long lifeline human being could still be alive. As she was watching the battle openly now, from over there she saw a man holding a phone. What's he doing over there? When she squinted and looked closely, it seemed like he was holding his phone horizontally and filming the battle. Crazy. She watched the battle again, leaving behind the man who has no idea when he was going to die, but still doing live streaming on YouTube until the last minute. The hero was still being pushed unilaterally. Her name was it Stardust? Stardust was still fighting back, but a normal person like her could tell that she was losing her strength. There was no chance that Stardust would win this. But still, she's fighting with all her heart. She thought bitterly. Although she can hold on like that for now, how long can she last? Maybe soon she will help. AAHHH. Once again, people were lifted into the air. They got strangled and suffered, and then something white came out of their bodies and they fell down lifelessly on the ground. The moment she looked at them with her eyes, she seemed to have lost hope. Thud. The scene and her eyes met. Oh my. She hurriedly turned her head again and hid behind the wall. Her body trembled, and she held on to her pounding heart, holding her breath behind the wall. She realized it in an instant. Oh, so it's my turn now. Looking at the cold body lying next to her again, her fear was further maximized, with even her teeth clashing. The woman definitely gave up until a while ago, but when she put death on the threshold, she suddenly had a desire for life. Please, Stardust, please. She peeked her head out again and started praying to Stardust. Please, please, make a miracle, Stardust. Can you beat him just once? I am begging you. But as expected, Stardust was losing ground as usual. Now she was being pushed against the building. It dashed back at Stardust with its hands up again. As she was watching the battle scene with her head sticking out behind the wall. Oh no, for a moment, she felt as if someone had grabbed her body tightly. The moment when she also felt like her soul was going to be sucked like everyone else. She was screaming while being dragged toward the monster. Ah, she shouted with all her energy. At the same time to the place where Stardust and the monster were at, the moment Stardust shook her fist, a blindingly bright light flashed from the center. The moment the light finally shot at it. THUUUD. BOOM, the loudest roar she's ever heard. With a gust of wind blowing around them, the whole city, at the center of it, momentarily shone with a huge yellow light as if an atomic bomb had exploded. THUUUD. ROOOOOE. Arg, what she saw when she opened her eyes again, screaming and closing her eyes in the tremendous light a moment ago. R-O-A-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R. The monster was howling in pain, floating in the air. Purple light emanated between its bodies, and at the end of its last term, swoosh boom with the burning white light, the monster boom, it exploded. Eek! Soon her floating body fell to the floor. As she brushed off her painful butt for a moment, manager, the man who was lying cold next to her, some white light, something like a soul came into him. He looked red again and began to groan. She was watching such a scene. Stardust defeated it? She stammered. Soon, the people who were lying on the ground began to come to their senses one by one. Soon after, behind the collapsed wall, she stumbled up without caring about her dirty suit. And what everyone who came to their senses at the moment, including her, saw. The sun rose again and cleared away the darkness around the city. Standing in the center, still floating with her fist in the air with the first bright light. Stardust with her blonde hair flying. Looking at Stardust back, who was floating in the backlight of the rising sun, she muttered, unknowingly, "Hero. So that's a hero." The image of the Stardust floating alone after knocking down a monster that no one could deal with was a hero. Everyone who saw it, without realizing they blanked out at the image of Stardust. They were just watching, blankly, the shining girl who saved everyone, the image of a hero. As of that day, videos of Stardust battle from beginning to end spread across the country. Stardust popularity began to explode. The sky is bright again after the darkness disappeared. In the center of the rooftop, I laughed. Haha, duck, that shoot. It's down, cough, with just one blow, huh? It put in only a silver bullet like a bazooka I shot, and it went down with a roar, couldn't even whimper. And since Stardust used her star punch and the light flashed, it really looked like Stardust knocked it down. Haru would also think she knocked it down, right? As if it had been hit by a nuclear bomb, the intense light flashed and it fell, and even I thought that Stardust had brought it down herself for a moment. Of course, regardless of how strong Haru's star punch is, it will never die unless she attacks it with silver. Still, I took this opportunity to make her special attack, Star Punch, awakened. Under the sky, which is now bright again, Stardust fell down after using all her strength, floating for a while after knocking it down with her last strike. Leaving her behind, I am starting to take care of myself. Stardust. Shall wake up after getting treatment. I am the problem now. Hugh, now how am I? Cough, going home, cough, cough. Oh, duck. Meanwhile, I vomited blood again. I guess I teleported for a pretty long distance. Now that I am relaxed, I am having a back blast. Eventually, I vomited a pool of blood on the outer wall of the building, wiped the blood flowing around my mouth, and prepared to return home holding the sniper gun. How do I go home? I have to explain the situation to Ciola, who was really worried. There's a lot to do. The moment I was about to look back after taking my gun with that thought in mind. As expected, it was you. I paused as I heard the voice behind me. I turned my head to look at the one behind me. Shadow Walker? It was Shadow Walker with his black hair and dark circles under his eyes. His eyes look tired, but his lips are slightly raised. Ah, duck, why is he here? As I was stung by a sudden encounter, he wiped the tip of his nose. You don't have to be so surprised. I knew it from the beginning. What? I had already noticed that you were a hero pretending to be a villain. You killed it, didn't you? The guy was rambling in front of me. Gosh, so that's why he's here, and what is he rambling about? Looking at me, rolling my eyes, he wiped under his nose again. I don't know what he was thinking while looking at me. Anyway, on behalf of the heroes, Egoistic, I thank you for that. Egoistic, and now he's sticking out his thumb at me. You're the real man that I approved. What the hell is that? Thank you. I just said that to the guy who was making a fuss all by himself. Since I did intend to win over Shadow Walker anyway, it'd be nice if he thought positively about me. I don't know what's going on. But I have to tell him something too. I added to him, who was still having his thumbs up. Oh, and you're not supposed to tell others that I did this. Who do you think I am? I understand you have your reason. This will be a secret between us. All right, thanks. So why don't you go now? I think I'm losing my mind right now. Yes, thank you, so I have to go now too, cough. Oh, duck. I ended up spilling blood in front of him. As he saw my blood spit out of my mouth, his face stiffened. Hey, you, are you all right? It's all right, cough. Can you go now? Come to think of it, I was so embarrassed that I forgot to keep the honorific. Anyway, as I waved my hands and asked him to go, he still moved his feet with a worried expression. Hey man, no, nothing. Well then, I'll go first. I don't know what he has in mind, but he stammered to himself, and then he trudged down the door of the rooftop. I was wondering why he didn't use his shadow and left like that, but I realized it wasn't nighttime. As I blankly watched his back who was walking away, I immediately held my head and fell into silence. Yeah, how do I solve the surprise event? And how do I get home now? There's no choice then. The risk is a little high with this physical condition, but let's teleport. Don't take any other risks. Hayal will do the treatment if I pass out. It'll be okay, right? I hope I won't die on my way back. After my judgment, I teleported again for a long distance. It's a hard life. Yes, this is the video that just came up. Stardust eventually defeated the monster. Stardust saved everyone. Let's have a moment to say thank you to Stardust for showing us the hero in herself. Long live Stardust. Long live Stardust. Hooray, Stardust. Anchor Kim T1, get off the desk right now. Who climbs up there during a live show? Turn it off. Turn it off. After the incident, in South Korea, the Stardust fever has started. The heated support that no hero has ever experienced in constitutional history. For the people who were in despair, Stardust fought back to the end and finally knocked it down with her flashing light to save everyone. The public's perception of her was literally enough to call her a national hero. And in the middle of the public's passionate love and attention, Stardust, Shin Haru, I am certain that I saw someone on the roof leaving everything behind, whether she was popular or not. She was trying to recall the last sight she saw before she collapsed using all her strength. She's certain that she heard a loud bang sound and saw someone wearing a mask. Did she hear it wrong? It can't be chapter 128. Ep. 128 Yurei mistaken Ep. 128 Yurei mistaken Stardust fever in Korea. Stardust. There's no sign of disappearing on the trending chart. Hot Topic Stardust battle highlight video surpassed 10 million views in a short period of time. It's on the list of popular videos around the world. Even foreigners are paying attention to this incident. She's the prideful Korean hero Stardust who ended the first incident in which day turned into night. The most popular hero of all time, the association is winning every battle. Ha 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 ha. After the incident ended on the top floor of the Hero Association in Korea, there the president of the association was laughing loudly. Hey, Stardust, are you feeling better now? Yes, sir. Yes, as expected, our Stardust. You were amazing this time. Do you know how surprised I was thinking our country was going to be ruined? Ha 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 ha. The president keeps laughing. And looking at that reaction, Shin Haru felt uncomfortable. Was it really me who knocked him down it? All right. The last attack she sent against the monster emitting the light had a surprising output even now when she thinks about it. Perhaps the strongest attack she has ever done. But Shin Haru never thought she could knock it down with that attack. She only did it with the determination to give it a final punch at the last minute. Her instinct is telling her that it couldn't go down with this usual simple attack. I don't know if there's something else like its weakness. So, Shin Haru couldn't believe she knocked it down with such an attack. And, Stardust, don't worry. I'll take responsibility and contact the International Association's General Affairs Office to make sure that you should be promoted to S level immediately. Ha ha ha, an S class in our association? Ha 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 ha. Looking at the president who firmly believed she had knocked it down, she became increasingly uncomfortable. Did she really knock it down? In addition to that doubt, a hazy memory that she saw after it fell down and before she also lost her consciousness. There was a loud, gun-like noise when she flew the attack. Someone must have been standing on the roof. And that someone might be. As Shin Haru thought of someone, the laughter of the president filled the conference room again. Stardust anyway. I'll give you a bonus this time, so take a good rest, okay? Go on a trip somewhere. I heard that there is a warm sea in the East Sea despite this weather, so go and get some rest. You should give yourself some reward, too. Now that you're a national star, ha 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 ha. That's right, Haru. Take a rest since you worked hard. Hiccup, you did an amazing job, didn't you? Icicle also said so with a warm smile on her red face. Shadow Walker, who was deep in thought next to her, suddenly came to his senses and spoke up. Huh. Oh, yeah, Stardust. Your fight was awesome. Let's get some rest for now. Aren't you the hero of Korea? Icicle already said she'll take care of everything else. Excuse me, Hiccup Yahayan, when did I say that? After the president, Icicle and Shadow Walker said such things to her, Stardust suddenly feels a bit guilty. Right, she did fight for her life. But was it she who finished it? The shooting sound, the shadow on the roof. She knew more than anyone else, the one that had a gun as his main weapon, seemed to wear a mask, and always saved himself in a moment of crisis. At the same time, a figure of a man passed through her head, but she shook her head. Too speculative. She might have misheard it and mistook it at the end because she was exhausted. There's no evidence other than her own intuition, and he's a villain in the first place. But Shin Hara's intuition shouted strongly until the end that one thing was certain. It wasn't something she could knock down. She's sure that someone else helped her. Maybe, surely he haha, to knock that monster down on your own, Stardust. The more I think about it, the more president. She cut off the chairman of the association who was so excitedly talking eventually. Stardust, Shin Haru confessed. No matter how much I think about it, I don't think I am the one who knocked it down. The moment her words were finished, a sudden chill atmosphere. What did you say? The president's face stiffened after hearing her shocking statement. There were people who were even more shocked than him. Hiccup. Icicle and Shadow Walker turned pale. What are you talking about, Haru? Of course, you're the one who knocked it down, hahaha. Hiccup. Are you mistaken? The first one to speak out in such a frozen atmosphere was Icicle. She had already heard the whole story from Doin, so she knew he had secretly knocked down the monster. And because I am doing it with the right timing, Stardust will never ever know I did it. I am sure that she will think that she did it. Doin, you said Haru wouldn't know. Lee Seola, who seemed to hear him confidently on the phone, complained inside and continued to talk to Stardust, holding her dizzy head. Who else would knock it down other than you? Haru, did you hurt your head after passing out? No, I definitely saw it. There was someone on the roof, and maybe it's that person who knocked it down. Stardust, it can't be. Shadow Walker. Stardust questioned as Shadow Walker suddenly spoke up. With her gaze, Shadow Walker thought quietly inside. Egoistic. He definitely said he didn't want to be identified. Then he recalled his memories on the rooftop that day. He said he didn't want to be known and he wanted to live in the dark as a villain. And he kept vomiting blood. And there, Shadow Walker created a hypothesis. Does he have a time limit? Why on earth does the man live as a villain, not a hero? He's doing good deeds but claiming to be a villain. Why did he seem to care about the world and people more than anyone else? Is it because his time is limited? He's probably doing it in case he dies while staying active as a hero, and people in the world will lose hope. The time is set anyway if he wants to refuse any affection, just lives quietly as a villain and protects the world then. Whoa, egotistic. As expected, you're a real man. A hidden hero who protects the world in the dark. Egoistic. So Shadow Walker, who wrote an epic poem in his head, concluded. Yeah, I can at least do this for such a true hero like you, Egoistic. Don't worry, Egoistic, leave it to me. Shadow Walker, obsessed with that belief, and again spoke brazenly to Stardust. I looked all around you just before you knocked it down for the last time. No one was near. Of course, there was no one on the rooftop. No way, trust me, Stardust. Don't you think that I can notice that much no matter how weak my ability got in the dark? At that time, there was no one around you. You're the one who knocked it down. That's right, Haru. Who could have been there? Of course, you knocked it down. I guess you mistook it since you're feeling empty these days. Do you want me to recommend a good vacation spot to you? Ha ha ha. Yeah, Stardust, you're mistaken. Oh my, I was really surprised. Then I have to explain to the reporters how our association helped, so I'll go now. Oh, Haru, I'm going to go too. These days, businesses and politicians are all going crazy because they can't eat up my business. Hiccup. The countermeasures. Hugh, I am so fed up, really. I'll go too. I am definitely so sleepy since I am awake during the day, but Icicle, is that alcohol? What? I'm going crazy without this these days, so I have to drink it regularly. You've been hiccuping for a while that. Never mind. Do what you want. Their conversation gradually faded away. Soon in the conference room, Stardust was the only one left. Everyone left the room. Stardust, who remained so alone, murmured quietly with a serious expression. No, that can't be the case. A situation in which everyone except herself tells her that she's mistaken as if they planned it. Mistaken? That's ridiculous. That's really ridiculous. Now that everyone denied it, she was confused. Am I really just mistaken? That, no matter how much I think about it, seemed like Egoistic. She finally admitted herself. Yeah, maybe she's mistaken because she depends so much on Egoistic. Wait, depend. I am relying on Egoistic, the villain? Blush. She blushed without realizing it, shaking her head and quickly correcting her thoughts. No way. My condition is weak these days, so I am getting confused. But really, it really did look like Egoistic. That's what her gut tells her. Am I delusional? No. Still, it seemed like Egoistic knocked it down. She was just muttering to herself quietly. Okay, this time I trust my gut. With that in mind, she suddenly came to her senses and looked around the empty conference room. Wait, but come to think of it, everyone's gone and I am alone. Just like that, Shinharu, who was sitting alone in an empty large office, got up from her seat. Everyone was too much. Let's talk about how Mangbung's soul got sucked. Just like every day, I was having a hard time at work. Suddenly, I heard a crackling sound outside, so I went out in a hurry. But duck, it got dark and a monster came out. Everyone saw it and went, and they started running everywhere. Suddenly, I couldn't move my body as if someone had grabbed me, and then I was caught in the air and dragged to that monster. Then suddenly, a feeling like someone had pulled my hair. I felt something coming out of my body like an ice cream got squeezed. I did invest in soul collecting a lot, but I didn't expect my soul to be collected one day. Anyway, after being caught, it felt so strange. I was stuck next to the monster, but it felt like I was dreaming. I was a little unconscious. I was staying like that, then suddenly a yellow light flashed and I came back to my body. Without Stardust, my soul wouldn't have gone back to me, right? Duck, it's scary just thinking about it. I just feel it today, but it was like I went to the afterlife. I know it sounds a bit nonsense. Conclusion. Starting today, I decided to support Ego Star. Comment, the conclusion is a bit weird though. Duck, ha 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 ha. It's a rare experience I've seen in my life. Seeing you finally accept Ego Star, it must been a good experience. Suddenly became an Ego Star supporter, ha ha ha. It's not even related to Egoistic. Oh, Op likes both Mango and Stardust, so wouldn't it be twice as good if you combine those two? Ha, cough, that's funny, cough, cough. Dylan, are you okay? Oh, of course, cough, I am fi cough. Cough, how are you? I am coming. Ever since the incident ended. After passing out, I was still bleeding when I woke up. Ha, I only teleport a few times and now I am on verge of dying. Does it even make sense? People with poor skills will be so sad. I really can't live because of you, Dylan. See who Yoon, I'm going to pass out. Yoonwall, cough. Give me a new handkerchief over there. Okay, okay. Ha, I have to hurry up and retire, really. Chapter 129. Ep. 129 Vacation Ep. 129 Vacation. Stardust hit big. I don't have to go far, I can just look at my Stardust fan cafe. The number of subscribers has just skyrocketed in the last few days. I am overjoyed to see more people find Stardust attractive. Of course, I almost died getting that reaction for her, but I think it's okay because I didn't die anyway. Cough, Dylan, here, the handkerchief. Oh, Yoonwall, thank you. I wiped the blood around my mouth. It seems like teleportation over long distances is a bit of a strain on my body. Indeed, it's strange that I didn't ruin my body even though I've never rested and sprinted dozens of kilometers. I am glad I didn't die. Well, I didn't die, but I almost died. As soon as I got home, I threw up a bloodbath and just collapsed. Later, I heard that the whole house was turned upside down. At least, I managed to survive as Hyul ran and did some treatment for me, or else it seemed like I was out of breath. Especially Choi Sehi and Yoonwall, who saw me do this for the first time, were super panicked. Seo Yoon and Hyul said that they caught their senses even though they screamed since they had already experienced seeing me come back being stabbed last time, but I heard that Yoonwall fainted. Eventually, Yoonwall is sticking next to my bed. Dylan, are you sure you're a-okay? Yes. Don't worry, Yoonwall. Yoonwall still looked at me worriedly. I kept telling Yoonwall that I was okay. As soon as I woke up, I felt sorry for Yoonwall. She cried as if she had lost the world. She's a person who relies on me as much as Seo Yoon, so how surprised she must have been. Seo Yoon, who was looking uncomfortable while I was comforting her, suddenly started to frame her. Dylan, Baek Yoonwall is actually pretending to be weak to be next to you. It's all acting, so you can't fall for it. No, it's not. Don't be fooled by that lie, Dylan. You know I am really worried, right? Of course, I know. Hey, you're going to keep being like that, huh? Soon, Seo Yoon, who was sitting next to me, began to come up to the bed where I was half lying down. Seo Yoon, what are you doing? What? I'm worried about you too. It's gonna stay by your side. And you said I was overreacting earlier. That's different. Ha, your lack of honesty is cute. What? Are you making fun of me? No, I am complimenting you for being cute. HMPH. Then you're a cute too. Thank you. Something's off. Seo Yoon and Yoonwall are bickering again today. Well, they were as close as ever. Honestly, it's true that the more you're close, the more you're going to fight. Usually the two of them would be hand in hand and pull each other here and there. Anyway, this is how I live these days. A life of lying in bed and fatigue recovery. No matter how much I convince them that I am okay, the members who saw me throwing up blood forced me to lie down here. They won't let me lift a finger. Seriously, I am all better now, except that sometimes I still throw up blood. They're being overprotective. Anyway, I spoke up to stop the two who were still growling and having a conversation about mango moonlight or something that I didn't understand. Seo-yoon, Yoonwal, calm down. Cough, Dylan, are you sure you're A-okay? Should I call Hyel again? Cough, it's not that serious. Until recently, she's been staying next to me and nursing me all day, and now they want to wake up the kid who is taking some rest. Not going to happen. My conscience won't let me. I stroked Seo-yoon, who talked to me in a worried voice after her fight. Only then did she close her eyes slightly and sigh as if she was relieved. I am sorry to make everyone worry. It's hard for me too. I just want to go on a trip somewhere and rest. Somewhere similar to a resort. Let's go on a vacation after this. Anywhere. What? In that condition. Seo-yoon, I am really okay now. We're going to a resort anyway, so I can just lie down. I guess so. Well, I guess it's okay then. I'll tell them. Travel. As she heard the word travel, Yoonwal's eyes sparkled. Yeah, I should hurry up and show Yoonwal the ocean. Anyway, we all lied down and talked about this and that. The reason why Seo-yoon and Yoonwal came to this room is that they were worried that I would feel bored lying down alone, so they chatted on both sides. So Do-in, the production is almost done. Starbuster number 2, the so-called Starbreaker, is even beyond Buster. This time, it'll definitely be different from the last time. It won't be long before Stardust kneels in front of me. Hee, gosh, Seo-yoon, what the hell did Stardust do to you? She didn't do anything to me, she did it to you. My brother gets hurt because of her all the time, so I can't forgive her. Was it really because of me? I smiled awkwardly at Seo-yoon, who smiled brightly while saying that she planned to knock down Stardust. Well, come to think of it, Seo-yoon had a bad relationship with Stardust in the original work. I guess it just makes sense because it was like that in the original comic, right? Yeah, it's all because of the original comic. It's not because of me. Seo-yoon, who was reciting the advantages of Starbreaker being stronger, and more remote than the previous Starbuster, soon clenched her fist and stood up on the bed and shouted. Yes, this is not the time. Dylan, I am going to do some more work on Starbreaker. Yoonwal, come with me. What? I want to be with Dylan a little longer. No, you can't be here alone without me. Come with me. Hick. Then, Seo-yoon grabbed Yoonwal's hand and dragged her out. Yoonwal felt a bit sorry as she reached out to me in a pathetic way until the end, but I couldn't stop her. Yoonwal, take a break. I have some work to do on Stardust Fan Cafe too. The two of them disappeared. In the silent room, when I was about to take out my laptop. Ring, 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 the phone began to ring. It's from Seola. It's been a while. I answered the phone right away. Oh, Seola. Hiccup. Hey, Dylan, are you feeling well? Yeah, I'm getting better now. That's a relief. Hiccup. Hey, but you don't sound better than I do. Why are you hiccuping? Oh, hiccup. I drank a little and it keeps going like this. Drinking? What time is it now? Why are you drinking at this hour? It's in the middle of the day. There are a lot of things that are bothering me these days, hiccup. If I drink this, it makes me feel better. I still can't take over other companies. The National Assembly is impatient to eat up Useong Enterprise. Hiccup. It's getting harder every day. I feel sad. I am sorry, Seola. It seems like it's because of me. I guess I changed too many things compared to the original. She was supposed to dominate halfway through Korea by now. I ignored my guilty feeling and gave her some awkward words of support. Hey, cheer up you two. Doan, hiccup, but you know what's more upsetting than that? What? My most cherished colleague passed out, but I can't even visit him. You won't be able to tell me where you live, right? I understand, even if you don't trust me. Hey, it's not like that. Feeling something ominous, I hurriedly spoke up, but it was too late. Lee Seola started to talk, slightly crying. It's a bit bitter though. You can't even trust your colleague at all, Hick. I still don't know where you live and I can do nothing to help you. I am sorry, Dylan, just. I cherish you, rely on you, and like you. Hick, I can't even help when you're sick, Dylan. I can't even visit you. Who can I blame? I have to blame myself for not being trustworthy enough. Hick, sorry, Dylan. She started sobbing at that moment. What's wrong with her? Hey, what's wrong with you? Don't cry, I am sorry, Dylan. Hiccup. Words keep coming because I am out of my mind after drinking. I am sorry, forget it. What's wrong with me? I can't even control my emotions. She sniffled and then just laughed. As my heart softened, I had no choice but to say something. Wow, what? Come to the hospital, I'll give you the address. Sniff. Really? Yes, so stop saying ridiculous things like I don't trust you. Wow. Really? You cannot take that back, okay? Can I go right away? All right. Yeah, I'll send you the address, so come over there. Okay, all right. See you then, yeah, and the line was cut off right away. What is this feeling? No, it's not that I still don't believe her because I am afraid she'll betray me. I feel like I've been tricked. Tusk. Come to think of it, I should have noticed when she said I was her most precious colleague. That's a lie. Because in the original work, Lee Seola clearly said that Shin Haru was her most cherished colleague. A lie, right? Come to think of it, it's more difficult if it's not a lie. Anyway, I sent the address feeling somewhat uncomfortable, and I received a reply from Lee Seola saying she would visit me soon. Well, yeah, it doesn't matter if you come or not. Honestly, I don't think she's going to get soggy now. But wait, did I tell her I live in a big house with the Ego Stream members? The next day. Hi, Dylan. Oh, hi, Seola. You come right away, huh? Lee Seola was standing in my room. She smiled at me with her sky blue hair hanging down. Yes. I'm visiting your house for the first time, so of course I have to hurry. She smiled even brighter at the end of her sentence. Anyway, I was looking on my way to the room. There are a lot of different women in your house. Do you guys live together? Haha, it just happened. She's still smiling with the corner of her lips going up. But unlike her expression, the room began to get chilly. I mean, in a physical sense. I think the temperature is going down. In this chilly room, staying alone with Lee Seola, who was still smiling, I laughed awkwardly. Oh, Seola. It's getting cold here, chapter 130. Ep. 130 Frozen Ep. 130 Frozen TN got serious or frozen at the situation last time. After meeting with Stardust, Shadow Walker, and the president of the association, Icicle Lee Seola returned to her office. She was lost in thought. Hugh. She tipped the bottle from her desk as if she were used to it and poured a glass of wine. Taking a sip of the purple liquid, she recalled what had happened earlier. Shadow Walker took the side of Egoistic in front of Stardust. It was strange. However, this is what really happened. Why on earth? What Shadow Walker said is evident. Stardust almost inferred that someone else, exactly Egoistic, had knocked down the monster, not herself. Shadow Walker refuted this. He said he took a look himself, but there was no one around. A lie, but it has to be a lie. Because she heard from Egoistic that he shot from the roof of a nearby building that day. In other words, if Shadow Walker really looked around that day, he would have seen Egoistic, so it's a lie. If he didn't look around, he lied even though he knew nothing, just false. In conclusion, Shadow Walker's words seemed to lie anyway. Then why would he tell such a lie? Lee Seola mumbled while stroking the wine glass. Shadow Walker, why did he lie? What was he thinking? Lee Seola. She already dominated the entire Yuseong enterprise at a young age, and she's now slowly swallowing South Korea day by day, so she can be proud of her ability and life skills. Of course, her plan to conquer South Korea has been cracking lately, but anyway, she's the best one when it comes to sense, so she was able to quickly reach the truth. Egoistic reached out to Shadow Walker. All right, this could be true. He already has her though, so why? She was emotional at that thought for a moment, but soon calmed down with another sip of wine. Yeah. As she was the first one he reached out to, nothing's weird about him being in contact with another A-class hero. He only said he wouldn't touch Stardust but never said the others. Ha, Lee Seola sighed. What is this feeling? Yeah, it's nervousness and anxiety. Anxiety that Egoistic could be taken away from her. Honestly, because Egoistic doesn't really trust her. Just like that. President's office on the top floor of Yuseong Enterprise Headquarters, Korea's top corporation, where the warm sun comes in behind. Lee Seola, dressed in a suit, was lost in thought, smoothing her sky-blue hair. Lee Seola. It's been a while since her last regular meeting with Egoistic. In fact, when she met him, they spent more time chatting with each other than talking about work. What's wrong with you these days? I feel happy. I am tired, just trivial matters to share with a friend. And as time went by, Lee Seola slowly towards Doin. She realized that she couldn't wait to be with him. Her life has always been about work and slander, but only when she met him could she forget all that and talk with him with a pure laugh. Because he was one of the few people who treated her humanely rather than as a special, high-ranking person like others. And to her surprise, she doesn't know why. He seemed to understand herself as Lee Seola the most. She doesn't know why. Also, his ability. Honestly, without Doin, Korea certainly would already collapse several times. In fact, in her eyes, Lee Seola, currently South Korea, is very deformed. It feels like a huge terrorist attack that suddenly can't handle has exploded in recent years. Each and every one of them is a kind of terror that can almost semi-destroy Korea. Egoistic blocked everything, so it all worked out well. On the contrary, without egoistic, it could collapse like a sand castle at any time. That cannot happen. Thus, egoistic is a precious being that can't be exchanged for anything. For Lee Seola as an individual and for South Korea as a whole. But if there's a problem, why can't you trust me? That's it. He came very conservative when approaching her. It took months to know his real name and months to know his face. Even now, she doesn't even know where he lives. He knows where she lives, though. I guess he thinks that I could betray him. He has a distinctly wary nuance of her. Lee Seola was very upset about that. Why would she betray him? Considering what she has received from him so far and what will happen, she never has that intention. No matter what he does. In the first place, Lee Seola was even more so as she wasn't a moral person. Lee Seola was going to go with him for the rest of her life, but why is he wary of her too? Her reality is she cannot even visit him because she doesn't know his address even though he's now on his bed as he cannot move around. I wonder if someone has framed her anything. Feeling depressed again with that thought, she soon gulped down the bottle again. As she's emptying almost a bottle by herself, she feels like she's getting a little tipsy. Lee Seola's cheeks turned red. She looked at her cell phone for a moment. Yeah, if you stay like this and you're falling behind. Even if you make a sudden leap, you need to bump into him. She's drunk anyway, so if things don't go well, she might just use alcohol as an excuse for her nonsense. With that determination, she called Do-in. The phone call with Do-in worked out unexpectedly. It seems like being emotional and shedding a bit of tears is worth a try. Lee Seola was finally invited to his house. Of course, she blushed whenever she thought about the process. Maybe it's because the result turned out well. Her first impression of stepping into a valley was, wow, his house is extremely huge. It looks like a huge mansion that dozens of people can easily enter. Lee Seola's house isn't small, but the mansion where he lives is made of wood, giving an old-fashioned pressure. Like a castle. The door opened. A woman greeted Lee Seola. Hello, you're Lee Seola, right? Oh yes, hello, I am Lee Subin. A woman named Lee Subin greeted her with a gracious smile. And Lee Seola, who greeted her with the same smile, was startled inside. What the? Why is this woman in his house? Oh, it's for nursing, right? It should be, but her prediction ever since she entered the house was completely shattered. Hello, haha, hello. Countless women greeted her as she walked toward the room where he was resting. A woman with orange hair who looks at her as if she doesn't like her. A girl with silver hair with a wary look, and a woman with a mysterious smile wearing a shaman suit. Even a woman wearing the same thing. They're all female members of Ego Stream. And just by saying a short greeting in the living room and passing by, she could realize. That outfit, that comfortable atmosphere, that lifestyle. They're not here for a visit, they live here. She was thrown into great confusion. Why? Why are a man and so many women living together in the same house? Is there a reason? With that in mind, she opened the door and faced Dane lying in bed. Hi, Do-in. Oh, hi, Seola. You come right away, huh? As soon as he called, she showed up the next day, so he looked a little surprised. As she looked at him greeting her by putting the laptop aside, she was looking at the bed on his side, she said with a smile. Yes, I'm visiting your house for the first time, so of course I have to hurry. She smiled. Ah, you can't bring this up now. Lee Seola, you didn't come here to say this. You came to visit Do-in, even so. Still, she can ask this one thing. With that smile, Lee Seola spoke up and asked Do-in, who was lying down. Anyway, I was looking on my way to the room. There are a lot of different women in your house. Do you guys live together? Haha, it just happened. She turned her eyes awkwardly at her own question. She also felt embarrassed, too. Deep inside, she waited for him to deny it. Oh, Seola, don't you think it's getting a bit chilly here? Haha, it's kind of weird. President, did you have a good trip? Can you bring me the 56-year-old wine? Yes, sir. Lee Seola, who received a bottle from her secretary, sat in her office and quietly drank a glass of wine. She had a lot of conversations with Do-in today. But in fact, she doesn't need all of that, but only one piece of information she got. The relationships between Do-in and Ego Stream's members are close. To the point where it's hard for her to ignore. Nothing is easy in the world. It's been a long time since Do-in had his eyes on her. Now she realized that he's actually more of a hero than a villain. But it's not a good thing to get involved with those villains. Lee Seola brought alcohol back to her mouth as she recalled the female members who were looking at her with wary gazes. Okay, so it's like that. Lee Seola's brain was already pickled in alcohol and began to go unreasonably. Egoistic, he was obsessed with the Stardust. Yeah, he's more suitable to be a hero. However, having her is not enough. The competitors are mostly his villain members. What should I do? Yeah, did he say he was going on a trip next time? With that in mind, Lee Seola was looking at Shin Hara's number without realizing it. Alliance, alliance. Stardust doesn't know who Egostick really is anyway, so there's also the derecognition device. Lee Seola quietly smirked. Okay, let's go with that. Something's sketchy. What if something happens on this trip like last time? Dylan, don't say bad things. Gosh, but I feel chilly. Chapter 131, Ep. 131 on the beach. Ep. 131 on the beach. The sound of waves splashing. A stealthy blue wind, this is nice. I lay on the sun, drank a beverage next to me and took a deep breath. Yeah, this is life. Doin, are you going to just lie there? I'll rest a little and come out. You guys have some fun. Gosh, all right. Come quick, okay? Yeah, all right. Looking at Seoyun's back running on the sandy beach, I put on sunglasses again. Phew, this is great. Yeah, this is life. Drinking a mojito while looking at the sea, so our Ego Stream members came on a trip. Somewhere east to the beach. Wow, so this is the ocean. Gosh, you know what the beach is. Why are you so surprised? Sehi, don't shoot water at me. You should play when you come to the beach. So noisy. I took a sip of the light green mojito and watched the kids play. Yeah, everyone likes it because we're at the beach. It feels more lively than the mountain climbing events that we did regularly before. As soon as I got better, we ran straight to the sea. Of course, if I move around too much now, I will bleed again, but it doesn't matter if I don't use telekinesis or teleport excessively. In other words, there will be no problem. Seeing people playing in the water, I stretched my legs on the sand again. Doin, would you like one of these? Oh yes, thank you. Oh, this tastes good, right? People are lining up, they sell it over there. I chewed the sweet and sour chicken that Subin gave me. This is delicious. I'll put it here, so let's eat together. Yeah, I'll have to buy a few more when the kids come later. I said, still chewing the chicken. Subin and I are currently lying on the suns. The elders are lying down to take some rest, and the kids are having fun on the beach. Hayal and her brother Chayun are playing with Dizik over there, making sand castles. FYI, Dizik is wearing an animal costume and playing by Chayun's side. I thought it would be a problem if a ghost in black armor appeared on the beach, so I came up with a temporary solution. Seoyun and Yoonwal are playing in the water. And Choi Sehi, she's not a kid anymore, so I wonder why she's doing that. Well, she looks happy, so that's enough. In fact, her mental age can be similar to theirs. It's so great that the weather is warm today. In the beginning, I never imagined we could go to the beach this season. I didn't know there was a place like this. A beach that is managed and exclusively responsible by someone with the heating superpower. A place that is warm like Southeast Asia. Of course, the fee is a bit expensive as this person with the heating superpower is as strong as a B-class hero, but it's not business. Anyway, I sipped my mojito again like that. There were quite a few people on the beach beside us. Everyone looks like they're enjoying their summer vacation. However, no one seems to notice us, thanks to the powerful derecognition magic that Yoonwal put on us. Even though there is black hair, white hair, orange hair, etc. in our team, no one seems to notice. I confidently brought all the Ego Stream members here. Honestly, there's no way we'd get caught. When I was about to drink my mojito again, Subin, who was lying on the next sunned and sunbathing with me, suddenly muttered, "This is nostalgic, you know. What? When I went to Busan with you and Seoyun before. We were sitting on the sunned and Siwen was running around in the ocean. I suddenly remember that time. Oh, you're right. And when we went to the hotel, the terrorists suddenly came out and woke everyone up. At that time, I remember you coming forward and referring to yourself as Apple Mango. Pht. Oh, please forget about it. My brain tingles as I recall the dark history. As I pressed my hand on my forehead as if I was dizzy, Subin laughed out loud next to me. Haha, but that's still a memory when I think about it now. Back then, I didn't know people would make such a fuss, so much she stared at the beach. I also leaned my back on the sun and looked at the beach with one mojito in one hand. Our members are laughing and chatting, couples are playing with their children, and people are running around. It's an unimaginable sight from the original work. By this time, everyone's lives had been ruined, and resorts like this one couldn't run their business like normal. Yeah, come to think of it, this is a scenery I made. Well, it's not bad after all. On top of that, I got to know the person in charge of this beach, who wasn't even in the original. I think it's the woman over there with a life jacket, a red hat and sunglasses, but isn't she quite strong since she's heating this big place? Shall be worth looking into later. Dylan, where should we have dinner later? Let's grill meat together at the pension later. Barbecue, it's fun to have this many people. Hee hee, that's nice. Shall we prepare the ingredients? I think Choi Sehi did everything, but I'll check it out later. I looked back saying so. A pension facing the beach, that's the pension we're planning to stay for 2 nights and 3 days. FYI, I stuffed everything in there. Guns, masks, and even cameras. I had a bad feeling, so I prepared everything just in case. This has become a habit since the last monkey spanner incident at the hotel in Busan. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't think anything will happen this time, but still. Doin, Subin, don't just lie there, come play with us. Yes, guys, does it make sense to come all the way here and not get a single splash of water? When I was in the middle of my thoughts, I heard a voice calling us. Seo Yoon and Sehi are making hand gestures toward us from the front. Yoonwal's eyes are sparkling. Subin, shall we have some fun now? All right. Fine. Subin smiled as she responded to them, and I also got up. We were both wearing swimsuits anyway, so we just took off the cardigan on top and headed to the water together. I am coming, ha. It's been so long since I've had a break without anything in mind. Yeah, I've been so busy up until now, I also need a break. People die when they are overworked. What else would happen on such a happy day? There can't be anything if God feels sorry for me. Just like that, I went into the water. I'm sure it's going to be fine. Dylan must be playing on that beach by now. Lee Seola, who was working, suddenly put down her pen for a while. She remembered him saying that Ego Stream members went out to play and he talked about it with excitement. Egoistic. It doesn't make sense for her to fall for a villain. It's a bolt out of the blue for Lee Seola, who tried to bring him to the hero's side and to her side in the long run. Even the thought of the other Ego Stream members who showed excessive vigilance against her gives her a headache. Yeah. Lee Seola was lost in thought as she poured another glass of wine. Egoistic. He certainly showed a slight obsession with Stardust, and that's what she was most wary of. Someday, Haru will learn all Egoistic secrets, and since Egoistic likes Stardust. If Egoistic and Stardust, when the two become a team. In the meantime, it won't be easy for Lee Seola to squeeze herself in. Lee Seola changed her mind on this occasion. Yeah, it's the right thing to keep Stardust in check. However, more dangerous people were holding Dylan without her knowing. Members of Ego Stream. What if they take Dylan first? I'd rather hand him over to Haru, but that won't do. If the bond between them and Egoistic, who was wary of her, becomes stronger, they may convince him to stop staying in touch with Lee Seola. She can't let that happen. Then she'd rather think the other way around. Whether Dylan is a fan of Stardust or whatever, he thinks she's special. If then, they'll be putting on derecognition devices anyway, Haru will never notice that he's egoistic. Dylan boasted to her that one of the members could derecognition magic. Wouldn't Egoistic's mind gradually lean toward heroes if he sees Stardust he likes in person and becomes closer to her? Hero Apple Mango. She saw the video and it was adorable. Yeah, just by coincidence the drunk Lee Seola became less rational. After she made a plan if Egoistic knew he would pass out. She turned on her phone and started calling Haru. Hey Haru. What are you doing? Nothing special. I was wondering if you want to go to the beach with me. Living room, sofa. Shin Haru, who was lying on the sofa on her break after a long time, was fiddling with her phone. But only her fingers were on her phone, and her thoughts had long gone elsewhere. I am so certain that it was Egoistic. She definitely saw someone on the rooftop, but she feels frustrated because no one has seen him. Come to think of it, she's been thinking about this all day. Yes, maybe she's the weird one to believe he, the villain, showed up at the scene. Her head hurts. As Shin Haru was deep in her thoughts, her phone began to ring. Seola. What could it be? She answered the phone in wonder. Oh, Seola, what beach? You say you want to go tomorrow. You're telling me there's a warm place suddenly. When Lee Seola suggested going to the sea tomorrow, Shin Haru, who would have refused as usual, began to think a little. Yeah, I've been thinking too much about Egoistic lately. It's okay to go to the beach once and forget all that. Haru, who had been agonized for a while, replied to Lee Seola. Okay, let's go, the beach. Oh, I should have brought a water gun, I forgot. Oh, Sehi, are you a kid? What kid? You know I can't spray without a water gun. Gosh, hey, why are you spraying it on me too? Wait. Hey, Dylan, drop it now. It's against the law to shoot a water bomb with your ability. Yeah, no one noticed because we're being covered with derecognition magic. Wait, surrender, surrender. As we were having fun, I suddenly thought of Stardust. What would she be doing by now? Well, for her personality, she's either at the association or resting at home. Come to think of it, we won't see each other again until the next terrorist attack for a while. I threw a water bomb at Choi Sehi after that thought. Oh hey. Oh, this is kind of fun. Chapter 132, Ep. 132 The Wrong Encounter Ep. 132 The Wrong Encounter. It's been a long time since I've been on vacation, so I had a lot of fun. I took a nap on the sun, played in the water, and played volleyball on the beach. I was able to do some activities again after a while. For dinner, we had a barbecue party at the pension. It was delicious, and the sun went down. We went out together because there was a night market nearby. It may be quite eye-catching if people with colorful hair are clustered together, but no one seems to notice since we were covered with derecognition magic. Of course, the animal costume was still a bit exaggerated, so Dzik went into the ring. Hey, look at this! While everyone was looking around, Choi Sehi called us from a distance. What is it? Choi Sehi pointed with her fingers as if she saw something funny. We walked towards her. And what we saw, hey, look at this. It's a ghostic doll. There's a prize hanging in the booth where you throw darts at balloons. It was a 2-head tall ghostic doll. Whoa, I didn't expect this. Hey, you got a doll. You're a celebrity now. Wait, celebrities don't even have their own dolls, do they? You're a superstar, a superstar. I shook my head to Choi Sehi, who poked me on the side and teased me. Then I looked at the other dolls. Most of them were basic green dinosaurs, but there were also unusual things like ghostic dolls. Oh, look closely, Stardust doll, Icicle, and Shadow Walker. There are Heroes dolls too. I kind of want Stardust. Wait, what's that? Hey, isn't this you? Hahaha, what? Laughing at the authenticity of the ghostic doll next to her, I began to panic when she took out the doll of a woman with orange hair. It's embarrassing. It says Electra on the tag here. Hey, this one has the shaman suit on. Is it Yunwal? Oh, I think this is Death Knight. Doin, there's no me, Seo Yoon? Let me see, I don't think so. This is so unfair. I am doing the next terrorism. Yeah. Choi Sehi walked up her sleeves as she was trying to comfort Seo Yoon, who puffed her cheeks, showing that she was sulky. Everyone, get out. Let me get that doll for you. Sehi, are you good at throwing darts? Of course, just trust me, mister. Well, play a game. Welcome, 1 round. Here you go. Y'all get this doll if you get 8 out of 10 shots, and these ones if you get less than that. And if you get all 10 shots right, this big one, oh, I am in big trouble then. I should get 2 wrong on purpose. Choi Sehi was bluffing. 4 shots. Here's the prize for 4 shots. Sehi, she got a squid key ring. She held the key ring in her hand with a stunned look on her face. Yeah, now is my time to step up. Ha, pave the way, it's my turn. I'll show you how to get 10 out of 10. Gosh, HMPH, the balloon kept moving, so it was harder than I thought. You're probably worse than me. I threw the darts while listening to Choi Sehi's curse-like words. I got 10 shots. While you got everything right, the prize is this doll. Oh, I want take this big one, so can I take some of those little dolls instead? What? Yes, that'll do, take 3. Come on, kids, pick some dolls, this is a foul. You used your powers, didn't you? I didn't. Do you have proof? Gosh, I hate you, of course. I manipulated the darts with telekinesis. Well, take this one. Yunwal and Seo Yoon snatched the ghostic doll right away. Do you guys really have to take it? Choi Sehi and Yunwal took their dolls, so I took the Dzik doll and the Stardust doll. Doin, why did you take the Stardust doll? I mean, know thy enemy, know thyself. If I put the Stardust doll on the shelf, wouldn't it burn my fighting spirit? I think it's just you fanboying her. Even Subin, who was quiet, spoke some words. They stared at me with cold eyes. Gosh, I cannot live with this insult. I deplore myself to see subordinates who cannot trust their leader. Anyway, we spent time eating, playing, and doing different things at the night market after that, and we came back to the pension. I unpacked, washed up, and got ready to sleep. Doin, why did you bring these masks and guns? Seo Yoon, I don't know what will happen in life. Don't you remember the last Busan incident? What if someone comes into the pension at night? I want to say that you're overreacting, but something did happen last time. See, what are you guys talking about? Oh, let me tell you. Listen, the last time we went on vacation, as Seo Yoon answered Yunwal's question, who was curious about our conversation, Choi Sehi's voice was heard again. Hey, look at this, what? A voice suddenly came out looking for me. When I went out to the small garden outside the pension, Choi Sehi was doing something with Death Knight. What? Look at this. Ahahaha, Doin, look, y'all be surprised. What are you guys planning? It's suspicious. Don't worry, look, it's Electric Knight. At the same time as he said that, Choi Sehi fired electricity at Dzik. Come on, what are you doing? Ha 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 ha, it's tingling. However, Dzik laughed cheerfully as if there was no problem. but his black armor and the way electricity flows to his soul. What is this? Look, if I supply electricity like this, Dzik will become an electric type. That's right. Yay, Dzik wielded his sword. Electricity gushed from his sword. What do you think? Not bad, huh, really? Choi Sehi was startled by the words. I ignored her and began to seriously consider it. It means that if Choi Sehi periodically shoots electricity, he will be upgraded. It's not bad, so we discussed a few more things. The situation ended when Yunwal, who felt her derecognition magic was shaken, came out. She told us not to let electricity out of the garden, and the next day came. We enjoyed breakfast and came back to the beach. Well, everyone is having fun without getting tired. I am lying on the sand again. In my right hand, a glass of blue Hawaii. This is good, too. Still the warm beach like yesterday, there are people running around so sleepy. As I lie down in the warm sunlight, I feel sleepy. While I was thinking of taking a nap, I got a call. It's from Lee Seola. What can it be? Hello? Doin, hiccup, are you still playing on the beach? Yeah, we're having a good time. I am sunbathing on a sund now. Really? Well, I have some work there, so can I drop by? If you're lying on the sund, I'd like to have a drink with you. On the sund? Yeah, well, anywhere, can I come? Yeah, well, a moment would be fine. We're in front of the Brown pension. Really? I'll be there soon, so wait for me. Okay, all right, she hung up. Well, she can come if she wants to. She asked to have a drink with me, but she sounded drunk already. I looked up and then looked around. Well, everyone's having a good time. I'm so tired, should I take a nap until Seola comes? Yeah, I should. Then I closed my eyes. Soon I fell asleep soundly. What? I opened my eyes. When I woke up with my eyes wide open, Lee Seola was walking from afar. Simple but outstanding outfits which are suitable for the beach. She waved at me. I also waved at her. She's here already. She's early. I was going to sit down and greet Lee Seola, but my body stiffened. Wait, what the hell? The woman followed behind Lee Seola. The woman's face behind her with an awkward expression on her face. She looked so familiar. It's not right. Seola, duck, that's not right. Hello, Doin, this is my friend Shin Haru. Haru, this is Doin, my business partner. Hello, ha 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 ha, hello, I replied in a slightly quivering voice. The woman standing before my eyes. Long blonde hair, comfortable clothes, and a white cardigan that would make every head turn around. My arch enemy. It was Stardust. And she's looking at the A-class villain, egoistic in civilian form, sitting on a sund with a pair of sunglasses. I am screwed looking at Lee Seola next to her. She was smiling faintly as I couldn't tell her expression. I'll deal with you later. Maybe we'll need a deep conversation. That's not the issue right now. As I was thinking about how I suddenly got hit by a bolt from the blue while sleeping. I mean, apart from everything. I was making an awkward expression until a while ago, but when I saw Shin Hara's face, her face stiffened. I began to be engulfed in extreme anxiety. Gosh, duck, Seola, oh Seola, Shin Haru has a super sense. Super sense? Why did you bring her here? I still couldn't pull myself together. I mean, is this real? A warm, windy beach. I was sitting on the sand on the sandy beach. But is it really Shin Haru who is in front of me with only a cardigan and sunglasses to protect me now? Is this reality? Feeling my legs shivering a little on the sandy beach for no reason, I was now wide awake and tried to grasp the situation. Stardust in casual clothes is pretty too. No, it's not time for this. While I was so absent-minded. Oh my, I got an urgent call all of a sudden. I'm going to answer the phone for a second. Doin, Haru, why don't you two get to know each other? Lee Seola suddenly disappeared in front of our eyes as if she had received an urgent call with her awkward acting. No, Seola, please, where are you going? I'm going to deal with you later. I am sitting there blankly. Shin Haru was standing on the beach and looking down at me. And your name is Doin, right? I had no choice but to pray while listening to Shin Haru's voice from above me. Please, may Yunwal's derecognition magic work properly? Ha ha ha, yes, that's right, I am Doin. I laughed at her, but I'm not really laughing right now. She won't find out, right? Right. Yes, I believe in you, Yunwal. Shin Haru looked at the man in front of her without realizing it. Seola suddenly said she would introduce her business partner to her. Although she didn't want to, she just followed her. As soon as she saw the man sitting on the sand in the middle of the beach, she felt a strange sensation. I think I've seen this guy somewhere. Where did I see him? She had a strange sensation for a moment as she was feeling suddenly. The man in front of her eyes, the first time she saw him. Seeing him laughing at her for the first time as if he was a good person, something suddenly came to her mind. There's no evidence, and that's ridiculous. Her intuition whispered to her, the familiar feeling of the man in front of her. She has that feeling that she often felt in front of that person before. To be exact, yes. This man, for some reason. He has the same feeling as egoistic. No, it's not to that extent. A completely groundless, nonsensical, it's impossible. Shinharu was caught in her thoughts. Wait, this guy, isn't he egoistic? So now, in the middle of this beach. Stardust and her gut feelings started to do their job. Chapter 133. Ep. 133 Although she knew Ep. 133 Although she knew at a beach in South Korea in a place where the sun shines, where everyone is having fun. The most popular hero in Korea and the most famous villain were facing each other. FYI, the villain is wearing sunglasses with a swimsuit and a gown on, and the hero is also wearing her own clothes. And the hero sat on the sand next to him and talked quietly to the villain. But the problem is, I am that villain. Perhaps this is the greatest crisis of my life. This is the right situation to be panicked, but my head began to turn more sober and calm in this crisis. Yeah, a professional villain can stay alert and solve problems calmly, even in a crisis. My head started spinning at 5 centimeters per second. Did Lee Seola betray me? Did Lee Seola betray me and run to Shinharu and tell her, that guy is egoistic? In the original work, she took over all kinds of companies and merged them, and now is she trying to take over me? It wasn't that kind of atmosphere, didn't we get along well? So I looked at Stardust through my sunglasses. She doesn't look like she knows that I am egoistic. I mean, apart from everything, if she knew I was egoistic, she would have already rushed in and caught me. She wouldn't awkwardly greet me like this. Yeah, I don't think she betrayed me. Was she just not thinking? I don't know what she's thinking. She doesn't even know that Stardust has super sense, so she doesn't think Shinharu will recognize me at all, right? Is she trying to tell me to be friends with her? Anyway, I don't think Shinharu noticed my identity. Of course, her expression changed a little after she saw my face, but well, Tusk. I feel like I am screwed. Shinharu, are you in college? Yes, you said you're running a business, right? Oh yes, I am Seola's business partner, just doing a small business. Haha, I said so with a slight cold sweat. Haru is now sitting next to me. She keeps making conversation with me. What's wrong, Shinharu? You're not the type to talk to strangers first. Since when have you been so enthusiastic? I let out a silent scream in my head. I mean, do you know how a villain feels having a casual talk with a hero? I am so nervous that she would find out. Honestly, I tried to get rid of the negative thoughts, like she might have noticed my anxiety with her super sense. Watch what you say, I can't be thinking this way. That's how I calmed myself down. I'm going to smile like a harmless person for now. I am not a villain, just an ordinary civilian. Any proof that I am egoistic? Do you have any proof? Honestly, Yunwal's magic is so effective. I don't think she'll ever notice. Shinharu constantly talked to me for the first time, unlike her usual self. I became a good citizen who constantly was having a chat and nodding along to a woman I saw for the first time today. FYI, she also ordered a non-alcoholic cocktail. How long is she planning to sit here? And then our conversation continued. Time passed by and now I am relaxed. Now she's even laughing at my words. Yeah, it seems like I did a good job. Honestly, how would she find out with the derecognition magic cast? It's impossible. I was worried for no reason, right? Yeah, my acting skill is excellent. Now I am completely calm. Shinharu sat beside me smiling. Doin, hey, I have a question. Yes, what is it? Do you happen to know egoistic? And at her question, I almost froze for a moment. Gosh, why would you ask that? Haha, egoistic. The moment I sneaked a glance at her, laughing somehow. Her blue eyes and mine met with her chin resting and a slight smile as if she knew everything. Aha, I think I'm really screwed. No, let's calm down. Don't get caught in the leading question. Barely holding my breath for a moment, I began to think. Tusk. She seems to suspect me, though. Otherwise, there's no way she would ask someone she just met this question. Why would she ask that? She still smiled slightly at me. Honestly, I was triggered by her eyes smile more, but I endured it like a professional villain. A professional villain has to draw a line between public and private matters. First, the intention of the examiner must be distinguished. Why would she ask that? She's trying to see if I am egoistic or not from my reaction. Or she asked this to make fun of me when she's already sure I am egoistic. Introduce yourself, punk, however. I don't think Shinharu would do that since she doesn't know how to joke around. This should be a real question. Maybe she still suspects that egoistic and I have a connection. So, it's important to prove my innocence here. At that moment, some thoughts crossed my mind. This is a crisis situation, but it's also an opportunity to flip the table. So I am going to think of this as an opportunity. After making a quick decision, I spoke up. Egoistic is a really trashy, evil villain. I think we need to catch him right away. What? She was a little taken aback by my sudden radical statement. All right, this is it. I hurried up and took the chance to continue. He seems popular these days, but honestly, it's hard for me to relate. There are people who like someone who causes all kinds of terrorism, establishes criminal organizations, and tramples on the law. I think that psychopath should be severely punished by law immediately. Her expression turned sour at my logical and correct words. I guess she didn't expect me to put myself down. Right. Do I still look like egoistic now? Shinharu was slightly silent at my words, then soon spoke up again. Maybe she agrees with me and makes me open up to see my reaction. No way. I'm more confident than anyone else. Feel free to try. But contrary to my determination, the words from her lips were completely different from what I thought. But hasn't egoistic quite a few times stopped other villains' terrorism in the middle? You can't just say that he's bad. Wait, Haru, why are you taking my side? What is it? Is it a high-level tactic? Yeah, I can't be swayed. Let's push forward aggressively. I used tough words again. No, it must be all about protecting his own will. Aren't villains people who live off of interest in the first place? The bridge, Hanyun Group, or even the Walguangio, he wouldn't have thought of anyone else there. Lying. What? Oh, I made a slip of tongue. She smiled slightly. Haru, it was really a slip of tongue, right? Right. I just got goosebumps. Shinharu listened to me and still smiled, turning the cocktail glass she held in her hand gently with her finger. As soon as I looked at her without realizing it, she spoke to me again in a happy voice. By the way, Dylan, yes. You say you don't like him, but you know almost everything Egoistic has done so far. People are probably going to think you're him. Haha, are you saying I am like an evil villain? Oh, I am just kidding, just a joke. She grinned, and I laughed too. God save me. Then, Dylan, what do you think of Stardust? After taking a sip of the cocktail, she asked me again with a smile. No, Haru. Since when did you smile so often like that? You're not this type of person when you take off the hero suit. You're a timid person in daily life. Why are you doing this to me? I almost lost my mind. Stardust, she's my favorite hero. Oh, really? Yes. Why? The most righteous, the most brilliant of all. First of all, having a good heart that cares about people more than anyone else and fighting for everyone until the end even though they are not rewarded. She's more like a hero than anyone else. She's also pretty. Oh, she's slightly fazed by the words that just popped out of my brain. Yes, this is me, this is Eka Cola. I am just speaking without thinking now. TN. There's a high possibility that this is Dane's nickname/username on the online community page when he was an active fanboy of Stardust in his world. Looking at her slightly red cheeks, I thought of something else. Did I just screw up things like this? I think I'm screwed now. To be honest, there is nothing strange about Shinharu attacking me anytime here. I can teleport, but I can't run away because you're not feeling well. Gosh, I am screwed if my identity is going to be exposed. She even mentioned my name. Looking at the beach blankly, I suddenly made eye contact with someone over there. Ego Stream members, including Seoyun, Yoonwol, and Choi Sehi, who is looking at this place as if they don't know what to do. Yeah, everybody noticed Stardust was here. Guys, I am screwed. What should I do? Having been so desperate, I suddenly had a flash of realization. Hang on. Seoyun, Choi Sehi, and Yoonwol, fantasy magic, an alibi, successful. Realizing how to break through this situation in an instant, I put up with jumping. Yeah, there's only one way to get through this, just one. If this works. Haru, yes. Still drinking her cocktail with her cheeks flushed, she raised her head. I told her. Can I go to the bathroom for a second? What? Her face stiffened at my words. I pointed right in front of her as if I was trying to tell her to relax. It's right in front. I'll be right back. In fact, the bathroom is standing like a white container in front of us, and she can see it at a glance. She was a little worried about it and soon nodded reluctantly. Yes, well, go ahead. Thank you. Then I got up from my seat with a smile. Done, it's over. I did the hardest part. I woke up from my seat and made brief eye contact with Seoyun, who was sitting in front of the sandcastle before entering the bathroom in front of me. The moment I signaled with one eye, Seoyun ran somewhere as if she had noticed. Seoyun is the best. She understood just by looking into my eyes. I went into the bathroom with that thought in mind. Then I smiled. Stardust, oh Stardust. Do you think I'm going to get caught here? After Dylan went into the bathroom, Shinharu quietly looked toward the bathroom. 3 minutes. She will make a move if it passes 3 minutes. She's almost convinced already. He's egoistic, for sure. And he noticed that she was Stardust too. She was almost certain by talking a few words with him. But she, on the contrary, fell into a different thought. So, what should I do? Should I attack and catch him here? Should I drag him to prison? Is that the right thing to do? She was sure she wouldn't hesitate to put him in jail when this situation came. However, the moment is just around the corner. Stardust, in fact, is beginning to worry. I'm going to catch him, I have to catch him, that's right. It's the right thing to do, have you been waiting? She suddenly heard a voice when she was lost in that thought. You're back early. Sure. Did you think I was going to run away somewhere? She burst into laughter at him speaking so brazenly. Strangely, when she's in front of him, she feels a little relieved. Although he's a villain. The moment when she suddenly felt uneasy. Sitting on the sand again, he smiled and talked to her first. So, Haru, what do you think of Stardust? Oh, when she was startled by the sudden question, he smiled slightly. She thinks he knows everything too. He tilted his head as if he was asking what was the problem. He looked at her with slightly narrowed eyes. So mean. Though she thought so, she found this situation a little funny. A situation in which a villain and a hero laugh and talk as if they didn't know anything, even though they had already noticed each other's identity. Whether the guy in front of her is egoistic or not, she just threw the thought away. She just smiled and went along with him. Both of them seem crazy. I'm going to catch you. I have to attack. I know who you are, so even if you run away, I'll report it to the association and track you down. With that in mind, Shinharu felt her chest stuffy without realizing it. All right, let's stop this conversation and let's just barge in. Not yet, maybe after this conversation, the moment she opens her lips, making a promise to herself somewhere in the distance, she heard something exploding. Boom. As she turned her head to the sudden situation, a faint black smoke was seen somewhere in the distance. As the beach was rocked by a sudden incident, the phone in her pocket suddenly began to ring. Dylan, wait a minute. The association, as she saw the letters on the screen, she stood up and went to one side to answer the phone. The urgent voice of the staff was heard. Stardust, we have a problem. Egoistic appears again, he's causing another terrorism. What? Surprised by the sudden words, Shinharu turned her head and looked at where Dylan was sitting. He looked around and looked at the place where black smoke was coming out. He seemed like an innocent person who had no idea what was going on. Are you sure it's egoistic? Yes, it's definitely him. Shinharu suddenly began to fall into confusion at the certain voice. Egoistic appeared, so who's that guy over there? Stardust, who is visibly confused on one side over there. I looked at her and thought quietly with a slight smile without her knowing. As planned. Chapter 134. Ep. 134 Alibi Ep. 134 Alibi in the washroom on one side of the beach. I asked Shinharu's permission to go there, turned on my phone, and quickly made a call. Dylan, what should we do? Are you okay? Why is Stardust there? Didn't you get caught? It's okay, Seoyun, not yet, but I don't have time right now, so listen to me at once. Got it. Okay. Go ahead. First of all, Death Knight, Choi Sehi, and the thing you called Starbreaker? That and Yunwal, I need everything. We are going to cause terrorism. Right now. My plan was simple. Shinharu is suspecting that I am egoistic. So what's the solution? It's simple. I can prove that egoistic is causing terror elsewhere when I am here. I am going to make an alibi. But at the same time as I am in a great hurry, the terrorism must leave Stardust with no doubt. As such, the important thing is to stall. Having planned so quickly, I told our Ego Stream members to progress the plan immediately. The members weren't confused by my sudden instructions and moved as fast as possible. Thank you, guys. I picked the good ones. As I suspected, if I stayed for a long time, I came out of the bathroom again after delivering my instructions. I breathed in for a while. Yes, now all I have to do is wait. Having made up my mind, I came out. Then, she seemed to be worried, as if she was a little disturbed when she hugged her on one side of the sun. Don't tell me you're trying to figure out how to catch me. I have to look away before she can have any strange ideas. With that determination, I approached and started the conversation first. After a while, boom, the attack has begun. And Shinharu left in a hurry after she received a mysterious call, perhaps from the association. Of course, the farewell part was a bit troublesome, but the important thing is I cut her off. Just like that, Shinharu went away. I got my act together alone on the beach. Now, let's do as planned. What the hell is going on here? Shinharu wearing her suit and flying across the sky, Stardust mind was so confused. Egoistic appeared? Really? So who's the guy she talked to on the beach? In the confusing situation, Stardust had no choice but to go for now. She had to go since an attack just happened. She had to go immediately. But it's weird, it's just weird. She muttered while flying across the sky. There's no way there are two ego sticks under the same sky. Yeah, of course not. She's mistaken, and it's much more likely that the ego stick that appeared just now is the real one. But really? She hardly believed her hunch. But this time it was almost certain. She could feel it with her instinct. Okay. This is strange, that's absurd. With such confidence, she quickly flew to the place where ego stick was. It's been a little delayed, but still. She flew away in such a hurry with the thought that she could see him soon. Ego stick flying in the middle of a city center, throwing bombs. Cameras floating next to him, the roar of explosions, and she could clearly hear his voice. Ha ha ha, everyone, do you like bomb rice balls? So you like bombs too. Here's the bomb gift set for you. Okay. He casually just caused the terrorism as if their talking and laughing on the beach a while ago wasn't a reality. The black hat, the black cap, the mask on his face, and his voice speaks to the camera. It's just no different from the usual ego stick. She's sure he's been terrorizing even before she came, so it's more likely that this ego stick is real, and the man he talked to on the beach is not ego stick. There can't be two people at the same time. Yeah, maybe that's the real ego stick. But really? She unwittingly floated up in the sky and looked at ego stick, who was still making noises while terrorizing people, as if he hadn't noticed her from below. That one is ego stick, her instinct. She's feeling something sketchy with her instinct. Something's weird, okay. She's sure the guy down there is ego stick. But why? Why doesn't he look like ego stick? It's just her hunch again. If someone asked her why she felt like that, she would say it's just my hunch. It's more like speculation and delusion, but above the sky in the cold wind. She was constantly in a strange mood. She can't believe it. Ego stick was definitely on the beach with her. However, if she can just come close and face him directly within a stone's throw, if only she talks to him and says a few words, she may know, she might be sure. If the man in front of her is really ego stick or not. All right, she's seen ego stick more than anyone else. Maybe, if she really just had a private conversation with him a while ago. Obviously, just by facing him, she can grasp it right away. She's obsessed with that conviction. Soon, she shouted out loud at ego stick, who was floating on one side of the street and still throwing something she couldn't even tell if they were real bombs or just smoke bombs. Ego stick, as he heard her voice, he paused for a moment, stopped throwing bombs, and turned around. Looking at him, looking at her, she was captivated by a more strange sense immediately. That's ego stick? Strange as it was him. She can check when she comes in front of him. With that in mind, she flew like an arrow to him. Shinharu hurriedly flew and pulled herself back as the sudden shadow and ominous sensation came at her. Soon, thud. With a tremendous noise, something big stood in her way. Ha ha ha, your opponent is me. A huge mechanical suit, large and heavy, reminiscent of a monster. Falling from the sky, it shined neatly in silver. In the middle of it was a picture of the star being smashed in half by a red line. And unlike that huge, overbearing figure, the voice of a young girl inside came out from the speaker. Stardust, it's been a while. South Silver will stop you with this Starbreaker, your new nemesis? The girl who's probably in the mechanism screamed triumphantly. Listening to her voice, Stardust felt something springing up inside. My nemesis is ego stick, not you. So, get out. But the mechanical suit didn't move away but opened its arms in front of ego stick. Soon, Stardust held back her anger and clenched her fist. Yeah, let's get it over with and get to ego stick. That's how she jumped at that Starbreaker thing. It also pulled the missiles out of its mechanical arm. The battle has begun. Hello, everyone, this is ego stick. Manghai meaning mango stick hi, ego stick, ego stick. What took you so long? TT, we've been waiting for you. Master Mang, the return of the king, all the petty villains will tremble with anxiety. Fundamental appearance ha 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 ha, big show coming ha 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 ha. I just smiled as soon as I saw the notification for Mango's show ha 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 ha. I missed you, it's been a while since the last terrorist attack. I'm happy because I am living in the same time as G. Oatis mango stick, oh ha 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 ha, so what are you doing today? Ha ha ha, I mean, you went on live a bit late this time. Why didn't you turn it on as soon as the terror started? He turned on the broadcast. What people saw was ego stick floating in the sky and throwing bombs at the road like feeding chickens. Ego stick said hello to people instead of throwing bombs. He seemed to be floating in the sky as usual, speaking in a cheerful voice. Of course, the truth is on the highway, in the black limousine going across it, I was speaking with a microphone on. Yes, long time no see. Guys, wait a minute, let me throw some bombs while waiting for Stardust. Of course, hahaha, he's obsessed with Stardust, hahaha. He's seriously an ego star supporter, though. Information: there's a villain waiting for a hero while terrorizing. Isn't Stardust the official guest of Ego TV? Hahaha, Mango X Star combination is guaranteed to be fun. Why are you so sure that Stardust will come? Ciola said she's near Seoul. What if Icicle comes? Yeah, she's not going to come. I glanced sideways at the silly chat window and looked at my face. All right, no one noticed, right? I turned off the microphone and asked Subin, who was driving in front of me. Subin, how much longer does it take for us to arrive? Just a little bit? Okay. Now I am rushing to the scene of the terror in the car. I can just teleport there, but if I do that again, there is a 99 chance that I will faint as soon as I move, so it's inevitable. Then who is the egoistic that is throwing the bomb in the video? That's my fantasy created by Yunwal, who flew there first with her moon magic. She can't reproduce my voice, so I am broadcasting with the microphone on. Dun. I think Stardust is getting there before us right now. Really? Then hurry up and send that star thing out. It's Starbreaker. And it's my first time remote controlling, so it's hard. Seo-yoon is tapping her laptop like crazy next to me. I prepared to hand over the microphone to her. She needs to say something too. Hey, is this really all right? Yeah, Dylan, it's pretty chaotic. It's our job to make it okay when it's not okay. Sehi, Dizik, get ready to fight, both of you. I also checked my clothes once again. Hat, mask, cape. I am wearing everything, right? Phew. I took a deep breath. Stardust will probably notice that the illusion of Egoistic is fake as soon as she sees it up close. So, I'll try to block Stardust approach as much as I can, and I'll have to swap with Yunwal before she notices. There's no way she wouldn't have noticed the illusion when she almost noticed that I was egoistic. In other words, it's now a battle against time. Will Stardust notice the fantasy stick before I arrive? TN. Fantasy egoistic, or will I successfully arrive first, swap, and make an alibi? It's the only battle. Subin, just step on the gas. There's no car going around here right now anyway. More here? Oh, okay. Eek. So the car that carried all of us began to run as if it were testing the maximum speed limit that a four-wheel drive vehicle could produce. When we arrive nearby, I'll take the risk and teleport there. Okay, let's go. I can do it. As such, Stardust's time attack, which only she doesn't know, was beginning. Chapter 135, Ep. 135 time attack Ep. 135 time attack Tusk in the heart of the city. At the sudden appearance of the robot armor, Stardust chucked. Hey, why is this so hard to manipulate? Gosh. Swoosh, boom, boom, boom. Starbreaker, the girl in the machine, the one who came out with Starbuster last time. The member who appeared in Egoistic's pre-terrorism appearance came out again, and being quite stronger than before. In fact, the movement itself was strangely slow than last time. It felt like it was moving like a human last time, but this time she felt like it was being controlled awkwardly. However, the difference is that the firepower is definitely stronger than before. All the small missiles and guns. I am going to protect Ego Opa. There were also words that scratched her nerves in the middle, and it was steadily stopping Stardust alone. Starbreaker is practically a one-man army. It was not easy to fly to Stardust along with all kinds of guns and missiles while swinging its fist as it approached her. Even the material itself became stronger as it became silver, not gray, but it seems that it has less impact than last time. However, Stardust, she wasn't playing all this time. Hey, do you think you can stop me? Ha, listening to the girl's voice provoking her, Stardust murmured quietly, 10 minutes is enough. Only 10 minutes is enough to knock you down. As she murmured, she flew back toward it. Faintly visible behind a mechanical suit, she can see Egoistic. She'll knock down this machine as soon as possible, and she will get to the bottom of it today. So Stardust clenched her teeth and threw her fist. Seo-yoon, aren't you embarrassed with your words? Sehi, I am concentrating right now, so be quiet. Seo-yoon, with her face red, shouted at Choi Sehi, who sat in the front seat and turned around with a worried expression. No one's sure why her face turned red, whether because she's super focused or if she's feeling embarrassed by her words. Seo-yoon sat down and controlled the thing with her laptop. Sometimes she turned on the microphone to say a few words, which seemed to be simply a method of acting. People would think that she's a genius if they see her typing on her laptop while saying some words. Oh, come to think of it, Seo-yoon is a genius. Of course, there was a minor problem in which the comments made even the listeners feel cringe, but that was rather a charming point. However, Seo-yoon, wouldn't it be too much to provoke Stardust by calling her auntie? I cautiously expressed my opinion from the sidelines. I mean, calling a kid in her early 20s who hasn't even graduated from college yet auntie. Isn't Stardust like 23 years old? There's no need to diss her like that. Of course, it's not like I am uncomfortable with Stardust listening to that, or I do things for Stardust or because I like Stardust. It's just because the dissing is a bit too much. For high-quality terrorism, excessive amounts of dissing should be avoided. As the head of the villain union, I need to manage the quality of terrorism. Gosh, I can't say anything in front of you. Seo-yoon grumbled, then she called Stardust by her normal name when she made the next comment. It's much better. Anyway, that conversation continued, and soon our car got off the highway and gradually began to get closer to the city. The car rattled at high speed. Seo-yoon, who was struggling to tap her laptop even in such a tough situation, soon let out a rough sigh. Phew, that's the last missile I just flew. I don't know what's going to happen now. I don't think it'll be able to last long at this rate. Seo-yoon was so focused, even sweating on her forehead. I cooled her off with something looking like a fan. Sorry for making you suffer, Seo-yoon, but I need to ask her something. Taking the interlude where Stardust disappeared for a while, I asked Seo-yoon. By the way, Seo-yoon, what? You said South Silver earlier, what is it? Oh, I am going to take that as my villain's name. After my name, huh. Then shouldn't it be West Silver, right? Tien. Seo in Korean means west. When Choi Sehi, who was sitting in front, looked back and asked so, Seo-yoon spoke up as if she was pathetic. Sehi, who would translate exactly like their name so stupidly, that little thing is caught and identified. I need to add some variations. Yes. Then why South? That's the most similar to Seo. Is that so? As I listened quietly beside her, I just nodded and kept fanning. Yeah, well, that's how the current generations think of names for themselves. FYI, Seo-yoon, who was relaxing her hands for a while with that short answer, looked at the screen and screamed again. Gosh, how can you get up already? No way, apparently Status just endured Seo's fatal blow. My beloved Stardust is indeed strong. Seo-yoon, who was so focused and tapping her laptop like crazy, shouted urgently. Dylan. Sehi, I won't be able to hold on any longer. Subin, how long do we have left? The distance itself is not long, but it takes some time because it's downtown. All right, hold on, everybody. With Subins shouting at the end, the car slowed down a little and then began to roam around the city streets again. The car ran at the shortest distance, breaking every property, crossing the road and sidewalk like she was playing a game. There were no people on the sidewalk due to an evacuation order, so it's okay for us to do this. Of course, as a side effect, the inside of the car was rattling like crazy as if it were riding a flume ride. Kaya. With Choi Sehi screaming in the front seat. I used telekinesis to hold Seo-yoon and her laptop even though the car was rattling. Otherwise, our little Seo-yoon would bounce off with her laptop. Subin was filming GTA by herself. Choi Sehi was screaming while witnessing the horror scene that crosses the boundaries of life and death in the front seat. Seo-yoon was staying busy with her hands and her eyes on her laptop, and me filming my head on the ceiling of the car because it was so rattling. What kind of trouble is this? This is all because of Lee Seola. I'll make Seola kneel down in front of me. Putting all the blame on Seola, we continued rushing there. Oh, Yoonwal, how far did you go? Of course, I told her to go as far away as possible to avoid trouble, but it's too far. In the meantime, Seo-yoon delivered bad news. Dylan, Sehi, my Starbreaker is about to break down too. I can't last long from now on. Damn it, this is not good. Should I just teleport there even though I'll throw up blood? As I was determined to do so, Choi Sehi, who was sitting in the front seat, spoke up. All right, hey, get Death Knight out for me. Well, go first. That would be faster than this Jordan Express. What? How? It would be faster if we just flew between buildings than this car. I'll go ahead and block her, so come slowly. Lee Subin stopped the car. The car pulled the steering wheel all of a sudden. Soon after getting out of the car, Choi Sehi ran with the ring connected to Dazik in her hand. Like lightning, she jumped at a tremendous speed. Leaping on the roof of the building, leaving an afterimage of lightning, she just ran off and disappeared. Someone would think she has superhuman speed power, not electricity. Sehi disappeared with Death Knight. We drove off again. The car was rattling again. I am starting to get nervous now. I said to Subin, who was concentrating on driving. I think this distance is okay. Subin, I'll teleport now too. Don't be ridiculous. Dylan, you're really going to die if you do that. And I heard an angry voice which isn't a usual thing from Subin, so I decided to stay still. But if I die, doesn't that mean Subin will kill me herself? But we're almost there, so Doin, please get ready to go. Yeah, I guess so. I can hear the sound of a fight. At the same time, boom, I heard something collapsing from over there. Things are getting crazy. Phew. Stardust looked at her fist, which glowed yellow for a moment and then went out. Dun, and the sound from behind. Okay. She finally succeeded in knocking down that robot. That means there's nothing to stop her from going to Egostic now. Stardust looked up. Then, Egostic looked down at her with his arms folded from up there. She looked up at him as his cape was flapping as if he were asking her to come to him. Stardust's mind got complicated. That was the one talking to me on the beach before? No, if that's the real Egostic, it means that the person on the beach wasn't Egostic, so does she have to conclude that he isn't? What am I talking about? It's confusing now. However, she believed, it's probably something she'll notice with her own feelings if she says a few words in front of Egostic. Okay, let's go. With such determination, Stardust flew up to the sky. Soon a thunderstorm hit her. A woman's voice was heard as Stardust hurriedly avoided it. Ha, ha ha, I am here. Ha ha ha. I am here too, a woman flying with electricity splashing through her body. A ghost in a Black Knight's armor, standing equally with electricity spilled over his body. Seeing the two suddenly come out and block her, Shinharu is now more upset than angry. Why are all of them popping out at this time? Really, almost all the members came out so far. Is this the all-star battle or what? What's this one on for? How are they doing a raid or something? If you want to fight against Stardust, you have to drag out this much force. Ha. Electra, what took you so long? It's been a long time since we last saw Death Knight too. Ha, what is that electricity all over Daisy? Was he evolving all this time? Ha. Duin, we're almost there. Yep. With Subin's words, I put my mask on and prepared to go. Time attack, I think we succeed, right? Now all I have to do is prove myself. Let's go. You already met Stardust 30 minutes ago, but I guess y'all get to see her again soon, huh? Of course, I'll be wearing a mask this time. With that said, I teleported. Let's go see Stardust. To prove my alibi. Chapter 136, Ep. 136 The Song of Darkness and Lightning Ep. 136 The Song of Darkness and Lightning. The city was having another bout of measles. From the villain throwing bombs like he was feeding chickens in the air to the battle between the giant robot and the hero. And the new villain, as if the course isn't over yet. A knight in black armor appeared with electricity just around his body. It was Death Knight. Death Knight's development was the same as Stardust encountered before, a black armlet on his head. Black armor covered his body with his torn cape flying behind. And a sword as massive as the size of a human being, he held it in one hand and placed it on the ground. So far, he looks the same as before, but the most significant difference is his whole body is surrounded by visible electricity. Muhahaha, my body is overflowing with energy. And that made a pretty big difference compared to the last time. Death Knight wielded his giant sword. Like his body, the huge sword with electricity splashed on its surface as Death Knight lifted it toward the sky. Rumble kaboom. Lightning began to strike down from the sky, and Stardust dodged it by flying in the air. Muhahaha, how's that? Dizik, let's start attacking now. Okay, I am going to fight appropriately from now. Death Knight, who was wielding his sword, began to move in earnest at Electra's words, who was sweating while supplying electricity to him from behind. Ha! Stardust thought melancholy as she watched Death Knight running toward her with the huge sword. I was only going to look at Egostic, but why does this keep going like this today? With a sigh, Stardust clenched her fist. All right. Let's knock him down first and then think later. Who is winning right now? It's a tight one, hahaha. Death Knight is so strong. He's gotten stronger after getting all the electricity. I feel excited when the electricity splashes every time he wields a sword, hey hahaha. Wow. But Stardust has gotten stronger compared to last time. It's because it's 1 versus 2, Stardust versus Dark Knight Electra, hahaha. Now that you mentioned it, Electra is really sending electricity from behind, hahaha. I wonder if I am watching the news or a movie. It's so flashy, hahaha. Muhahaha, is that all you got? Show us more. Watching Death Knight wielding a sword like he was dancing, Stardust admitted, he's stronger than last time. In fact, compared to the last time she fought with Death Knight, Stardust also became stronger. In the meantime, she has evolved considerably by dealing with the Moonlight Shaman and the Moon Monster. In other words, Death Knight is fighting her equally. Watching Death Knight wielding his sword while emitting electricity, Stardust agonized. It's also a problem to keep defending as he fired blitzes during the fight, but the bigger issue is his attack. That Death Knight's whole body. It's not a body but a soul. Anyway, she's also in a situation where it is quite difficult to attack because of them and the electrical current. It wasn't easy to deal with, like hitting a hedgehog full of thorns. She's also damaged to attack too. Now, come here, don't run away like a coward. The lightning strikes at her every time he wields the swords. Avoiding them, Stardust tried to come up with something. But her condition is weaker as she was trying to deal with that Starbreaker robot a moment ago. On top of that, Death Knight appeared stronger than before, and it was pretty tricky for her. Death Knight became stronger with electricity flowing from his attack, and he was quite strong from the beginning. A long-range attack by wielding a sword and dropping a lightning strike from a distance makes it difficult for her to regain physical strength. On top of that, the electric current in his body became quite uneasy for her to attack. In other words, this will inevitably prolong the battle. Even if she doesn't lose, it'll take long to knock him down. And that was worse than anything for Stardust, as she wanted to face Egostick as soon as possible and make sure he was the same person as the person on the beach earlier. When she turned her head and looked, the current Egostick was floating far away on one side, filming this place with a camera. It's hard to see because he's too far away. In conclusion, things are going very badly for her. Muhahaha, Stardust, you ray nothing in front of this evolved power. Death Knight continued to swing his sword and drop lightning. Yeah, that lightning thing. Electricity is the problem. The biggest difference between the old Death Knight and the present Death Knight. If it hadn't been for that electrical power, she could have knocked it down like last time. While thinking about that, something suddenly came to her mind. If the problem is that armor and sword overflowing with electricity, doesn't she just need to get rid of that? At that thought crossing her mind for a moment, she flew into the sky and carefully checked out Death Knight. Yeah. On his back, something like electricity was shot from a distance. That's probably been supplying electricity to Death Knight for a while. So if she deals with the one delivering the electrical current, isn't this all over? With that sense, Stardust soon turned her eyes away from Death Knight. Something like a charger line was faintly connected to the dorsal side of Death Knight towards the current being supplied. There it is. She soon sprang up in the air with such a short murmur and fell vertically downward. To be precise, towards which current is being supplied to Death Knight. Hey, where are you going? Ignoring Death Knight running towards her with a sword, she headed down faster in the air. Wait, what the heck? Next to the building on one side over there, Elektra was sweating while supplying electricity to Death Knight. She looks bewildered as she looks at Stardust coming down rapidly toward her. After seeing the soaring Stardust, she hurriedly spread an electric current magnetic field around her body and told Stardust, "Wait, why the hell are you coming at me?" Elektra hastily cut off the current supply sent to Death Knight, then shot electricity everywhere and attacked Stardust as much as possible. But that didn't matter to Stardust, who had already managed to get within range of the attack. Eek. Eventually, the careless Elektra was defeated by Stardust. No, what a coward, fight fair and square. Death Knight, who was late and wielded his sword, was not a big problem because he had already lost his electrical power. Arg! Stardust defeated Death Knight with all her strength, so she knocked everyone down and stood alone. Hugh, I feel like I am going to pass out. That was how she felt. It was the first time she had dealt with villains 3 times in a row. Moving her body is hard because her physical strength is drastically reduced. In other words, if another villain pops out in the current situation, it will be quite difficult for her to deal with. Stardust turned her head and looked around. Having already experienced several sudden attacks, she's now naturally wary. Fortunately, it didn't seem like another villain was popping out again. That means, after judging that the whole situation had been sorted out, Stardust looked up. There. Clap, 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 clap. From up in the sky, she could see Egostick clapping while looking down at her. At last, right? Stardust Shinharu flew into the sky with a slightly stiff look on her face. Yeah, now I can finally face him. Shinharu quickly cleared up the situation. She was obviously on the beach with a man believed to be Egostick. And then, in this city far from there, Egostick emerged. Right when she was with him. One person cannot be in another place simultaneously, so one of them is not Egostick. And she was personally suspecting that the one in front was a fake maid in some way, not Egostick. Because that Doin she met on the beach. Her gut almost convinced her he was Egostick. Eventually, if only the egoistic over there proves to be fake, it's confirmed that Dylan is egoistic. And she can tell if that person floating in the air is egoistic just by talking face to face. Because she knows egoistic well, so of course. Shinharu went up to the sky with her determination about egoistic, and what she saw was, long time no see, Stardust, you're a much stronger than last time. So amazing. It was egoistic, smiling naturally and clapping at her. What? And Shinharu's mind went blank momentarily when she saw egoistic. He seems to be the real egoistic. That was a close one, but I am safe. Seeing the shocked Stardust looking at me, I sighed with relief inside. While Death Knight and Elektra were buying time, I managed to come running and secretly switch Yunwal's fantasy. Of course, I teleported in between, but it was fine, except for the pain in my body aches. Wait, what the hell? Seeing Stardust grabbing her hair in confusion, I smiled as if I knew nothing. I guess it wasn't easy for you either, right? Haha, you must have a headache because you fought for such a long time. Looking at Stardust, who looked at me resentfully, holding her head, I kept smiling, although I was going to pee my pants a little. And she kept staring at me, she sighed. No, what's wrong with you? Hey, what? Suddenly she spoke up and soon asked me straight away. It was you, wasn't it? What? Wasn't it you who was with me earlier? Cough. What are you talking about? Were you dreaming? The ego's secret play innocent. I tilted my head as if I didn't know what she was talking about, as if I had just heard something nonsense. I don't know anything then I checked the broadcast first. Yeah, just in case, it's been on mute for a long time, which means people might just leave. No, on the beach earlier I rather shouted brazenly as she kept pressuring me. I must keep the momentum. Stardust, what the hell are you talking about? I am shocked seeing you not trying to fight the enemy that you haven't seen in months, cough, but only saying nonsense. How can you call yourself a hero? Well, right. How can a hero be like that? Cough, tell me. Cough, I shouted full of spirit. I'm just shouting randomly, out of my senses. But why am I coughing so much? At a crucial moment, Tusk. At my sudden rant of ignorance, Stardust's expression stiffened. Hey, cough. What? You the woman looked down at my face. What's wrong? Did I get something on my face? So I put my hand on my face. Something was on my face. Blood. A blood stream was running down my chin from the corner of my mouth. Oh, duck. The timing sucks. I'm going crazy, seriously. Chapter 137, Ep. 137 Disturbance Ep. 137 Disturbance. There was a piece of advice that the elderly often gave. Health always comes first. Take care of your health first. The body is the most valuable asset. Things like that. And I feel this every time. Elders' words are never wrong. The sky was overlooking the city streets. The atmosphere there suddenly became chilly. That's why I shouldn't overdo it. I dragged the car around the corner, but I didn't know that much teleportation would make me bleed so much. Should I feel lucky that I am not vomiting blood right now? Anyway, the atmosphere got weird for no reason. Stardust panicked, looking at me. Yeah, how shocked she must be. The villain hasn't even fought yet, but he's bleeding all over his mouth. People would think that I just got punched several times. Stardust's face stiffened as she saw me floating alone in the air, doing nothing and bleeding from my mouth. How ridiculous I look, that makes her face stiffen. She must be thinking, what is this idiot? She wouldn't think that I bit my own tongue, right? But she shouldn't be shocked at times like this. Even if something unexpected happens, a pro will smile and ignore everything. I wiped the blood under my face naturally as if I were wiping the dust, then I spoke up again as if nothing had happened. Anyway, I was surprised this time. Stardust, I didn't expect you to stop the surprise attack I prepared for the last day of the holiday so easily. It's beyond imagination. Cough. Excuse me for a second. I naturally covered my mouth with one hand when I coughed at the last moment. And as I lowered my arm again, I checked my hand, and as expected, blood came out. Yeah, I knew this would happen. I would have shown the bloody image to the nation if I hadn't covered it. After naturally lowering my arm, I secretly sent my hand back to cover it. By the way, Stardust eyes followed my hand down and backed up. What the hell? Why are you looking at other people's hands? Anyway, if I stay here longer, I could keep throwing up blood, and I don't know when Stardust will come running at me. Let's get it over with. Coughing again, I spoke up. Now that I know your history, for sure next time it won't be like today. Of course, adios. I flicked my finger and fired a smoke bomb I had prepared. The gray smoke rose in the air instantly and covered my body. Stardust, staring blankly at my hand with her stiffened expression, rushed at me, but I had already teleported. I don't know why Stardust stared blankly like that, but because the chance came, I had to run away. It's been a tough day. Let's go home. The attack was caused by Egoistic on the last day of the holiday. The terrorist attacks, which also took place in about 3 months, were once again a hot topic in the hero-villain community. The main stories were about the new Starbreaker, the combination of Elektra and Death Knight, etc. Again, people noticed the last happening. Don't you think Egoistic is sick? He was standing there and blood flowed around his mouth. Is it normal to be like that? He didn't do much that day. Why did that happen? I am worried. Comment, I was worried when he kept coughing. It was even more horrifying to see him bleeding. Mango needs to live for a long time, I was worried. But it's not a big deal for villains or heroes to bleed, that's what I'm trying to convince myself. That's true, but Mango doesn't do anything but throw bombs this time. Seeing him bleeding, I don't think he's feeling well. Come to think of it, they haven't been terrorizing each other. Is that the reason? Oh my damned. Why do you keep assuming? Is Egoistic terminally ill? I heard that coughing out blood is a sign of terminal illness. Stop saying shoots. This is a bit delusional, ha 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 ha. Why don't you go and say he was cursed instead? It's like hemoptysis, ha 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 ha. There's an article too. Egoistic's health problem. Rumors of the A-class villain Egoistic's health problems have been newly put on the table. Egoistic, who was broadcasting live to the public in the terrorist attack that took place around 4 p.m. yesterday, shed a stream of blood from his mouth. Netizens are concerned, saying, does he have a health problem? On this day, Egoistic was defeated by the A-class hero Stardust and fled, while terrorizing 3 villains of his division under the broadcast title of the last anniversary of the holiday. Reporter Lee Kai-young of Yujung News, Gam Yusiniaojung. KR, there are a lot of comments, too. Comment, is the reporter a Mangbung? It's already been covered quite a bit by other community. The live broadcast was on the 3 broadcasting companies, so everyone must watched it. They are probably all elderly people in the news comments cursing Egoistic. I saw the comments, and they were sad that they would run out of Egoistic themed drink and encouraged Mango to get well soon. Duck ha 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 ha. That damn stock thingy ha 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 ha. Shinharu stared blankly at her phone and put it on the sofa with a sigh. Her head is about to burst. And the reason, of course, was because of Egoistic. Flowing through the sound of the TV in front of the sofa, she arranged her complicated thoughts. Was the man on the beach Egoistic? It was now hard for her to be sure of that. When she came home and thought it over, there was no evidence. It's just what you feel, there's no proof, but she knows it was Egoistic. In fact, when she got home, the sensation disappeared, and when she thought about it, what she did was just a delusion. And most importantly, when she was talking to him, Egoistic was already terrorizing somewhere else. In fact, this alone proves that he's not Egoistic with his baseless delusions. A clear alibi that actually exists. As a hero, as a nation's Rust hero, her belief was finally chosen. Yeah, I am just mistaken. Her intuition was never right in the first place. She might feel sorry for accusing him like that if he was innocent for no reason. Of course, some discomfort was left, but a hero couldn't drive her delusion in an evident situation. On top of that, investigating Doin separately isn't possible because it's a civilian inspection by high-ranking government officials. Actually, more than that, there was something she cared about. It was Egoistic, who was causing terrorism, who suddenly bled out of his mouth. At first, just a stream of blood flowed around his mouth, and for some reason, her heart sank. She doesn't know why, no one else seems to know. When he last coughed at first glance, it appeared to have blood on his hands. Maybe it's her illusion, but still. What's wrong with him? Did I overdo something? Why am I thinking about this? Shinharu was so upset and stiffened her face for a moment. It's like this again. Wake up, Shinharu, no, Stardust. He's a villain and Yurei a hero. A villain also does good deed, I guess. She ignored the refutation in her head. Doing good doesn't justify the bad stuff. You can't even think of catching and defeating a villain causing terrorism in real time. Who's worried about who now? Are you concerned about the villain who was just terrorizing? Yeah, I shouldn't involve in a villain's business. As she sat alone and suddenly regained her will, a voice from the TV happened to be heard in her ear. Egoistic, that terrorist, dragged his gang and committed another heinous crime. What's the national anthem for? What's the association doing? They can't put that trash in jail as soon as possible. Okay, Yurei overreacted. Calm down, how calm I look. I'm scared to walk around the streets thinking that such a psychopath is carrying bombs in the city. What a piece of trash. While listening, Shinharu took the remote control and turned off the TV. He's definitely a villain, but not a trashy one. And that woman, she saw her on YouTube before. Ha, Egoistic is a villain, so she doesn't have to worry. It doesn't matter to me if Egoistic is sick or not. Egoistic is sick. How did he get sick? At that moment, she was devastated by the image of the bleeding Egoistic yesterday and Egoistic bleeding when he took the monster's attack for her. She shook her head again. Come on, let's stop thinking. Stop thinking about Egoistic. As she stopped thinking about Egoistic, she started thinking about Dylan again, the one who was laughing and chatting with her on the beach. It felt good to talk to someone she hadn't seen in a long time. Although she concluded that he wasn't Egoistic, gosh, they do look similar. Ugh, seriously. Shinharu, realizing she kept thinking the same thing as a squirrel wheel, soon hit the cushion next to her for no reason. I'm going to go crazy if I keep doing this. Thoughts don't go with the flow of consciousness. In the end, she could only think of Egoistic. She has to deal with Walguanjiao and other villains, but she keeps thinking about him. Okay. Come to think of it, when things got complicated, she always went to Ciola for conversation. Then it was kind of sorted out. Shall I call Ciola? Haru picked up her phone and called Ciola. She's not picking up. She was also curious about why Ciola didn't come yesterday when Egoistic started the terrorist attack. She wanted to ask her about Dylan, too. Is she busy now? Ring. Ciola. Yes, do you think you did the right thing? I am sorry. She's busy working, I guess. Let's call her back later. Shinharu simply concluded. Chapter 138, Ep. 138 Yuseong Ep. 138 Yuseong Enterprise. Korea's #1 conglomerate. The only company in the world's top 10 list of conglomerates, and it wasn't this unique from the beginning. It's always been in the leading 3 conglomerates, but that's all. Their market capitalization and recognition were just one of the most popular conglomerates, slightly behind Han Yun Group. However, this has changed dramatically in recent years. Because Han Yun Group self-destructed, the situation was shaken. Their atrocities, which had been attempting to manufacture biological weapons underground in Seoul, were revealed to the world due to research failure, and the company was devastated. All high-ranking officials of Han Yun Group fled the country, and the remaining key developers were suppressed by other villains while causing terrorism. The situation began to change rapidly as Yuseong Enterprise took all affiliates of Han Yun Group, executives and employees who had nowhere to go, and technologies and trademarks in the air. As if they were aiming only for this kind of occasion, Yuseong Enterprise took advantage of the government's confusion due to the bankruptcy of Han Yun Group, along with the series of terrorist attacks, and even began to take over other companies one by one through lobbying and intimidation. And when the government noticed, Yuseong Enterprise had already taken control of the Korean business circles. Yuseong is devouring the political world beyond the business world. And all of this happened under the direction of a woman named Lee Ciola. Lee Ciola. She has both titles that are hard to have, a chaebol third generation and a class hero. Having taken control of the company as soon as she became an adult, she began to become known in earnest when she was named president after the chairman's unofficial retirement. In fact, it's already widely known that all these achievements of Yuseong Enterprise were thanks to Lee Ciola. She has already been a symbol of fear for businessmen, shaking up businesses and governments with her mysterious political quality, mysterious moves, and high-quality information that no one knows where she got it from. On top of that, she's a hero, so she's popular with the public, cannot be touched directly because she belongs to the association, and has local loyalty based in Busan. A person of sheer power now, amid widespread fear among social leaders that she's trying to devour South Korea beyond business politics. She's the most admired person in Korea. She was at a loss with her head down in front of me. Do you admit you're wrong? Yes, on the highest floor of Yuseong Enterprise headquarters building in Busan. I was sitting in the president's room, the only room on this floor. Precisely, I was sitting in an IV in a wheelchair. Why did you bring Shinharu there in that situation? I thought Haru wouldn't recognize you. Of course, I thought it'd be nice if you guys could get closer in private, ha. When I sighed at her words, Lee Ciola glanced sideways at me in surprise. Looking at her, I raised my voice again and spoke up. Of course, I spoke formally but not comfortably as usual. Ha, what's the point of telling when things have already happened? Although I am in a terrible condition because I am overusing my skills, and now even Stardust can find out who I am and catch me, I am fine. Lee Ciola kept wiggling her fingers as if she was anxious at my words, which seemed to be not okay. Then she lifted and lowered her head again when she saw my sunken gaze. I told her again, that's fine. Still, I am personally disappointed with you, Ciola. I don't even know if I should believe and be able to tell you things from now. At this rate, y'all let others know where I live for some reason, right? No, never, be quiet. Yes, after shutting Ciola up, I asked her. I wanted to pressure her, but I'm also curious. So why did you do that? What? No, there must have been a reason. I mean, what were you thinking? Anyone could tell that it was a dangerous plan, right? After that, of course, I can't see you in a positive way anymore. Why did you do that? That's and soon, Lee Ciola carefully explained the reason to me. So the reason is alcohol. Yes, alcohol makes me lose my rational judgment for a moment. I've heard much about this alcohol and drug addiction thing before. However, just in case, I thought about the original comic carefully. I wasn't as interested in Lee Ciola as Stardust, so I don't know the details. Alcohol, you said. Falling into my memory for a while, I remembered in the original that Lee Ciola drank and accidentally crashed into a company. No, she was like that from the start. Drinking alcohol is prohibited from now on. Okay? What? No alcohol. If you don't like it, let's not meet anymore. Yes, all right, I am really not going to drink from now on. She answered urgently as I pretended to go out the door in a wheelchair. I've never teleported out of the door, so I am just trying to show her something. I sighed when I saw Lee Ciola, who seemed unsure whether she could drink alcohol after her statement. Who the hell turned her into an alcoholic? If I think about it, it might be me, but I decided not to expose myself to the truth. Ha, cough, cough. Her face turned white when I sighed and vomited blood again. I wiped it with a handkerchief I had prepared in advance and said again as if I were tired. Ha, all right. Come to think of it, why is it your fault, Ciola? It's my fault for putting my trust in you. I should have been more careful, but I trusted you so much. Cough. The more I think about it, the more I realize that it's my fault to trust you. I am sorry. Sob. Oh my, did I go too far? Seeing Lee Ciola about to shed tears after several pressures was a little heartbreaking. But I have no choice because this could happen again, so I have to make sure. It wasn't intentional, but Shin Haru almost found out, and things would have been ruined. Are you sorry? I am really sorry, hum. I was going to get closer and ask her a favor. Let's just take this opportunity to do it. If you did something wrong, do some business with me. What? She looked up at her, wondering about my sudden business proposal. Even if we might do it later, I should get permission first. There's nothing to worry about in the face name sold anyway. Few right after Dylan left. Lee Ciola quietly poured grape juice into a wine glass. At least I avoided losing my job. She murmured bitterly and drank grape juice in one shot. Maybe it's because there's no prescription, but the headache won't get better, but it's somewhat cleared up with the placebo effect. Ha, crazy beach. Why did I do that? Lee Ciola hugged her head, thinking about her past stupid action. Why on earth did she decide to bring Haru there? It's unexplainable now that she's sober. Eventually, as a result, she became distant from Do-in again as he began to speak formally to her again. Honestly, she's thankful he didn't cut her off in anger. Lee Ciola was already preparing herself to kneel down and use some tears. Yes, from now on, I cannot do this anymore. I have to restore our trust relationship again. Maybe it will. No, it should. Egoistic Do-in because she can never let him go. Ha, it's all because of her alcohol addiction. She wouldn't have drunk if those crazy bastards didn't make a fuss. I'm going to finish getting you Uedo within this year. Really? Lee Ciola's eyes flamed up. Wouldn't Do-in forgive her once she succeeded in getting South Korea under her hands? Still, the mere thought of his disappointed eyes made her heart throb. Oh, and I need to find out what Do-in said something about the PMC and Academy at the end. All right, I am pretty busy. From now on, I will take over with all my heart, regardless of the front and back. Lee Ciola's eyes were burning with passion. From that day on, the expansionist move of Young Enterprise began in earnest. When I got home, I got rid of this wheelchair and took off the IV first. I didn't hurt badly. I just overreacted to make Lee Ciola feel guilty. The thing in the drip in the first place is fluid. Dylan, why did you take off the fluid pack? No, I was just acting it's not acting, so put it back on. I put it back obediently, listening to Subin. Eventually, the series of events that happened on the beach is now somewhat over. I asked Lee Ciola to find out about Stardust thoughts, but as there aren't any wanted notices with my face and name yet, I guess everything is still fine. It doesn't really matter from the beginning since my face was covered with derecognition magic, and I can use some alibi. But I am going to have to abandon this identity. Anyway, if I think positively, wouldn't it be good to take this opportunity to cause terrorism in advance and get PMC permission from Lee Ciola? The advantage is that I can use this identity without distancing myself because my identity was revealed to Stardust, which is the least obvious anyway. Haha. I dragged the fluid and headed to the living room with that in mind. This is really uncomfortable. And Seo-yoon, who happened to be in the living room, said as soon as she saw me, "Do-in, did you see this?" "Huh, what?" Then Seo-yoon switched the channels and there was the news. And there, breaking news. Brazil is wholly destroyed today. We cannot connect with the Brazilian authorities at the moment, and the land has been completely destroyed around the capital, as seen on the satellite. The international community is now paralyzed by unprecedented events. As the KOSPI plunged, leaders from all over the world are making statements in unison. Breaking news was coming in that a country was just literally ruined. As expected, it's starting to get messy like the original comic. Now I am going to have to get really serious. Prepare for destruction. Stardust, get some rest. I'll take care of everything. Chapter 139, Ep. 139, The Changing Situation, Ep. 139, The Changing Situation, Breaking News. Brazil is coming to an end. All senior government officials, including the president and vice president, are now believed to have died, and Brazilian associations and heroes have also been neutralized, and all of the capital and metropolitan cities have been destroyed. Additional news. It was reported that there was no sign of a massive fire going on in the Amazonia forest on the Brazilian side. All of South America's neighbors have declared a state of emergency, and those who survived are said to be fleeing as refugees. A nation was destroyed by people with superpowers. This is starting to have a huge impact on the international community. Tension is rampant in the international community, with governments all declaring a state of emergency. South Korea also declared a state of emergency. United Nations and the International Hero Association General Committee issued a joint statement calling the Brazilian incident shocking and horrific anti-humanitarian work, and saying they would take every step to resolve the situation. They added that they would work with the hero associations to find the truth and execute the villains. The U.S. also commented on the incident as a horrible disaster, apologizing for not being able to help the international community and announcing that they would immediately send their association's heroes to help resolve the situation. Currently, tens of thousands of refugees are still being evacuated in Brazil, and the Amazon side is still burning fiercely. The results of the first investigation of the International Hero Association and the United States have been released. According to a report released by UHN, the fall of Brazil was caused by S-class villains from other countries, and it seems that the Brazilian government planned the work out despite their refusal to accept their threats. They were evaluated as having the best individual abilities among S-class villains. Brazil was a small country with only one A-class hero and fewer high-skilled heroes compared to the population. The U.S. has confirmed that they will help by sending 2 S-class heroes and 5 A-class heroes to find criminals and solve cases. This is considered a significant expenditure, which is regarded as unusual for an American association that is highly reluctant to let its heroes leave the country. This means that North American people are taking this very seriously. The local media reported that they succeeded in killing 3 of the 4 enemies who destroyed Brazil early this morning. One is said to be on the run. The fire on Amazon is finally off. Local media reported that USS-class hero Watermole put it out. Citizens around the world started the Pray for Brazil movement. With the hashtag, the supporting messages for Brazil, and the news that they donated relief supplies in Korea, Useong Enterprise is known to have participated in this. 27 of the national branches of the Hero Association around the world gathered to issue a statement condemning the American Hero Association. The main point of the statement was, the United States of America had an overwhelming history of portrait power around the world, but it ended up destroying Brazil because it did not even think of helping Brazil under the line. The United States should take responsibility for this. The American Association strongly opposes the emergence of any kind of responsibility theory that the U.S. defensive attitude, which was sensitive to the leakage of its heroes, missed an opportunity to prevent Brazil's collapse and assisted the collapse. It was a chaotic era. To the extent that what happened on the other side of the globe greatly impacts us, a small country in the East. The stock market is plummeting every day. The international community is frozen, and it is predicted that it will be difficult for all. Our government is doing the best by immediately cutting interest rates and signing currency swap agreements with each country. The Korean Hero Association starts a 24-hour emergency meeting. The meeting, which included the association's president, 3 A-class heroes, and all B-class heroes, was held after frequent terrorist attacks caused by the recent amplification of anxiety. A bill to regulate portrait abilities is emerging in South America. Unlike before, it is to investigate all citizens and force them to determine who has a superpower. If they refuse to comply, extreme imprisonment claims are being made. How can the end of a country come that fast? Choi Si-hee muttered as if she was bewildered while watching the news. These days, I only see news, breaking news, and so on the moment I turn on the TV. However, if you ask if there's any difference on the internet, then no, it's the same. Brazil, no territorial restoration, etc. This is the first time in the international community that villains have overthrown a country like this. In other words, it's normal that the internet is going crazy. Korea, which is far from Brazil, is also talking about this all day long. But what about other South American countries or the United States that are attached to it right now? Everything is just flipped over. Dylan, I don't know what's what because there is so much data right now, but what exactly happened? Seo-yoon, looking at the laptop, asked me if she was confused. Well, in a nutshell, the mighty villains destroyed the government, the heroes burned the forest, destroyed the city, and so on. Gosh, does that make sense? Just a bunch of villains? I don't know. Actually, I don't know the details. In the original work, while Stardust was wandering in the middle, this happened in the world it was briefly mentioned and moved on. Anyway, the certain thing is that South Korea and the international community are getting fed up with this incident. From now on, the power balance is starting to break, and there are increasingly ignorant, strong villains. Well, the Brazilian territory has been smashed, and the people are alive, so they're going to build a government again, and somehow they'll roll along. Anyway, the important thing is, now, starting with this incident, it means that terrorism on an international scale will occur more and more frequently. Until now, domestic heroes only had to deal with their villains, but now they have to prevent villains from other countries from invading. In a way, it can be seen as a problem of globalization. So from now on, terrorism on an international scale will gradually increase. We have to stop it. I swallowed the last word. I am still a little hesitant to say so far. I've never told anyone about my plan before, and I am afraid I'll feel responsible for nothing. Honestly, it's kind of funny that the villain union is doing this. Discipline can be slackened. Actually, it's already loose, but anyway. Still, when I saw everyone looking at the TV with worried eyes, I felt that I had to block it to some extent. Honestly, it's not the same as the original one. If it goes like this, Korea will also be destined to end like Brazil. In other words, EgoStream's role will grow even more as we will join hands with more international villains. The world will become chaotic, and power and information are the keys in the end. Saying how many strong powers a country has and the international situation can change considerably depending on the interests of other villains. It was a simultaneous global maritime attack by an underwater terrorist organization called Laddies. For your information, the reason why they're called underwater terrorist organizations is that the real organization's headquarters are built somewhere in the deep sea. I'll have to prepare slowly for this. I began to agonize so slowly. How should I approach? And after thinking about that, time flew by, literally. A provisional Brazilian government has been established. The provisional government, whose primary goal is restoring the country, has expressed its ambition to run it from scratch. People around the world are cheering them on. I think the situation is finally settled. The president of the association mumbled, wiping the sweat off his forehead. Brazil's wave of weeks. Finally, the last villain that destroyed Brazil was executed at the hands of the United States, and the Brazilian government was newly established. The situation has entered a calm phase to some extent. I am glad. I can finally sleep now. But Icicle, what are you doing? Please hold a second. I must buy at least one more before the stock price crash ends. You live a very busy life, too. Lee Ciola, the head of a giant company, has contributed by connecting other countries and companies with governments. So Shadow Walker decided to just nod and understand whatever she did. Ignoring Lee Ciola, who was blinded by the bargain sale of overseas companies next to him, Shadow Walker talked to Stardust. Stardust, why don't you get some sleep? You haven't slept much lately. Oh, I should. Shinharu, who was sitting with tired eyes, nodded quietly. The Brazilian incident caused fear throughout the country, and security became quite incomplete, forcing numerous heroes, including Stardust, to stay up all night. But as the situation has now officially calmed down to some extent, prices and security are slowly stabilizing. It's certain that this emergency standby is now in the process of being discharged. The president, who is happy to be back in his daily life, and Lee Ciola, smiling while muttering that she is going to buy everything, have already closed their eyes and started sleeping peacefully on their chairs. In the middle of a conference room so relaxed, Stardust, she was the only one who felt uneasy. Something bigger is coming. I don't know what it is, but something that will directly affect us. Chapter 140, Ep. 140 Swarming Storm Ep. 140 Swarming Storm. The fall of Brazil. In the original work, the world is slowly heading toward a mess from this point. The number of people with superpowers, who were obviously a few in the past, is increasing. The number of villains is growing accordingly, as they're invading foreign countries in a coalition. So far, Behemoth, Walguangio, and Han-Yun Group have been devastated only by Korea, but now everything is beginning to be overwhelmed globally. Of course, our country is twice as impoverished. And of course, I don't intend to see that happen. Even if I can't cover overseas due to lack of information, wouldn't I be able to prevent Korea, a small peninsula, with my efforts? After all, the international community will fall into confusion. Of course, it takes force to survive this war. And in this world, talent can be said to be the most essential thing in the end, as all forces rely on superpowers. In other words, it is a battle that matters which parties have at least one more talent. And I already have a better pool of talent than anyone else. Seo Yoon, the strongest hacker and inventor, Death Knight the immortal fighting weapon, and the magic user Yunwall, a different concept from superpowers. I rescued them before they went terrible way like in the original. Some of the villains appearing there later are so clever that they can cast them in advance. Two examples are Choi Si-hee, a valuable elemental talent, and Lee Ha-yeol, a healing ability that will become more important later. Of course, they are powerful enough now, but no amount of talent is enough. Especially when I think about the latter part of the original I Am Still Hungry. By the way, after all, the bigger the scale is, the bigger the others and the talents. In the end, villains and heroes all deal with each other. Of course, monsters pop out in the second half, and until then, all the subjects of terrorism are people. In other words, politics is also needed to some extent in the end. And because power is essential to political quality, I created the Villain Union. Will it come soon? The world map on the wall, looking closely at the place, I murmured quietly. After the fall of Brazil, the society was initially chaotic but eventually regained stability. But I know this stability won't last long. The next event may take place soon, according to the original. The first world-class terrorist attack and the biggest terrorist attack ever on the planet. Villain group Laddie's invasion of the global coast. And how can we get Korea out of it? Just like that, I was working on a plan. Laddie's invasion of the global coast. It's an event in which monsters suddenly appear in the sea on 3 sides of Korea, turning the coastal city into a vast field. Up to here, it seems to be just one of the usual terrorist attacks in the comic. It's just the scale of the main event. However, if this had happened not only in Korea but all over the world at the same time, the story would be a bit different. Japan, China, India, Russia, Europe, the United States, etc. The simultaneous terrorist attacks in major countries around the world were shocking. Terrorism on a massive scale that has never been experienced before. And there's not much time before that happens. So, you're saying there will be simultaneous terrorist attacks on the beach worldwide soon. The Ego Stream conference room opened after a long time. There, Seo Yoon reacted to my explanation. Yeah, the information is almost correct. How do you know that, Dylan? I heard from a reliable source. For your information, the reliable source is my brain. Seo Yoon replied with a nod, even though she said she somewhat disapproved. Well, the information you've been looking for so far has never been wrong, so I am sure it's right. When Seo Yoon gratefully convinced herself, Choi Si-hee, listening quietly, suddenly asked me, I mean, hey, but how are we going to stop it? I haven't said I'm going to stop it yet, though. You're going to try to stop it anyway. Well, that's true. Choi Si-hee smirked as if she knew what I had said. By the way, I feel like my identity as the head of the Villain Union is being shaken. Anyway, as I coughed and tried to find my words, Yunwall, who was sitting with me, said a little loudly as if she was trying to take courage. I like it, We protect the world. What should we do first? Yunwal clenched her fist. Her eyes were shining brightly and she seemed to be genuinely motivated. So adorable. I told Yunwal kindly, we should have a conversation first. What? With whom? Who else? With that group of villains called laddies. Oh, we're going to talk to villains? Yes, we're villains too. We need to talk it out in peace as villains to villains. Oh, Yunwal looked a little sad as she seemed to have expected to fight against some evil villains. I am sorry, Yunwal. The adult world is about solving everything with words rather than your fist. But come to think of it, isn't Yunwal an adult? Anyway, it's finally time to make use of us as villains, not heroes. Well, here's the plan. The key to this issue is that we will solve it only with our mouths. That's how I explained to them what we needed to do. Well, that's how time passed. In the meantime, Stardust defeated 2 other villains and Lee Seala acquired several different companies. People were forgetting all the Brazilian incidents and living peaceful lives. And me? I made something similar to a sund, so I am lying on our mountain pension's roof. Well, it was so good the last time I enjoyed the scenery while lying on the sund on the beach. So I made something similar to a sund on the roof to lay down. I had a glass of wine in my hand. Cheval Blanc 1947 is one of the collections Lee Seola gave me last time, saying she was quitting drinking. Such a rich flavor. Yes, it's a perfect gift for me to complete a big job. Over the past few days, EgoStream members and I have been busy, extremely. And as a result, EgoStream signed a non-aggression pact with the Atlantic villain group Laddies. The main point of the agreement is that Laddies and EgoStream do not antagonize each other. In other words, the agreement naturally includes the content that the country to which the other group belongs should not be involved. Who do you keep texting with? Of course, there is a minor problem that this American man, the head of Laddies, keeps sending me good English words since I met him last time, but that's a problem that can be solved by sending me a reply. Be like this. While I was proudly enjoying the reward of protecting South Korea and protecting Stardust, the wind suddenly blew from the side, and a magic circle appeared. Seo Yoon was hugging Yoonwal behind her back as they popped out. Din. I've been looking for you for a while. What are you doing here? Seo Yoon jumped toward me away from Yoonwal. I said to Seo Yoon, clinking the wine glass. I am lying here alone and spending my adult time. Wow. The view here is really nice. We should put a rocking chair here and sit next to you. Right, Yoonwal? Yes, that would be great. Yoonwal laughed. No, this is my secret place whether I thought of that or not, Yoonwal asked me curiously. So Dylan, are you sure it's over now? Yes, Korea will be safe. Oh, that's right. And Seo Yoon, since you're here, let's do some work. Eek. Seo Yoon made an I am screwed expression, but that's not helping. It's your fault for coming here. Let's update this one thing. Did we take a picture of me shaking hands with them? Hero's routine is monotonous. The main task is to sit in the office and wait if there is no terrorist attack. Especially when it rains like today, she only works indoors. Meanwhile, Shinharu was looking into something, clicking her mouse. Hemoptysis health. A man in his 20s with hemoptysis, separate blood may be caused by a serious disease, even if it's a small amount. There's a high possibility that there's something wrong with your body, so you should have a check at the hospital. As she muttered with a serious look while going through this and that, she quickly sighed, closed the window, and naturally entered the site she frequently visited. The real-time popular post popped up. Naturally, Shinharu clicked on it. Breaking news added notice category to Mango Stream's website. Homepage photo before. JPG, as you can see, the only main screen on the EgoStream homepage was the introduction of the member and a small application for damage compensation. Homepage photo after. JPG, but this time the announcement category was added. Hahaha. What does this mean? In the future, wouldn't it mean that they will communicate with the viewers in addition to the broadcast? EgoStream logo. JPG, like if EgoStream, the world's strongest villain organization. Hahaha. 851 comment. Mango Stream. Mango Stream. Mango Stream. Mango Stream. Mango Stream. Oh, this is really big news. Wow. Hahaha. That's awesome. Hahaha. I thought Egostick would never do this kind of stuff, but it's unexpected. I am looking forward to what kind of announcements they'll post. Hahaha. It's my first time seeing people so happy that there's an additional category for announcement. Hahaha. It's like we're hypnotized as a group. Hahaha. Ahahaha. It's all because Mango doesn't communicate often. He's got my brain. Why does a villain need to communicate often? Is something big coming? Something big? As Shinharu became interested in quite fascinating news, her office door burst opened all of a sudden. Stardust, we have a problem. At the expression of the employee's urgent look, Shinharu's face stiffened. Just like the comment said, a big one did come. Now the whole world is going crazy, too big. Chapter 141, Ep. 141 Silence in the Storm Ep. 141 Silence in the Storm Memories. Memories are like sticky sugar water, so when you close your eyes and stay still, they come back to your mind one by one. And it's the same for everyone. Even a hero with strong power is no exception. No, you can do it. You owe me one this time, right? My hero is going through this, and of course I have to come. Sometimes old memories reappear in her dreams, just like today. It's raining. Shinharu stood up and leaned on the bed, thinking about past memories that showed in her dream. She suddenly looked at the window next to her and muttered so unknowingly. The sky is tinged with a dull gray color and the rain is falling. The weather looked like something was about to happen. Should I go to the office? Shinharu, who continued to ponder her memories on the bed, stood up after shaking off her thoughts. The weather makes her feel bad, but it's just a feeling. She arrived at the association with that thought and sat in her office. Hours later, sirens began ringing, declaring an emergency at the association. Her sinister intuition was not wrong, either. The largest space inside the Korean Association building, the Emergency Response Headquarters. It's no exaggeration to say that the place is currently in chaos. Urazel. How is this situation? This is the control center, with numerous monitors and a massive screen in a large space. The president of the association rushed in and shouted. Then the employee, who was looking at the monitor with a nervous look, said urgently without leaving his eyes off the screen. Not good, sir. Currently, numerous marine monsters are conducting air raids on the coast near large cities in each country, and the amount is not negligible. What about Korea? They might come soon, sir. Hey, why are all these incidents happening during my term of office? As the president grumbled as if he was falsely accused, the office door opened and Stardust rushed in. Sir, I am here after hearing the news. What is going on? The president explained to her, who asked with a stern look, wiping the sweat off his forehead. A place called Laddies, which I believe to be a North American villain group, declared war everywhere in the world. They argue that the sea is superior to the land, so they want to widen it. And now they're attacking the coasts of major countries at the same time. And maybe will also be attacked soon. Those crazy psychopaths. The president shuddered and shouted angrily. Soon after, another agent pointed to the monitor and began explaining to Stardust on his behalf, coughing as if he heard something while talking. The head of them is Atlas, who probably has the ability to transform marine life into monsters. Monsters are invading America and the coasts of Europe, and the numbers are enormous. As soon as he finished speaking, the video was twisted on a huge screen on the wall. The sight of giant squid and strange creatures attacking the coastal city. Stardust's face turned more serious looking at it. There are too many first, according to the North American and European associations, which are under attack. The invasion is coming from many sides, and the damage is getting bigger and bigger. They said the more countries currently have contact with the sea, the bigger the scale of the invasion. And the urgent voice of the association's agents from all over the control center. Hearing the news, the president of the association began to put orders, lamenting his fate, grabbing the short hair. Ha Urazel. Call up the heroes below B-class right now and contact Icicle to defend Busan. Shadow Walker can't help right now, you need to know where the attack is, so stand by for a while, Stardust. Yes, sir. Stardust responded briefly and then looked at the board again. A giant sky-blue world map floating on a big screen, and there were red dots everywhere. Flashing red spots, mainly on the coasts of America and Europe, while Asia is clean. Maybe they're on the side that's being invaded. And those red dots, increasingly on the right, started to form one by one. It is reported that the attack has also started on the Indian side. And at the same time as the agent's urgent words rang out, red spots began appearing on the world's map on several coasts of India. At the same time, the urgent shout of agents began to ring from all parts of the control center. Airstrikes have started in the Philippines and Vietnam. The pressing scream came from the sidelines as soon as he finished. We received a report saying the attack has finally begun on the Chinese side too. Airstrikes are starting right across from our West Sea. The Japanese Association has also issued an air raid warning. Now the island's major metropolitan hubs are under attack. As soon as they finished speaking, numerous red dots began to appear on the world map. Now there are few countries with no red spots facing the sea. As such, war clouds began to circulate within the association. Let's all get ready. Keep your eyes open and look where the invasion begins. There was a breathtaking silence at the end of the president's words. Everyone began to wait eagerly for the upcoming air strike somewhere in the country. After a minute of nervousness, 3 minutes have passed, 10 minutes have passed. Damn it, why isn't it coming? Is it a time difference attack? The president mumbled nervously, stamping his feet. Agents, including Stardust, are also more nervous while waiting. After 30 minutes, about an hour later, something's off. The inside of the association, which was filled with tension until a while ago, was now filled with wonder. How is the situation now? They said that airstrikes are continuing in major developed countries. The local heroes are rushing to stop it. In particular, Japan is suffering more damage because the slope is the sea. But Japan right next to us is getting attacked from all sides. Why are they still not coming at us? As the president grumbled like that, Stardust felt strange inside. All the other countries are under attack. Does it make sense for our country alone to be late for air raids? But nothing was certain yet, so everyone didn't let go of their tension. 10 hours have passed. Sir, the sun is setting, sir. Laddies is now retreating around the world. Perhaps the terrorism is over. Shall we just go home? And South Korea was never attacked. Column, end of Laddie's world invasion. Why was Korea the only country not attacked? The whole world was badly damaged. Countless coastal countries have been attacked by global terrorist attacks by the villain group Laddies. Black smoke rose everywhere, and countless coastal cities collapsed. Japan, the country right next to it, is currently reported to have suffered astronomical damage. Many countries, including the United States and Europe, were invaded. They prevented but suffered great losses in the process. But one strange thing is our country has not been attacked. No unidentified water monster has been spotted in South Korea, with all countries suffering from gunfire and ruins. What is the reason? I don't know why, but we can consider it luck. Reporter Kim Hwan comment, "Wait, Mr. Reporter, I read to see the reasons, so you can't say that you don't know." I was surprised because I thought there was another attack after turning on the news, but I am shocked because nothing happened. The world is in chaos, but why is Korea the only country in peace? So unexpected. What kind of luck is this? Ha 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 ha. What happened while I was at work? The invasion is over. The half-day terrorist attacks on the entire planet ended as suddenly as they did, with all the marine monsters returning to the sea in unison. After they left, only the destroyed city remained. At the time when all associations around the world were struggling to recover from the war, the Korean Hero Association was at leisure. I don't know what it is, but it's a stroke of luck. Ha ha ha, do kids say psych on occasions like this these days? Ha 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 ha. The president is excited to have less work to do, and the staff is truly relieved that terrorism has not happened. And Stardust was standing behind. She breathed a sigh of relief, but she was wondering somehow. Why on earth is Korea the only country not attacked? Why, as she was troubled, suddenly from one side of the association, the loud voice of the staff rang out. "Sir, Egotistic has posted a notice. Egoistic, why are you talking about him? And what notice?" The president wondered. Stardust was already accessing the EgoStream homepage faster than anyone else. And a piece of writing on the notice board was posted. New EgoStream X Other Villains Alliance Partnership Guide. Chapter 142, EP. 142 Memories EP. 142 Memories Request for Conceptual Writing, EgoStream Announcement. EgoStream X Other Villains Alliance Partnership Guide. Hello, this is Egoistic. In order to create a better terrorist environment, South Korea's villain union EgoStream has also met with other villain organizations to sign agreements. Therefore, I would like to introduce the villain union, which has been newly signed. Laddie's North Atlantic Terrorist Group. We very much sympathized with Laddie's intention to expand the sea and conquer the world, and the conversation ended in a friendly atmosphere. We hereby announce that EgoStream and Laddie's have signed an agreement that we respect each other and that we will not engage in mutual hostility and invasion of the sphere of activity. Thank you. As Laddie's invaded the world and didn't attack only South Korea, EgoStream notice was posted. Do you know what the point is? We want invade each other's territory. This is it. So, only Korea wasn't attacked in this invasion because it was EgoStream's area, ha 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 ha. Thanks to Egoistic went first and did a show, Only Korea was safe, ha 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 ha. Egoistic gif with open arms and a shining halo behind, like if egotistic just Korea's best goat, ha 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 ha, like 6558 dislike 27. Comment, mango stick, mango stick, mango stick, mango stick. Mango stick, 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 mango stick. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, we're living in the era of Egoistic. The S-class hero, ha 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 ha. I joined Mango Club faster than anyone else, duck. So what? Did this incident happen as soon as Egoistic signed an agreement with Laddies? I think Egoistic knew about the invasion and went there, ha ha ha. Looking at the timing of posting the notice, I think he got Korea. I am the only one who can terrorize Korea. Korea's biggest achievement. S-class hero, Apple Mango. Like if you think the association needs to hurry up and go to work under EgoStream, it's time to change, ha 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 ha. Really, haha, EgoStream works better than the association S-class hero. No one predicted terror and got hit. V's mango stick, all alone in the world, preventing terrorism, who's the hero? Ha 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 ha, announcement posted on the Villain Union EgoStream website. The announcement, which was quietly posted without anyone knowing, quickly spread throughout the country. While the whole world was troubled by Laddie's terror this time, Korea was the only one unaffected. It is argued that the reason is by Villain Union EgoStream. That's a credible interpretation. It's a common belief that it's because of Egoistic. This news was reported by foreign media, and overseas netizens are responding to it. I wonder how a small villain union in Korea signed such an agreement with Laddies. And what did our villain unions do when Korea's was like that? On the other hand, our government and association have taken a step back, saying it's just a guess. But it's not certain, and experts seem to be embarrassed because if it's officially announced, international organizations may be paying attention. In fact, there's only EgoStream's announcement, but Laddies hasn't said anything yet. Although no official announcement from the government or association has been made, people are already admitting that it was actually by Egoistic. So in Korea, thank you Egoistic, while events are in vogue, fan cafes are getting more subscribers, and communities are flooded with praise for Egoistic. Shinharu was alone, silent. The association's control center there, the president was laughing and telling stories to the staff. I got a call from the president of the Japanese Association last night, and he said he was dying because he was tired. I heard that he had to work hard to recover from the war all night without sleeping for the next week. He was crying. How fortunate we are in comparison. Ha ha ha. Employees, including the president, gathered for an emergency meeting. However, Korea isn't in a particular emergency right now, so they are just gathering and ordering jjajangmyeon. The Korean branch is aware how other associations are struggling hard, so they gather and pretend like they're solving some problems. While the president was joking around and the employees were laughing along with him, Shinharu was thinking alone. Egoistic has joined hands with Laddies, a global-scale villain union. Without her knowing, she had no idea this was happening, even though she was an expert on Egoistic. As she thought of that, Shinharu felt depressed again for some reason. I am sure the EgoStream members next to him knew long ago when I saw the announcement on the site, just like everyone else. That Electra, or the shaman, the hacker girl, everything. She didn't know why she felt more depressed when she thought about it. Anyway, it could be worse to keep thinking about this, so she changed her mind. EgoStream's contractual relationship with Laddies, in some cases, even an alliance. This fact has great implications. First of all, the fact that South Korea's villain union has joined forces with the powerful villain union overseas means it is very dangerous to security. In fact, it's terrible that the number of hostile forces doubled just after a morning. Of course, the association published data in the media that the alliance story was only Egoistic's unofficial post, but Egoistic is famous for rarely lying. There's a high chance that it's true, so she has to be more vigilant. Egoistic has become much more dangerous than before, therefore she must take measures. Yeah, you have to watch out, the opponent is a villain, you can't feel relieved. I can't, huh? She looked down out of the window. Yesterday's rain stopped, and now only sunlight shines brightly on the clear sky, looking at the people down there who are leading their daily lives normally. Shinharu thought quietly. Even so, the reason I was able to keep this routine today is thanks to him. Even if I am a hero and he's a villain, this is acceptable. It's a relief that we had Egoistic today. Doin. As soon as we posted the notice yesterday, everyone has been giving you compliments on the news. I was lying on the sofa and watching TV while sharing popcorn with Yoonwol, while Seo Yoon, looking at her phone next to me, said so. Gosh, they don't have to broadcast that. Honestly, you don't seem to have any intention of hiding it anymore, so why don't we just change it to the Hero Union? We changed our name to Mango Stream. Why did you really post that notice? Honestly, I don't think you have to post that. I answered Seo Yoon's sincere question with a bite of popcorn in my mouth. It's going to be revealed later anyway. It won't be the only time this happens, so it's better to just reveal it in advance. Well then, but what about the fact that your fans are increasing day by day? That's okay, hold on a second. I changed the channel with the remote control. Then Yoonwol, lying in front of me, let out an "oh." As the screen changed, she told me to pause it, so I switched to another program. What do you think? Egoistic formed an alliance with another country's villain union. What a serious problem. For a psychopath like Egoistic, it's definitely not weird if he's hanging with them right now. Everyone, don't be fooled by Jasamo. Last time he was terrorizing the streets with bombs. He's a bad guy. In the broadcast, a woman with a familiar face was shouting in a passionate voice. Oh, what about that? Okay, that dissing show I used to sponsor. Oh no, the critical broadcast, I mean. Now it's even on the TV channel. It means it's getting famous. So what? As long as she's there, there's no problem with public opinion. Now there's a 24-hour Egoistic critical broadcast. Who can beat it? Soon there will be bad publicity about me. I thought YouTube or newspapers wouldn't be effective, so I got her on TV program. There's no way it won't have any effect. Now it's not long before Egoistic will be recognized as an evil villain. There's no business in front of 100 million people. It could look like an obvious thing if I constantly terrorized. Well, that's your own words, so it sounds right? Yeah. Once we go there later, y'all realize I'm right. As Seo Yoon made a puzzled expression. Choi Si-hee, who sat under the sofa falling asleep, woke up by our voices, then she suddenly asked, "Hey, by the way, that alliance? If we got exposed, wouldn't they come from other countries to catch us? Something's better than nothing. They might come to catch you instead of catching laddies. No, they won't even care about me." I stopped there. In any case, all other countries are busy dealing with their own post-war affairs. At the beginning, they never sent heroes to other countries because of the risk of human resources being leaked. However, the International Hero Association may be interested in it, but it's not going to bother me because it's getting worse there anyway. Notably, the UHN president will be busy working now. She's busy right after the terrorist attacks and with the internal conflicts. I said with confidence, "You don't have to worry. They won't even remember my name." International Hero Association, UHN headquarters. After seeing one of the numerous reports in the president's office reports posted, the woman folded it again. EgoStream, South Korea's villain union. And the head of the group, Egoistic for now, I'll remember his name. She muttered. Chapter 143. Ep. 143 Behind the Scenes of the Heroes Ep. 143 Behind the Scenes of the Heroes, Brazilian wave and global invasion. With 2 disasters in a row, the world is shaking. As the atmosphere of fear spreads, security worldwide has become unstable, and terrorism by villains has become more frequent. In response, the government has declared Japan and other countries travel control countries. Meanwhile, South Korea is relatively calm, and the association said it resulted from its efforts to stabilize the social atmosphere. Netizens responded that they didn't know EgoStream was an association. South Korea was peaceful. Of course, only South Korea is peaceful. The world is about to become a mess. Controversy continues, with the U.S. National Assembly saying that all people with superpowers should be investigated and registered with the association. As unregistered people can become villains, those who have superpowers among all citizens are forced to register and will get punished if they violate the law. The countries are overdoing it, international associations are overworked, and companies are collapsing. On the contrary, some people benefited. Mr. Choi, did you buy it there? Yes, we took over. From now on, we plan to change the name from Nihonsen Tech Ross to Yuseong Tech Ross. Thank you. Please continue to use your strength like this. I'll do my best. Hang up. Few Lee Seola sighed after hanging up the phone. So busy, it's not enough even if there were 10 of me. In an untimely global crisis, Lee Seola had a better time than anyone else. A situation in which the value of companies is gradually decreasing due to repeated breakdowns of security and terrorism abroad. Of course, she was shopping for foreign companies with the capital she had reserved in advance, as the only exception was Korea, which was peaceful without any crisis. She's bought so many tricks that she's short of bullets now. Is this enough? Roughly finished, she leaned against the back of the chair. She sighed but still had a smile on her face. No one knows if this opportunity will come again. She has done enough for now. However, she couldn't take over many Korean companies since the stock price was well defended as they had less damage, but somehow really, what would have happened to me without Doin? Lee Seola muttered without realizing it. Egoistic. Thanks for letting me know in advance, so I could prepare everything in advance. And isn't it a relief that only South Korea could avoid the disaster in the first place? Seriously, egoistic, what would have happened without him? Such an assumption was appalling to think about. First of all, Seoul was destroyed by Behemoth and Han Yun Group, and Walgunjio hit the last hit, ending it neatly. Maybe Seoul was completely ruined, and Busan could have become the capital. Wait, that's good. If the Blue House or the National Assembly had been moved to Busan, she could have already taken control of the government. Since Yuseong Enterprise is based in Busan, South Korea may have fallen into her hands a long time ago. But that's not it. But she shook her head. Lee Seola herself wanted to have a complete and intact Korea, not a country that was ruined. She can say that she could conquer Korea easily in a world without egoistic. Maybe the world itself wouldn't be happy. Rather, would she have been rather distressed in the absence of a goal? Well, it's all a ridiculous delusion. Fortunately, there was an ego stick, so Korea is still running smoothly today. Egoistic. In fact, even when Egoistic first appeared, she wasn't interested in him. She just thought he was one of those common villains. But as time passed, she began to see his works. She changed her mind. Now, seriously, she thinks he's great. He knows all the information she doesn't even know, and the way he gathers only talented people, that is, powerful people, and has power on the bare ground, is simply something she should emulate. On top of that, he has already prevented South Korea's crisis several times. No one knows why he claimed to be a villain, who seems to be trying to protect his country more than anyone else, but it probably has a deep meaning. Doin seems to know almost everything. But the problem is that his attention is all focused on Stardust. Of course, as time went on, she thought she might as well have him look back rather than Stardust, who didn't even know where he lived. But on top of that, there are many villains next to him. But it doesn't matter. The biggest problem is that she made a big mistake last time and he was disappointed in her. Okay, let's just stay put for now. But she is the only hero who knows who he is, so there is still a possibility. Probably Lee Seola, trying so hard to console herself, momentarily hardened her face in a certain thought. Come to think of it, Shadow Walker, he's also Stardust, almost guessed that Egoistic had been knocked down when the Walguingyo monster event occurred. Lee Seola, who was surprised inside, was trying hard to cover him. Shadow Walker deluded Stardust by testifying strongly that no one had seen him then. Did he really not see him? Egoistic was certainly there. If he had looked around there, he couldn't have missed it. Why did he insist so strongly that he didn't see him? After waking up for a while, she took a wine bottle from the cabinet, filled it with grape juice, sipped it to clear her mind, and carefully guessed. Maybe she couldn't think of it because she was busy then, but now that she thinks about it, maybe Egoistic approached him, just like her. That's a possibility that it was Egoistic who approached him first. Maybe I should talk to Shadow. She made up her mind. Let's see, where is Kim Yahyun's phone number? Yes. So it's certainly possible that Egoistic negotiated with laddies behind the scenes. I don't know if we luckily avoided terrorism because of that or if it was all predicted by Egoistic. What do you mean you don't know? Of course, it's all thanks to Egoistic. After walking his girlfriend to her house, the hungry Shadow Walker Kim Yahyun was eating kimchi fried rice alone at home. He muttered while watching TV. As he already knew Egoistic was a hero, he wasn't surprised to watch the news. He knows that the time-limited villain, Egoistic, is protecting Korea by sacrificing his body. Wow, Egoistic, what the hell are you? As he recalled Egoistic bleeding on his terrorism broadcast with Stardust last time, he sighed without realizing it. He expected the situation after seeing Egoistic's rumor about his health problems. Do people know? He's not just under the weather, but already a dead end. But nevertheless, let alone despair for the rest of his life, he's a man who is willing to devote himself to his country. Egoistic, when you pass away as a villain, I will surely tell you the truth and restore your honor. On the honor of being a real man. He made a commitment to himself. So far, Egoistic hasn't said it because he doesn't seem to want to identify himself for some reason. He didn't know why the guy did that, but he later realized as he checked the wiki about Egoistic. You love Stardust. Debut with Stardust, still looking for Stardust. He realized it as he saw it. This is egoistic, he likes Stardust. However, even if he gets her, he has a time limit, so he kills his own feelings and lives like that because it would be a short love. Oh my, such pure love, he's a real man. Kim Ya-hyun, Shadow Walker, firmly believes egoistic is a time-limited lover hero, regards his guess as a fact. Then he got a call. Lee Seola, why is she calling? Kim Ya-hyun answered the phone with curiosity. Kim Ya-hyun, you met egoistic, right? He received a shocking remark. Don't be wary, I am on the same side with him, so tell me. Yes, how did you know? I knew it since that is the situation, let's meet and talk. Why? Of course, for egoistic to help him? Aha. If so, cool. He agreed without hesitation if he could help egoistic. As such, an informal meeting between the two among the only 3 A-class heroes in Korea was scheduled. To help the A-class villain, who's talking about me? Do-in, stop picking your ears. Do-in, do you want me to clean your ears for you? What? No, thank you, I replied to Subin, who made a joke with a sweet smile on me. I'm not kidding. Haha, I guess it wasn't a joke. Anyway, that's not the point. The next plan is important. I started to think quietly while eating the peaches that Subin cut for us. This is hurting my head. Should I go and take care of Stardust Fan Cafe first? Chapter 144, Ep. 144 Four-dimensional Ep. 144 Four-dimensional, a fast-changing situation, a surging storm. Currently, the world except for South Korea can be summarized as such. Of course, Korea is still safer than overseas, but that's because I am preventing things from happening. It'll be a mess again in no time if I do something. Still, Stardust is stronger than herself in the original, so it may not be that much. But still. Anyway, the conclusion is that force is important in the future. Of course, our ego stream is still strong. We're strong, but in other words, only Elektra, Moonlight Shaman, and Death Knight are actually armed. Even Dzik is not a person, so only 2 exist. That's why I need someone stronger. In other words, we need to keep recruiting new villains. There will be more and more people with superpowers, especially as it's been proved that the world is becoming a mess over time. They are thinking of collecting and managing me as a different identity. But this isn't important. Now it's time to bring in a new villain. Out of so many villains, I finally picked 2. A man with brown hair and a woman with purple hair. And when Hayul asked her brother who he liked more, he said he liked the woman besides, so we decided to finally recruit her. Black Spirit, a villain who was called a neat name, Black Spirit in the comic. One of the villains who was quite famous for her purple hair, purple eyes, and her usual black hoodie. It was one of the quite popular villains with these days' villain beauty. JPG gifts because she always went around without the derecognition device. She was popular with readers for her unique half-closed eyes and dreamy atmosphere. The original comic was angsty, so the atmosphere was good once she appeared in the 4th dimension. Like me, she made terrorist attacks with no casualties. In the original work, a purple goblin fire appears hanging in the air at night. Seeing her doing terrorist attacks at night, she's the 3rd after Han Yoon Group and Walgungjio to defeat Shadow Walker's ability. Since then, the reputation of Night is dominated by Shadow Walker has been broken. Anyway, she's our top choice to recruit because her ability is entirely fraudulent. Her main ability is the Goblin Fire, as a woman with endless skills in using her ability, like the myth that the less explanation, the stronger she is. She could summon purple lights, which is quite a scam. So one of the problems is how to recruit her. Yeah, that's the biggest problem. How can we persuade her to join as a member? Din, are you hitting on another girl? Hearing the persuade expression, I was momentarily startled when I remembered what Seo Yoon said to me this morning, but I regained my senses. That's not the point. First of all, I have carefully reviewed how we have recruited our Ego Stream members so far. Seo Yoon was successfully recruited with my proposal to smash Han Yoon Group. By the way, she took the longest. I almost tried a million ways to convince her. It wasn't easy to change Seo Yoon's mind. Well, we're the closest friends now. Hayul. Hayul is it was almost like kidnapping because it went against the original recruitment plan, but it was luck. How could I know Hayul's brother would like me so much? It's also commendable to see both of them study hard. Choi Sehi. Sehi was just successfully recruited by electric lighting. These days, she still lives with the fun of cleaning up the trees in the back of the mountain with a lot of electricity, but how frustrating it must have been to endure it before. I just bought Dzik at the auction house and successfully recruited Yunwal by liberating her from the curse of Walgunjio. And this woman with purple hair, Jaeyoung, has the ability to control fire. A person who is called Black Spirit in the comic. This girl's personality is, in short, four-dimensional. First of all, she likes staying at home the most, so she stays at home, so she's pretty extraordinary to cause terrorism out of boredom. So what's my conclusion to studying how to persuade this girl? Can't I just tell her to join Ego Stream? Yeah, it was just that. I mean, she became a terrorist because she was bored. Then can't I just suggest to her that we could terrorize together to relieve boredom? She's probably bored enough at this time. So I am going to go harvesting, shall we go? With such a short thought, I teleported. Well, I can't fail this one. I am bored. It's Jaeyoung's final conclusion. She's lying in only a black hoodie with a blanket covering the warm floor. Since her back was warm, it was a little hot, so she turned on the air conditioner. It's warm on the bottom and cool on the top. Anyway, she murmured in such a mysterious state as she looked at the ceiling with her unique blank purple eyes. I am bored, that's right. She was bored. Very. Actually, it's fun to just lie down at home at first, but it'll obviously get boring as the days go by. On top of that, she didn't even play the common internet or games on her smartphone, so it was a pleasure just to turn on the TV and stare blankly at the ceiling. Of course, not just looking at the ceiling. In the middle of the living room, there she summoned a purple light into the air. A flame without heat drifted through the air like a goblin fire. She made several of them, rolled them like a circle, then soon yawned and muttered. Maybe I should do chores, but I did that. Staying at home and not having a hobby, it was cleaning that she ended up doing. Cleaning is fun. Already, the marble floor in the house was shining as if it had been almost polished. Is it because she wiped it off too much? Of course, she didn't eat a lot a day because she skipped meals, but once she cooked almost to the level of art. I am bored. And she murmured that she was bored again without realizing it. Soon after, she took out her arm, whining from the sleeve of the hood, perhaps because she wore a size larger, and entered YouTube from the TV with a remote control. The site she entered turned on any customized video on the main page and turned it on as white noise as if it were a radio. What caught her attention, there was a video titled The Collection of Terror Highlights in the second half of the Ego Stream. It's a terror. Feeling interested, she manipulated the remote control and turned on the video. Soon there, the images of Ego Stream villains flying in the sky and confronting the hero began to be shown. Looks like fun. She turned her head to watch the video with blank eyes and immediately gave a short review. Terror, huh? That's what she thought recently. Why don't I just do terrorism? She was extremely lazy to go out and move her body, so she had faith. If you move your body and go outside, you must pull out the mulberry as much as you've worked hard. And if you do something like terrorism, it might be fun enough to go out and move your body. But it's annoying. But that's when you go out. She had no intention of going out because she was lazy. She doesn't know if she should go out if she gets too bored. First of all, home is the best. All the cooking ingredients can be delivered to the door. Why would anyone go outside? However, the problem is that the intensity of boredom is getting stronger these days to the point where she wants to slowly go out and move her body. Yes, I am going to do some terror. So she's been thinking about that lately. She doesn't know what logic circuit goes through in her alternative brain, which convinced her to do terrorism out of boredom. But she was originally a person who lived according to her feelings. She thought it would be easy to use these purple flames of her own. But I am bored right now, but even if she plans to do that later. What if she's bored now? She fell into her thoughts, listening absent-mindedly to the sound from the TV. There's nothing entertaining going on, and something really happened to her who spent each day thinking about that. Hello, I am egoistic. I didn't expect this. She looked at the man standing in front of her and muttered with blank eyes. Black hat, black clothes, black cape, gray mask. It's amusing once you look at him. She put milk in a cup and made jetty chocolate, then she stared blankly at the suspicious man who suddenly broke into her house. TN. A chocolate flavor stick to make chocolate drink. Would you like a drink? She popped out a cup and suggested. She's just wondering if villains drink jetty. Jaeyoung. I was determined before I met her as she had already shown her four-dimensional personality in the original comic. And the girl I actually met. As described in the original, purple hair, purple eyes, and half-closed eyes look blank. After suddenly ringing her bell, I felt something peculiar and mysterious as soon as I entered. She looked at me and held out a cup. Drink it. So I took the chocolate milk. I already feel giddy from the start. but she looked at this side with half-closed eyes so much that I had no choice but to drink it. Well, it's sweet. What do you think? It's sweet. What the hell is this conversation? I expected it but was slightly embarrassed by the unexpected process, so I got a grip on myself and recalled the purpose of coming here. All right. Recruiting. Jaeyoung, aren't you bored these days? Huh, I do feel bored. Then I worked hard on the offer to recruit Ego Stream for 10 minutes like that. Hearing my words, she thought about it briefly with a finger on her lips. I don't want to. And answered simply, so it's not easy. Chapter 145. Ep. 145 will owe the Wisp Ep. 145 will owe the Wisp among the numerous villains in the original work. It also matters who to choose as a colleague. It wasn't easy to pick villains who could blend in well as our Ego Stream members and who were not yet corrupted. Those two. A man with brown hair and a girl with purple hair. I gave up my choice and asked Hyul's younger brother who I liked better, the girl on the side. At the words of the child who answered with a single stroke, I finally decided to recruit the girl in front of my eyes. And now, no matter how much I thought about it, I wondered if Hyul's younger brother had chosen the wrong one. I don't want to. Seo Jaeyoung responded so refreshingly to my offer. Well, this wasn't what I expected. So while I was having a brain freeze, she smiled softly and answered me. Actually, I am just kidding, okay? Now I want to flick her forehead, Seo Jaeyoung. She looked at the man standing before her with amusing eyes. Egoistic. He's not a celebrity who comes out whenever you turn on the news. She thought he lived a fun life while watching the video, but she didn't expect to see him in person like this. And he came to offer her to become a part of his team. I have no idea what it is, but she feels like her boring daily life will be more fascinating now. With that in mind, she looked at the man speaking in front of her. She has no idea how he knows her name and ability, but it's possible. It's not particularly important. Rather, she was thinking of something else. What do you think? After explaining Ego Stream, he grinned and offered her to join. Looking at him, Jaeyoung put her finger on her lips and thought for a moment. It's tempting. She can't deny that. She was bored because she always hangs around at home, but it's been a while since she's had fun. And he somehow knew that she was craving terrorism these days, so he said he would help her with the terror. But it was rather suspicious because the conditions were good. Well, it didn't really matter. She can win with her ability anyway. So she was originally vigilant. She had confidence that she could knock down all the opponents and get out of there in any situation. But more than that, she wondered how he would come out if she turned it down. Would he threaten her with a serious expression, or would he try to convince her? So she said, I don't want to. Her body stopped for a moment at her own words, and he was silent for a moment. Half of his face was covered in a mask, and the shade of his hat covered the other half, so she couldn't really see it, but he looked obviously shocked. And at his reaction, she unknowingly raised the corners of her mouth. Cute. To be exact, the reaction is fascinating. Yeah, should I stop joking around? I am lying, all right, so she spoke up, thank you. He paused a little and then he answered with a sigh of relief. Then she asked him a question. All right, but what do we do now? Jaeyoung suddenly became curious and asked. It was nice to know that villains also drink jetty, and she will be an Ego Stream, but what will they do now? And as if to solve her question, he grinned and answered. Follow me. She felt a little better because something was getting more exciting. Normally, she wouldn't go outside, not even for a while, and just lie inside the house. Maybe it's worth going out, it'll be fun. So Seo Jaeyoung held out her hand. I had a momentary brain freeze but successfully recruited Seo Jaeyoung anyway. I think she's the easiest one to recruit so far. I just did a 10-minute talk. The only problem is that I don't know when or how she changed her mind. So I decided to invite her to our home right away. After teleporting by holding my hand, she followed me without any wariness. Long, drooping purple hair, half-closed eyes, and a blank expression. She wore a little oversized black hoodie with sleeves left over, and we looked like we were going out for a drink in the neighborhood. She somehow looks defenseless. But if you think about it, it could be because she's that confident in her ability. Anyway, that's not the point. I took her to our Ego house. Wow. And she briefly admires the huge house in front of her. What's this place? This is the headquarters of our Ego Stream. We all live here together. Oh, but can you show this to me like this? Yes. You're our member from now on, of course you can, I replied with a grin. I teleported anyway, so I proudly showed her that she couldn't leak the information because she didn't know where it was, and she didn't know much about the internet. I didn't bother to say that. You're so careless. she mumbled in a daze. I just laughed off her answer. I actually hope you think so. Anyway, I dragged her through the gate. She looked around and looked at the wide-open wooden mansion as if she was amazed. It felt like I was introducing my nephew to the house. Nice house, I guess it does look good. But first of all, this isn't the important thing. Let me introduce our members first. Oh, that Electra and Moonlight Shaman, you know? Yeah, I've seen you guys on YouTube a lot. I was a little surprised at her answer. Oh my God, I can't believe even a girl lying at home and looking at the ceiling knows us. Our ego stream has gotten really big. As we entered the living room soaked in such sentiment, a familiar voice greeted me in front of me. Huh, is it our new member? As we entered the living room, Seo-yoon saw Jaeyoung and me as she approached us in surprise. And Jaeyoung's eyes grew slightly when she saw her. Cute. What? Seo-yoon tilted her head when she suddenly approached her and saw Jaeyoung's sparkling eyes. She suddenly talked casually, and Seo-yoon was still shocked by the sudden situation. Anyway, Jaeyoung seemed to be in a good mood. She must have liked Seo-yoon. I like it here. Soon after Seo-yoon, Jaeyoung murmured, looking at the veranda where the sun shone warmly. And I didn't miss the gap. It's a fact that those who read the original comic know that this girl is a four-dimensional person. As such, I know I should take this opportunity now that she's in a good mood. So I suggested something to her right away. Oh right, I didn't ask. Do you want to live here too? All the Ego Stream members are already staying here. Here, she answered as she glanced around. I started my devil's seduction. If you live here, we can give you 3 meals daily. There are many people, so there's no time to be bored. It's an opportunity to live with many people with superpowers in a good house, a free room, so would you like to miss it? Well, she just looked worried, but she already seemed to fall for it. Soon she continued to consider for a while and finally answered. Okay, all right, I replied with a grin. Seo Jaeyoung seems to think that she made a reasonable choice, seeing that she's also smiling proudly. Or maybe just because it looks fun to her, considering her personality. Anyway, the important thing is, she can't escape now that she's stepped into our house. I smiled wickedly inside. Successfully tied up the original S-Class villain with a condition of free room and meals. She doesn't seem to have much thought yet, but if she lives in this house together, she will naturally become close to everyone, and in the end, she will become our colleague for real. Considering her personality in the original story, she's not a treacherous child. But just in case, it's safe to tie them up as a family in advance. Anyway, that's how things went. So we moved and everything. Thus, Jaeyoung officially became an Ego Stream member. Well, that's good. Seducing an S-Class villain, mission accomplished. It's easy, right? And a week has passed. Already in the meantime, she has become quite close to her members. She's a little dazed like a plant, but maybe that's why she got close to everyone quickly. She's straightforward, so she's rather easygoing. Anyway, back to the story. On a chilly evening, I was currently standing in the forest in front of my house with her. Of course, she has a blank look on her face. All right, let's see how strong you are. And Sehi was next to me. When I told her that Seo Jaeyoung was strong, she seemed to wonder how strong she was. Okay then, I am starting, all right. That's how she ended her sentence. In the middle of a dark green forest, purple hair hanging down, wearing only a black hoodie, she raised her hand. At that moment, boom, the forest void. It was filled with purple flames like a little fen fire that suddenly sprang up. Oh wow. Small fen fires fall in front of us, making it difficult to move around. While Choi Sehi was also impressed by her ability, I nodded. Do you want me to do more? Yeah. She nodded her head at my words, manipulating the purple flame again and doing various things. As far as I know, that flame can also defeat Shadow Walker's ability. So, all right. Looking at her tricks, I concluded, the next terrorist attack is against Shadow Walker. That would be right like the original. Stardust is let's skip her this time. There won't be any problems. When will Egostic cause terrorism? Meanwhile, Shin Haru was worried about that. Maybe then Shell definitely step up. This time, Egostic, let's try to talk to him. Let's ask some questions. She thinks he'll answer. It's hard to meet up with him. Is there any useful way to spend this precious time with Egostic? To find out who he is, she was spending her time thinking about it. So the date of Egostic's next terror was getting closer. It was summer. Chapter 146. Ep. 146 ready in 5 minutes. Ep. 146 ready in 5 minutes. Seo Jaeyoung. It's already been a month since she started living in Egostic's house. Actually, she just came here without thinking because it looked good, but she's satisfied because her life is much better than she thought. And the people were all nice. Apparently, she heard it was a villain union, but she had no idea why it was nice. She didn't think deeply. What's good is good. Anyway, it was good that everyone was nice, especially compared to people that she's met before. As a child, quite a few people avoided her once they knew her ability. She ignored it, thinking they were just bullshooting, but she still feels slightly bad whenever she thinks about it. Anyway, compared to those who did, the members of this ego stream welcomed her without prejudice. Maybe it's because they all have superpowers. After entering the ego house, Seo Jaeyoung was always lying on the floor on one side of the living room all day. The sun warms her up, and there's nothing better than that. And she met and observed several ego stream members there. First of all, Han Seo-yoon, who has silver short hair, is a little shorter than herself. Cute, nice personality. They say she's smart too. She thought the kid was great. And Seo-yoon and Yoonwol are always together. She has long black hair, which is completely opposite to Han Seo-yoon's. She sometimes wears a shaman's outfit at home. As expected, she's cute and nice. And they had a lot of conversations, especially because the girl thought her abilities were somewhat similar to hers. Lee Subin, she kind of felt like a mom in this house. Ify Gostik, who is also known as Do-in, works outside. Lee Subin manages the house. The woman is always smiling, but it's a bit scary. She feels like a real mom. Choi Se-hee. She was one of the few people in this house who was the same age as her. Maybe that's why they got close quickly. Death Knight? This Black Knight ghost seemed to love cleaning. She sometimes helped them do chores with him. Only once. Was it Hyul and Cha-yoon? She hadn't seen the two of them since they were busy studying. And Do-in, the center of this house. In fact, he was the longest watched person. When she saw him on YouTube and the first time she met him, he definitely looked like a crazy man, but he was better than she thought. She continued her stream of consciousness. At first, she thought something weird because only women were in the house, but from watching, he seemed to have no indecent desires. She feels like he only likes a girl named Stardust. Do you like Stardust? Yeah, I like her. He must really like her, given that he answered the question she asked before without any hesitation. She doesn't know if it's because he likes her as a woman or just normal. FYI, the others were shocked when she asked him that. Well, what are you doing? And by the time she dazedly continued to think about it, such a voice came in front of her and got her out of her thoughts. Blinking her eyes and getting to her senses, she's lying on the floor by the window next to the living room sofa. And Do-in, who was working while sitting on the sofa, looked down and asked curiously. Oh, come to think of it, she's been lying there looking at his face for a while. She smiled and answered honestly to Do-in, who must have been surprised to see her staring at him. Thinking of you, really. She smiled at her answer, put his laptop next to the sofa and stood up. And he said, still smiling, looking down at her lying down. I guess you're bored because you're thinking about useless things, but let's slowly go back to training. Oh, no, yes. Soon he raised his hand and made her rise with telekinesis. Jaeyoung desperately tried to grab the mat in the living room, but it was already late. He's a good man, but he has a big problem. That he's going to keep her training. It was unwilling for her to stay at home all the time, but somehow it was a bit hard to refuse when he asked. Maybe it's because of the landlord's tyranny, so she was being dragged into the yard again today. Help me, Jaeyoung, fighting FYI. She sent an SOS request to Baek Yoonwol, whom she met while being dragged, but only an awkward smile came back. Everyone in this house seems to be on Do-in's side. The forest in front of the house training Seo Jaeyoung there, I pondered. How many more terrorist attacks will I do myself in the future? Now, after some time has passed by the original standard and Stardust is strong enough, I don't have to step out. Whenever I make terrorist attacks, I want to retire. It may be time to seriously think about the future. Ego stream is getting stronger now. Of course, it is still not enough. We need a few more people here to be perfect. However, finding a villain with good ability and personality is difficult, so I wonder how many more people can be recruited in the future. And mango squads that I am thinking about making with low-level villains, including Lapis. No, Ego Squad and Lee Seola will collaborate to make PMC. My head hurts when I think about how to prepare for the power inflation in the second half of the original. And Stardust alone has a lot of other villains who she has to fight. Oh, my head hurts. My head hurts. Yeah, retirement or whatever, let's think about it later and prepare for this terrorist attack. So I said to the struggling Jaeyoung. Stop floundering, try shooting a fireball. A fireball. She's swinging her hands roughly, hanging out like she is having difficulty. But unlike dry movements, the intense burning purple light bounced out of her hand. Wow, as soon as it touches the tree, it explodes with a roar of purple. Additionally, this flame controlled the heat and spread, so the fire did not spread and only burned purple in the spot where it was hit. Yeah, look, you can do it. Much stronger than when she first came. Thanks to her first-class villain instructor's education, she's getting used to fighting. Wow, hey, you can come down now, so used to it. She made a vortex of purple flame and ride on it. Anyway, that seems enough. I was having fun for the first time in a while. Now y'all have real fun, so wait a bit more. Let's terrorize. Oh, finally. Floundering while approaching, she looked amazed for the first time. Are you confident that you can terrorize? Yes, that's not hard. I can't just run away once I feel like I am about to be caught by the hero, right? She said so in great peace. As well as the lover who caused the terror alone in the original work, she's quite penetrating the essence. Oh, and you know y'all be on live, right? I know, don't worry, I am good at fan service. Seo Jaeyoung raised the corners of her mouth slightly as she said so. It's even scarier to come out like that. After returning, we finally started making specific plans. The date and time of the attack, the place of the attack, the progress of the attack, and most importantly, what will Seo Jaeyoung's villain name be? What about Black Spirit? I asked that first. Well, she named herself this in the original work, so Shell go with this again. I am sure Shell be surprised how I knew. Contrary to my expectation, Seo Jaeyoung only looked back at me with cold eyes. Wow, you really don't have a sense for naming. Doin, who names a girl Black Spirit Seoyoon, listening to me, also said that to me as if she felt ashamed. So unfair. That's how she named herself in the original, but I can't say that. Apart from my injustice, Seo Jaeyoung's villain name was finally decided to be missed. The name had nothing to do with Black Spirit anyway. Time passed after all the preparations. Finally, the time has come, in the evening. At Shadow Walker Kim Ya-hyun's house, he was sitting down, recalling his previous conversation with Lee Seola, whom Egoistic is terrorizing for Stardust. Everything she had told him was as he had guessed. Egoistic, a hero who was protecting Korea from behind, pretending to be a villain. He was a hero who defended Korea enthusiastically, comparable to Stardust. Terrorism to grow Stardust? He tilted his head. So the reason Egoistic is terrorizing is because of the Stardust. He's trying to grow her up. Somehow, there was a reason for terror only during the day. Why Stardust? Of course, it was a little questionable why it was Stardust. After a moment's thought, he realized, oh, it's because he likes Stardust. Oh, of course, I can't believe you act like that even when she hates you to grow your loved one. Egoistic, what is he? Egoistic is the real man among men. When he was thinking about it, the phone rang suddenly. He was wondering who it was, and it was the association, and what he heard as soon as he got it. Shadow Walker, villain Egoistic started the terror. Since it's nighttime, you need to come. He was a little taken aback. Why me? Everyone knows that if terrorism is in the evening, he, Shadow Walker, will step up. There's no way Egoistic wouldn't know that, so why did he terrorize at night? After wondering for a moment, he just concluded neatly. Well, it's hard to just deal with Stardust, so he seems to try growing me up. Yeah, that's it. Well, then I can't miss it. Yes, Egoistic, I am coming. Wait for me. Shadow Walker prepared to leave with a big grin, a little curious about what terror he might have prepared to deal with him. Shadow Walker is already on the move, so just wait, Stardust. Chapter 147. Ep. 147 Terror on a Summer Night. Ep. 147 Terror on a Summer Night. Global villain organization Lattice Coastal Terror, where all countries bordering the sea have been damaged. Korea was the only country that suffered no damage, with countless countries still suffering from the damage. And it has been tentatively concluded that the reason why only South Korea was safe was all because of villain Egoistic. Egoistic's recognition and popularity have risen madly again, as all terrestrial and internet outlets have beaten this fact to everyone on a wide range. Even people who weren't interested in villains usually knew about Egoistic. Right now, at a time when there is the highest interest in Egoistic, his broadcast at last is on. A dark night. On the dark city streets of night, where only a few lights from street lamps and buildings glow faintly. Only the same dark-clad man was floating in the sky, flapping his black cape. Looking down at the night street with his back turned to the screen for a while, he smiled and finally looked at the screen. He opened his mouth with a big smile. It's been a long time. Hello, everyone, I'm Egoistic, looking at him greeting with his arms wide open like that. The chat window was simply just a mess. Egoistic, 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 egoistic. Egoistic, 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 egoistic. Korea's one and only S-class hero, Mango Stick ha 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 manky yuhu, manky yuhu, manky yuhu, manky yuhu, manky yuhu, manky yuhu. TN. Manky Mango KKI. K-netizens often add KKI to the name of celebrities they adore. What took you so long? 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 Kaya ha 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 ha. I am done sleeping tonight ha 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 ha. Monday night, no regrets, watch Mango Stick live ha 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 ha. Like if you jump right when you saw Egostick's live notification ha 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 ha. Damn, I trusted you, Egostick. Chatting like a flood. In the enthusiastic response that was so hard to check with the naked eye, Egostick only nodded, his arms still open as if he knew it. Yes, yes. Nice to see why all. Nice to see why all. Have you all been doing well? As he greeted them with a smile, the chat window flared up with more chats. Especially most of them were compliments for Egostick, who single-handedly prevented Laddie's terror. On the screen, Egostick, who smiled and seemed like he just remembered something, was punching one hand. Yes, folks, it's nice to see you, but I've been hearing incitement and fabrication about me lately. About me protecting South Korea or something like that. As he laughed as if it were nonsense, the chat window heated up. Fake and incitement? What incitement and fabrication? What fake? What incitement? It's all facts though ha 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 ha. I protected Korea, that's right. What is incitement and fabrication? Why was Korea the only country safe when the whole world was attacked? Thanks to the underwater diplomacy of the proud K-villain Egostick. The United States is shocked, and Japan is sobbing at how Korea is a country where even villains try to protect. Duck. The chat above is making me dizzy ha ha ha. Why can't you say you did it? Tell us your real heart. As if he could not see the chat window full of protest, he shrugged and continued. Well, it's nonsense, so no one would have believed it seriously in the first place. It's a completely groundless rumor. Groundless. Indeed, groundless bullshit ha 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 ha. You didn't even tell the reason. It's hard to say it's groundless ha ha ha. Breaking news. Egostick says it's groundless in the latest news, but no evidence. You're saying you made an agreement, but you didn't stop the attack at this point. The association should hold a forgiveness event and whitewash hero Mango ha 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 ha. Who would believe this? Ha 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 ha, yes, no matter what you say, the growth rate of Egostick Fan Cafe is already at its best. Mango sound on him anyway. It's been a long time. After finishing his speech with a dry cough, he shrugged his shoulders again and turned his back to the screen. Soon the camera got farther and farther away, capturing him standing alone in the dark sky. Egostick opened his mouth and began to speak as if he were telling a story. It's a beautiful night. The moon is shining beautifully. Having said that, he turned his head for a while and grinned, and then continued talking. It's been rumored that the night Korea has been safe. No villain can beat Shadow Walker. I saw a lot of these comments. In that sense, we, Ego Stream, would like to challenge his authority once again. Let me introduce you. This is our new villain, Mist. Having said that, he reached out his hand and pointed to one side. The camera soon turned, and the screen was moved to the side of Ego Stream. What appeared on the screen was a woman. Long waist-length purple hair, half-closed eyes, beautiful and mysterious at the same time, the appearance that seems difficult to talk to in real life. And unlike her appearance, it's a plain black hoodie that looks a little bigger than a simple one. She was about a little shorter than Egostick, and she was watching a purple flame rising blankly on her little hand. Soon, she recognized that the camera was recording her, so she turned her head and looked at the screen. Soon after, she was still looking at the screen with a languid expression on her head. Soon, she made a V with her fingers and raised it toward his face. Yeah, is this okay? Well, hello, I am Mist. She smiled slightly, raised her hand up to her chest, and made a small wave. The chat window stopped for a moment at the dreamy appearance of a beautiful girl with purple hair hanging in the background of the night sky. Soon, the chat began to explode again with reactions. Oh ha 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 ha, what's up with the atmosphere? Ha ha ha, I thought the villain introduction was a celebrity introduction. Ego Stream chose villains based on their looks. Why is everyone either cool, pretty, or cute? Ha ha ha, starting today, I am supporting Purple Mango. Come to think of it, another girl ha 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 ha, Mango's gay. He seduced another girl, Egostick/controversy/ involved with women, Casa Mango Duck ha 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 Mango Star, Electric Mango, Ice Mango, Moonlight Mango, Hacker Mango. Now Purple Mango appears ha 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 ha. How many are there? Ha 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 ha. Why is no one interested in her purple fireworks? Ha 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 ha. Is this the first time we have a show at night? It looks so cool. While the chat was soaring up, the camera turned to Egoistic again. Still smiling, he clapped his hands and spoke up. Yes, as soon as I introduce her, it just so happens that he's coming over there. The camera turned again. A black man in the shadows was seen from a distance. Hero Shadow Walker was coming. I'll be watching from afar to see if he can beat our mist. Bye, guys. At the end of his words, Egoistic disappeared. Even before leaving regrets to the viewers, now Shadow Walker was caught on the screen. Villain, what are you doing here? Well, Shadow Walker recited in a low voice. At his words, the purple-haired girl Mist put her finger to her lips for a moment and said as if she were asking for something obvious. Terror, and at the same time as her words are over, flame up. In the dark night sky, at the same time a huge purple ring of fire appeared behind her back. She grinned with her still half-closed eyes and flicked her finger. Soon purple fireballs sprang up around her, and she began to aim at Shadow Walker. To fight against this Shadow Walker at night, you have some guts. Well, long story short, shouldn't we try to see it? Soon, as she answered like a song, she flicked her finger again and the flames began to flare at Shadow Walker. Shadow Walker also began to hide in the shadows and try to stop them. The battle began in earnest. Ugh, this guy doesn't attack me very well either. A dark night Shadow Walker lamented inwardly as he fought against the villain Mist brought by Egoistic. How did he end up like this when he defeated everyone at once in the past? Now more people will try to beat him. He, who was frustrated by the nightmare of the Han Yun group and Walguangjio again, soon clenched his teeth and came to his senses. Yes, is this what Egoistic means? Perhaps Egoistic knew Shadow Walker was powerless in front of villains who ignored his ability. Yeah, so all this terrorism, his stinging advice to grow himself mentally. Don't drag on, get a grip and fight. Yes, a man must fight back without being swayed in any situation. Mumbling quietly so that no one could hear him, he clenched his fist. Yeah, who is he? Isn't he Korea's Shadow Walker? He can do it. With that thought, he resolved himself, looking at Egoistic, who seemed far away. Egoistic, I'll never let you down. Now, let's go in earnest. Immediately determined again, he looked at the girl shooting a purple ball of fire at him. Yeah, I'll knock her down and I'll be recognized by Egoistic. With that determination, Shadow Walker jumped at her once again. How he overcame frustration and leaped forward. Even for himself, it was fierce. Oh, Shadow Walker is doing pretty well against our Mist. Amazing, he's amazing. Mr. President, Shadow Walker is currently fighting equally with the opponent. I think he can win. No, I think he's losing. What? I'll have to step up anyway. What? Wait a minute, Stardust. Please have a seat. At that time, the association staff was sweating to stop the hero from acting unexpectedly. Chapter 148, Ep. 148 The Intense Battle Ep. 148 The Intense Battle Seo Jaeyoung. She was having some fun after a long time. Hmak. A dark night sky Seo Jaeyoung felt like enjoying a kind of fireworks display in the city center where everyone had already evacuated. There is only one difference: the flames are all purple and are being fired at people. Seo Jaeyoung was basically not this active personality. Basically, as you can see from her half-closed eyes, she likes to do nothing and sleep the most. Perhaps that's why, even when she was floating in the sky now, she was floating as if she was sitting at an angle, like lying down in the wind. Put one hand in the pocket of the hood and use the other hand for power. Gosh, ha 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 ha. Why is she doing terror in such an unbothered manner? Haha, this is the ease of a strong player. It's my first time seeing someone this relaxed against Shadow Walker. I think she's the perfect rival for Shadow Walker, of course. That doesn't mean she was really doing it roughly. Just lighten it, like playing without burden. So she concentrated for a moment and looked at her hand. In the sense that time has slowed down for a moment, the cold energy of the body is concentrated on one hand along the blood vessels. Soon, the upper right hand gradually began to boil hot, and at the same time, a small purple flame on the hand. She moved her hand slightly, feeling like she was spinning a rising flame with a little heat. Then the flame spun faster and burned stronger as if it were fleshy. It seemed more appropriate to describe it as a burning purple flame ball than a small flame. Maybe because of the concentration of energy, it repeatedly swelled and contracted as if it would explode intensely. Soon she turned her hand as if pushing the flame ball forward before it burst above her hand and extended her arm forward. In that state, she was spreading her palms. In front of the palm of my hand, there was a purple flame ball burning alone. And in that state, she gave a sense of shooting forward. Fireball, soon, with her brief murmur, something like a little magic pearl sprang up between her palm and the flame. At that moment, the fireball quickly fired with a popping sound. And only then her time began to pass again. The whole process happened in a flash to Shadow Walker and the viewers. Missed for a moment, a purple fireball shot instantly after she seemed to be waving her hands. Soon, it was shot, leaving a purple trail in the dark night sky, and it hit the place where the Shadow Walker was in the dark. Erg. Shadow Walker, hiding in the shadow, tried to avoid and prevent it, but that first step was not the end. As soon as he stopped that one shot, another one came after another. Of course, Shadow Walker was not just being played by Seo Jae-young, who was still lying as if leaning against the wind, fluttering one hand and blowing fireworks. Her surroundings darkened for a moment, and the shadows rose. She quickly avoided it, wrapping herself in flames. This is the advantage of being a small girl. It's easy for her to move. Seo Jae-young clenched her teeth with that appreciation and looked at Shadow Walker, who came to her nose. She finally took out her other hand in her pocket, avoiding his attack. So as she moved her hands, a huge ring of purple fire formed between herself and him. Soon after the ring of fire shot out, he hid in the shadow again and avoided himself. Flying up and moving over such a dark night sky, she smiled heartily for the first time in a long time. As expected, flying through the night sky like this was quite fun. She can use her ability to her heart's content that she doesn't usually use, or she can lie in the whirlpool of flames and float in the sky. All of this. In fact, it was all thanks to Egoistic that she could do this. If she hadn't trained hard with him, she wouldn't have been able to last long. Maybe she shot some fire and ran away. By the time she was proud of herself that it was a good choice to accept Egoistic's proposal, she saw Shadow Walker running at her. Is he the infamous strong Shadow Walker? However, as Egoistic said, he feels weak in front of her flame. Of course, he's indeed strong as he was fighting with a lot of concentration at night, but how much longer does she have? Seo Jae-young flew fireworks again like that, and I momentarily thought of Egoistic's words. I'll come to save you when you're losing, and if you go in the direction of winning, they'll send someone to support, so I'll pick you up then, too. So it doesn't matter whether you win or lose, so you can do whatever you want. He said it was okay to fight moderately. Seo Jae-young didn't have the intention to do that. Moderate? Moderation is good, but she has to win. Under such a dark night sky with her purple hair flying, she smiled slightly without realizing it. Doin. He didn't show any sign, but he certainly didn't seem to think she would win. It's a snowflake that thinks it's going to fall behind. But what expression will Daein make if she wins over Shadow Walker? Will he be surprised, or will he compliment her for doing well? Curious about it, she stepped forward with more glaring eyes. Yeah, let's do it this time. So she began to paint something geometric again, feeling the wind blowing through her fingers. The purple flames were burning even more. The heat of the battle was getting hotter. No one can beat Shadow Walker at night. This means that the giant robot of Han Yoon Group completely defeated Shadow Walker's ability and then broke. Still, his mind didn't burst at that time. Yeah, because it's a robot. It's a giant robot. That's too big, the crystal of high-tech science, the ultimate weapon created by many villains. His mental strength, which he endured with such excuses to himself, was destroyed by the appearance of Moonlight Shaman, who appeared with the storm. Ah, now I've become a waste that I can't even beat a single villain at night. Are my glory days really gone? How am I supposed to live now? Having been somewhat inferior to the fact that he was almost no different from ordinary people during the day, he couldn't accept the terrible reality that he was overthrown even at night. In fact, he was so mentally broken that he lost contact with everyone for a while and spent time alone at home. Of course, he was so frustrated alone that he recovered to some extent thanks to his girlfriend's help and returned to his daily life. He came back, but he wasn't completely mentally recovered. He felt frustrated when he thought there would still be villains who could beat him at night. To him, who lived day by day like that. Also, a villain ignored his ability to some extent and attacked. Perhaps, as usual, frustration has come again. Maybe he fought for a while, gave up, and stayed home again. This time, however, it was different. Knowing the purpose of this terrorist attack, because he knows that Egoistic has specially prepared to grow such a weak self. He clenched his heart, clenched his teeth, and fought with all his might. Yes, there could be more villains like this in the future. Am I going to be frustrated every time? No, it's time to acknowledge my limits and take a step forward. That's what Egostick wants from me. In fact, Egostick did it without thinking, but Shadow Walker, who couldn't possibly know it, believed it so firmly. Oh my. A continuous fire attack, it would have been nothing and easily defended by his shadow. For some reason, from those shadow-piercing attacks, Shadow Walker was busy moving quickly, floating against the dark night sky. The small girl with purple long hair wearing a black hood. While avoiding the attack that came from her waving her hand and blowing fireworks, he sometimes attacked. Gradually, he was setting the course of the fight. You said you would go in earnest earlier, is that all you have? Beach, he was conscious of the camera that was floating so far and filming him, and at the same time, he put a little sincerity in it and was a little annoyed. Clenched his teeth, concentrated the shadows in his hands, and ran again at the fire witch. In fact, even if she bluffed like that, he could already see that she was slightly more tired than in the beginning. In other words, there is a chance. He will win. For the first time in the battle between Ego Stream and the members of the Hero Association, both sides were fighting with the determination to unconditionally knock down their opponents. Accordingly, the battle continued to burn as if there would be no end. Go on, for a long time. Wow, this battle is legendary, hahaha. They are fighting so passionately, www, all the buildings are going to explode. I'm living near there, and it's crazy. I can see lightning and hear the roar. It's the first time seeing Shadow Walker fight with his teeth clenched. Egostick, that guy. His new villain is fighting an A-class hero with just force, hahaha. Isn't she an S-class at this point? This mist. Why is she so cute and pretty? Star Mango, Ice Mango, or whatever. I think Purple Mango will score the goal. No, Stardust is prettier. The comments above. What are you talking about when you can't even see her properly with the derecognition device? Haha. Icicle doesn't even hide her face and fight. Why are you ignoring her? Ice Mango Boom is coming. Why do you keep chatting like this instead of discussing the fight? But the fight is really fierce. It's been for a while now. It only lasted for a moment during Elektra's fight, though. Who's winning now? I don't know, because it's neck and neck. Shadow Walker came back to form in the middle and is winning. Even though the battle has already lasted quite a long time, the chat window is still active. I was tired and stopped explaining, so now I was watching the fight in shock. No, guys, why are you fighting with all your hearts like that? You can do it moderately. In particular, I don't understand why a lazy person like Seo Jaeyoung is fighting so hard. For what? Anyway, that's not the point. The thing is, if the fight gets longer and more intense, her chances of coming will increase. And just as I expected, before long, someone was caught in my sight. As I had prepared beforehand, I muted the camera and turned it to the other side and greeted the welcome figure who approached me. Hello, Stardust. As expected, you really came. Egostick. Beyond the dark city with her hair flying, my hero was coming toward me. I was smiling while greeting but thinking inside. So this is how it turns out. Then the answer is Plan B. FYI, Stardust was still pretty after the last time we met. I was just saying. Chapter 149, Ep. 149 Deep Conversation, Ep. 149 Deep Conversation. A colder wind, perhaps because it's evening. It wasn't cold as I wrapped the fire in front of me, but maybe because of the wind, Stardust hair in front of me was flying to the right. It's even nicer to see you after a long time. How have you been during this time? She looked at me with a complicated expression as I greeted her. I mean, what's so complicated? You can just jump in. As I thought that, Stardust hesitated for a moment and then spoke up. Did you know I was coming? Yes, of course. Why? Well, Shadow Walker can't handle it, so you came yourself, right? Yes, that's right. She paused a little when she heard me and then said in a slightly lower voice. Anyway, I watched such Stardust and looked at the side slightly. Well, it's still fierce. It was just flashing and popping and going crazy. But now it feels like our mist is being pushed back. Yeah, I've been standing in the cold wind for a long time. It's time to leave. We're still confronting each other with a smile while the side is burning, breaking, shouting, and blowing strong winds. Of course, I didn't miss the gap and grabbed the device from my pocket and took out my hand. Oh, that's right. And as always, you know I brought a detonator, right? If you attack me, I'll press it immediately, so please be careful. Yes, I suppose so. Stardust just answered like that, as if she didn't expect much in the first place. Well, is this learned helplessness? Should I do it in a different pattern next time? By the time I had such a thought, Stardust was still looking at me with a complex expression. Yeah, you've been looking at me the whole time. I am startled. What's wrong with her? I don't know why she's looking at me. Didn't you come here to help the Shadow Walker? Why are you doing this in front of me? It's confusing. Now I am hesitating about whether I should carry out Plan B. FYI, Plan B here is simple. Sequence RUN run. Escape. Take Mist and escape as fast as possible. This terrorist attack was more like a showcase to introduce the new Ego Stream member, Mist, rather than my main terror in the first place. On top of that, Ego Stream can deal with Shadow Walker. I wanted to show them this. In other words, if I am done with showing these 2 points, I can just go home right away. For that reason, it doesn't matter if Stardust comes as reinforcement. The moment Stardust comes and helps Shadow Walker attack our Mist, I'll break in, pick her up, say the ending comment, and then escape. The picture is perfect, too. But the question now is why Stardust is standing in front of me instead of helping the Shadow, so I wasn't showing any signs but was a little shocked. Haru, you have to hurry up and fight. Why are you doing it in front of me? By the time I think about it, Stardust spoke up. Why did you do this? What? Because I am a villain. What the hell are you asking for? As I replied like that, still smiling but slightly wondering, Stardust asked again, shaking her head slightly as if he didn't mean it. It's not that laddies, I am asking why you stopped their terror and why you did it. Well, I was slightly taken aback by the question unexpectedly. Yurei asking me that at this time? We're right next to each other, and there's a lot of noise, but Yurei not even paying attention there. The question was also a little shocking. That was a month or 2 ago. Obviously, if it's Stardust personality, she wouldn't care no matter what the villains do. It's normal not to care about it, saying it's not a new deception or true. With that in mind, I looked back at her slightly. And the woman I met, who looked at me with determined eyes. Why do you look so serious? Come to think of it, I already explained that it was something I didn't know when the show started. Did she not see that? Well, that's because I am speaking in public, so I don't know if it will be a problem. I turned the camera around anyway to say something different to Stardust. Looking at it now, I don't think she'll be convinced by that excuse anyway. With such a calculation, I thought of something to say quickly. Then, I grinned and replied to Stardust once more. I didn't know Stardust would be so interested in such tabloids. Don't play around well if I have to say so. Didn't I tell you last time? My plans and this and that. I continued with a nuance that seemed to say something obvious. I only told you what my goal was. Did you forget? My goal is to create the largest villain association in Korea and compete with the association. But if all those little things distract the public, my position will be a little difficult. So, well, it's true that I put some effort into it. To maintain the exclusive status of Ego Stream. It wasn't for South Korea, of course. Oh, my throat hurts because I talk for a long time at once. I shrugged my shoulders. Now that I think about it, it's a little funny. My subordinate on the side, Mist and her colleague Shadow Walker are fighting life and death right next to each other. What the hell are we doing? Whenever I get sick is because I talk too much. With that in mind, I glanced again at those who were fighting on the other side. It's hard to see because it's so colorful in the flames, shadows, and noise, but they still fight fiercely while we stand still and converse. It even seems like they're coming this way. Wait, they're coming? As soon as I thought of it, I checked the chat room again. I think Shadow Walker definitely got the chance to win, it's true. Oh, Mist is getting pushed away? It's amazing that she's been fighting with that Shadow Walker until now. Only a few people beat him at night. Mist is slightly more dominant at first, hahaha. It's because Shadow gets stronger towards the end. Honestly, it would've been perfect if you didn't care about the fight and were just looking at Mist. Hey haha, true haha. I forgot that she was a villain. I was cheering for Mist haha, villain. Bullshoot, it's common knowledge that all Ego Stream members are heroes. Keep that in mind. I think Mist is really getting pushed back. I think it's time to step up. As I was getting nervous, she asked me again as if she didn't like what I had said earlier. You want me to believe that? Well, I only told you the truth, cough. I'll be in trouble if you keep being like that. It was definitely the perfect reason, why wouldn't you believe it? It's just what the villain says, so y'all skip it. But apart from that, the moment I coughed for a moment to warm up her voice, her expression hardened a little. She hesitated slightly and then asked, still stiffening her face. Anyway, yes, that's enough. You vomited blood last time. Blood? Yes, blood, you can't fool my eyes. In the last terrorist attack, didn't you cough your blood out? Do you have any problems with your body? She asked me. No, when did you see that? That's why quick-witted heroes are troublesome. But why are you asking this? Oh, is she mocking me like, you look like you're going to die soon, don't you? Sure, don't tell me she's worried about me. So I replied rather teasingly. Well, I never thought Stardust would worry me so much. I'm not worried, yeah. It's just that I was tired for a while and I am fine, so you don't have to worry. I will never stop until I die and continue terrorizing, so please look forward to it. I stopped teasing her and looked at the battle situation once again. No, Mist will get caught. Shadow Walker is rushing with anger. Where did Egostick go? Looks like she's about to lose, you brat. Shadow seriously got back on his feet. Duck, ha 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 ha. Oh no, we're screwed. Realizing I've delayed too much time, I am relieved in front of me even though I am a little uncomfortable. Fast-forwarded goodbye to the relieved-looking Stardust. Anyway, it was nice talking to you. I'll go save my colleague now, huh? Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean? I don't have time right now. As I said that, I teleported in an instant. Where, of course, to the mist. I can feel the hot heat and strong wind as soon as I move there. I teleported right back to the side, holding Mist under attack by Shadow from behind. Ha, you're here? Yeah, I am sorry I am late. Looking at Seo Jaeyoung, who was having a time breathing. I overworked the lazy kid who was always lying down. I feel sorry for her. Anyway, Shadow Walker, who cut through the air by my sudden intrusion, turned his head and came to see us. Stardust, which was over there, also flew towards us. Hero-villain's four-way encounter under the night sky suddenly took place. Shadow Walker was also breathing hard while looking at me, and Stardust was looking at me hugging Mist with a disapproving expression. Of course, I smiled and spoke up at this scene where Stardust was now being filmed with the camera. Unfortunately, that's it for the fight. I think it's time for us to say goodbye. He entered when she was about to lose, ha 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 ha. I've been waiting for Egostick to come. I can't believe it's already over. But today's show was quite fruitful. Ha 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 ha. Shadow Walker chasing chickens, ha 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 ha. When did Stardust arrive? Did she just come? He's running away as soon as Stardust arrived, ha ha ha. You are Egostick. Yeah, Shadow Walker, you're pretty strong. We'll have to reinforce it next time. Shadow breathed hard, looking at me, and Stardust still looked at us with a bitter expression. And standing between Seo Jaeyoung, who alternately looked at me and Stardust with a suspecting expression, I was getting ready to hit the ending comment. Yeah, I did. Until Seo Jaeyoung, who was smiling slightly evilly, did something unexpected. Has she gone insane? Chapter 150, Ep. 150 Unexpected Behavior Ep. 150 Unexpected Behavior. Seo Jaeyoung. She has, basically, quite a fun personality. She thought lying at home was the most stable fun, so she lied at home every day. In other words, he's very serious about fun. Seo Jaeyoung pursued fun to the extent that she lived there following the villain's hideout for the first time for fun. In other words, it was all for fun that she followed Egostick to terrorize Shadow Walker. So now she was having a lot of fun. Maybe because she moved too hard, her purple hair was sweaty and stuck to her neck. She breathed a rough breath and stared at the man in front of her. He's already in the shadows and almost invisible, and she managed to stop the shadow from running toward her by setting up a fire barrier. Phew. Now, it seems a little dangerous, but that's also her limit. Fighting for quite a long time, she felt increasingly overwhelmed. She hoped to win, but it seemed like it was too much to beat an active A-class hero with a little training. As Sehi said, she should have trained hard with Delin. With that in mind, Seo Jaeyoung waved her hand to create another flame, and it disappeared, caught in the immediate shadows. Well, I think it's really dangerous now. At that time, she was gasping for breath, losing all her strength and staring blankly at the shadow approaching her. The scene changed instantly as someone suddenly pulled her from behind. The shadow from before disappeared, and the open night sky was in front of her. Having escaped danger, she spoke peacefully to the man who was hugging her from behind. You're here? Yeah, I'm sorry I am late. Doin, the man who answered with a slight smile at her. Egostick, to be exact. Seeing him like that, Seo Jaeyoung felt a little relieved inside. Well, it's not too late, though. So while she was dazed in Egostick's arms, heroes began to come in front of them. Shadow Walker breathing as hard as he is, and Stardust? You're really here? It's her first time seeing the famous A-class hero Stardust in person. So Seo Jaeyoung was a little interested. She heard that Egostick and Stardust have a long history. The two who came so close didn't attack them separately, perhaps because Egostick had set up some kind of device. And Egostick was still hugging her from behind, opening his mouth, talking to the heroes and cameras. Unfortunately, that's it for the fight. I think it's time for us to say goodbye. The one who speaks in a bright voice as if it were a notification. You are Egostick? Yes, Shadow Walker. You're pretty strong. We'll have to reinforce it next time. When two men are talking, Seo Jae-young was secretly observing Stardust. And she's pretty fascinating, the girl could tell, still in the arms of Egoistic. Actually, Egoistic and herself didn't care much about it. The look on Stardust's face as she was looking at it didn't seem very pleased. To be exact, it's not like she looks unpleasant with the villain. She felt that the hero saw him hugging her. Wait, is this, by any chance? For a moment, something flashed in Seo Jae-young's head. Everyone knows the fact that Egoistic only cares about Stardust. And as she's living with him, she knows more. For example, he's so serious about Stardust that he runs the Stardust fan cafe. So of course, she thought Egoistic was the only one. Now that she sees it, she thinks it may not be. Maybe because this is a thing between girls, but that disapproving look that Stardust is making, no matter how you look at it, it kind of looks like she's jealous. It's like Stardust doesn't even know what she's feeling. Of course, she's not a physiognomist, and she can't guess just by looking at my face, but she felt it intuitively. She has no idea why the hero is jealous of the villain. I don't know what it is, but this is entertaining. Okay, nothing else mattered, it was fun. The situation itself. Of course, it's likely to be her own ridiculous guess. That's it, shall I just check it out for myself? If she looks like that, even when it's just a simple hug, shall give the hero something more extreme. Then thank you for enjoying our ego stream show so far. Seo Jae-young basically pursues fun. In other words, she can do anything for fun. So the moment Egoistic said goodbye, Seo Jae-young, who was slightly slanted by him, turned her head and kissed him on the cheek. Good job, baby, and she smiled. At that moment, his body was slightly stiff, and he looked down at himself with a shocked expression. And Seo Jae-young, after turning her head and checking the face of Stardust, which was completely frozen, she thought with a slight smile, see, I was right, Shin Haru. She's been waiting for Egoistic's terror. There are so many things she wants to ask him directly. Why did he stop laddies? What the hell is his purpose? Why is he acting like a villain? And how did he get hemoptysis? When Shin Haru was waiting for Egoistic, the news broke that Egoistic had caused the terror. At night, with a new girl. Shadow Walker has already been dispatched, so of course, the association's judgment that it would end with Shadow Walker only without provoking Egoistic was wrong, and it got delayed for a while. She eventually went to the scene quickly after confirming that Shadow Walker was pushed back. If she missed it now, she couldn't wait for another chance to talk to Egoistic. So she flew quickly to the scene and finally met him. Hello, Stardust. As expected, you really came. Egoistic. In the night sky with a faint view of the shining star, he greeted her with his cape flying. It's even nicer to see you after a long time. How have you been during this time? Shinharu was silent for a moment as he smiled and greeted him. As expected, Yurei here. He knew she was coming. Why? Of course, Shadow Walker line can't handle it, so you came yourself, right? Yes, that's right. Seeing Egoistic answering her question as if he were asking for granted, Shinharu accepted it while hiding her innermost thoughts. Fortunately, he didn't seem to know she was here because she wanted to meet and talk to him. Oh, that's right. And as always, you know I brought a detonator, right? If you attack me, I'll press it immediately, so please be careful. And Shinharu simply accepted, seeing Egoistic, who took a detonator from his pocket, shook it, and spoke in case she rushed in. Well, even if he said it like that, he wouldn't press it anyway. Now she knows this much. Looking at Egoistic, looking at her from afar, guessing if she's done talking. Shinharu didn't miss the opportunity and asked what she was usually curious about. There was a moment of confusion, but this is what she was curious about. Laddies, I am asking why you stopped their terror and why you did it. Okay, why the hell did he stop the terror? And he's a villain, he's definitely a villain. Why? And he was slightly shocked, as if he didn't know she would say that. Soon something began to answer long. I only told you what my goal was. Did you forget? My goal is to create the largest villain association in Korea and compete with the association. But if all those little things distract the public, my position will be a little difficult. So, well, it's true that I put some effort into it. To maintain the exclusive status of Ego Stream. It wasn't for South Korea, of course. To sum it up, he just did it for himself. It was good that he only told her about this, but that wasn't the point. The important thing is what her intuition feels. No matter how she looks at it, it sounds like a lie. You want me to believe that? Well, I only told you the truth, cough. I'll be in trouble if you keep being like that. Soon, she asked. Shinharu paused without realizing it, seeing Egoistic coughing as if his throat hurt. Yeah, there was something more important, so she asked the most important one. And actually, what she wanted to ask most when she met him was finally able to ask. Anyway, yes, that's enough. You vomited blood last time. Blood. Yes, blood, you can't fool my eyes. In the last terrorist attack, didn't you cough your blood out? Do you have any problems with your body? She didn't ask because she was worried about him, it's just in case. She only asked because she didn't want him to die suddenly. Yeah, it's just that I was tired for a while and I am fine, so you don't have to worry. I will never stop until I die and continue terrorizing, so please look forward to it. And at his smiling, she was a little relieved, unknowing. So he's not going to stop terrorism. Wait, why am I relieved to hear this? Am I crazy? When Shin Haru blamed herself and tried to ask the next question. Anyway, it was nice talking to you. I'll go save my colleague now, huh? Hey, wait a minute. Egostic suddenly disappeared in front of her as if the time was up. There's still something I'd like to ask. Yes, but since he said he would continue terrorizing, will he have many chances to ask anyway? Convincing herself, Shin Haru moved to the place where Egostic had gone. Come to think of it, Shadow Walker and that girl have been fighting until now. She didn't even notice because she was only looking at Egostic. Shin Haru approached with such thoughts, then she saw Egostic was hugging that girl she's never seen before from behind. For some reason, her head is cold at sight. It's just physical contact with girls, it's his daily life. But well, he said they were like a family, so he wouldn't be in that relationship. But for some reason, she felt annoyed. Shin Haru, listening to Egostic's last words, looked upset. She didn't know until this time. Kiss, she never thought she'd see such a sight. Wait, right now what did I just see? This time super real. What was that kiss on the cheek that I've seen on the real-time search keywords? The real-time popular tag? The real-time rising video top 1 Egostic X missed dating scandal. Check it out on Entertainment Weekly tonight. The next day, South Korea was again covered with rumors of Egostic's romantic relationship. It was already the third love scandal. Chapter 151. Ep. 151 Dating Scandal Ep. 151 Dating Scandal. Hello, this is Entertainment Weekly. Today I brought some really hot news. This is a rumor about villain Egostic's love scandal. Wow. Egostic's love scandal. By the way, Karyong, didn't this person have a couple of love scandals before? That's right, this isn't the first time. At first, there was a love scandal with the hero Stardust. Let's watch the video together. The video ended with the host's last words. There, after blocking the running train, Egostic was seen kneeling next to the fallen Stardust and saying something. Yes, Stardust, you've done a nice job, I couldn't even imagine. I didn't expect you to save everyone like that. It's your victory. I'll be on my way, so take a good rest now. Other heroes will be here soon. The video ended with his words. The hosts came back on the screen and continued to speak enthusiastically. Did you see it? The hero lost her strength and collapsed after stopping his terror. Rather than attacking, he gave her a warm encouragement. It made a lot of people's hearts race. Yes, that's why there was a rumor that they were dating behind the scenes. Of course, it was concluded that it wasn't true due to the strong denial of the association and the hero. This was Egostic's second terrorist attack, which was quite a long time ago. Let's look at the next rumor. The screen changed and the new video came out. There came an image of Egostic smiling with Elektra in his arms. Karyong, how did the scandal break out then? Yes. As if they were lovers, everyone saw Egostic hugging Elektra and wondered if they were dating. Of course, there were several Egostic attacks later on, and it was tentatively concluded that they didn't. And of course, it's embarrassing to call it a love scandal when you see the scandal this time. Wow, how is this love scandal going? Let's watch the video together. The video came out again. Against the dark night sky's backdrop is the image of Egostic hugging Mist from behind. And at that moment, she turned her head and kissed Egostic's cheek. And she smiled alluringly, whispering to Egostic. Good job, baby. At the end of the sentence, the screen was again focused on the two hosts. Oh my, I am fluttered. Yes, honestly, I think it's definitely a love scandal. Perhaps that's why netizens' reactions are heating up. All the internet communities are buzzing with the story at this time. Egostic is the most popular villain in Korea's history so far, and this scene has been broadcast live on all broadcasting stations, so it got even more popular. So what do you think, Karyong? Well, isn't this enough? Anyone can only say that there's something between the two. In fact, it's the same thing. Oh, at this moment, another new thing is, can you see the ring on Egostic's hand on the data screen? Netizens just discovered this, and there is speculation that this is a couple ring. To be exact, Egostic didn't wear a ring, but he started wearing it after Death Night joined, and there was a rumor that he started dating around that time. So there's more evidence? Oh, and I want to tell you something because of the internet response, but I heard that Mango Union, the Egostic fan cafe, is going crazy right now. Oh, why? It turns out that fans who have been shipping Egostic with various people have been shocked, but they are going crazy, saying they can't admit that a new girl who suddenly appeared has taken over his lover position. Oh my, what is that? What oh my? Bullshit at night in Ego House's living room, sitting on the sofa there and watching TV, I felt my head throbbing as I watched what was on the screen. No, seriously. Why did Seo Jaeyoung do something like that? We immediately returned home in a hurry, as I was surprised by Seo Jaeyoung's unexpected behavior. Before asking why she did it, Seo Jaeyoung disappeared somewhere after being dragged by Seo Yoon, Yoon Wol, Subin, and Choi Sehi, who were smiling with scary expressions. Before being dragged away, she looked at me pitifully and reached for help, but she was dragged away for a long time. Thus, Seo Jaeyoung was taken somewhere in the room of time and mind. Well, the last one was strange, but the terror ended successfully. I was sitting on the sofa and resting my tired body, leaving my party, which still disappeared somewhere. And as soon as I turned on the TV, it went crazy. But honestly, I wondered if this was this big. I mean, I don't have anything to do with Seo Jaeyoung in the first place. Is it such a big problem even if there's something? I don't know why they're so interested in the villain's love life. I am a terrorist, not a celebrity. Of course, when I see a picture of Jaeyoung kissing my cheek on the front page news of the Portal site, I just feel a little dizzy. I mean, they should focus on the terrorist attacks. Why would they put that on the main page? Oh, right. I heard my fan cafe is going crazy too. I think I heard it on TV earlier, so I decided to go into my fan cafe after a long time. Let's see what they're talking about. As soon as I enter the main page, I can see a lot of posts. Looking through the titles of them, I felt my mind go blank. Yes, no matter what you say, it's already confirmed that it's mango purple ha 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 ha. Like if Mist is pretty and cute ha ha ha, I'll go first ha 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 ha. What are you talking about? Ice Mango is not dead yet. You brats still can't accept the reality. Our Egostic fan cafe recognizes Mist Mango as the official one. Shut up, why all? Our ego Opa can't do that? Duck. While everyone is talking about Star, Ice, Moonlight, Electric, and everything, Mango is already in love with Mist hahaha, yeah, that's just fake. It's actually Ego Star. No matter what you say, everything is out after the kiss. Can't you see that Egostic was really shocked? It must be a joke after all. Why is it so funny that all of you are going crazy at the same time? Early adopters are already on the Mist Mango coin. Hurry up and get in. This isn't a coin, it's already a currency that's already listed. Didn't you hear the good job, baby? Duck. I only focused on Mango. I can't believe he's dating someone who just appeared out of nowhere. Please say it's not an explanation show. No one is interested in the Terror and Shadow Walker. You guys are only fangirling over couples ha 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 ha. After reading the posts, I just pressed the home button to turn it off without realizing it. There's a reason why I haven't been there so far. As I thought about it, the door suddenly opened over there, and Seo Jaeyoung staggered along. Hooray here. Aha, I managed to get out of it because I sent off Stardust. The girl was lying on her stomach in the living room as soon as she came. I asked her with my hand on my chin. But why did you do that? All the TV is talking about you and me. Because it's fun. I'm just curious about the reactions of the people in front of me. Why, were you excited? Yeah. I was so excited that I almost flicked your forehead on the spot. Hee, she did it because she thought it would be fun. Ha, I knew it. Still lying on the floor in her black hoodie, she replied to me, and then she suddenly began to laugh. Hee, why are you laughing again? No, I thought about Stardust expression, which was funny. What are you talking about? She's still grinning, muttering things I don't understand. I approached Seo Jaeyoung and grabbed her cheek. Are you going to keep doing this kind of unexpected behavior in the future? I won't do it again, so let me go. I let go with a sigh. But Seo Jaeyoung is still smiling. Phew, I should just do an explanation broadcast. Shall I help you? You can help me by staying still, and I honestly don't really need to do it, but they'll keep making a fuss. I am going to talk about it on the next broadcast. Yeah, I am a little sorry all of a sudden. Why don't you stop laughing while saying that? Hee. Oh, there comes Seo Yoon. Our conversation was interrupted by Seo Yoon and Subin walking this way. Well, actually, it's not a big deal. It doesn't matter if the public knows if I am really dating her. All I have to do is be good at terror. I didn't try to reveal who I was like Lee Seola last time, but I can let this go with a smile. There's nothing that's going to change because of this. All I have to do is terrorize Stardust. Crash Eek? Hero Association headquarters building, the corridor. The association employee, who was walking down the hallway with the documents, was surprised by the sudden sound and dropped the paper she was holding. What is it? I think it's from Stardust office looking around, and their Stardust office was. The employee, who peeped inside the rail as the door was half open, quietly turned her foot when she saw her desk, which was half smashed as if Stardust had struck. Well, she must have been upset. I'll call the staff and ask them to send her a new desk. The employee moved his feet with that thought. Having worked for the association for a long time, she has long since realized. It's best not to touch an angry hero, just avoid it. So the day was coming to an end. Chapter 152, Ep. 152 Preparation Ep. 152 Preparation. The association said today that villain Mist had been officially designated as S-Class. Based on her potential to threaten Shadow Walker O, I am an S-Class. A week after the last terrorist attack. In the living room, Seo Jae-young muttered while watching TV. Well, your S-Class is half confirmed. Seo Yoon, who was eating ice cream while sitting between where I was sitting and where Seo Jae-young was lying, replied so, mumbling with vanilla in her mouth. Meanwhile, Korean Villain Union Ego Stream has become an organization with a total of 2 S-Class villains, including Mist and Moonlight Shaman. Are Yoonwal and I the only S-Class? This is really unfair. Why am I not an S-Class? No, I am good at hacking and making a weapon that almost won Stardust. Something's really wrong with this. Seo Yoon, who was saying by shaking the spoon she was eating ice cream with, soon sighed, leaned her back on the sofa and began to scoop again. Well, seeing Seo Yoon eating it makes me crave ice cream. Should I bring another spoon? Meanwhile, netizens are wondering why Egoistic, the union leader with 2 S-Class villains, is still A-Class. Why are you an A-Class again? You don't know, maybe it's because my force is weak. The promotion of something in the committee last time is being delayed. I think I've heard of it. In fact, Seo Jae-young answered slowly as if she wasn't interested. This is the next breaking news. While the love scandal between Egoistic and Mist has been heating up Korea for a week tusk, Seo Jae-young, who was lying drowsy as if she was about to fall asleep soon, suddenly opened her eyes, woke up at a tremendous speed, grabbed the remote control and changed the channel. Meanwhile, as soon as the news came out, Seo Yoon stopped in the position where she was unpacking the ice cream and stared at Seo Jae-young with a smile. Of course, it was a little scary since only her lips were smiling, and her eyes were not. And Seo Jae-young, who changed the channel faster than anyone else, pointed to the TV with a slight cold sweat. Ha ha ha, overseas news is coming out here. Let's take a look at this. While Jae-young was sweating while catching Seo Yoon's eyes, overseas stories were coming out on TV. The desert area of Mexico is completely off-limits. It's impossible to get through because of the red lightning. This is the work of an S-Class villain Python. In Egypt, a villain who now calls himself the second pharaoh appeared, and the association declared a state of emergency. It's shocking that many people are already following this villain. The Eiffel Tower was attacked again in France. The Eiffel Tower, which has already been attacked dozens of times over the past 3 years, has been damaged by more than 70% this time and is in the midst of restoration work. Well, the world still seems to be steadily flowing into the mud. With almost every country in the world suffering from a sudden increasing rate of terrorism perhaps soon, statistics will be released that the number of people with superpowers is gradually increasing. And the more capable will bring more terror, and the world will be confused day by day. In fact, I think the number of heroes increases as the number of villains increases. But while the number of villains increases by 10, there is no answer as to whether there will be one more hero or not. Of course, compared to the fact that other countries are becoming a mess day by day, our country is steadily defending itself. That's because I prevented all the main terror attacks. For your information, there are many attacks to prevent in the future. Of course, it's still before the main event of Walgunjio. I'll have some time. Come to think of it, I should meet Lee Seola. Dylan, where are you going again? Yeah. I am going to discuss my business. I took out my cell phone. I should call first, right? A few days later. I was sitting opposite Lee Seola on the top floor of the Yuseong Enterprise. Lee Seola still looks haggard and is leaning on the back chair, looking exhausted, but she still smiles slightly. Did something good happen to you after a long time? To my question, Lee Seola answered with a stretch. Oh, yeah, I do. Finally, I've almost taken control of all the major domestic companies. Oh, really? Yeah. That VK company was the hardest one, but I just put their president there in jail for corruption with the documents you sent me, Dylan. Once I finish taking care of it to a certain extent, I can just focus on the political side. While saying that, she smiled proudly even when she looked tired. As expected, although it has slowed down a little, Lee Seola is gradually invading Korea like in the original. Personally, as much as it was good for me as Lee Seola's influence grew, I also praised her. The more we go into the second half of the original work, the better it will be to be unified by one person to overcome the crisis. That means I can interfere with everything. After enjoying my compliment, she soon became a little dark and said to me with a smile, "Oh, right. And Dylan, I heard the news." "Huh, what?" "I heard you are dating someone this time." I waved my hand in denial to her, who blurted out the end of the sentence. "Oh, that, I am not. She was just joking. There's nothing between us." "Really?" "Of course. I don't have time to date anyone anyway." She replied with a sigh of relief at my denial. "Well thought. I don't think we have to do it because dating wastes our time and makes our work less efficient." "Well, I never said that." Anyway, I also answered seriously to Lee Seola, who looked serious talking to me. "Yeah, by the way, you know why I am here this time, right?" Because you want to see my face." "Of course, it's because of work." "What I said last time, PMC." Oh, that Lee Seola, who had been rummaging through the documents for a while at my words, soon took out a piece of paper and told me to take a look. "I've looked into it, but there's a bit of a problem because it's intertwined with legal issues. But I actually think what will happen if I lobby this to be exact, I am not just responsible for employment, but also for fostering. Yeah, I have completed the corporate registration under the name of Yuseong PMC. Dylan, are you sure this is okay?" "Yeah. Actually, whether it's okay or not, if you think about the future, we must do it somehow." "If that's what you say, then all right." I had a cup of tea, having such a conversation with her. In the second half of the original work, the security of South Korea is almost at the point of collapse. And one of the reasons is B and C class villains. In fact, it's a problem how much class B and C are. They're not strong enough to attack an airplane, but enough to go against civilians. And a few years later, more children are awakened to their abilities. And the disorder of countless subordinate villains leads to a stage where governments and associations can barely manage security. On top of that, the number of heroes is still small as they cling to minor mistakes with strict national sentiment toward the unique heroes, even though they are not even rich. So they hide their abilities and then fall into the villain's path. In other words, considering there will be a messy future, I have to do something before they all become a mess. And as much as that surplus power becomes significant later on, it must be preserved. And at this time, Lee Seola's role grows. It will be helpful later if I can attract them with recognition and capital. In fact, I was only aiming for the timing to ask for this, but I decided to suggest it because of Lee Seola's mistake last time. If you think about it, Lee Seola doesn't want Korea to be a mess either. It's going to be hers soon. After having an in-depth conversation with Lee Seola about the plan to establish PMC and the plan to conquer South Korea in the future, I returned home. Of course, it's not a business to do immediately, but it's just a rough foundation in advance. But I have to prepare ahead of time. Maybe it's the first business I am going to do. Since the name has been stolen from Stardust anyway, there is nothing more to lose. After returning home, I announced it to the kids. This time we're going to hunt another villain. Wow, isn't that the first time since Teleporter? Hey, do you also hunt villains? Isn't that what a real hero does? What are you talking about? This is my foundation. I became an A-class villain for this. Really? That's right. I helped him that time. I was the only one there. Seoyun, I was also there though. Oh right, Subin was there too. I was confused with the previous one, he. Well, the next plan is another villain assassination after a long time. Since we're doing this, I can also do an explanation broadcast with Mist. So we started preparing for the next event. Oh, FYI, the explanation of the love scandal is due to the great public interest. Actually, the most important person, Stardust, wouldn't even care at all, so I don't know if I have to. I'll do it because the news is annoying. If it's not the right timing, we don't have to do it, right? At that time, the Hero Association. Shin Haru, a blonde hero sitting in front of her new desk. She was thinking quietly with her arms folded against the sun. "Ego stick by all means, I need to hold on to it first," she murmured as if she had concluded, and her eyes, unknowingly they were burning. "No, still I have to do an explanation broadcast. Of course you should, Dylan." "You weren't going to do it?" "Oh, that's not it. I just made up my mind. It just came to my mind, but I feel like I'll be in big trouble if I don't do it. It's been a long time since I felt this weird feeling. Yeah, let's start by clearing up that first. Chapter 153. Ep. 153 The Ants Cave Ep. 153 The Ants Cave in the original, the final boss of the second phase is Walguangio. The overwhelming scale that has never existed before, and the ability of those who attack the world for the first time as Korean villains are truly overwhelming. Until then, South Korea, which had received little attention in the world of people with superpowers, is said to be a time when awareness has increased in earnest. And after that, it will be the starting point for disaster-class villains. But that doesn't mean all the villains before Walguangio are weak. There are people who have powers but have not yet been corrupted into villains, and there are people who are only preparing for terrorism but have not implemented it. And today we're looking for a guy who will cause a massive terrorist attack at the beginning of the third phase. Doin, is this the right place? Wow, there's a place like this. That's interesting. Yoonwal and Choi Sehi are following me. I walked with these two on the suspicious underground corridor below a family house. Yeah, this is where we're going today. We're here, I told both of them. Where we teleported is the home of the future S-class villain, the Weapon Master. A madman who calmly commits terrible things such as weapons development, kidnapping, and remodeling. For your information, he plays a big role in making the new Soul, which is already a mess due to monsters. That means we have to kill him while he's still building weapons. That's why I brought Yoonwal and Choi Sehi, called Dazik to protect the house, and took out my phone in front of his home base. Now, before we get into it, let's turn on the broadcast first. Okay, Dylan, you're going to explain that, aren't you? All right, hurry up. At the end of what they said, I turned on the broadcast using telekinesis. I didn't even feel like bringing the camera, so I decided to use my phone. It'll go up on YouTube anyway. Anyway, as soon as I fixed my clothes and turned on the broadcast, the came up for a while and the chat started to come up instantly. I always feel this every time I see it, but I wonder how many people come as soon as I turn on the broadcast. Did you set the alarm? Hello, everyone, it's Egostic, I greeted with a grin. Since it's not an official broadcast anyway, I just waved my hand roughly. Whip, like you do when you meet a friend. And yet, the comments are coming up so fast, just like the terror broadcast. But anyway, the chat window was on fire. What's wrong with the quality? Is he taking it with a phone camera? It kind of feels like a nightclub. Ha ha ha, what the? New broadcast after 2 weeks of terror. I can see Moonlight Shaman and Electra behind him. Is it a new terror, first of all? Are you really dating the Mist? I'm so curious about that. Please answer quickly. I'm getting frustrated. So are you dating Mist? 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 Explain, Egostic, explain the crime of playing around with the viewers' hearts. Mango Opa, it's not like that, right? Mango Opa, it's not like that, right? You brats, why are you guys on fire? Ha 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 ha, explain, let's burn it down first. Villain's love scandal is burning up the chat window. This is precious. But well, this is what I expected. The entertainment shows for the past 2 weeks have been talking about me once they got boring. But somehow, it seemed to be burning more than I thought, so I grinned and spoke up as if I didn't know anything. Oh, that's right. I've heard that lately. You guys think I am in a relationship with our new member, Mist. The chat window that says yes to my words. I spoke to them like a notice. I don't know why you're so interested in who I am dating or what I am doing, but unfortunately I have nothing to do with Mist. The Ego Stream members are all my colleagues, so I hope you don't misunderstand. At the end of the last terrorist attack, she was just joking because she was curious about people's reactions. Really? You're not lying, right? Well, if it's really like that, I'll admit it neatly. Why would I deny it? That's right. There's nothing between Ego Opa and Mist. The chat window suddenly calms down quickly when Yoonwal even assists me with her words while giggling. Really? Just this time? I'll trust you. I trusted you from the beginning. Is there anyone who suspected Mango Stick? I thought you were dating again, mischievous Mist. Since you said no, I am kind of disappointed. Ha 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 ha, I trusted you. Ice Mango is alive. Why are they calming down so quickly? Ha 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 ha, as if he hypnotized them, the chat window became gentle ha ha ha. This will be on the news again, duck. Why did you ask the broadcasting villain to explain the love scandal? Ha 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 ha, they changed their attitudes quickly. Anyway, having achieved my desired purpose, I naturally changed the subject and spoke up. Anyway, well, that's enough for that stuff. The reason I turned on the broadcast was to announce this. I changed my phone and filmed the hallway ahead. In the chat window, curious comments like "Where are you?" came up. After changing the camera so my face could be seen again, I spoke to the curious viewers. At this time today, I am going to hunt down another villain who doesn't listen to me. This is the first time in years since I last caught the teleporter. Oh, villain hunting? Egostic's fundamental villain hunting contest is back. Wow, why are the shows so exciting these days? I should watch this while eating popcorn. Everything is good, but just do something about the quality. Why are you using a phone camera? A big yes, ha 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 ha, while the viewers are looking forward to what kind of broadcasts will continue ahead. I told them the cold reality. Yes. So well, maybe y'all see the results on the news tonight. Since I gave you a preview, this is the end of my broadcast for today. Thank you. Wait, what are you talking about? How can you do this to make us look forward to it? No, come back, this is not reality. I'm sorry. It's okay if the quality is bad, I won't complain. I made popcorn, the live ended. Nuo. Yes. After waving at them, I turned off the broadcast. It can be dangerous here now, so turning on the broadcast is a bit risky. I feel sorry for people, only kind-hearted Yunwal said so. Well, that's enough. Let's get going again. Yawn, is it over? Yeah, let's go. As the broadcast was over, Choi Sehi, who was yawning against the wall, also stretched out her arms and stood up. After confirming that Yunwal was also ready, we walked down the hallway. Hey, this place is fascinating. Rooms like warehouses pop out as soon as you walk a little. There were all kinds of guns piled up. From the common guns you see in the military to some white-plated space guns. And on the blue screen hanging on the wall, the weapon blueprint of something written in front of it. Various kinds of bombs piled up there. We continued to walk through the place lined with all kinds of weapons. As we gradually went deep underground, Choi Sehi's expression, which amazed at first, began to stiffen. Hey, here, why are there so many weapons? It's scary. I told you this is a weapons expert's hideout. Wow, crazy. Why is that bomb so big? And as we went deeper, I began to see all sorts of pervert weapons. It's a horror when you find the bloody iron on the floor. Yunwal is already scared and has held my arm tightly. Yunwal, you're a lot stronger than a few dozen irons. It's kind of creepy. Maybe because it's underground. Why are all villains building hideouts underground? The same goes for Han Yun Group and this guy. They all dug something like an ant cave underground. One of the villains that will come out in the future also made a hideout in the basement. I thought about it and decided to stay still, thinking that our ego base was also underground at first. Well, the basement is warm and nice. The two-way road suddenly came out after passing such a creepy road. Standing there, I told Choi Sehi and Yunwal, you two go that way, I'll go this way. Huh, you alone? No, Doin, it's too dangerous. I persuaded the two, who looked at me anxiously and succeeded in splitting up. Although she hesitated, looking at me until the end when we split up anyway, walking alone down the bleak corridor, I thought to myself, yeah, you punk, now I am alone. What do you want to do? With that in mind, I glanced at the hidden black CCTV. I am sure he's watching, so I must make a decision before it's too late. With that in mind, I prepared to take out the black tentacles inside my clothes at any time. Our behemoth, it's been a while since I've used you. Chapter 154, Ep. 154 Same situation, different feelings. Ep. 154 Same situation, different feelings. At that time when Egostic broke into Weapon Master's hideout. Duck, what the hell is going on here? A room underground sitting there. GM Dongjun watched the video, groping his forehead. 3 figures broke into his secret weapons storage. A tough girl who looks like a bully, a girl in a shaman outfit, and a man with his black cape flying. They were all familiar to him. That is the current most famous villain in Korea, Egostic and his colleagues. No, what the hell, there are so many people. Why does he have to mess with me? He shouted almost out of frustration. He has no idea how